A man clearly awakened the ability to reverse time. Yet he can only sustain his life by picking up garbage every day. Because his awakened ability can only rewind time by 1 minute. At first, Yi Chen thought this ability was too rubbish. But after learning about a virtual game called Hope World, Yi Chen realized the extraordinary aspect of his ability. Every game must have enhancement and rewards, as well as loot boxes to play. And as long as he is dissatisfied with the result, he can rewind 1 minute and start over. Unfortunately, he is just an orphan and has no money to buy a game login device. He thought he would regret it for the rest of his life, but at this moment, a harsh voice sounded nearby. I won! Ha, it's the login ring. Yi Chen's pupils contracted. A chubby 14 or 15-year-old was holding an ancient bronze ring and laughing wildly. Yi Chen took a deep breath, realizing that there are only 4 limited edition login rings in the world, and one appeared right in front of him in Kyushu country. The next moment, Yi Chen suddenly remembered something. He closed his eyes and decided to go back 1 minute and buy the ring. The convenience store was not big, with only 4 or 5 people buying things. At that moment, Yi Chen saw that chubby little kid. And at that moment, the other party was holding a bag of Pringles. There's a person in front robbing money. Hey little brother, I want to buy the bag of chips in your hand. Can you sell it to me for 30 yuan? Yi Chen hardly hesitated. He walked up to the chubby boy and slowly said, after all, the value of this bag of chips is equivalent to 600 million. My little brother really likes to eat this kind of chips. I've checked several places and they're all sold out. Today is his birthday. As his older brother, I have no choice. This bag of chips originally costs 5 yuan per bag. Can I buy it for 30 yuan? Yi Chen tried to maintain a friendly smile. The chubby boy listened and thought he was quite kind, and handed the chips directly to Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled and said thank you. By the way, what's your name? I'll thank you in the future. He is not an ungrateful person. If he really becomes successful in the future, he will remember the kindness of this chubby boy. As he walked out of the store, Yi Chen took a deep breath, trying to suppress the joy in his heart. After glancing around and seeing that there was no one, he opened the bag of chips, only to find a plump ring lying in the pile of chips. Yi Chen pretended to pick up a chip, then picked up the ring and quietly put it on his ring finger. Hope World is a groundbreaking online game without any game administrators, where everything is fair. More importantly, the regular login device is a helmet. The ring login device automatically absorbs solar energy, allowing you to enter the game anytime and anywhere, without worrying about connection issues. This is also one of its valuable features. The orphanage has quieted down. Yi Chen lies in bed, wearing the ring login device, entering the gaming world. What comes into view is a palace, the place where characters are created. Yi Chen had previously checked the information, so she is very clear about it. In the main hall, there are 5 statues on each side. On the left, there are 5, respectively, warrior, mage, archer, priest, and assassin. On the right, there are 5, respectively, appraiser, blacksmith, astrologer, town emblemist, and alchemist. At this moment, the system voice suddenly rings out, Great warrior, welcome to the world of hope. Please tell me what your profession is. The voice sounds, and Yi Chen understands that this is the selection of a profession. Assassin is the first profession that Yi Chen thinks of. Great assassin, blessed by the Dark King, what is your name? Sigh of the King. Sigh of the King. Hello, as you are a player chosen by the gods, you can get 1 chance at the Hope Lottery machine. You will answer 3 questions from the Dark King. If your answers satisfy the Dark King, you can get an extra 3 chances at the Hope Lottery. If you fail, this chance will be taken away. A player chosen by the gods. It must be because of the ring login device. 1 chance at the Hope Lottery becomes 3 chances at the Hope Lottery. This indeed makes Yi Chen excited. Yi Chen can't help but say, I choose the assessment. The 5th one on the left, the statue of the assassin, moves slowly. The statue spoke, what lies at the end of darkness, with a voice as ancient as time itself. 1. The end of darkness is endless darkness. 2. The end of darkness is the arrival of dawn. The reason he dares to choose the challenge is because of his extraordinary abilities. Even if he chooses incorrectly, he can still keep a chance to draw. I choose 2. Yi Chen hardly hesitated at all, he had to act quickly. Soon, the voice sounded again. Darkness is accompanied by loneliness, so what is loneliness accompanied by? 1. Indifference. 2. Madness. I choose 2. A person who has been lonely for a long time will eventually go mad. Indifference is also a form of madness. This is Yi Chen's understanding. After answering, the voice sounded again. Is the life of an assassin about bearing infamy, or carrying supreme honor? 1. Infamy. 2. Honor. Yi Chen still chose the second option. You answered all 3 questions correctly, but it wasn't from your heart. If it was your own words, then no matter what choice you made, I would give you an extra reward. But now, you cannot receive the reward. Assessment failed. Thinking this, Yi Chen nodded at once. He didn't seem very distressed. Instead, he directly released his skill. He wanted to go back to 1 minute ago. What lies at the end of darkness? He opened his eyes, and the familiar yet ancient voice came to his ears. Yi Chen spoke loudly, "The end of darkness is light, bringing the light of hope to humanity." Answering correctly, the old voice rang out again, not to ask a question, but to say answer is correct. This surprised Yi Chen a bit. Unexpected changes in the future. Darkness accompanies loneliness. What does loneliness accompany? Yi Chen spoke again. Loneliness is accompanied by madness. Indifference is just an emotion of madness. Those who truly sink into darkness are already mad. Answer is correct. The old voice spoke again. Is the life of an assassin about bearing infamy, or carrying supreme honor? Yi Chen took a deep breath, his expression extremely determined. The life of an assassin carries supreme honor. There is no such thing as a peaceful time, it's just someone carrying a heavy burden forward. We are the shadows of light, enduring abuse in the darkness, but still bearing supreme honor. He who would wear the crown, must bear its weight. Yi Chen's words were passionate and stirring. Suddenly, the statue of the Dark King began to shake, emitting beams of light. Good, very good. It fits the way of the assassin very well. Are you willing to become the Dark King? The old voice suddenly became very moving. Ding! Do you accept the unique hidden SSSS level mission, the Refuge of the Dark King? Accept this mission. You can obtain the SSSS level Dark King job change book, as well as special rewards. Completing each stage of the mission will yield corresponding rewards. If failed, everything will be taken back. Yi Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath of cold air. Yi Chen, who had checked the information before the 4S mission, knew that in the world of hope, the missions are divided into hidden and non-hidden, as well as unique and non-unique. The difficulty of the missions is also divided into SSS level, with 18 levels of difficulty, but the 4S mission has not been mentioned. Yi Chen immediately chose to accept it. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for accepting the 4S mission, the Trust of the Dark King. Obtained 1 volume of the Dark King's job transfer book. Obtained 1 blessing from the Dark King. At the same time, for the first phase of the mission, the player is required to obtain the top spot on 5 different leaderboards within 3 months. If successful, they will receive rich rewards. If failed, the job transfer book and the blessing from the Dark King will be revoked. Getting the top spot on 5 different leaderboards is indeed quite difficult. Currently, only 8 leaderboards are open. Level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard, competition leaderboard, villain leaderboard, good person leaderboard, reputation leaderboard, wealth leaderboard, mount leaderboard, pet leaderboard. The statue of the Dark King returns to its original position, and at this time, the system sound rings again. Congratulations to the player for passing the assessment. Originally, 1 chance for the lottery has now become 3. Would you like to draw now? Yi Chen naturally and without hesitation chooses to draw the lottery now. It's very difficult to get other rewards in Hope World, and everyone's starting point is almost equal. Yi Chen is not a top-tier player either. Now facing the requirement of topping the leaderboards, the pressure is immense. Lists like this, the earlier you get on them, the easier it is. It's much harder later on. The first batch of players already has 1 billion, and next month, 21 more will be added to the second batch. It's almost impossible to stand out among so many players. The lottery is instant. A large roulette will appear in front of Yi Chen. The most common is white, followed by green, blue, purple, red, and the sparkling, glowing gold. Just take a look at a white item, and the data will be displayed quickly. Hope Potion quality, gold items are of the highest level, with the effect of directly increasing 100,000 experience points. Suitable for use by those under level 30, ineffective for those over level 30. This finally made Yi Chen understand why the Ring login device would fetch a sky-high price of 600 million. Hope World basically divides the quality of all items into bronze, silver, gold, purple gold, platinum, and diamond. Even the worst legendary king can draw a gold item, with an immediate 100,000 experience points. Easily becoming the top level, 6 billion is not a loss at all. Yi Chen wastes no time and starts the lottery directly. Soon, after 10 seconds of spinning the large roulette wheel, the pointer on the wheel lands on a gold item slot. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining a king level item, the triple occupation certification. Yi Chen is overwhelmed with surprise. He didn't expect his luck to be so good, drawing the king's reward right away. After waiting for a minute, he calmed down and continued to draw the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining a golden level weapon, the giant sword of Atlas. Seeing this, Yi Chen immediately used his ability to rewind 1 minute. He had a goal in mind. He didn't want anything below platinum. At the very least, it had to be a legendary item. If he didn't have the ability to rewind 1 minute, Yi Chen might act impulsively. Wait for 5 minutes. Ability cooldown complete. Yi Chen once again starts the lottery. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining a golden level skill book, Super Healing Technique. Rewind 1 minute again. Perhaps he would draw the king's reward right from the start. Yi Chen had been drawing for a full hour, and the best he got was a purple gold quality reward. The server had been open for an hour, but Yi Chen gritted his teeth and chose to rewind 1 minute. He didn't want to miss this opportunity, because it was almost impossible to have such a reward in the future. This was the 15th time he redrew the lottery, and Yi Chen stared at the big roulette. Every time he drew the lottery, he would be a few seconds slower than the last time. That way, history would be changed. The roulette kept spinning, and the pointer finally landed on the red icon again. Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the king's reward, the fragmented divinity. He obtained 2 king's rewards in one go. Although it took almost 2 hours, it was all worth it. On the third draw, Yi Chen looked expectantly at the big roulette. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the purple gold reward. The purple gold skill book for the Dragon Roar Storm Sword Archer. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen chose to go back 1 minute. On the big roulette, the only red reward left is a Warlock skill book. Although I don't know what the effect is, the king's reward is bound to be a fine product. But now I have wasted 2 hours. If I continue like this, I will miss the best time period. It may be because of these 2 hours that I will have to spend 2 months to make up for it. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining the platinum reward, Warlock's Energy. Gem backward 1 minute. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for obtaining the gold reward, Gale's Violent Sword, backward 1 minute. 3 hours, a total of 30 draws. The highest is only a diamond reward, which makes Yi Chen very upset. The server has been open for 5 hours. I estimate that I don't know how many levels I have been left behind. If it weren't for the level restriction in the first 3 months, Yi Chen would probably have given up. The 8th spin of the big roulette slowly turns. Finally stopped at a gold item reward. Ding dong, congratulations to the player for drawing the king's reward, King's Curse. Yi Chen was somewhat incredulous. Joy rushed over, hoping to draw 3 times, 3 king's rewards. Ding dong, as the player continuously drew the best item 3 times, this triggered and completed the hidden task. Obtaining the title of King, the Hope of Luck. After wearing the title, you can increase an additional 100 points of luck. The system sound rang out again, making him even more joyful. He didn't expect to draw the best rewards 3 times in a row, and there's even a hidden reward. Sure enough, he hoped the world would be like a real world, full of hope and miracles everywhere. However, this incident also made Yi Chen cautious. In the future, even if it's troublesome, he must obtain the best things, otherwise his ability would be wasted. However, before entering the game, he used the Dark King's job change scroll without hesitation. Suddenly, a series of system sounds rang out, congratulating the player for changing to SSSS, which is the hidden profession Dark King. Due to the player changing to Dark King, the basic attributes have changed. As the player changed to Dark King, the first stage talent is awakened. Skill, Darkness Approaches. As the player changed to Dark King, Awakening of the Dark King. Occupational skill equipment for the Dark King, the highest level of king quality, with a first stage skill perception of 1100 points. As long as you don't actively attack the enemy, you cannot be detected by the other party. If it's in the dark, the effect doubles. At this point, there is still an item in the backpack that can be used. The quality of the King Level 3 Occupation Certificate is the highest. By using this certificate, you can additionally choose 2 other occupations, which means you can have proof of 3 occupations. Each player can only have 1 profession, but this certificate allows you to have 3 professions. It's like having the characteristics of having 3 professions, and you can also wear and learn the skills of the other 2 professions. A warrior with high defense, a powerful magician, and a high-burst assassin, this combination is simply invincible. With this in mind, Yi Chen did not hesitate at all and chose to use it directly. Congratulations, players, you can choose 2 other professions again. The voice sounded, and Yi Chen chose the warlock profession without hesitation. Because of the King's Curse, this is a skill that only warlocks can learn. For the other profession, he chose the archer. Congratulations to the player for successfully changing professions to warlock, and congratulations to the player for successfully changing professions to archer. The 4th item, the incomplete divine item, the highest quality of the king's grade, increases the critical strike chance by 50%. increases the chance of a lethal blow by 10%. A critical strike deals double damage, a lethal blow deals 4 times the damage. This divine item is extremely useful, it's simply an assassin's artifact. Finally, Yi Chen's gaze fell on the last skill book, King's Assembly, the highest quality of the King's grade, with the mysterious King's resentful curse attribute. After releasing the skill, the enemy's overall attributes instantly drop by 20% to 50%, lasting for a day. A character can only be cursed once in their lifetime. Yi Chen swallowed. This skill is simply a boss-killing technique. Casting a King's Curse, if lucky, the opponent's attributes will be halved, and their health directly reduced by half. It's an invincible skill for soloing bosses. After learning the skill, Yi Chen immediately chose to enter the game. It's already been delayed for 6 hours, so can't afford to waste any more time. The man has just arrived in the newbie village, causing players around the world to go into a frenzy. Simply because he possesses the world's only king-level artifact, the Dark King's Regalia. As soon as he entered the newbie village, a system prompt sounded. Congratulations to the player from the Kyushu region, for King's Lament, with the King's Equipment Dark King's Regalia, topping the Hope World equipment list. We congratulate this player and award an additional 500 reputation points. Not only the players from the Kyushu region, but also foreign players are puzzled. Now, considering the entire Hope World, out of 1 billion players, only 3 pieces of gold equipment are on the list. Suddenly, the whole world is filled with a bunch of powerful players. They are bidding one after another to buy Yi Chen's King's weapon. However, the Dark King's Regalia is a key item for the 4S mission and cannot be traded at all. But Yi Chen does need money now. He is the big brother in the orphanage. He wants to earn money and work hard to ensure a good life for the younger siblings in the orphanage. So Yi Chen went to the village chief to accept a mission. Do you accept the beginner's mission? The village is worried. This mission is rated as simple, but players can choose a higher difficulty beginner's mission. Yi Chen hesitates not and chooses a higher difficulty beginner's mission. He has delayed coming online for a full 6 hours now. I wonder how much the level gap has widened. You must be at least level 20 to appear on the level leaderboard, so Yi Chen must choose a high difficulty beginner's mission. Simple missions give single experience, medium missions give double experience, difficult missions give 5 times the experience, and extremely difficult missions give 10 times the experience. Yi Chen directly chooses extremely difficult. In order to stand out among 1 billion players, he must give it his all for a chance. I hope the level limit for the first month in the world is 30. If I don't reach the top before level 30, then I won't be able to become first on the level leaderboard. I must occupy 5 of the 8 leaderboards myself. The wealth leaderboard is almost impossible, so I can only miss 2 leaderboards. I absolutely cannot waste the others. Ding Dong successfully accepts the extremely difficult beginner's mission. Players are required to hunt and kill the stone-fired demon tiger within 24 hours. Completing the mission will reward 1 gold coin, 10,000 experience points, and a corresponding professional skill book. Yi Chen accepts the extremely difficult mission, and the village chief's attitude has changed. He even takes out a badge and hands it to Yi Chen, saying, "Naturally, hunting the fire demon tiger requires corresponding equipment. With this badge, you can buy supplies worth 10 gold coins for free in the village. If the mission is completed, no money is required, but if the mission fails, gold coins will be deducted compulsorily. This should be a hidden reward, equivalent to the material of 10 gold coins, at least not having to fight monsters barehanded." Yi Chen immediately went to the weapon shop to purchase supplies. My magic tiger is a level 10 monster. In Hope World, there is a special setting. If there is a big level difference, even if your attack power is strong, it still cannot cause very high damage. Hope World does not have the concept of defense, but level difference supplements defense. In this case, try to avoid high-level players widening the gap. In other words, Yi Chen is now going to attack the fire magic tiger. It's simply impossible to succeed. At the very least, you need to make up for the level. And monsters of the same level are definitely stronger than players of the same level, which is also one of the selling points of Hope World. In the blacksmith shop of the novice village, most are some whiteboard weapons, and a small part are bronze weapons. Yi Chen bought these 3 weapons, and their prices are also extra expensive. Sharp bronze dagger, quality bronze, lowest level, property, attack power plus 20, effect, sharpness plus 5. Warlock's magic ball, quality bronze, lowest level, property, magic damage plus 10, effect, warlock negative skill success rate 5%. The quality of the bronze bow is bronze, the lowest level attribute adds 10 to attack power, and it has the powerful ability of long-range shooting, with a range of 500 meters. The advantage of having 3 professions is that, as long as it's not specialized equipment for warriors and mages. Yi Chen can use 3 bronze weapons, and the blacksmith shop sells them at the sky-high price of 3 gold coins. You should know that even the bronze weapons in the hands of players cannot be sold for a gold coin. In the black market, 1 gold coin is equivalent to 1,000 yuan. If it weren't for the fact that he could obtain 10 gold coins for free, Yi Chen would definitely not buy them. Perhaps because he is a big customer, the blacksmith shop owner happily gave Yi Chen 100 iron swords. This kind of iron sword has the ability to be recovered. Shoot 1 sword, then pick it up, and it can be reused indefinitely. 100 iron swords are enough for now. Yi Chen left the blacksmith shop and went to the herb shop. He wanted to buy a certain amount of herbs. When buying potions, Yi Chen didn't hesitate at all. If he was going to buy, he wanted the best. Bought 1,000 pieces of life green grass, which can restore 20 health points per second, add 1% of health, and lasts for 30 seconds. 100 pieces cost the price of a silver coin, which is not very expensive. Bought 500 pieces of magic orchid grass, which can restore 10 mana points per second, add 1% of mana, and lasts for 30 seconds. Yi Chen also found a special item. Low-level toxins can be applied to weapons. If the toxin enters the bloodstream, it can cause 1% toxin damage per second, lasting for 1 minute. The toxin effect lasts for an hour. Priced at 10 silver coins, Yi Chen generously purchases 8 bottles, totaling 80 silver coins. Including the money spent on buying herbs, it totals to 1 gold coin. Now there are still 6 gold coins left, which seems like a lot, but there's still the need to learn skills, which is the real big expense. Arriving in front of the skill merchant, Yi Chen opens the shop. Soon, skill books appear one after another. A dazzling array of skill books. Yi Chen directly focuses on the assassin, warlock, and archer professions, but the coins in hand are only enough to buy 4 skills. Warlock's Blessing blesses allies, increasing certain attack power, attack speed, movement speed, and defensive effects. Priced at 1 gold coin, Warlock's Healing heals allies, instantly restoring 10% of their health, then recovering 50 health points per second for 10 seconds. Priced at 2 gold coins, Archer's Sword of Gale condenses wind elements, causing intense striking damage. Priced at 1 gold coin, Archer's Sword of Fury, in a state of rage, the damage caused by the archer's shots will be massive. Priced at 2 gold coins, except for mages and warriors. Archers, warlocks, and assassins basically do not consume magic. This is also one of the reasons why Yi Chen initially chose the assassin. After mastering 4 skills, the next moment, Yi Chen activates the Dark King's skills. These are the skills inherent to the profession. Yi Chen wants to witness the power of the Dark King. As the Dark King advances in darkness, the perception doubling effect is triggered after releasing the skill. Even powerful monsters will find it hard to detect your presence. Can be learned at level 1, requires 5 skill points. The Dark King's combo skill allows for effective 5 to 10 consecutive strikes, with damage not decreasing with each hit. Cooldown time is 10 minutes and can affect critical hits. Can be learned at level 1, requires 5 skill points. After releasing the Wrath of the King skill, attack power increases by 200 points, with a 100% critical hit rate, lasting for 5 minutes. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Can be learned at level 1, requires 10 skill points. The Dark King's single strike hits with full force, capable of unleashing 5 to 10 times the damage in an instant and can be affected by critical hits. Cooldown time is 1 hour. Can be learned at level 1. Requires 10 skill points. Although only 4 skills are currently visible, all of them are extraordinary. My current perception is at -100. If it's nighttime, it's -200. Activating the Dark Advance makes it -400. Even fooling around in front of a boss is fine. The effects of these skills are all extraordinary. Regaining focus, Yi Chen heads directly to the outskirts of the novice village. He is going to start hunting monsters and climb up the level rankings at the fastest speed. With a bronze dagger in hand, Yi Chen walked out of the newbie village, instantly attracting the attention of numerous newbie players. Damn, that brother is holding a bronze weapon. Holy crap, I don't even have a whiteboard weapon, and this brother has a bronze weapon? This weapon is from the blacksmith shop, 1 gold coin per piece, really extravagant. Gold coins are selling for 3,002 now. Brother, do you still need teammates? I'm the tank. I can tank the monsters. Bro, I'll draw the aggro, you deal damage. How about a 70 to 30 split on the experience points? Need powerful teammates? Although I don't have a bronze weapon, my innate attributes are high, with an attack power of 12. Indeed, a bronze weapon caused quite a stir. After all, outside the newbie village, where thousands of players roamed, no one owned a bronze weapon. In fact, the majority didn't even have a weapon. Yi Chen having a bronze weapon naturally drew the attention and astonishment of countless players. Yi-Chen declined player invitations, as splitting experience points, whether 70 to 30 or 80 to 20, was not as good as gaining 100% of the experience for oneself. Enchanted Wild Dog Level 1. Health, 100/100. Attack, 5 to 10. Description: the lowest level enchanted creature. The enchanted wild dog is the lowest level monster. Yi-Chen bypassed it, finding it insulting to kill the lowest level monster. Thus, Yi-Chen continued into the deep mountains, where fewer players ventured. By the time he reached the enchanted wild bull, there were only a few players around. Enchanted Wild Bull Level 5. Health, 300/300. Attack, 20 to 40. Skill, Charge. Description: beware of its charge, which may stun you. Level 5 monsters were slightly stronger. Yi-Chen quickly equipped the Warlock's magic ball, blessing himself with a speed boost aura for 1 minute. He then cast the Curse of the King. This skill could be used indefinitely but only once per target, lasting an hour. If the target was not killed, the Curse of the King could not be cast again. A dark shadow surrounded the enchanted wild bull locked onto by Yi-Chen, which let out a cry as a blood-red number appeared, -150. Half of its health, defense, movement speed, and attack power were directly reduced due to the curse, which decreased all attributes by 20 to 50%. The lower the level and quality, the higher the damage dealt. Yi-Chen immediately switched to the archer's equipment, gazing at the enchanted wild bull, and used an iron arrow, followed by the gale arrow. The iron arrow added 5 attack power, combined with Yi-Chen's 20 attack power and the 10 attack power from the ivy bow, totaling 35 damage. The gale arrow could amplify damage, but the exact amount was not displayed. This was a unique feature of the Hope World gameplay, where most skills, except for some, did not provide detailed data, requiring players to develop and understand them on their own. -40. A white damage number appeared, indicating a 5-point increase from the gale arrow, which was good. Of course, Yi-Chen understood that this was due to the Curse of the King, but with a 5-level difference, the gale arrow indeed increased by 5 damage points. Dealing a total of 190 damage in one go, the enchanted wild bull had 110 health remaining. Yi-Chen took a few steps back, utilizing the speed boost from the blessing to quickly create distance, then fired another arrow. Roar! The enchanted wild bull roared, its crimson eyes scanning the surroundings, seemingly not noticing Yi-Chen. The effect of -100 perception was activated. Typically, a perception penalty of -5 or -10 allowed one to walk freely in front of monsters that would normally attack, so how exaggerated was Yi-Chen's -100 perception penalty? Even if actively attacking a demonized wild buffalo, the opponent temporarily cannot find Yi-Chen. This is the benefit of having negative perception. It is the strongest innate ability of an assassin. Assassins are meant to silently kill enemies. However, even with a negative perception of 100, Yi-Chen is still very cautious. 2 consecutive arrows again, within 20 seconds, Yi-Chen took down a demonized wild buffalo. While not far away, a team of 5 people only managed to chip away half of their health in 20 seconds, showing how strong Yi-Chen's attributes and abilities are. Ding! Congratulations on killing the demonized wild buffalo, gaining 10 experience points, but since you killed across levels, you also gain an additional 40 experience points. Level 1 monsters provide 1 experience point, Level 2 monsters provide 3 experience points, Level 3 monsters provide 5 experience points, Level 4 monsters provide 7 experience points, and Level 5 monsters provide 10 experience points. The difference of 1 level results in double the experience points gained, but not doubled. Killing a demonized wild buffalo yields 50 experience points, so to level up, 20 of them need to be killed. There are still 23.5 hours left to complete the difficult task, and it is already 6:30. Yi-Chen needs to get up at 8 to take care of some matters, so time cannot be wasted. Roar! Time passes slowly, and 10 minutes later, finally, as a demonized wild buffalo falls to the ground, a white light rises from under Yi-Chen's feet, fully restoring his health and mana, and feeling energized as if he had just soaked in a hot spring. Ding! Congratulations, player, on leveling up, gaining 3 attribute points, and because you are a Dark King class, you also gain an additional 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, player, on leveling up, gaining 3 skill points, and because you are a Dark King class, you also gain an additional 5 skill points. After leveling up the base class, one can allocate 1 attribute point freely, but for the 4S class professions, an additional 10 attribute points are gained, along with an extra 5 skill points. In total, there are 13 free attribute points plus 8 skill points. Without hesitation, Yi-Chen allocates the 13 attribute points to attack power, as his current attack attribute is low and needs to be increased. As for equipment, Yi-Chen feels helpless, as a player with the lucky title, having killed 20 wild buffaloes without a single piece of equipment dropping, not even a white weapon. The drop rate in this world is truly touching, with tens of thousands of players in a newbie village, only one piece of equipment dropped. Touching drop rate indeed. However, whether there is equipment or not is temporarily irrelevant, as Yi-Chen immediately allocates the attribute points to strength and agility upon leveling up, 10 points in strength and 3 points in agility, as a powerful assassin needs speed. Yi-Chen plans to focus on the Dark King as his main profession, with Warlock as a supporting profession and Archer as a secondary support profession. Unless he obtains a rare job change book or becomes a rare profession, for now, Yi-Chen will develop towards becoming an assassin. Allocating 10 points to strength, his attack power immediately becomes 40 points, plus the bonus from the Ivy Bow, making it 50 points. Combined with the Gale Arrow, he can deal around 55 to 60 points of damage, because the Gale Arrow's damage is amplified based on level attributes and monster level. After allocating attributes, Yi-Chen immediately starts learning skills. Without a doubt, he chooses the King's Combo. After spending 5 skill points, with 3 skill points remaining, Yi-Chen does not waste them and chooses to enhance the King's Combo. Would you like to spend 1 skill point to enhance the King's Combo proficiency? Ding! Congratulations, your King's Combo has been upgraded to level 2. Would you like to spend 2 skill points to enhance the King's Combo proficiency? Ding! Congratulations, your King's Combo has been upgraded to level 3. King's Combo, level 3. Effect, can instantly unleash 6 to 11 attacks within 3 seconds, with damage not decreasing with each attack. Next level upgrade, 5 skill points, LV4 King's Combo, can instantly strike 6 to 11 times within 2 seconds. Cooldown, 9 minutes. King's Combo proficiency increases by 1 level, reducing attack time and cooldown time. When upgraded to the second level, it can increase the number of combos, making it extremely powerful. This is a powerful skill. At least 6 combos, damage does not decrease. The only drawback is the 9-minute cooldown time, which is the biggest downside, but the damage is also terrifying, directly hitting 6 to 11 combos. With the current attack power of 50 points, a King's Combo can kill a demonized wild bull, extremely powerful. Next, Yi-Chen continues to cross-level battles, but it is no longer troublesome to find demonized wild bulls, but demonized wild wolves, which are level 6 monsters that can gain 20 experience points. If successfully killed, crossing 5 levels will yield 120 experience points. Due to the bonuses from the Dark King and the other 2 professions, Yi-Chen needs 2,000 experience points to reach LV2, which is more than 10 times that of an ordinary player, but also more than 10 times stronger than an ordinary player. As time passes, Yi-Chen's experience acquisition speed is getting faster and faster. With King's Combo, he can kill an extra wild wolf every 9 minutes, although it does not significantly increase experience points, it is already quite fast. Compared to other players, Yi-Chen's leveling speed is already quite fast. At 7 o'clock sharp, a white light rises from Yi-Chen's feet, reaching LV2. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, gaining 3 attribute points, and because you are a Dark King profession, you also receive an additional 10 attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up, gaining 3 skill points, and because you are a Dark King profession, you also receive an additional 5 skill points. Upon leveling up again, Yi-Chen allocates attribute points to strength and agility. 3 points are allocated to agility, which may not have a significant impact in the early stages, but as it increases, movement speed will become faster, along with evasion rate and reflexes. In the game, agility represents movement speed and the most important evasion rate. Even with 100 agility points, the evasion rate is only about 45%, not reaching 50%. That would be too overpowered. A qualified assassin must have both attack power and speed, otherwise, even with strong attack power, without agile movements, one cannot become a qualified assassin. The attack power is still insufficient. Even with an additional 10 points of strength, my basic attack is 60 points now, plus the 10 points from the bronze dagger, it is 70 points of attack power. Without any skill enhancements, the 7-level wild tiger's health has reached 500. With 70 points of damage, it takes 8 hits to kill, which is still slow, definitely not enough. Yi-Chen thought to himself, although the attributes are good, it is still not enough. It takes a full hour to level up 2 levels. From LV2 to LV3, 4,000 experience points are needed, double the previous amount. At least an hour is needed. Yi-Chen doesn't know who is currently ranked first on the level leaderboard because a minimum of level 30 is required to be listed. But now, 7 hours have passed since the server opened. Among 1 billion players, there must be stronger ones than himself, and some players may have obtained experience potions, possibly reaching level 20 already. It's difficult to catch up. I need powerful equipment, otherwise, at the current rate of progress, I definitely won't reach the top of the level leaderboard. Yi Chen pondered. The leveling process is very slow. It seems faster than an ordinary player, but only slightly. However, at only LV2, it is not possible to hunt the fire demon tiger yet. At least it will have to wait until level 8, or even level 10, for Yi Chen to go hunting the fire demon tiger. The fire demon tiger is not an ordinary demon beast, but an elite demon beast, with attributes more than 5 times stronger than the average demon beast of the same level. It is impossible to complete the mission within 24 hours when facing elite demon beasts with level differences. Therefore, we must find a way to solve this problem. You can go to the reputation shops in the 4 major main cities to buy things with reputation. In the current situation, it is impossible to get any high-quality weapons. I need a powerful weapon that will be beneficial to my current situation. However, 500 reputation points cannot be exchanged for any truly high-quality weapons. Yi Chen kept pondering. He encountered a big problem now, which is the inability to level up quickly. Even if he is troubled, a treasure chest will not fall from the sky. Yi Chen can only continue to kill monsters and think of ways to level up. As time passed bit by bit, approaching 9 o'clock, Yi Chen finally reached level 3. He allocated his attribute points freely and still had 16 skill points remaining. Yi Chen learned the 2 skills Dark Stealth and King's Wrath with the 16 skill points, using up 15 of them. He put the remaining point into Dark Stealth to increase his movement speed after stealth. Yi Chen now mastered the skills of the Dark King, which are at levels 3, 2, and 1 respectively, King's Combo, LV3, Dark Stealth, LV2, King's Wrath, LV1. At 9 o'clock sharp, Yi Chen logged out of the game, opened his eyes, and heard the sounds of children playing soccer outside the orphanage. Yi Chen freshened up, ate something quickly, and informed them that he was feeling unwell, then continued to enter the game to avoid worrying them. Upon re-entering the game, Yi Chen hunted down level 8 demon beasts, demonized wild lions to level up. However, under these circumstances, it is extremely difficult to complete the very challenging task of killing 10 fire demon tigers within 24 hours. Just then, a group of players suddenly ran from a distance, heading towards the northwest. Brothers, the boss has appeared. Let's hurry up. Killing the boss can drop epic gear. The silver weapon is right in front of us, let's go quickly. Human wave tactics. I don't believe we can't defeat the boss. Brothers, charge, don't panic. Various voices rang out, and the terrifying new players nearby rushed towards the northwest like a swarm of locusts. Boss? Even Yi Chen couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. The boss is a treasure in the hearts of countless players. Whether it's in online novels or real games, killing a boss will definitely bring very good rewards. In an era where all weapons are for beginners, encountering a boss did not bring much fear to the players, but endless joy and excitement instead. Because killing a boss and dropping epic gear has become a rule, everyone fantasizes about being the protagonist and believes they can definitely drop epic gear. However, in the current situation, it is impossible for a very powerful boss to appear. So even if it is killed, the equipment dropped will at most be a silver weapon, which is still very powerful. Yi Chen currently only has a basic bronze dagger, which is completely inadequate. Killing the boss is a way out. Thinking of this, Yi Chen didn't waste any words and followed the soldiers to find the boss. In the current situation, Yi Chen is fully capable of killing the boss, not by soloing, but by dealing the final blow. The ownership of the dropped equipment from the boss depends on the total damage and the final kill. The individual or team with the highest total damage ranking can pick up the equipment first, and the player who lands the final blow can also enjoy certain priority. If the damage is the same, individual players take precedence over teams. For example, if a team of 5 people causes 10,000 points of damage, and Yi Chen alone causes 8,000 points of damage, then the priority belongs to Yi Chen because he is alone. Many players go hunting for bosses, including some guild players who go in groups to where the bosses appear, as the drop rates in the world are not very good. Yi Chen's luck value increased by 100 points from level 0 to level 3, killing countless monsters without a single piece of equipment dropping. The drop rate is really low, even for Yi Chen with 100 points of luck. It is not easy to get equipment to drop. However, if you kill a boss, equipment will drop 100% of the time. For bronze level bosses, they will drop bronze top tier equipment 100% of the time, and may even drop silver level equipment. Relying on his fast speed, Yi Chen quickly arrived at the source. The so-called boss was an iron-backed dual-headed Lion King monster, lying quietly in a valley with 4 dual-headed Lion Kings guarding it. The players were dealing with the boss's minions, iron-backed demon lions. The Ironback Lion King, a level 15 bronze quality boss, had attributes 10 times higher than players, or even more. In simple terms, Yi Chen's attributes at level 15 might be only half or a third of the Ironback Lion King's. Additionally, many bosses have special skills that make players doubt their life choices. Most players are between levels 6 and 10, with those over level 10 considered experienced players. Despite being surrounded by 3,000 to 4,000 players, none of them were at level 15, indicating a significant gap between the two sides. The Ironback Demon Lion roared, its huge body and iron-like tail causing significant damage to players, easily landing critical hits on lower-level players. Therefore, it is impossible to kill bosses of much higher levels. The battle was clearly one-sided, with many players already dead without the need for the dual-headed Lion Kings to join the fight. The real boss lay on the ground, basking in the sun and enjoying the scene. This is the boss, high above, unaffected by the 3,000 to 5,000 players trying to harm it, especially since the server had only been open for 9 hours. However, at that moment, a sharp-eyed player pointed out, "Look, there's a bronze treasure chest behind the boss." The voice caused a commotion among the players, as they rushed to see the chest. Some players knew that the bronze chest could contain at least bronze-quality items, with the luckiest ones getting silver-level equipment. This moment sparked excitement among the players, who rushed forward despite the risks, hoping to claim the valuable loot. In the game world, some areas randomly spawn treasure chests, which can be opened without keys. These chests hold valuable items, and some may require specific keys to unlock. Although the bronze treasure chest is a relatively low-level chest, it is a treasure for new players. According to the official probabilities, the bronze treasure chest has a 70% chance of opening the lowest or lower-level bronze items, a 20% chance of opening intermediate or higher-level items, a 9% chance of opening the highest-level items, and only a 1% chance of opening silver items. And if you are really lucky, you can even get 3 different treasures in a row. So the treasure chest is extremely valuable. Currently, a gold coin is worth 3,200 yuan on the black market, while a bronze treasure chest can be sold for 10 gold coins, which is 32,000 yuan each. At this moment, even Yi Chen was tempted. Puff puff puff, roar roar roar. Strings of numbers appear, with the bright red numbers representing players being killed one by one. The 4-headed double-headed Lion King went mad directly, roaring and causing mass damage with just one roar. Thousands of players jumped into the valley, but none could get close to the interior as they were all instantly killed by elite monsters, with no chance to fight back. Finally, after 20 minutes had passed, the players calmed down completely. After reaching level 10, dying once would result in a deduction of experience points or choosing to wait for an hour to revive. So there was no concept of a war of attrition. Unable to get close or kill the boss, many players lost interest and chose to leave. It was a frustrating feeling, knowing that there were treasures but unable to obtain them. However, fortunately, since so many people couldn't get them, everyone felt balanced. Just then, Yi Chen stood in the canyon on the side, pondered for a moment, and finally chose to jump down. -100 perception, hoping to deceive the day. After jumping into the canyon, Yi Chen stood in the shade. With his attribute of -100 perception, he was almost invisible, easily deceiving ordinary monsters, but it was unknown if it would affect elite monsters and bosses. With a -200 perception, not only did it affect the monsters, even the players ignored Yi Chen's presence and focused on the boss. Slowly approaching the bronze treasure chest, the double-headed Lion King did not notice anything, but suddenly, the boss raised its head and looked towards the bronze treasure chest. At that moment, Yi Chen held his breath, standing still in place, afraid of being discovered by the boss. The Ironback Lion King suddenly stood up, then slowly approached Yi Chen, sniffing around, and finally came in front of Yi Chen, staring at him with crimson eyes. Although this was a game, at that moment, it felt very real to Yi Chen, making him feel fearful, like watching a horror movie. Yi Chen's heart was pounding, but in the end, the Ironback Lion King did not notice him. Even the players did not see Yi Chen, just feeling that something was amiss in the shadows, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. The Ironback Lion King eventually returned to its original position to continue resting, and Yi Chen did not move, knowing that if he were to steal the bronze treasure chest in front of everyone, the chest would be torn to pieces by the boss. And with many players watching, relying solely on the attribute of -100 perception was not enough. With a -100 perception, as long as he didn't make any moves, the other party wouldn't notice him. Even a level 15 bronze boss wouldn't be able to detect Yi Chen. But if Yi Chen made a move, he would be discovered, let alone stealing the bronze treasure chest in front of everyone. A -200 perception was definitely not enough. However, Yi Chen also had a way to further upgrade. He could learn Dark Stealth, which would increase his perception by 100 points, equivalent to a -300 perception. If it was nighttime, the effect would double, making it negative 600 points. He could definitely deceive others. Thinking about this, Yi-Chen didn't waste any time and left the area. Of course, he didn't go too far, just nearby to hunt down a level 10 demon lion. A level 3 fighter against a level 10 demon lion was considered suicidal by other players, but Yi-Chen managed it, although it was very difficult. With 60 points of white attack, plus a bronze dagger with 10 points of attack, he had a total of 70 points of normal attack. To kill a level 10 demon lion, he needed to strike 15 times, assuming there were no critical hits. The incomplete divine grid requires the character to reach level 10 to awaken its attributes. Otherwise, having an additional 50% critical hit rate and the inherent 10% critical hit rate, that's a total of 60% critical hit rate. Why is it so hard to level up? Yi-Chen thought to himself. He had obtained an incomplete divine grid before, which increased his critical hit rate by 50% and had a 10% chance of a fatal blow, but it needed the character to reach level 10 to activate its attributes, otherwise it wouldn't work. It was really frustrating. Even for a player like Yi-Chen, most ordinary players had it even harder. A group of 5 could only hunt monsters of the same level, and after dividing the experience equally, reaching level 10 within the first 24 hours was already considered good. Estimating that out of a billion players, about 80% could only reach level 7 or 8. This showed how cruel the world of hope was. Of course, if everyone reached level 20 or 30 on the first day, the game of hope would lose its meaning, and it would probably shut down within 6 months. It was almost 10 in the morning now, and Yi-Chen had spent 2 hours leveling up from level 3 to level 4, gaining 13 attribute points and 8 skill points. Naturally, he strengthened Dark Stealth with the skill points, and kept the extra 3 points to upgrade King's Combo, which was the skill that needed the most improvement at the moment. By reaching level 4, it was already noon, and Yi-Chen couldn't wait until night. He wanted to try it now. Once again in the valley, Yi-Chen activated Dark Stealth from the shadowed area. Holding his breath, he moved quickly, benefiting from the 24 agility points. Dark Stealth at level 3 gave Yi-Chen a negative 300 perception, which was indeed powerful. Standing in the shadows, Yi-Chen moved quickly, and the Twin Lion King didn't notice him at all, nor did any other players or even the boss. Soon, Yi-Chen arrived in front of the bronze chest. Phew! At the next moment, Yi-Chen lifted the bronze chest, but after a moment of thought, he took a deep breath. He decided not to choose to lift the chest, as it might attract the boss's attention. Yi-Chen planned to open the chest on the spot. Yes, that's right, open the chest on the spot. As long as he didn't actively attack monsters or players, Dark Stealth could be maintained, so there was no problem with opening the bronze chest here. Ding! Do you want to open the bronze chest? Opening the chest requires a 20-second wait time. Do you want to proceed? The system voice sounded. This was a bronze chest that didn't require a key, which made Yi-Chen show a hint of joy. If it had required a key, that would have been troublesome. Just at that moment, the chest opened successfully, revealing 2 items inside. Lion Fist Gloves. Quality, Bronze. Grade, Superior. Attribute, plus 100 attack power. Effect, has a chance to deal heavy damage to monsters. Normal attacks will cause an additional 30% damage. Requirement, can be worn at level 5, Warrior Specialization. Demon Lion's Iron Armor. Quality, Bronze. Quality, Superior. Attribute, plus 300 health points. Effect, effectively resist a certain amount of attack damage. Requirement, can be worn at LV5, specialized for warriors. 2 superior quality bronze equipment, but both are specialized for warriors. Yi-Chen did not hesitate to choose to go back 1 minute to the past. It was impossible to choose these 2 things, completely worthless, unless sold. But now he couldn't even develop himself, let alone let others develop? Yi-Chen wasn't that stupid. Going back 1 minute, Yi-Chen patiently sat in front of the bronze chest, waiting for time, hoping that the title of the lucky one in the world would finally come into play. He opened 5 bronze chests in a row. Although nothing satisfied Yi-Chen, at least each time he opened, he could get 2 items, and sometimes even 3 items, and each item was intermediate or superior. The highest level did not appear, but the superior level appeared many times. This experience of opening treasure chests can only reflect the bonus of the lucky title. Otherwise, previously killing hundreds of demon beasts did not drop a single piece of equipment, making Yi-Chen extremely frustrated and speechless. The highest level. As long as I open a piece of the highest level weapon, I will stop. Yi-Chen set his goal, which was very simple. To get the highest level bronze weapon, must be specialized for assassins, warlocks, archers. Any professional weapon would do, not too many, just 1. The 6th time he opened, it was still 2 superior equipment. Yi-Chen went back 1 minute again. It was almost 11 o'clock now. Yi Chen was very leisurely, leaning against the shady stone wall, waiting to open the bronze chest in 5 minutes. If he didn't get what he wanted from the bronze chest, he would go back 1 minute. 7 times, 8 times, 9 times, 10 times. Although there was a bonus of 100 luck points, it was not possible to get what he wanted every time. The bronze chest could open silver-grade equipment. Yi Chen did not expect the best. With the help of his abilities, Yi Chen also thought that he did not need the best reward. Because there was no time to waste. After all, drawing a prize took 6 minutes each time. Yi Chen could wait for an hour, even a day and night, but what about 3 days and nights? 10 days and nights? Sometimes it was completely unnecessary. Not always pursuing perfection, unless it was some truly top-notch stuff. Otherwise, just like the bronze chest, Yi Chen had already thought about it. The first 3 would do. It would be best to get silver equipment, so as long as it was the highest level specialized weapon, whether 1 piece or 3, Yi Chen would take it directly, without continuing to go back in time. Silver weapons were the best reward. The highest level specialized weapons were the second best, followed by the superior bronze dagger, which Yi Chen would also choose. Unless the first time he opened a silver chest and got a superior bronze dagger, after more than 20 times, Yi Chen would compromise. But if this kind of thinking was heard by other players, Yi Chen would probably be beaten to death. Damn it! Everyone couldn't even touch a bronze chest, let alone talk about the highest level. Even if it was superior, even if it was a lower level bronze weapon, they would be ecstatic, and Yi Chen actually despised the superior bronze weapon. It's really a case of people comparing themselves to others, making people angry. At this moment, a white light appeared. This was the 12th time Yi Chen opened the bronze chest, but he didn't expect to get a silver item on the 12th time. It was a skill book, not a weapon, which made Yi Chen somewhat disappointed. Skill book, Rain of Arrows quality, silver. Grade, rare. Profession, archer. Skill effect, shoot 10 arrow feathers into the sky, which will then turn into a rain of arrows falling down, causing group damage in a localized area. The arrow rain lasts for 3 waves, each wave dealing 50% of the attack power in damage. Rare skill book. Now it was Yi Chen's turn to be surprised. Having the Dark King skill tree, Yi Chen was not interested in other skills, not even the silver ones, but when he saw the word rare written on the skill book, Yi Chen was truly shocked. The so-called rare did not necessarily mean it was stronger than the top-tier skills. Rare simply meant rare. These kinds of skills were impossible to learn through normal means and could only be acquired by completing special tasks. Therefore, rare items represented uniqueness, possessing characteristics that others could not replicate. However, this skill was not about uniqueness but rather about strong group damage. The 3 waves of arrow rain equated to 150% damage, and being a group attack skill, that said it all. While group damage could injure many monsters, the damage output was awkward, especially in the early stages. After reaching level 10, mages could learn a fire-burning technique that dealt 10% of magic attack damage, which was quite impressive. In contrast, this skill could deal 150% of physical attack damage, making it an incredible monster-clearing skill. Yi Chen instantly decided to get this skill book. However, he soon discovered that there were 2 more items in the chest, both of which were silver items. The Exploding Longbow of Bamuna. Quality, silver. Grade, superior. Attributes, plus 500 attack power. Effect, possesses a terrifying penetration ability, with a 20% chance of causing destructive damage. Additional skill explosion, each arrow shot has a 10% chance of exploding, causing certain damage. If combined with destructive damage, it can be calculated as a 100% critical hit. Requirement, requires level 10 to equip, specializing in archery. Description, Bamuna's exploding longbow is filled with explosive energy, so be careful not to get injured by the exploding arrows. The Glorious Shield of Kartan. Quality, silver. Grade, superior. Attributes, plus 500 attack power, plus 2000 health points. Effect, possesses an astonishing defensive power, causing tons of damage when swung. Additional skill, Holy Light Shield, can effectively block 5000 points of attack damage for 10 minutes, with a 2-hour cooldown. Requirement, requires level 10 to equip, specializing in warrior skills. Description, Kartan's glorious shield symbolizes his honor. Every powerful warrior aspires to be like Kartan, but the shield is very heavy and significantly reduces attack speed. A bronze chest containing 3 silver items, a rare skill book, and 2 silver equipment pieces would surely shock many people if word got out. And they were all superior quality items. A 9% chance of silver items appearing, followed by a 9% chance of superior items, and then a 9% chance of 3 items of the same quality appearing. Yi Chen was truly lucky, even he was dumbfounded. If this shield were to be sold, it could fetch a sky-high price. I'm truly going to be rich this time. Carton's glorious shield, the specialized equipment for warriors, was extremely powerful, adding 2,000 health points and 500 attack power, along with the Holy Light Shield skill. It could definitely be auctioned off for a fortune given the current circumstances. It might even sell for $1 million. However, Yi Chen was not planning to sell the shield for now. At least he would wait for a month to stabilize his ranking on the level leaderboard. The reason was simple: in a month, the remaining 5 billion players would also join the Hope World game. With more people, the value of Carton's glorious shield would not diminish. It was a level 10 silver equipment, one of the top-tier items a month later, and it would not be outdated. By then, the value of this equipment would be even higher. Yi Chen was very satisfied with the bronze chest. Getting 3 silver items in one go was truly a big win. Just then, the system suddenly sounded, ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden achievement, unlocking the ability to open any quality of treasure chest, obtaining 3 pieces of the highest quality equipment items, and thus acquiring a rare skill, the treasure chest forceful opening technique, while also gaining an additional 500 reputation points. The quality of this skill is special, and its rarity level is rare. The effect is that any treasure chest can be directly opened, regardless of whether a key is needed. If a key is not required, there is a 10% increase in luck. If a key is needed, you can attempt to forcefully open it with a 50% success rate. If the attempt fails, the chest will be permanently locked and unable to be opened. This skill can be leveled up by accumulating 100 instances of opening the highest quality rewards. The treasure chest forceful opening technique is a special skill similar to the lockpicking skill in D&D games. Yi Chen is very satisfied with this skill, as it will be invaluable in encountering various types of treasure chests in the future. Regardless of whether a chest is locked or not, there is a 50% chance of opening it, with the risk of failure. However, for Yi Chen, failure is inconsequential as he can rewind time by 1 minute and try again. Opening the chest also completes an achievement, granting an additional active skill and 500 reputation points, making Yi Chen very pleased. After placing all the contents of the chest into his backpack, Yi Chen closes the chest and quietly slips away without any player noticing that the chest has been tampered with. At noon, Yi Chen has already reached level 5. To equip Babuna's explosive longbow, he needs to reach level 5. Leveling up from level 5 to level 6 requires a whopping 10,000 experience points, which is 10 times that of an average player due to Yi Chen's unique circumstances. Yi Chen is feeling frustrated by this. His attribute points remain at 10 strength and 3 agility, with a total of 11 skill points, all of which are invested in the King's Combo skill, his strongest offensive skill. At level 4, the combo can hit 7 to 12 times with a cooldown of 9 minutes. At level 5, the cooldown will decrease by 1 minute. Yi Chen is determined to reach level 10 quickly to equip Babuna's explosive longbow and make monster hunting easier. Yi Chen continues to level up by soloing monsters, reaching level 7 by mid-afternoon. His luck with critical hits has made the leveling process smoother. Yi Chen's focus remains on skill points as he progresses further. 16 skill points, plus 1 skill point that he already had, totaling 17 skill points. Yi Chen almost had no thoughts and chose to focus on the King's Combo. The King's Combo is currently at level 4, requiring 10 skill points to level up. With 16 skill points, Yi Chen allocated all of them to the King's Combo, directly leveling up to level 5, with 6 skill points remaining. Upon reaching level 5, the cooldown time for the King's Combo is reduced to 8 minutes. If it could be reduced to 5 minutes or 3 minutes, that would be even better. Currently, Yi Chen has 9 skills in his skill bar: King's Combo level 5, Dark Stealth level 3, King's Wrath level 1, Blessing level 1, Heal level 1, Arrow of Gale level 1, Bloodthirsty Arrow level 1, Rain of Arrows level 1, Rare Skill Book, requires a second book to increase damage, and Lockpicking level 1, Rare Special Skill, requires completing corresponding achievements to level up. With 6 skill points remaining, Yi Chen plans to learn the King's Strike when he reaches level 8, enhancing his output capabilities. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi Chen spent an hour and finally reached level 8. Due to his level, the experience points he gained decreased. Originally, killing a demon lion would yield 500 experience points, but now he only gets 400. It took him an hour and a half to reach level 8. To advance from level 8 to level 9, he needs 40,000 experience points, and killing a demon lion only gives him 300 experience points. The gap keeps increasing, but there is a reason he hasn't chosen higher level monsters: his health is not enough. Yi Chen currently has 300 health points. Equipping a white shirt with an additional 200 health points, the demon lion's attack damage is exactly 200 points, meaning Yi Chen can only withstand 1 hit. 2 hits would be fatal. Going to higher level monster areas is not about whether he can defeat them, but whether he can withstand their damage. I need to quickly reach level 10, complete the very difficult beginner tasks. With the help of the tasks, I can reach level 13 or 14 today, not a big difference, Yi Chen thought to himself. Continuing to fight, leveling up has its benefits. Although he gains less experience, he can kill monsters much faster. If he reaches level 10 and equips the bursting longbow of Bamuna, it will probably be more enjoyable. At 7 o'clock in the evening, after having dinner at 5 o'clock, Yi Chen resumed monster hunting until 7 o'clock, finally witnessing a flash of white light under his feet, officially reaching level 10. Player, Sigh of the King. Level 10. First occupation, Assassin, Dark King. Second occupation, Warlock, not transformed. Third occupation, Archer, not transformed. Health, 500/500, character dies when health reaches 0. Mana, 200/200, cannot use corresponding skills when mana reaches 0. Attack power, 220 to 440, critical hit deals 440 damage. Magic attack power, 20 to 40, critical hit deals 440 damage. Constitution, 10, affects health points. Spirit, 10, affects mana and magic damage. Strength, 110, affects physical damage and carrying capacity. Agility, 40, affects movement speed and reaction ability. Perception, -100, night state effect doubled. Reputation, 1000. Need 10,000 reputation points to enter the leaderboard, and reputation points can be exchanged for prizes. Title, Lucky One of the Hopeful World. Increase 100 luck points. Experience, 0/1000000. Because it is a mix of 3 professions, the experience points are higher than ordinary players. Gold, 0/2/37. Gold, silver, copper coins, LV10. Yi Chen has explosive attributes with up to 110 strength and 40 agility, relying on 3 pieces of equipment to support his health and mana. Rusty iron armor, unknown magical belt, coarse linen head and shoulders, totaling 400 health points and 200 mana points. These are all whiteboard weapons, not even considered bronze. In the hopeful world, players have a total of 12 equipment slots. Top, bottom, belt, head and shoulders, shoes. These are armor equipment, followed by necklace, ring, bracelet, earring, which are accessory equipment, and then elf stone, auxiliary items, which are special equipment, with divinity being considered an auxiliary item. Finally, there are weapons. With 12 equipment slots, players who can currently gather them all are very powerful, not to mention full bronze gear. Even with Yi Chen's 100 luck point bonus, the current top, head and shoulders, and belt are only white equipment, with 3 bronze weapons. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10, activating the Dark King attribute bonus. Ding! Congratulations to the player for reaching level 10, activating the incomplete divinity effect. At this moment, the system voice sounded. Yi Chen had long known about awakening divinity, but what he didn't expect was that reaching level 10 could also activate the Dark King's attribute bonus. The next moment, the voice sounded again. As your main profession is an assassin, the only hidden SSS level profession Dark King, you receive a level 10 attribute bonus, with 1,000 health points, 1,000 mana points, 500 physical attack power, 500 magic attack power increase, and also receive the talent gift, Rare Agility Enhancement. Rare Agility Enhancement quality, special. Grade, rare. Attribute, increase 60 agility points. Effect, permanently triple the current agility attribute. Explanation, this is a rare agility enhancement, a gift from the heavens. A series of enhancements appeared. 1,000 health points and mana points increase is equivalent to an additional 100 points in Constitution and Spirit, plus a 500 point increase in physical and magic attack, resulting in an additional 250 attribute points in Strength and Spirit. This is simply incredible. In an instant, Yi Chen's physical attack power reached 720 points, and his magic attack power reached 520 points. The next moment, equipping the bursting longbow of Bamuna, his attack power instantly reached 1220 points. What is the concept of 1220 attack damage? A level 10 magic lion has only 1,500 health points. Yi Chen can take down a magic lion with just 1 critical hit without needing any skills. If there is no critical hit, 2 arrows can take down a magic lion. In addition to the incomplete divinity, there is a 50% critical hit rate, and each player's inherent 10% critical hit rate, resulting in a 60% critical hit rate. It is simply terrifying and incredible. There is also the talent gift, Advanced Agility Enhancement. This gift talent does not directly change attributes, but directly triples them. The so-called talent gift is the strongest talent skill in the hopeful world, a skill that cannot be learned, but must be obtained by completing special tasks. The rare level agility enhancement is only slightly inferior to the ultimate and divine level agility enhancements. The 5 times agility bonus makes Yi Chen light as a feather, and agility not only affects movement speed and reaction ability, but also attack speed. Yi Chen now has 40 points of agility, plus a permanent increase of 60 points of agility from passive talent, totaling 100 points of agility. Due to the rare agility enhancement, 100 points of agility can unleash the effect of 300 points of agility. Yi Chen's speed is like a gust of wind, possibly low-level wild monsters and beasts, unable to even see Yi Chen's attack trajectory. Another point is that Yi Chen used to take 2 seconds to shoot an arrow, now it's 3 arrows in 1 second, which is the most terrifying part. With 1,120 points of physical attack damage, plus 3 arrows in 1 second, or switching to a dagger, 3 cuts in 1 second. This is the benefit of agility, doubling the attack speed with 100 points of agility, with no upper limit. It's simply invincible. Equipped with the bursting longbow of Bamona, Yi Chen aims at a demon lion, instantly pulls the string, shoots out an arrow feather at an extremely fast speed. This is an invisible arrow, not an iron arrow, but a power inherent in the silver weapon. It can be understood as an elemental arrow. Thud! The sound of the vibrating bowstring rings crisply. Minus 9,600. A damage that turns red to purple suddenly appears. Penetration plus bursting, double damage, plus a fatal blow quadruple damage, equivalent to 8 times the damage. A limit arrow, 9,600 points of damage. Invincible. Even Yi Chen himself was shocked by how strong this archer is. Critical hit plus fatal blow. 8 times the damage, blood red, and extremely intense, and because of the agility bonus, Yi Chen can shoot out 3 arrows in an instant. If lucky, all 3 arrows have this damage. That's a ton of damage in one go. And more importantly, this is Yi Chen's basic attack, without even using skills. If skills are used, the maximum damage is definitely more than 9,600. Mastering absolute power. Besides excitement, Yi Chen's next step is to complete the mission. Already at level 10, Yi Chen is going to deal with the Fire Demon Tiger, a high-level wild monster at level 10, even stronger than the Demon Lion, belonging to a special monster. Although not as strong as elite monsters, the Fire Demon Tiger can be considered a boss-level wild monster. It has 3 times the attributes of a normal level 10 monster, very powerful. Arriving at the Fire Rock Mountains, following the mission guidance, Yi Chen quickly found the Fire Demon Tiger. Its body is blood red all over, running like a ball of fire. This is the strength of the Fire Demon Tiger, also the source of its nickname. Name, Fire Demon Tiger. Level, LV10. Health, 5,000/5,000. Mana, 500/500. Attack, 400/800. Skill, Flame Fury Claw. Description, beware of its claws. Once touched by flames, you will be burned alive until death. This kind of monster has completely fused with flames. With 5,000 health points plus up to 400 attack points, even if Yi Chen is caught once, it would be unlucky. Now Yi Chen has only 1,500 health points, can only withstand a few hits. If a critical hit occurs, 2 hits could take him down. Without any nonsense, Yi Chen directly uses the skill Dark Stealth, reducing his perception. As the Fire Demon Tiger here usually moves in groups, Yi Chen cannot be careless. Even with 1220 attack points, he absolutely cannot be careless. Finally, Yi Chen found 2 Fire Demon Tigers that were separated, and in the next moment, Yi Chen directly switched to the Warlock Magic Ball, released a Curse of the King, reducing all attributes by 50%, then instantly switched to the Bronze Dagger and stabbed the head of the Fire Demon Tiger. Plop plop plop. 3 clean and neat cuts, instantly 3 sets of data appear. Minus 730. Minus 730. Minus 1,460. Dealing 2,920 points of damage in 1 second. Because Yi Chen is equipped with a bronze dagger, his physical attack is only 730 points. Curse of the King. Yi Chen switches back to the Warlock Magic Ball, releases the curse skill, black energy entwines around a Fire Demon Tiger, then Yi Chen switches to Bamuna's bursting longbow, quickly retreats 10 meters away, then pulls the string and shoots out 3 arrow feathers. Arrow of the Gale. Phew! Thud! Phew! Thud! Phew! Thud! 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. 3 critical hits. Under the incomplete divine bonus, Yi Chen almost crit every time. 3 consecutive crits, dealing 7,500 damage directly taking down a Fire Demon Tiger. Ding! Congratulations on killing the leader-level wild monster Fire Demon Tiger, gaining 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing the leader-level wild monster Fire Demon Tiger, gaining 500 experience points. Level 10 upgraded to level 11 requires 100,000 experience points. A Fire Demon Tiger can bring 500 experience points. As long as you kill 200 Fire Demon Tigers, you can level up. With the current attack speed and power, Yi-Chen can take down a fire demon tiger in 10 seconds, a bit efficient, killing 5 fire demon tigers in a minute, 50 in 10 minutes, and can level up in 40 minutes. Phew phew phew. Phew phew phew. 1250. 1250. 2500. 2500. 1250. 2500. 2500. King's Curse. King's Curse. King's Curse. Next, Yi-Chen didn't say anything. He didn't switch weapons, holding the explosive longbow of Manhwa, shooting wildly, 3 arrows per second, plus the King's Curse. The monster spawn rate was extremely fast. Experience points kept climbing. 1, 3, 5, 7, 10. When he finished hunting the 10th one, the system sound finally rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing a very difficult beginner task within 24 hours, gaining 10,000 experience points, 2 gold coins, and whether to accept the second round of very difficult beginner tasks? Yes. 2 gold coins made Yi-Chen very happy. Now the price of 1 gold coin in the black market is probably up to 3,500. 2 gold coins are 7,000 Yuzhou coins. How could Yi-Chen not be happy? Ding! Congratulations to the player for accepting the second round of very difficult beginner tasks. The Fire Demon Tigers Riot. Please hunt 100 Fire Demon Tigers within 24 hours, as well as kill an elite level Fire Demon Tiger. Completing the task will reward you with 100,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. The second round of tasks is even more difficult, to kill 100 Fire Demon Tigers, and also to kill an elite level Fire Demon Tiger. But Yi-Chen had planned to level up here anyway, so he didn't mind. Dark Stealth. The next moment, Yi-Chen hid in the dark, then he observed the surroundings. He wanted to test the power of the sky full of arrows, so he needed to find a place where Fire Demon Tigers gathered the most, so that he could truly unleash the full effect of the sky full of arrows. 5 minutes later, Yi-Chen arrived at a low-lying area. At least 20 Fire Demon Tigers were lying here. Yi-Chen counted a total of 25 Fire Demon Tigers. He had almost no nonsense. Standing in the central area, Yi-Chen switched to the Warlock Magic Ball, and then released the King's Curse frantically. Fortunately, this skill had no cooldown, otherwise he wouldn't be able to do 1 per second. The 25 Fire Demon Tigers were all affected by the King's Curse, with all attributes reduced by 50%. Then Yi-Chen held the explosive longbow of Manhwa, shooting a large number of arrow feathers into the sky. This was when he released the skill. Sky full of arrows. Arrows fell one after another, as if it were raining. Iron arrows fell, causing terrifying damage in an instant. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 625. 625. 625. 675. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. 1,250. Dense damage appeared. 625 damage was non-critical, and 1250 was critical damage. Yi-Chen's sky full of arrows caused 3125 damage to each Fire Demon Tiger. The Fire Demon Tiger's health was 5,000 points, but the King's Curse reduced all their attributes by 50%, which was equivalent to deducting half of their health. 3 waves of sky full of arrows. Yi-Chen completed a kill in 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the Fire Demon Tiger and gaining 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the Fire Demon Tiger and gaining 500 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the player for successfully killing the Fire Demon Tiger and gaining 500 experience points. 25 consecutive system prompts sounded, and at the same time, a pair of white boots dropped. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Chen gained 12,500 experience points. This is Yi-Chen's current output ability. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the very difficult second beginner task, gaining 100,000 experience points, and 2 gold coin rewards. At exactly 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Yi-Chen had reached level 11 and smoothly completed the second beginner task. He directly received a reward of 100,000 experience points. Now at level 11, he needs 200,000 experience points to reach level 12. Completing the second beginner task filled half of the experience bar, making Yi-Chen feel pleased. Upon leveling up again, Yi-Chen continued to allocate his attributes in a 10:3 ratio, with 10 points in strength and 3 points in agility. Before reaching level 20, there would be no changes. After level 20, he would need to change professions, and attribute points would be reallocated based on the situation at that time. In terms of skill points, with 6 points left from before, he now had a total of 14 skill points. After learning the skill King's Strike, he had 4 skill points remaining, which he decided not to use for now. Ding! Would the player like to accept the third beginner task? Completing all tasks will earn additional rewards. The third beginner task appeared, and Yi Chen chose to accept it immediately. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! Congratulations to the player for accepting the third beginner task successfully. This task requires the player to go to Fire Rock Mountain to find a precious material, Fire Spirit Grass, and also to kill the Fire Demon Tiger King to obtain its heart. Then, go find the village chief to submit the task. This time, the reward is 500,000 experience points and 5 gold coins. Please note that the Fire Demon Tiger King is a level 15 task boss with strong power. You have 48 hours. Fire Demon Tiger King? Yi Chen knew this guy. In the Hope world, bosses were divided into 2 types, task bosses and field bosses. Task bosses were related to specific tasks and had fixed drops. For example, Yi Chen needed the heart of the Fire Demon Tiger King, so after killing it, either the heart would drop or it wouldn't. Field bosses, like the Ironback Lion King, dropped many treasures but were stronger. Although task bosses were powerful, they were ultimately meant to be defeated by players. Of course, it was the top players who could defeat them. A level 15 boss? Yi Chen furrowed his brows. At level 11, it would be difficult to solo a level 15 boss. Unless he reached level 15, there was still some hope, especially since he had the divine skill Curse of the King, which could directly reduce the boss's health by 20% to 50%. This curse from the king had a significant effect on ordinary bosses and monsters, reducing all attributes by 50%. It was a powerful weapon in the early stages. I'll level up first, then go solo the boss at level 15. I need to be cautious and not just focus on that boss, but also the other one. Yi Chen looked towards the northwest, where the Ironback Lion King was located. The Dark King's skill tree requires reaching level 20 to unlock new skills. With the current situation, my finishing moves are King's Combo, King's Strike, and King's Wrath, a powerful support skill that guarantees 100% critical hits for 5 minutes and adds 200 attack points. Yi Chen calculated his output methods while continuously grinding monsters in Fire Rock Mountain. The experience points brought by the Fire Demon Tiger are much higher than the 11-15 level wild monsters. Because the Fire Demon Tiger is special, it is a quest monster, so the experience points are very high. Of course, the Fire Demon Tiger also has high damage and health points. Ordinary players really won't grind monsters here. Rain of Arrows, King's Combo, King's Wrath, Swift Wind Arrow, Bloodthirsty Arrow, Curse of the King, Blessing, King's Strike, 1x1 skills are released. Yi Chen's 1200 magic points were depleted in less than an hour. Some skills consume magic points are still very terrifying, like Rain of Arrows, which requires 300 magic points to release. Yi Chen can only release Rain of Arrows 4 times, this kind of group attack. However, it must be said that King's Wrath combined with Rain of Arrows can instantly kill the Fire Demon Tiger. Originally 625 damage, because of 100% critical strike, instantly caused 1250 damage, 1250 damage, that is 3750 damage. A Rain of Arrows in a 10 by 10 yard range, causing terrifying damage, densely packed. King's Curse paired with Rain of Arrows, directly kills everything. One Fire Demon Tiger after another fell here, emitting a wail, replaced by a group of data. Just like this from 3 in the afternoon until 6:30 in the evening, finally a halo flashed under Yi Chen's feet, and Yi Chen smoothly reached level 15. Reaching level 15 to level 16 requires a full 500,000 experience points. Even if the task is completed, by midnight today, at most, it can only reach level 17. It is estimated to be very difficult to break through level 20. Reaching level 15, having 52 free attribute points and 32 skill points. Free attribute points remain unchanged, 10 strength points, 3 agility points. Now the strength has reached 150 points, including the attack power of the professional amplification and the silver weapon amplification. The basic attack has reached 1350 points, and with a critical strike, it can cause 2700 points of damage. Agility 115 points, under the blessing of the gifted talent Rare Agility Enhancement, equivalent to 345 points of agility in movement speed and attack speed, 1 arrow per 0. 345 seconds. 32 skill points. Yi Chen respectively improved the skills King's Combo, King's Strike, and King's Wrath. These 3 skills are all output skills, and each requires 10 skill points. King's Combo upgraded to level 6, with a cooldown of 8 minutes, and a combo of 8 13 times, with a minimum of 8 combos and a maximum of 13 combos. King's Wrath upgraded to level 2, attack power plus 200 becomes plus 400, 100% critical strike, lasts for 5 minutes, cooldown 1 hour. King Strike upgraded to level 2, 5 to 10 times damage becomes 6 to 10 times, minimum 6 times damage, cooldown 1 hour. After upgrading these 3 skills, Yi Chen went directly to the top of the Fire Rock Mountain. He was going to pick a fight with the Fire Demon Tiger King. The Fire Demon Tiger King, the strongest boss in the Novice Village, LV-15 fixed task boss, 5 times larger than the average Fire Demon Tiger, covered with flames, lying in a corner of the Fire Rock Mountain at this moment, snoring. This Fire Demon Tiger King is slightly larger than the Ironback Lion King. Fire Demon Tiger King. Level, LV-15. Quality, Bronze Boss. Health, 200,000/200,000. Magic points, 10,000/10,000. Attack power, 1,000/2,000. Skills? The attributes of the Fire Demon Tiger King are terrifying, with 200,000 health points and 10,000 magic points, not to mention the basic attack of 1,000 points, which means that just grabbing you will deduct 1,000 health points. In the Hope World, all bosses and wild monsters have high health points and low attack power, but the Fire Demon Tiger King's attack power is already terrifying. According to Yi Chen's current situation, even if he chooses the warrior profession and adds the lagging glory shield, fully armed, his estimated maximum health value is over 10,000. In this situation, he can't withstand 10 hits from the Fire Demon Tiger King, especially since the opponent also has skills. If they use a stunning skill, it's game over. Truly the strongest boss in the newbie village, following the law that wild monsters surpass fixed bosses. If the Fire Demon Tiger King is this powerful, then the Ironback Lion King is probably even stronger, Yi Chen thought to himself. However, at this moment, he had already begun to prepare, contemplating what skills to use to unleash the strongest damage in an instant. Just then, unexpectedly, a team slowly arrived in the valley. The Fire Demon Tiger King is the strongest boss in this newbie village. Compared to the outdoor boss Ironback Lion King, it's a bit weaker. We have all reached level 18, 3 levels higher than the Fire Demon Tiger King, so we can establish a level suppression. Everyone, be careful, one mistake and we'll be wiped out. Where's old 7? A voice rang out. Yi Chen followed the voice and saw 4 players not far away. The player leading the group was dressed in bronze equipment, a sign of a top player in the early stages of the game. Either they had great luck or were a wealthy player, but 90% were wealthy players. Seeing the young man in bronze equipment before him, Yi Chen thought he must be a wealthy player. Clad in armor and wielding a bronze spear, he looked imposing, with the words Star Fantasy Immortal prominently displayed above his head. Star Fantasy Guild? Yi Chen had researched a lot of information at the internet cafe yesterday, including game guild organizations. This was something that needed to be investigated thoroughly, not because Yi Chen wanted to join that guild, but simply to understand it. Star Fantasy Guild was a highly ranked guild in various online games. In the game guild, there were 2 major rankings, Heaven ranking and Earth ranking, with 36 in Heaven and 72 in Earth, indicating the strength of the guild organization based on its assets, members, and achievements in certain games. Star Fantasy Guild happened to be 9th in the Earth ranking. Although it was only 9th and hadn't made it to the Heaven ranking, it was difficult to enter with a total of 109 guild players. Despite being ranked 109th, the guild players dominated the top 10 lists of various game rankings, including the most difficult dungeon first kills and the strongest boss first kills. Star Fantasy Guild even had 3 players from the closed beta, one of whom had participated in clearing a level 20 beta dungeon and achieved the first kill. That was the strength of Star Fantasy Guild. Yi Chen hadn't expected to encounter a player from Star Fantasy Guild here. However, he didn't know much about Star Fantasy Immortal. Through online information, Yi Chen knew about 3 members of Star Fantasy Guild, Guild Leader Star Fantasy Invincible, Vice Guild Leader Star Fantasy Rose, and Vice Guild Leader Star Fantasy Rising Dragon. He truly didn't recognize this Star Fantasy Immortal character. I don't know where old 7 went. I've been looking for him for a while, but he's still offline. Probably another hemorrhoid flare-up, another player shouted. Among these 4 players, Star Fantasy Immortal looked very handsome and youthful. The second player was a chubby person wearing a few pieces of white equipment and holding a bronze long knife. The third player was a woman dressed more simply, with excellent features and exquisite looks. I wish the world had a function to beautify by 20% and uglify by 20%, so based on character modeling, no matter how ugly, it wouldn't be too ugly, and no matter how beautiful, it wouldn't be too beautiful. Moreover, seeing the opponent's face in the game, it would be automatically forgotten after logging out, to prevent real-life vendettas, including voices. So the third player is a little beauty, the fourth is also a little beauty, wearing a purple leather jacket, which enhances the charm of Shinkai by 20%, even if it beautifies by 20%, it will definitely not be inferior. The next three are Xinghuan Daoi, Xinghuan Rabbit, Xinghuan Zitan. Laochi has no proper form. I wonder if the boss's task is to kill the Fire Demon Tiger King? He is not online now. If the Fire Demon Tiger King is killed by someone else first, we will have to wait a day. Xinghuan Rabbit spoke up, feeling a bit unhappy. You can rest assured about this. With the current strength of those new players in the newbie village, they can't kill the Fire Demon Tiger King at all. Even we can't do it successfully. But the boss completed the hidden task and obtained a special item that can reduce the attributes of the Fire Demon Tiger King. We have a chance. As for others? He. Xinghuan Daoi said, boasting about himself, and then became more cryptic in the latter half of his sentence. However, Yi Chen stood about 20 meters away from them, but the four of them did not notice him at all, so Yi Chen could hear their conversation clearly. It wasn't until they were only 3 to 4 meters away that suddenly, Xinghuan Unbreakable noticed Yi Chen. Someone. Xinghuan Unbreakable frowned, took a few steps back, and the other three followed suit, looking at Yi Chen in surprise, especially Daoi, as if they had seen a ghost. Damn, you scared the hell out of me. Really scared me. Wow, boss, don't do this, you almost scared me. The four of them were startled, and now it was getting dark, everything was quiet around them, walking peacefully, and suddenly someone appeared next to them, which they hadn't noticed before, naturally causing a startle. At this moment, Yi Chen was also helpless. As night fell, his perception had dropped to 200, which was still relatively high for a player, and he was close by. Otherwise, they would have had a hard time noticing him, and it wasn't his fault. Rubbing his nose, Yi Chen shrugged and said, "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you, but are you here to hunt the Fire Demon Tiger King?" Yi Chen's tone was calm, neither humble nor overbearing. Although the other party belonged to the Xinghuan Guild, Yi Chen had no intention of joining them at all. Not at all. Not to mention Xinghuan. Even the three top guilds, Myth, Heaven, and Hell, Yi Chen would not join. Naturally, the sudden appearance of a player did not leave a good impression on Xinghuan Unbreakable and the others, but they didn't show any arrogance either. They just said casually, Xinghuan Unbreakable uttered a word from his nostrils, then ignored Yi Chen. After all, he was a well-known member of the guild. Although only ranked 9th in the local rankings, this ranking was not national but global, so Xinghuan Unbreakable did have the capital to be proud. "You guys go ahead and grind, I won't compete with you," Yi Chen said calmly. He had 48 hours for this task, and the Fire Demon Tiger King would respawn in 24 hours, so he could give way to them. It wasn't out of fear, just to avoid trouble. But when he said this, it didn't sit well with Xinghuan Unbreakable and the others. "Bro, can you not be so arrogant? What do you mean by not competing with us? Bro, even if you were 5 people, I wouldn't say anything, but you alone, do you want to solo it?" Xinghuan Daoj was a bit puzzled, not angry, just thinking that Yi Chen was not good at talking. More or less. Yi Chen nodded, very calm. Even though the other party seemed unfriendly, Yi Chen remained composed. Ha, still more or less? Little brother, if you can solo the Fire Demon Tiger King, I'll give you this bronze weapon. Star Fantasy Rabbit and Star Fantasy Purple Sandalwood smiled. They weren't mocking, just expressing disbelief, like a primary school student saying they want to box with the world boxing champion. "Brother, the Fire Demon Tiger King is the fixed boss of the newbie village. Our team is not complete yet. If you need to farm it, go ahead. We in the Star Fantasy Guild always act reasonably." Star Fantasy Immortal smiled and spoke, also privately chatting with the 3 teammates. "Don't joke around. This guy is probably an assassin player, can stealth, and has low perception. We didn't notice him before. If we don't drive him away, or let him find death, when we are about to get the first kill on the boss, if he lands the final blow, it will be ridiculous." Star Fantasy Immortal privately chatted with the 3 teammates, and they all fell silent, especially the rabbit in Sandalwood. They had wanted to tease Yi Chen before, but now they felt the reasoning behind the words and stopped talking. "Yes, since brother is so confident, then let him have it." Dao Yi immediately spoke, sending Yi Chen to his death, while the 4 also watched Yi Chen guardedly. If Yi Chen didn't choose to kill the Fire Demon Tiger King, they might choose to kill Yi Chen, mainly out of concern that Yi Chen might try to steal the first kill. "Alright, I'll do it." Yi Chen wasn't particularly interested in the first kill, but since the other party conceded, Yi Chen no longer hid anything. This is the online game world, not the real world. If it were the real world and he had powerful abilities, Yi Chen might choose to hide, but in the online game world, he had to be high profile, absolutely not low-key. So Yi Chen had no reservations. As soon as Blessing was activated, Yi Chen gave himself a Blessing status. Star Fantasy Immortal and others smiled and whispered to each other. Didn't expect him to be a warlock. An auxiliary profession actually wants to solo the Fire Demon Tiger King? Is he crazy? Has he gone crazy from reading online novels? Sigh, there are more and more noob players nowadays. The group whispered, and Yi Chen couldn't hear them as it was a private chat. But Dao Ye's voice was quite open, directly making fun of Yi Chen as a noob. They saw Yi Chen holding a warlock magic ball and giving himself a simple blessing buff, thinking Yi Chen was just a warlock. It wasn't mocking, just thinking Yi Chen was bravely facing it head-on. But in the next moment, Curse of the King was released, and at that moment, a red to black number appeared above the Fire Demon Tiger King's head. -100,000. Terrifying damage appeared, leaving Star Fantasy Immortal and others stunned for a moment, then rubbing their eyes, immediately showing a look of disbelief, especially Dao Yi, who calmly looked ahead. After the damage appeared, he was about to laugh and said, "Just dealt 10. What the heck? 100,000? Dao Yi's chubby face turned into a shocked expression, and all four of them were shocked, their jaws dropping. Even the two beauties disregarded their image. The Fire Demon Tiger King opened his eyes, roaring and searching frantically as if he had gone mad. At that moment, Yi Chen released Dark Stealth, then quietly disappeared from everyone's sight. Following that, Yi Chen switched to Bamo Na's explosive longbow and unleashed the skill Wrath of the King. Rain of Arrows, Arrow of the Swift Wind, Arrow of Blood Rage -3,440. -3,440. -3,440. -3,500. -3,500. 3 arrows in 1 second. Although the Fire Demon Tiger King endured the pain and survived this wave of damage, then pounced with lightning speed, roaring like a tiger. Roar! The terrifying roar of the tiger sounded like a sonic boom, giving Yi Chen a deafening sensation. The 4 members of the Star Illusion Guild were stunned by the roar of the tiger, and then injuries appeared one after another. -500. -500. -500. Terrifying damage appeared as the Fire Demon Tiger King extended its claws, forming flaming claws. Its skill. 8 flames shot out, and although Yi Chen felt a bit dizzy, he managed to dodge the attack in an instant. However, the 4 members of the Star Illusion Guild could not escape. -2,000. -2,000. -2,000. -2,000. For blood red damages appeared, and the 4 members of the Star Illusion Guild fell on the spot. Yi Chen, regaining his senses, switched to a bronze dagger in an instant and unleashed the strongest attack. King's Combo, King's Strike. -2,500. -2,500. -2,500. -20,000. The King's Combo, a total of 6 hits, was forcibly interrupted, causing 15,000 points of damage instead of the potential 8 hits. The King's Strike directly caused 8 times the damage. The 2 skills combined caused 35,000 points of damage, along with the previous 18,000 points of damage, totaling 53,000 points of damage. The Curse of the King caused 100,000 points of damage, leaving the Fire Demon Tiger King with 47,000 points of health. At this moment, Yi Chen had no chance to attack because of the Fire Demon Tiger King's strong attack speed, movement speed, and power. Dodging was necessary. The benefits of the rare agility enhancement were evident at this moment. The triple agility bonus made Yi Chen extremely fast, almost on par with the Fire Demon Tiger King. Although there was still some danger, he could mostly avoid all of the Fire Demon Tiger King's skills and attacks. 47,000 points of health. It's difficult to kill based on my skill cooldown and the Fire Demon Tiger King's self-healing speed, Yi Chen thought to himself. The Fire Demon Tiger King recovered 100 points of health per second, which amounted to 6,000 points in a minute and 60,000 points in 10 minutes without taking damage. Yi Chen's full set of skills only caused 53,000 points of damage. The real trouble lay in the Fire Demon Tiger King's terrifying speed and high attack power, not its health recovery. Sometimes high attack power alone was not enough, as in this case where Yi Chen had high attack power but low health. A single swipe from the Fire Demon Tiger King could take half of Yi Chen's life, and 2 swipes could send him back home. Any mistake could be fatal if he encountered a skill. This was the terror of a boss. What is a boss? A monster with high health, defense, and damage is called a boss. If a boss could be easily soloed, would it still be considered a boss? Without the Curse of the King and the rare agility enhancement, Yi Chen would not be able to solo this boss even at level 20, and it would only be possible at level 30 with 1 or 2 teammates. But now, at level 15, attempting to solo the boss showed courage, but whether he could defeat it was still unknown. Swish, swish, swish. Creating distance, Yi Chen could not let the Fire Demon Tiger King continue to recover health. He held the explosive longbow of Bamo Na and pulled the bowstring with force. At that moment, 3 arrow feathers condensed into a blazing light and shot out directly. Boom! 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 -3,500. -3,500. -3,500. The arrow feathers flew and struck the fire demon Tiger King, causing it to howl in pain as the explosive effect was triggered, dealing 7,500 points of damage in a second. The fire demon Tiger King's body was flowing with bright red blood, looking extremely fierce and cold, staring at Yi Chen with killing intent and coldness. Puff! The fire demon Tiger King rushed towards Yi Chen, a tiger paw coming down. Yi Chen instantly bounced away, but immediately the fire demon Tiger King swept with a tiger tail, hitting Yi Chen's armor with a snap. Minus 1,000. 1,000 points of damage, instantly reducing Yi Chen's health to the bottom, leaving only 200 points. Yi Chen did not hesitate to take a life herb, while continuously dodging the fire demon Tiger King's attacks. Just now he was greedy, shooting 3 arrows in a row, which gave the fire demon Tiger King time to attack. Damn, getting hit once is 1,000 health points. If I get hit again, it's over. The effect of the life herb is not very strong, so one must not act recklessly until the health points are restored to 1,000. Roar! Both sides fought back and forth. Yi Chen no longer dared to be greedy. He quickly distanced himself and shot arrows, then continued to dodge. In this back and forth, Yi Chen gradually gained the upper hand. The effect of the king's wrath had disappeared. Yi Chen's attack damage became 1350, with a 60% critical hit rate under the blessing of the divine power, quite considerable, but still troublesome. Because if lucky, a critical hit would occur within 27 seconds, allowing for an effective attack to make the fire demon Tiger King lose health. If luck was average, an attack within 13 seconds could still cause some damage, although not much. It was better than letting the fire demon Tiger King regain health, right? And so time passed bit by bit. 10 minutes later, the Star Fantasy Undying group once again arrived here, but they did not choose to snatch the boss. The glory of the guild made it impossible for them to do such despicable things. They came here just to see who Yi Chen really was. And at this moment, almost all of Yi Chen's skills had recovered from their cooldown, except for the king's wrath. King's strike. Yi Chen switched to his dagger, like a startled swan, brushing past the fire demon Tiger King. The next purple-red damage figure floated up. 10 times damage plus a critical hit appeared. Minus 54,000. With a dagger attack of 1350, triggering a critical hit meant 4 times the damage, plus the 10 times damage effect of the king's strike. Yi Chen dealt a ton of damage. When the Star Fantasy Undying group saw this scene, they were once again dumbfounded. A piercing skill dealing 54,000 points of damage? What the hell was this game? Especially for Star Fantasy Undying. Although he was not a beta player, his cousin was, the vice president of the guild. He knew deeply what 53,000 points of damage meant. He was a bronze-ranked player, and a B-rank special class, a greatsword warrior. His normal attack was only 240 points, even with all skills and amplification effects. Star Fantasy Undying had tested and the highest critical hit he had dealt was 1,200 points. This was his highest damage, and just now, he had asked the guild leader what kind of damage he could deal, and the leader had said the highest damage was 7,000, and the guild leader of Star Fantasy had also informed him. In the current situation, the highest damage any player in the world could deal was definitely not more than 30,000, no matter who it was. But now he saw someone dealing 100,000 and 53,000. This meant that the man in front of him was undoubtedly the world's number one. Oh my goodness, 53,000 damage. Brother Mia, if you hit me once, I'll check if I'm dreaming. Star Fantasy Daoyi said in shock. Who is this guy? Could he be one of the top 10 god-level players? Rabbit swallowed and said. I feel like he's not just one of the top 10 god-level players anymore. He might be one of the 3 kings or even the emperor of the gaming world? Purple Sand spoke slowly, her voice trembling by the end. Emperor? Star Fantasy Undying and Star Fantasy Daoyi were both stunned. In the online gaming world, there is a ranking list: Emperor, 3 kings, 10 heroes, 100 strong, 1,000 strategists. Don't talk about 1 emperor and 3 kings. Even if you can become 1,000 mechanism, it is the supreme glory, because there are only those positions. And how many online game enthusiasts are there? With a global population of 5 billion, 30% are online game enthusiasts. This time, because of the hope of the world's arrival, it is estimated that at least 70% are online game enthusiasts, which means there are hundreds of billions of players, but only 1,114 positions, symbolizing glory, are the existence that countless players pursue. So, 1 emperor. Shocking. Roar. And at this moment, the fire demon Tiger King roared again, and then a flame skill sprayed out, and the 4 people of Xinghuan Daimi had no dodging ability at all, and once again sacrificed. Damn it! Again? Xinghuan Daimi shouted, but unfortunately, he disappeared the next second. And at this moment, after dodging the attack, Yi Chen instantly switched to a bronze dagger weapon, leaving the fire demon Tiger King with less than 10,000 health points. Yi Chen jumped and appeared above the head of the fire demon Tiger King, then released the king's combo, minus 2,500. A critical hit appeared, and when Yi Chen hit the 6th combo, the Fire Demon Tiger King finally roared, then fell to the ground and died directly. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Fire Demon Tiger King. The system sound rang out the next moment. Ding! Congratulations on completing the first kill of the newbie village boss, and receiving 2,000 reputation points as a reward. Ding! As the first player to kill the newbie village boss solo, you receive 5,000 reputation points as a reward. Ding! Since you killed the Fire Demon Tiger King in just 12 minutes, you set the record for the shortest first kill and received 2,000 reputation points as a reward. Ding! Congratulations on completing the third round task, receiving 500,000 experience points and 5 gold coins as a reward. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing the Fire Demon Tiger King and receiving 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is LV16. Killing a Fire Demon Tiger King, a series of dings sounded, making Yi Chen a bit confused. Calculating it, killing the Fire Demon Tiger King did not bring any substantial benefits, just a bunch of reputation points, totaling 14,000, plus his own 1,000, making it 15,000 reputation points. Reputation points can be used to open the Reputation Mall in the main city to exchange for goods, but it's unknown if the items in the Reputation Mall are good. As for experience points, a total of 700,000 were obtained. After reaching LV16, it requires 600,000 experience points to level up to the next level, still lacking 400,000 experience points. And at that moment, the system sound rang out again. Ding! Very difficult newbie task, third round completed. Do you accept the fourth round task? The fourth round task is to kill the fixed boss Frost Giant Elephant. Completing the fourth round task will reward you with 1 million experience points and 10 gold coins. The fourth round task appeared, and the rewards were indeed generous, 1 million experience points plus 10 gold coins. Now, 1 gold coin is already trading at 3,509 states coins on the black market, so 10 gold coins are 35,000. Adding the 8 gold coins he currently has, if he completes the task and sells 15, it will be 52,509 states coins. This is a huge sum of money. A sum that can greatly improve the current environment in life. Accept, Yi Chen said without hesitation. Ding! Accepting the fourth round task successfully, this task will last for 48 hours. Please note that the Frost Giant Elephant is a level 20 fixed boss with high defense and strong vitality. The system sound issued a warning. The Frost Giant Elephant does indeed have high health and defense, but its attack power is not very high. However, for a level 20 boss, how weak can you expect it to be? Just then, a system voice sounded. Congratulations to the player King Sai, for becoming the first killer of the Fire Demon Tiger King, and the record holder. A system voice spread throughout the entire 9-state server, with countless newbie villages divided in the Hope World, each accommodating 10 to 50,000 players. Naturally, news of the first boss kill had to spread throughout the entire 9-state server. Oh my! It's this guy again? Could it be that legendary equipment? Having legendary equipment and killing the boss? Is there even a point in playing this game anymore? King brother, can you take me along? I have money, you help me level up, and I'll pay you. Brother, are you selling that legendary equipment? $1 billion. This guy is still playing? With legendary equipment, he can do whatever he wants. At this moment, many players in the 9 states region were furious, believing that Yi Chen was cheating, relying on a piece of legendary equipment to rise to the top. In an instant, millions of complaints appeared, but Yi Chen didn't care at all. However, as the number of complaints increased, the official finally contacted Yi Chen. Hope World Official Group. Hello. We are the official group of Hope World. We hope you can publicly disclose the attributes of the Dark King's ring. If you are willing to disclose it, we can reward you once. We have detected that you currently have 15,000 reputation points, which can be exchanged for items in the reputation store in the main city. We can offer you a discount, selling reputation store items at half price, but only once, and it must be within 24 hours. What do you think? This was the email sent by the official. It can be seen that even the official does not have the right to control Hope World, so they could only come to him for help. Half price. At the same time, I request an extension to 48 hours, otherwise, I do not want to disclose the equipment attributes, as other players will be able to counteract it, causing trouble for me. Yi Chen replied, 24 hours? Half price? This was obviously impossible, so Yi Chen set his own terms. The official quickly responded, we are sorry, your request is too unreasonable. We can offer a maximum of 30% discount, and the time can be extended to 48 hours. The official replied in this manner. Forget it then. Yi Chen was not intentionally being difficult, but the attribute of the Dark King's ring had a negative perception of 100, and in the future, other players could use this to target him. Hiding the equipment attributes was a way to protect himself. Publicly disclosing the attributes would only bring trouble upon himself. Why should he suffer and not be rewarded? This was unacceptable. The official did not respond, and Yi Chen didn't care. At this moment, a large group of players rushed into the territory of the Fire Demon Tiger King, wanting to witness what the King's Sai looked like. Unfortunately, Yi Chen had already left the mountain. He was heading to the main city to hunt higher-level monsters and exchange equipment, while also considering who to sell his gold coins to. At the same time, in one of the 5 main cities, the 4 members of Xinghuan stood at the city gate, looking puzzled, and continuously communicating through the guild channel. Xinghuan, it's true, we really saw the King's Sai. Xinghuan Rabbit, that's right, we saw it with our own eyes. Xinghuan Zitan, I'm not lying, we really saw it. Xinghuan Daoi, if we're lying, I'm a grandson. Xinghuan Fei, I don't believe it. Xinghuan Rogue, I believe it, I must be a fool. Xinghuan Tutu, bro, how many times have you lied to us? I don't believe it. Xinghuan Rose, you saw it? Did you have any interaction? Xinghuan Rabbit, yes. Daoi called him a noob and laughed at him for reading too many online novels. Xinghuan Rabbit looked innocent, but Daoi's expression changed slightly. Why are you saying that? Xinghuan Fei, stop bragging, I don't believe it. Xinghuan Tutu, you're talking as if it's true. Xinghuan Mo smiled. Dao Yi, Rabbit, Zitan, and Niege, the famous big talkers, don't believe them, everyone. At this moment, the entire guild was lively discussing, but 90% of the members did not believe these 4. But at this moment, suddenly, a sentence appeared in the main city channel. The king sighed, Xinghuan Guild, speak up if there's trouble. The message appeared, and the entire Xinghuan Guild exploded in an instant. Xinghuan Tutu, oh my, did you really provoke the king? Xinghuan Fei, Dao Yi, how can't you control your foul mouth? Xinghuan Mo smiled, 6666, this is big trouble now, hoping the current strongest player in the world, suspected of being one of the 3 giants, you guys are awesome, society. Xinghuan Rose, what nonsense did you guys say? At this moment, Xinghuan Vice President Rose also looked shocked, thinking they were just bragging, but it turned out to be true. Xinghuan Rabbit, Dao Yi still scolds people as fools. At this moment, Xinghuan Rabbit spoke, pure and innocent, and Dao Ye's face immediately turned extremely ugly. The entire Xinghuan Guild channel fell silent, and everyone stopped talking. After a while, a message appeared. Xinghuan Invincible, oh my, Dao Yi, I'll kill you. This was the roar of the guild leader. All the players in the Xinghuan Guild were dumbfounded. They didn't expect Dao Yi to really provoke Yi Chen. This was really going to cause a big problem. Of course, the Xinghuan Guild was not that weak. After Xinghuan Invincible finished roaring, he said, Dao Yi, Mia, Rabbit, Zitan, you guys go solve this matter properly. If you did something wrong, you must apologize. If you didn't do anything wrong, or if the other party is unreasonable, our Xinghuan Guild is not to be trifled with. Xinghuan Invincible said seriously. Although these words boosted morale, smart people knew that if they really provoked the so-called 1 emperor and 3 kings, the Xinghuan Guild would be forced to disband overnight. Even without the need for the 1 emperor and 3 kings, just the top 100 would be enough. The leader of the Xinghuan Guild, Xinghuan Invincible, was the Thousand Mechanism, ranked 132. He knew deeply the terror and power of the online gaming circle. Not to mention wealth, many truly powerful players were super rich second generations, and even had a red background, so this circle was not just for nerds. At the top level, each one was extraordinary. Xinghuan Unyielding, yes. Brother King, what are your orders? Xinghuan Unyielding immediately contacted Yi Chen. At this moment, the 4 of them were both panicked and surprised. Panicked that they had actually provoked someone like Yi Chen, and surprised that they could actually know the suspected 1 emperor and 3 kings. Although this acquaintance was not very pleasant, at least it was an acquaintance. I have 15 gold coins, will your Xinghuan Guild take them? Yi Chen privately messaged the other party. Others couldn't message him privately unless he initiated it. This was a privacy setting. Otherwise, how many people on the server now wanted to talk to him about life ideals? Gold coin selling? Xinghuan Unyielding was dumbfounded. Yi Chen, such a big figure, actually wanted to sell gold coins to him? Seeing that Xinghuan Unyielding didn't reply for a long time, Yi Chen frowned, then sent a message. Do you think it's too little? If it's too little, I'll think of a way. 15 gold coins were not few. Their Xinghuan Guild had several hundred people, and the daily output was about 50 gold coins. Yi Chen alone had 15 gold coins, which was already a huge sum. Take it, how much? If it wasn't to cause trouble, Xinghuan unyielding appeared very happy at the moment, also relieved. If Yi Chen came to cause trouble, it would have caused big trouble. Niago, what does the king mean? Dowdy asked with a very ugly face. He didn't know what Yi Chen meant, just curious. He's looking to buy gold coins from us. The star illusion is telling the truth, but Dowdia's expression became even uglier. Niago, although I may seem simple usually, I'm not stupid. Please don't do this, I'm scared. Dowdy almost cried, but the star illusion was too lazy to pay attention and continued chatting privately with Yi Chen. The official exchange rate now is 2,000 per piece, while the black market is 3,005. How about I give you 3,001 per piece? Yi Chen calculated a compromise price because there are many scammers in the black market, and 3,005 is an inflated price. Around 3,000 is fair, and both sides will profit. No need, 4,000. We'll take all 15 pieces. Jun Wangu, you don't know, players will soon reach level 30, and the first dungeon will appear, at the latest in the day after tomorrow. By then, the price of gold coins will increase. We won't cheat you, 4,001 per piece. The star illusion said with a smile, trying to please Yi Chen. But the next moment, Yi Chen's expression changed. Players will reach level 30 soon? Is this information reliable? Not that Yi Chen liked to be surprised, but once reaching level 30, the level will be locked, and within the first month, level 30 is the maximum. After that, killing monsters will yield significantly less experience. If they don't dominate the level rankings now, it will be even harder later. It's reliable. Our guild leader said so. He hopes the world is full of hope and miracles. Many players have obtained good things, like Jun Wangu, who got King's equipment right after the server opened. As for players who participated in the closed beta, they all received experience potions, so they reached level 10 as soon as they entered the game. Some even reached level 20 directly and were given a set of top-tier bronze equipment. But now they are stuck on the class change quest. Once they complete the class change quest, the last 10 levels will be easy to level up. In the world, there is a class change quest at level 20. If you don't complete it, even if you have enough experience, you can't level up. Otherwise, with a billion players, it wouldn't be difficult to have a level 30 player every 18 hours. After all, the base is a billion, not 10. At this moment, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly. He felt an invisible pressure. But just then, an official email was sent again. Official email, minimum threefold discount, extended for 48 hours. This is our final offer, we hope for your understanding. Yi Chen didn't know that as he was looking for the star illusion and others, not only the players on the 9 provinces server, but players from other countries also started to complain, even causing an international dispute. The other side accused the players from the 9 provinces of cheating, and although the players from the 9 provinces tried to argue the facts, the king's equipment really made them feel embarrassed about any shady dealings. So the number of complaints suddenly exceeded 3 billion. If it were later, the officials would definitely not pay attention, but this was the first day of the server opening. If such a thing happened, it would affect the sales of Hope World. In the end, the officials came to Yi Chen with their heads down. 1 discount, 24 hours, and I also want a top-tier gold dagger. Of course, I don't expect it to be permanent, a 3-day validity is fine. Yi Chen proposed his idea. He could shorten the time to 24 hours, but it must be a discount, and he also wanted a top-tier gold dagger. However, Yi Chen didn't expect it to be permanent, a 3-day validity would suffice. The request for a gold weapon was a bit excessive, but a limited-time weapon shouldn't make the officials feel embarrassed, as it's only for 3 days. Yi Chen wanted to climb the level rankings within these 3 days. Originally, Yi Chen wasn't in a hurry, but now it's different. After hearing what the star illusion said, Yi Chen realized the crisis. Many players already have enough experience to reach level 30, but they haven't leveled up due to the class change issue. All closed beta players are unlikely to settle for an ordinary profession. They all want to obtain better professions, whether it's advanced professions, hidden professions, or even unique hidden professions. They are eager for them. So they have been completing job change tasks in order to obtain advanced professions or unique hidden professions. It is necessary to complete a series of tasks. Like Yi Chen, he was lucky and had the ability to reverse time. Otherwise, it is very difficult, even impossible, to obtain the profession of Dark Lord. After all, the conditions are very strict. In short, time is running out for Yi Chen now. He must seize the time and cannot afford to be careless. On the other side, Xinghuan Dimming helplessly explained to the guild players what Yi Chen was looking for him for, but no one in the guild believed him, thinking that Xinghuan Dimming was lying. Wow! Brother Dimming, it's already this time, are you still causing trouble? What's the matter? Stop causing trouble. If you keep causing trouble, our guild will be disbanded. Yeah, Dimming, stop causing trouble. No one in the Xinghuan guild believed what Xinghuan Dimeng said, but Xinghuan Dimeng was also puzzled. Why is it that no one believes him when he tells the truth? However, at this time, the president of the Xinghuan guild spoke up. Dimeng, if you are not joking, add Mr. King as a friend, establish a friend status, and transfer 100,000 coins to Mr. King directly after that. This money is funded by the guild. As for the gold coins, do not accept them. Although I don't know why the other party wants to sell gold coins, there are indeed some top-level professional players who are in need of money. Let's help them out and turn hostility into friendship. Xinghuan Invincible said, arousing curiosity among many guild players. An existence like king, not to mention one emperor and 3 kings, but at least should be one of the top 10, right? Could it be that he is still short of money? Yes, President, you are the Thousand Mechanisms, a top-level professional player. Those top professional players have annual salaries of up to $1 million. How could Mr. King be short of money? Not necessarily. Some professional players are too obsessed with the game, and they have certain deficiencies in social networking. They don't like to promote or advertise, nor do they like to work. They just like to play games, be the first to kill bosses, break dungeon records, etc. In the absence of other income, they may indeed be short of money. I know there is one among the top 10 who is very short of money. Among the guild members, there are players who truly understand this profession, informing everyone of the reasons. Because of this explanation, the players suddenly realized. At the same time, Yi Chen had not received a message from Xinghuan Dimeng yet, but immediately received an official response. Official email, golden weapons cannot be given, even if they are limited-time weapons. This greatly disrupts the fairness of the game. However, as a result, all items in the reputation store will be discounted by half, but only for 12 hours. To compensate, an additional 5,000 reputation points will be added, and a package of armor enhancement materials will be given, containing a large amount of enhancement materials. If you are lucky enough, you can enhance up to level 5. If a top-tier silver weapon is enhanced to level 5, its attributes will not be inferior to a golden weapon. What do you think? This is the final condition set by the official. Golden weapons cannot be given to Yi Chen, even if they are limited to 3 days. However, the official has made concessions, offering a half-price discount, a 12-hour extension, an additional 5,000 reputation points, and a package of armor enhancement materials. This is very good. After thinking for a minute, Yi Chen decided to agree, and then received an email, which was the reward given by the official. Ding dong, due to your great contribution to the Hope World, you will receive an additional 5,000 reputation points and a package of armor enhancement materials. As the system sound rang out, Yi Chen immediately displayed the attributes of the Dark Lord's ring without hesitation. At that moment, the world once again boiled over. Damn! What's the use of this ring? Perception minus 100 points? What's the point? For an assassin player, this is a divine item, but its effect is not great. It depends on the person. In the hands of a true high-level player, this is a divine item. If in the hands of a newbie player, it's just trash. I thought it was some treasure, but it turns out it's still sealed. I said, how could the world allow such an invincible thing to appear? This kind of king's equipment, in the long run, will definitely become more powerful as you progress, but in the early stages, it's completely useless, not as practical as a golden-level weapon. So it's not an equipment issue. With Yi Chen's equipment on display, suddenly everything became clear, and many players felt slightly embarrassed, especially those who had reported him. Sorry for the disturbance. Apologies. Sorry for the disturbance. Is it so hard to acknowledge someone else's excellence? Sorry, it's really difficult. Hee, why isn't anyone boasting about how amazing the equipment is? You guys love to argue so much, why not come to my construction site? 300 a day? Many people started apologizing, and even some professional players personally apologized. Of course, this apology was just to make a scene in the world. After all, some people wanted to get to know Yi Chen but couldn't. In the country of Jojo, Nanbo Wan said, King brother, are you selling this equipment? If you are, I'll still offer the original price of $1 billion. At this moment, there were still big bosses willing to offer a sky-high price to buy Yi Chen's equipment, but it was only this one person. Other bosses did not make any offers because Yi Chen's king's equipment was not as powerful as imagined. Yi Chen, who received the reward, did not care about the apologies and reports from the players. At this moment, he was fully focused on leveling up. Go to the main city to exchange equipment. After obtaining the materials, Yi Chen made a decision right away to go to the main city to exchange for the equipment he wanted. The Hope World has 5 major main cities: the Azure Dragon main city in the eastern region, the Vermilion Bird main city in the southern region, the White Tiger main city in the western region, the Xuanwu main city in the northern region, and the Qilin main city in the central region. The 5 major main cities can lead to most parts of the Hope World. The place Yi Chen was heading to was the Azure Dragon main city. Yi Chen was well aware that he lacked nothing at the moment, except for equipment. He needed powerful equipment to better and faster kill monster beasts and accelerate his level up. Although he had the bursting longbow of Bamuna, Yi Chen still lacked a dagger weapon so that his damage could be raised to perfection. At the same time, a private message from Xinghuan Unyielding came at this moment, offering a high price to buy the gold coins in Yi Chen's possession, but Yi Chen temporarily refused because he did not have 15 coins yet. He had to kill the frost giant elephant to have 15 gold coins. However, Yi Chen still added Xinghuan Unyielding as a friend. If there were any future transactions, they could discuss it. But just after adding as a friend, the other party immediately transferred 100,000 Zhozhou national coins directly into his bank system, which surprised Yi Chen a bit. What does this mean? Yi Chen asked curiously, but his heart couldn't help but beat faster. As an orphan, his daily income was lucky to be 50 Zhozhou national coins. Now suddenly receiving a transfer of 100,000 Zhozhou national coins, how could Yi Chen not be excited? But a gentleman does not take advantage of others' misfortunes, and Yi Chen still had that integrity. It means nothing, King Boss. There were some misunderstandings before. I hope King Boss can forgive and forget. Xinghuan Unyielding said with a smile, while also feeling nervous, afraid that Yi Chen would refuse or react negatively. However, Yi Chen remained silent for a while, but in the end, he accepted the 190,000 nine states national coins because he was indeed short of money. However, Yi Chen would not take the money for nothing. I know that Hope World influences many guilds, and Hope World is currently the benchmark of the entire online gaming world. So, by joining Hope World, you must want to make a name for yourselves. When the instance appears, I can lead you to be the first to clear it. If you are the first to clear it, consider it as a reward. If you can't clear it, I will think of another way to compensate. The 190,000 nine states national coins did tempt Yi Chen, but he wouldn't take it for nothing. Once a player reaches level 30 and becomes the first player to reach level 30, an instance will be opened. Then everyone can go to the instance to kill monsters. Not only is there a lot of experience, but the equipment drop rate is also high. With good luck, you can kill the final boss of the instance and even drop a treasure chest. It can be said that improving strength in Hope World at this stage is the best choice. The experience and equipment drop rate of ordinary monsters are too low. If you want all players to become stronger, the instance is the best choice. Upon hearing this, Starlight Undying was instantly overjoyed, but he didn't dare to chat with Yi Chen more and instead privately messaged his guild leader. Starlight Undying, guild leader, King has agreed to complete the first kill of the instance with us. As soon as the message was sent, the guild leader of Starlight Undying quickly sent a voice message. Is it true? If you're lying to me, I'll kill you. It's true, guild leader. Good. Inform everyone, and let's level up quickly. The top 4 guilds on the guild strength ranking will participate in the first kill event. Starlight Undying was extremely excited and also believed that he had guessed correctly that Yi Chen was indeed a true master. There is a saying circulating in the online gaming circle: the gods don't lack money, but the emperors do. This means that gaming gods don't lack money, but gaming emperors lack money the most. Players who truly know how to play games abandon everything and are indifferent to money. If it's not for their livelihood, they treat money as dirt. At this moment, Yi Chen had already arrived at the main city of the Azure Dragon. The main city of the Azure Dragon is thousands of times larger than the newbie village. The ancient city walls bear the marks of swords and look very ancient. It is extremely vast, stretching 2,400 miles east to west and 1,300 miles northwest, capable of accommodating 2 billion players online simultaneously. However, at this moment, there were not many people in the main city of the Azure Dragon, only players from some high-level guilds, moving in groups to complete quests and level up. Upon arriving at the main city of the Azure Dragon, Yi Chen searched for 10 minutes and quickly found the exchange point of the Prestige Mall. The entire Prestige Mall is detailed into 4 categories: equipment, items, materials, and limited purchase. Yi Chen immediately opened the equipment category. However, Yi Chen quickly discovered that bronze equipment was all within 10,000 prestige points, silver equipment was above 10,000 and below 200,000. Yi Chen had 20,000 prestige points, but due to a 10% discount, it was equivalent to 200,000 prestige points. His target was immediately set on weapons, a silver-level assassin specialized weapon, which was Yi Chen's choice. Dark Dagger, silver, lowest level, attack plus 200, plus 5% critical strike. Price, 30,000 prestige points. 1000 Spider Dagger, Silver, lower level, attack plus 300, causes entanglement effect when attacking. Price, 70,000 prestige points. Giant Tiger Dagger, Silver, medium level, attack plus 400, has a certain chance to cause severe injury when attacking. Price, 130,000 prestige points. Frost Dagger, Silver, upper level, attack plus 500, plus 10% attack speed. Price, 180,000 prestige points. Cassis Frost Dagger, Silver, highest level, attack plus 700, has a certain chance to freeze when attacking, reducing movement speed by 30%. Price, 200,000 prestige points. 200,000 prestige points. If you fold it, you can buy it for just 20,000. Yi Chen looked at the Frost Dagger in silence for a while, and finally gritted his teeth and chose to buy it. 200,000 reputation points, even with a 10% discount, it's still scary. Indeed, the most ruthless one is the official. Yi Chen worked hard to earn 20,000 reputation points, which would be considered good for other players to have 2,000. But for a top-tier silver equipment, it requires a whopping 200,000 reputation points. Although the equipment is indeed good, 20,000 reputation points, if not for the discount, Yi Chen would definitely not be willing to spend it. Exchange. After some thought, Yi Chen chose to exchange it. What he urgently needed now was a main weapon. This Cassifrost Dagger had a stronger attack attribute than Bamo Na's explosive longbow, and it also came with a frost effect. This attribute was better than pure damage, especially when facing bosses. With a weapon in hand, what Yi Chen lacked now was armor. He didn't want to end up like when he first fought the Fire Demon Tiger King, losing half his health from just a light touch. The level 20 Frost Giant Elephant had an attack power of only 500, but high health and defense, making it more troublesome than the Fire Demon Tiger King because it would attack you as soon as you approached. With thick skin, it didn't fear you causing trouble. Therefore, he needed a set of decent armor. Yi Chen knew that the best armor was found in dungeons, and even the reputation store couldn't exchange for the best armor. There were a total of 5 pieces of armor, with 4 different sets that could be dropped in dungeons: Dream Set, Hope Set, Star Set, and Radiant Set. Among them, the Dream Set was a rare gold quality, the Hope Set was the lowest gold, the Star Set was a rare silver, and the Radiant Set was the lowest radiant. In the wild monster areas, you could find the rare Bronze Brilliant Set and the lowest Bronze Survival Set, while bosses would drop powerful individual equipment. Although not a set, each piece was several times more powerful than a set. If all 5 pieces were collected, it would be no weaker than the Hope Set, second only to the Dream Set. However, talking about the Dream Set now was premature, as Yi Chen didn't even have a full set of bronze yet, let alone dreaming of the Dream Set. The attributes of the Survival Set won't increase my health by much. My current health is 1500, and with equipment attributes, I need around 3000 to hunt the Frost Giant Elephant. Yi Chen pondered. Among the sets, the Survival Set was the worst, available for purchase in the Reputation Store for only 2,500 points, or 250 points with a discount. Not to mention that Yi Chen had already run out of reputation points. Even if he had some, he wouldn't exchange for it. It only provided a 200-point health bonus, which wasn't very useful. The Brilliant Set, on the other hand, could increase his overall health to 2,000, but it required 10,000 reputation points to buy, or 1,000 after the discount ended, which Yi Chen didn't have and didn't want. Once a player reached level 30, dungeons would open, and Yi Chen would naturally go to collect sets. The Survival and Brilliant Sets would then become obsolete. So, after considering everything, he came up with a solution. The Ironback Lion King is a level 15 wild boss. This boss has a chance to drop the Ironback Lion King Steel Armor, a level 20 top-tier individual equipment, a rare silver equipment that is even higher than the highest level. Just this piece should give me 3000 health, allowing me to hunt the Frost Giant Elephant. Yi Chen thought. He was in such a hurry because he was forced to. He didn't want someone else to take his spot on the leaderboard, so he had to work hard like this. It's not so easy to kill the Ironback Lion King. Yi Chen plans to level up first. He is currently at level 16, with 400,000 experience points away from level 17. With the help of Kathy's Frost Dagger, he can challenge level 20 monsters. It's exactly 7 o'clock in the evening, with 11.5 hours left until the reputation discount. If he goes all out, reaching level 20 shouldn't be too difficult. After reaching level 20, he can continue to learn the skills of the Dark King and increase his attributes. Yi Chen upgrades his herbs to high-level potions, leaves the main city, and goes outside to hunt level 20 monsters, lizard monsters. He currently has 10 skill points. If he successfully levels up 3 times, he will have 34 skill points and should be able to learn corresponding skills at level 20. In the forest outside the city at this moment, Yi Chen uses the skill Dark Stealth to sneak into the lair of the lizard monster. Name, Lizard Monster. Level, 20. Health, 10,000/10,000. Mana, 1500/1500. Attack, 400 to 800. This is a huge monster, be careful, they wield magic, are extremely powerful, and have high physical damage. Their claws and teeth can tear off a piece of your flesh in an instant. With 10,000 health points and a base attack of 400, they are indeed strong, but Yi Chen is not concerned. With Kathy's Frost Dagger, which adds 700 physical attack, Yi Chen's 160 strength equals 320 attack, plus 500 attack from his profession, and 700 weapon bonus, totaling 1680 attack. The incomplete Divine Grid increases critical hit rate by 50%, plus 10% from each player. Yi Chen's basic attack can cause 3,360 damage, and if every strike is a critical hit, he can defeat a lizard monster in 4 strikes. King's Combo and King's Strike can take down a lizard monster directly. Yi Chen quickly attacks a lizard monster 3 times, dealing 3,360 damage each hit. Ding! Successfully killed the lizard monster, gained 1,000 experience points, and an additional 4,000 points for the killing blow. Each lizard monster yields 5,000 experience points. Yi Chen only needs to kill 80 lizard monsters to level up. The monsters in the big city are indeed different. At 9 o'clock in the evening, a white light shines from under Yi Chen's feet. In just 2 hours, Yi Chen has reached level 19, but reaching level 20 requires 1 million experience points. Killing lizard monsters no longer yields much experience, so he must go to a new place and cannot stay here any longer. After gaining 1 million experience points, I must go kill the Ironback Lion King. With my abilities, I will obtain key equipment and then hunt the Frost Giant Elephant, a very difficult beginner task. If all goes well, I should be tasked with hunting the level 25 Iron Thorn Wolf King. If I can complete this chain quest, I might reach level 25. This is Yi Chen's plan, but he doesn't know for sure. Having reached level 19, Yi Chen has given up on lizard monsters and set his sights on level 25 monsters, the Devouring Monster, a creature that devours plants in its path. Name, Devouring Monster. Level, 25. Health, 20,000/20,000. Mana, 3,500/3,500. Attack, 600-1200. Explanation: do not get too close to him, or you will be devoured. This is a devouring monster with a life value of up to 20,000 points. Due to the level difference issue, Yi Chen's attack power will decrease by a portion. Switching to the Cold Ice Dagger of Kardit, Yi Chen unleashes King's Wrath, with a 100% critical hit chance and an additional 400 damage effect. Minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. Minus 4,000. With a 100% critical hit chance, coupled with the bonus from King's Wrath, Yi Chen only inflicts 4,000 points of damage on the devouring monster, but it's enough. Roar! The devouring monster gets angry, roaring, and at that moment, other devouring monsters in the vicinity start to gather. Yi Chen strikes 3 times in a second, then immediately distances himself after attacking, waiting for the devouring monster to finish its attack before moving in again. This time, there is no critical hit, 2 regular attacks and 1 critical hit take down the devouring monster. Subsequently, using Shadow Stealth, Yi Chen enters stealth mode. It's nighttime now, and Yi Chen has a minus 600 perception score, making him undetectable even if a boss were to approach. Ding! Successfully killed the devouring monster, gaining 2,000 experience points. Due to overlevel killing, you also receive an additional 12,000 experience points. A total of 14,000 experience points, that's the experience from the devouring monster. In the world of hope, every 5 levels represent a significant gap. The higher the level of the monster, the more experience it yields, and monsters of the same level may have different characteristics, such as high life values, high attack power, or special skills. The devouring monster's characteristic is resonance ability. For example, if Yi Chen fails to defeat a devouring monster within 5 seconds, nearby devouring monsters will rush to its aid. They will then aggressively attack the player, possibly activating the devouring monster's passive skill, Blood Evolution. When triggered, this skill increases life and mana values, attack power, and magic attack power. This showcases the strength of the devouring monster, while Yi Chen's negative perception score is very low. Yi Chen has calculated that a minus 100 perception score can make it difficult for monsters of the same level to detect him, while a minus 200 perception score can render even face-to-face encounters undetectable. A minus 400 perception score means that even when actively attacking, monsters of the same level will find it hard to detect him. With a minus 600 perception score, even bosses higher in level won't notice him, but the player's effectiveness is halved because, after all, they are players in a network game. Among other players, only visual and auditory senses can be adjusted. At close range, regardless of how low one's perception score is, some detection will occur unless invisible. Even with a minus 10,000 perception score, one would still be noticed. It is because of this that Yi Chen can freely grind monsters in the devouring monster area. Each devouring monster yields 14,000 experience points, requiring only 72 kills to reach level 20. Upon reaching level 20, the Dark King's professional attributes will be enhanced, and advanced skills can be learned, significantly boosting strength. Without any unnecessary words, Yi Chen is fully immersed in the hunt, with devouring monsters falling one after another at his hands. Meanwhile, outside the newbie village, it is now nighttime, and the Ironback Lion King is still lazily sleeping. Suddenly, hundreds of players appear. All warriors attract firepower, archers and mages target elite monsters, assassins draw the boss's attention, and our bronze chest, the Tianyun Guild, is determined to win. The voice resounds, and at that moment, many players charge down, almost in a suicidal manner. The Tianyun Guild is ranked 12th on the heavenly ranking. Although low in rank, it is extremely famous due to the guild leader of Tianyun Guild. It is one of the 4 major tycoons in the online gaming world. No one knows who the president of the Tianyun Guild is, but the president of the Tianyun Guild once spent 29 billion coins in a game in just one day. This expenditure set numerous records and solidified their position as one of the 4 major tycoons. However, don't think that spending 29 billion resulted in a loss. In fact, it was later discovered that everything had been carefully planned. At that time, the official event offered a cashback promotion where players would receive a 50 million cashback for every 1 billion spent. This was just a joke by the official, but on that day, the Tianyun Guild launched a strategy to attack the country, dominating 108 game servers overnight. They became the king of 108 servers, completed epic quests, obtained imperial construction orders, various rewards, and gained control over material prices on major servers. In essence, the investment of 10 billion resulted in returns exceeding 10 billion. The game in question is World, known as the prequel to Hope World. It is a 3D game with only 30 million players, all of whom are paying players. Now, the Tianyun Guild has reappeared with the goal of obtaining the bronze chest. However, after 5 minutes, many players had died, and the players of the Tianyun Guild finally reached the bronze chest. Just a minute later, a voice rang out. The bronze chest is gone, someone has already opened it, and there is a message left nearby. What message? Someone asked. There's nothing good inside the chest, trust me, I've opened it, said the leader of the Tianyun Guild. Immediately, everyone fell silent. Meanwhile, near the monster, a figure appeared. Ding! Congratulations, player, for leveling up. Your current level is LV20, and you have gained 13 free attribute points and 8 skill points. Ding! Congratulations, player, for reaching level 20. You have triggered the Dark King Awakening quest. Ding! Acceptance of the Dark King Awakening quest successful. Please kill 10,000 players within 24 hours. If you complete the task within 24 hours, you will receive various rewards. If you fail, the quest will be skipped without punishment, but you will lose the reward permanently. Also, if you kill more than 10 times the required players within 24 hours, you will receive unexpected super rewards. The Dark Mission. Mission difficulty, S level. Mission description, from the moment you choose darkness, all glory will be far from you. Go, complete your ascension in the darkness. The flowers of death are about to bloom, and I look forward to you becoming the nightmare in people's hearts. Mission reward, unknown. Second stage mission reward, 10 times the original reward. What? Kill 10,000 players? Yi Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that reaching level 20 would require completing a task to gain attribute bonuses, and that the task was so extreme. What does killing 10,000 players mean? Even killing 10,000 monsters in a day would be difficult, let alone players. And if he really killed 10,000 players, he would probably be despised by all players in Hope World. But if he didn't kill players, he would permanently lose the reward. Killing 10,000 players would ruin his reputation. Hope World has top-notch information security. Even the officials don't know my information because it is stored in the Smart Brain. It is said that the Smart Brain can only be activated by 7 leaders, and in the 3rd month, Hope World will officially run itself. At that time, even the 7 leaders will not have the authority to access any information. So killing 10,000 players is not a problem at all. And, this is not really killing, just a game after all. There used to be someone who hoped to slaughter 1 million players, earn the title of Player Slayer. Now, in the world of Hope, killing 10,000 players is just a small matter. Yi Chen kept cheering himself on. PK killing 10,000 players, Yi Chen wasn't afraid at all. His main concern was being sought after for revenge in real life. But Hope World clearly informed all players that all information about players will be kept confidential. Unless the 7 leaders join forces to open it, it will be useless for anyone to come. However, at this moment, the system prompt sounded again. Ding! Detecting the special nature of the player's current mission, information will be strictly kept confidential for the player. Your information has been stored in the smart brain. Apart from the smart brain, no one can access your information and data. This is your professional reward. Stored in the smart brain? Yi Chen couldn't help but be overjoyed at this moment. He was worried about being sought after for revenge in real life before, but now Yi Chen didn't give a damn. Next, Yi Chen didn't waste any time and went directly to the nearby monster spawn points to kill players. He didn't even bother with the bosses for now. The mission was only 24 hours, while the boss mission was 48 hours, leaving 42 hours remaining. As for the 12-hour reputation discount, Yi Chen didn't care for now. He needed to kill enough players within 24 hours. There weren't many players in the LV 24, 23, 22, 21 monster areas. Apparently most players' levels were around LV 10-15. Those who reached level 20 were rare, so Yi Chen left the main city area. He went straight to the vicinity of the newbie village to check. Sure enough, when he arrived near the newbie village, many players were grinding monsters. One advantage of Hope World is that no matter how long you play, you won't feel tired, allowing you to make full use of your sleep time to play the game. It doesn't affect work and allows you to level up by grinding monsters, which is why Hope World is so popular worldwide. Brothers, hurry up and grind monsters. We're about to break through level 10. You must trust the clan leader. The clan leader will definitely lead you to the top of the level rankings. Although Tianhua family is just a small clan, we trust each other, unite, and let's grind monsters and level up together. The divine equipment is right in front of us. Yo yo yo! Check Neo. A song of Mount Dao and Sea of Fire for everyone. Dao. Furious/Snowwing Eagle. Mountain. Majestic soaring into the clouds. Fire. Roaring in the flames. Me. Live streaming to slay the king. Voices rang out one after another, especially a man who was shouting loudly while grinding monsters in the wilderness. Live streaming to slay the king? When Yi Chen heard this, he smiled. Swish swish swish. Without any nonsense, he drew his bow directly and shot 3 arrows in 1 second. Minus 470. Minus 320. Minus 380. 3 damage numbers appeared, not because Yi Chen's attack power decreased, but because the opponent's health was just that low. Ding! Successfully killed the player Tianhua Xiaozhu. Ding! Successfully killed the player Tianhua Lei. Ding! Successfully killed the player Tianhua clan leader. Ding! Due to maliciously killing players, you have gained a point of infamy. A series of system sounds rang out, and then Yi Chen drew his bow again, aiming at 2 other players. Without a doubt, with 2 flashes of white light, all 5 players were sent back to the newbie village by Yi Chen. It all happened in just 2 seconds. Killing 5 people in 2 seconds, Yi Chen activated Dark Stealth and began hunting. Damn! I was killed in 1 hit. The King's Sai? Damn, isn't this a big shot? Big shot, did we offend you? Why did the King's Sai attack us first? An hour later, countless players around the newbie village stood bewildered at the resurrection point. They were very curious, and some players even looked at their teammates with seriousness. Hey, has anyone among you offended the king boss? If so, please leave the team. I'm just an ordinary player and can't afford to provoke such a big shot. At first, all the players were a bit confused, but seeing that everyone seemed to have been killed by Yi Chen, they began to discuss. Were you also killed by the king boss? You died too? What is the king boss playing at? Not sure, but it seems like the king boss probably has some important task to do. He's walking ahead of us, maybe it's related to class advancement. Right, the king boss's class should be assassin, probably needs to kill players to complete the class advancement task. The level 20 class advancement tasks are varied. A friend of mine got a task to deliver a letter. Thought it was a good thing, but turns out it's to deliver a letter to the king of Kazaya. Even with teleportation through a magic array, it takes a full half-month to deliver. These class advancement tasks are really strange. The players quickly guessed why Yi Chen was killing people, seemingly not angry at all. Damn, the king Sai, I will not rest until I get my revenge. How dare you kill me? Brothers, let's get our weapons and kill him together, loot his king's equipment. Just then, a player shouted angrily, threatening to kill Yi Chen. But all he got was countless eye rolls and sneers. Bro, can we not make a scene? Can you really kill the king boss? I heard from a fellow player of my class that the king boss is most likely a top-ranked emperor-level figure in the gaming world. Even if not an emperor, he's at least one of the three kings. The gaming world is also known as the world of electronic sports. Emperors, kings, lords, heroes, strategists, it's no joke. The king boss may not be an emperor, but he's definitely at the level of the three kings. You want to mess with him? Do you believe the king boss can kill you before you even leave the newbie village? Voices rang out, mocking and confusing the angry player. Bro, I'm just playing a game and got killed. Can't I even complain a bit? What kind of world is this? Can't we even vent after being killed? Ha ha, I was actually killed by the king boss. Damn, if this gets out, it's like a kind of honor. The king boss is afraid I'll surpass him, so he came to assassinate me, just to hinder my leveling up. Ah, I am truly powerful. Soon, someone walked out from the resurrection point, full of self-love, drawing puzzled looks from many. This guy is really something, killed and still so happy? And at that moment, another team suddenly started arguing. You trash, you're just dragging me down. The king boss took care of you in a second. Look at me, the team leader. I lasted a full 3 seconds before the king boss killed me. The team leader of a team said proudly, leaving many people puzzled once again. Meanwhile, outside the newbie village, swish, merciless iron arrows shot out. Yi Chen, with his red to purple ID, roamed around, killing anyone he saw. In just an hour, he had already killed over 1,000 players, rising to the top of the wanted list. To make it onto the wanted list, one needs 1,000 points of killing value. Yi Chen currently had 1350 points, meaning he had killed 1,350 players. Killing players is much easier than killing monsters, basically 1 arrow per player. Some are more troublesome, lurking or having other skills, so Yi Chen needs 2 arrows to kill them. But now that it was already evening, players' levels reached a watershed, with some above level 15 going to the 5 major cities to grind monsters, some in the newbie village, and some going elsewhere. Unlike the early morning when the screen was full of players. But at the current rate, it's still quite easy to kill 10,000 players within 24 hours, but killing 100,000 players is a different story. Swish! The sound of iron arrows piercing through the air rang out, and another group fell in front of Yi Chen. But at that moment, Yi Chen suddenly realized something. I haven't even looked at the level 20 skills yet, how could I forget about this? Yi Chen thought to himself. Because of this mission, Yi Chen had overlooked something important, which was about the Dark King's skill tree. Thinking about this, Yi Chen immediately opened his skill tree. Currently, he had 32 skill points, which should be enough to learn 2 new skills. Dark Backstab, sneak behind the enemy and deliver the strongest backstab, dealing triple damage, cooldown time of 1 minute, requires level 20 to learn, costs 10 skill points. Dark Clone, create 1 to 3 clones with 100% of all attributes, can last for 5 minutes, but can only kill monsters for you, requires level 20 to learn, costs 10 skill points. Dark Domain, create a Dark Domain, 20 by 20 range, deducts 100 points of enemy's health per second plus 5% of health, lasts for 10 seconds, ineffective against elite or higher level monsters, requires full magic cost as payment, requires level 20 to learn, costs 20 skill points. 3 skills, the first one is Backstab, which is also an assassin type skill, so that's fine. The second one is the relatively rare Clone, with all attributes at 100%, randomly creating 1 to 3 clones. But the third one shocked Yi Chen directly. Deducting 100 points of health per second and 5% of health, lasting for 10 seconds, that's 50% of health, unfortunately ineffective against elite or higher level monsters, meaning it's ineffective against bosses. But this skill is also extremely powerful. An S-rank AoE, area of effect, skill. And in the next moment, suddenly, Yi Chen came up with an idea. An idea that could potentially slaughter 100,000 players within 24 hours. The Dark Domain is an AoE damage skill. It's fine to use it to slaughter monsters, after all, monsters won't leave a fixed area. However, targeting players is different. Players will flee on their own, so it's impossible to kill 100,000 players with the Dark Domain, not even a few hundred players. But according to the characteristics of the Hope World, a virtual world with 100% freedom, if 100,000 players were gathered in a place they couldn't escape from, then it might be possible to kill 100,000 players overnight. Based on the current attributes of the vast majority of players, even for warriors, their health should be between 500 and 1,000, those with over 1,000 health points are considered experts. I don't expect to really kill 100,000 players, but as long as I can kill 50 to 60,000, or even 70 to 80,000 players within a few hours, I have hope of completing the task of killing 100,000 players within 24 hours, Yi Chen thought to himself. The method he came up with was not simply releasing skills to kill players, just killing new players. Killing 10,000 players within 24 hours is possible, but killing 100,000 players is almost impossible. But what if Yi Chen could find a way to gather 100,000 players together? With the help of the dark domain, everything would not be a dream. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. He calmed himself down, and immediately contacted Starry Unyielding. This plan needed someone's help to be completed. Unyielding, are you there? Yi Chen asked. Here. Big brother King, why aren't you sleeping so late? Truly worthy of being a big shot, even more diligent than other players, Starry Unyielding praised as he came up. I have a question, if someone wants to solo a boss, do you think players from other guilds would come to watch? Yi Chen asked. Watch? Big brother, do you mean, to snatch equipment? Starry Unyielding instantly understood what Yi Chen meant and asked. Well, yes, will players from other guilds come to snatch equipment? If it's a level 15 wild boss? Yi Chen asked directly. Definitely, if they know the news in advance, they will probably immediately call on other guild players to come over. King brother, do you want to go hunt down that wild boss? I advise you not to go. I have received accurate information here. Currently, 4 guilds have already locked onto this boss, and they are organizing players. Xinghuan Daimi advised. Organizing players? How many have they organized? Which 4 guilds? Yi Chen suddenly became interested. Sanhai, Xingqian, Xianuan, and Xinjian, these 4 major guilds, although they are all top-ranking guilds, they are financially strong. And as far as I know, Sanhai Guild has already gathered 3,000 players. They are scheduled to start attacking the boss at midnight tonight. Daimi replied. Is your guild not participating? Why only 4? Yi Chen was a bit curious. How come only 4 guilds, and they are all small guilds? Sensing Yi Chen's curiosity, Xinghuan Daimi tried to hold on to Yi Chen's thigh and explained, King brother, you may not know, but initially, Hope World split all players into different newbie villages. Even if everyone entered the game at the same time, they may not end up in the same newbie village. So those big guilds find it difficult to implement the strategy of overwhelming numbers. The difference in levels makes a huge impact. Even if they use the overwhelming numbers strategy, due to level differences, the damage dealt will be significantly reduced. Some guilds have tried it. A level 14 mage dealt 0 damage to the Ironback Lion King. It took 8 attempts to deal a bit of damage, but a level 15 mage can deal some damage with just 1 skill. So many guilds decide to gather level 15 players to strategize against the boss. Daimi's explanation, while not comprehensive, gave Yi Chen a rough idea. Essentially, there are 3 points. Firstly, in Hope World, the overwhelming numbers strategy is not effective, as the official system limits the damage caused by players of the same level to just 1 point. Secondly, a level 15 wild boss is not worth the big guild's attention. If it were a level 15 platinum boss or a diamond level boss, then all guilds in Hope World would pay attention. Thirdly, as Daimi mentioned, initially, everyone dispersed to different newbie villages, so it's not possible to gather everyone quickly. These reasons have led to this wild boss not attracting much attention. Can you help me with something? Feeling that things are not as easily resolved as imagined, Yi Chen can only rely on the power of the Xinghuan Guild. King brother, don't just say one thing, even if it's 10 things, as long as it's where I'm needed, I won't refuse. Daimi said seriously. Help me spread the message. Just say that tonight at midnight, I will personally go solo the boss. You don't need to worry about the rest, just spread the message for me. Yi Chen said. Daimi was a bit puzzled. Normally, if Yi Chen wanted to solo the boss, shouldn't it be done discreetly and swiftly? Why would he want to spread the message? What does this mean? But Daimi knew that there are some things you shouldn't ask about. Thinking this, Daimi replied with a okay and immediately contacted the leader of the Xinghuan Guild. After Star Fantasy Invincible learned about this matter, he remained silent for 5 minutes. Finally, he told Star Fantasy Immortal not to worry for now, as he would personally spread the information. At the same time, it was already 9:45. Yi Chen made all the preparations. Tonight, he was going to hunt down 100,000 players. He aimed to achieve a historical record that had never been seen in Hope World. Indeed, less than 10 minutes later, a message appeared on various forums, Tiaba, and many game groups in Hope World. Shocking! King Sai, preparing to solo kill the outdoor boss, Ironback Lion King at midnight tonight. As soon as the message spread, there was a stir in all directions. Is King Sai really going to hunt down the Ironback Lion King? The guild leader of the Sunhai Guild in the Azure Dragon main city couldn't help but speak out. Guild leader, even if King Sai takes action, we have already prepared 2,000 elite players. While using the human wave tactic to brush the boss may be a bit difficult, killing a player should be a piece of cake. The man standing next to the guild leader of the Sunhai Guild couldn't help but speak out. Obviously, he didn't think much of Yi Chen. In his understanding, could one player really surpass 2,000 players? In the past Hope Online game, a top player could not be defeated by 2,000, or even 20,000 players. But this is Hope World, an upgraded version of Hope, which weakens individual combat capabilities. Unless the king is a god, with the current situation, 2,000 players are enough to kill the king. However, what I am worried about is not this. The guild leader of the Songhai Guild shook his head. He was not worried about being unable to defeat Yi Chen, but about another matter. Then what are you worried about? The vice guild leader couldn't figure out what he needed to worry about. I am not worried about the king, but about him attracting more guilds and big shots. He has king's equipment in his hands. Although this equipment has been exposed and is not as powerful as imagined, it is still king's equipment. There are many wealthy people in Hope World. Since he dares to boast about solo killing the boss, he must have a trump card. In this world, many people want to take advantage, each thinking they are the lucky one. If he doesn't join, our chances of killing the boss tonight are 70%. But with his appearance, our chances may be close to zero. Many guilds will appear, some won't let the opportunity slip by, and many people want to recruit the king, as well as many players who want to truly witness the king's strength. Tonight is destined to be a fierce battle. The guild leader of Songhai said so, but after he finished speaking, he finally said, regardless, our Songhai Guild must fight tonight. 2,000 elite players, along with another 2,000 core guild players, will be deployed to ambush the surroundings. At a critical moment, even if we are wiped out, we must seize the Ironback Lion King's equipment. After saying this, the guild leader of Songhai said no more and turned to level up by killing monsters. Not only that Songhai Guild, but countless other guilds also learned of this news, and everyone thought they had received insider information. Basically, not many people knew. Even some solo players received the news, and one by one, players gradually learned that tonight at midnight, the most prominent player in Hope World, King Sai, was going to solo kill the level 15 Ironback Lion King. Suddenly, there were countless players lurking around the Ironback Lion King, some pretending to kill monsters, but actually waiting for Yi Chen to appear, some directly hiding in trees, on grasslands, all waiting for midnight. 2 hours later, it was already 11:30 in the morning. Yi Chen used these 2 hours to have a meal. He hadn't eaten all day. Although the body needed very little energy during the game, not eating for a day was not sustainable. So, in 2 hours, he had a meal and was satisfied. Just in time. There is half an hour left until 12 o'clock. Yi Chen lurked in the dark, but he noticed many figures. Be careful, the king may appear at any time. When he reduces the boss to low health later, we will immediately attack, deal the final blow, and claim the equipment ownership. You guys focus on tanking the damage, I will grab the equipment and run. Don't be afraid to die, as long as we get the equipment. Yeah, a mid-level bronze equipment can sell for 500 yuan, a high-level one for 1,000, and the top-level ones range from 3 to 5,000. There are even equipment with premium attributes that can sell for 10,000 yuan. If a silver equipment drops, it can sell for at least 100,000. With 5 of us, each person gets 20,000, completely fair. Hiding in the bushes, someone slowly spoke, unable to suppress their laughter. In the dark night, Yi Chen had a negative perception of 600 points. Even if he stood next to other players, they couldn't detect him. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Yi Chen roughly counted the number of people along the way, taking a quick glance. There were not quite 10,000, but at least 7 to 8,000. As he suspected, once the information was released, people would naturally come. Some admired him, while most players wanted to come and snatch the equipment, hiding in the shadows. I haven't noticed any guild players. They probably send scouts around. Once the critical moment arrives, these people will probably all rush out. Yi Chen sneered in his heart, but he didn't care. With the dark domain, at the crucial moment, Yi Chen would choose to disappear and let them fight each other, then release the dark domain. It would be the time to reap the rewards. At 11:45, Yi Chen arrived at the valley where the Ironback Lion King rested. This Ironback Lion King sure knew how to sleep, having been sound asleep from daytime until now, while the 4 Ironback Demon Lion elite monsters guarded the surroundings, looking very serious. 10 minutes later, many more people had arrived, and Yi Chen could sense it as he lurked in the darkness, waiting for the right moment. I have 32 skill points. I learned 2 skills, Dark Backstab and Dark Domain, hoping they will come in handy. He thought to himself. Soon, after 5 minutes, at exactly 12 o'clock, Yi Chen didn't waste any words and directly aimed at the Ironback Lion King, releasing the curse of the king. At that moment, a blood-red damage figure appeared in the air. Minus 250,000. 250,000? In the next moment, even Yi Chen was dumbfounded. A level 15 wild monster actually had 500,000 health points? Wasn't that too exaggerated? Damn! Wow! 250,000? Instantly, screams and exclamations rang out, and tens of thousands of players, after seeing this damage, were completely stunned and felt incredulous. 250,000 damage? How was that dealt? A top professional player looked at the damage in confusion. 250,000 damage? When all the players saw this damage, apart from shock, they had no other emotions. Today was the first day of the server opening, and being able to deal a few hundred points of damage was considered skilled. Now, seeing it 250,000 damage, it was simply unbelievable. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Minus 8,000. Minus 32,000. Minus 12,000. The King's Wrath and King's Strike were released instantly, with a fierce backstab dealing 8,000 damage, which was Yi Chen's maximum damage output. With level 20 having level suppression damage, Yi Chen's normal attack could deal 4,000 damage. First, he released the King's Wrath, a regular combo, dealing a critical hit of 8,000 damage, followed by the King's Strike, dealing 32,000 damage, 8 times the damage without being affected by critical hits, and then a backstab with 3 times the damage, also not affected by critical hits. In just 4 seconds, Yi Chen dealt tons of damage. 68,000 damage, terrifying and shocking. This is the benefit of level suppression. Yi Chen's current attributes are equivalent to those of an elite monster, but more importantly, the skills Yi Chen possesses are all S-level skills, strong and terrifying. This is the true king of assassins, hunting and killing enemies in the dark. In an instant of dark stealth, Yi Chen swiftly distances himself at high speed. The next moment, the Ironback Lion King roars angrily, awakening from its slumber, experiencing such pain that it questions life, causing the earth to tremble. Soil spikes appear one by one, stabbing the enemies. Boom! Boom! The ground shakes as the magic soil spikes cause area damage, reducing movement speed and inflicting very high damage. 1500. 1500. 1500. 1500. 1500. Damage appears in patches, and many players hidden in the dark are directly wiped out by the soil spikes, the terrifying damage shining brightly in the dark night. With his terrifying agility, Yi Chen avoids the magic soil spike attacks. Otherwise, if he were hit, his life would likely be over. There's less than 200,000 health points left. These guys can actually hold on, impressive. Yi Chen sneered inwardly. The boss now has less than 200,000 health points left. If 5,000 level 15 players appeared, they could definitely defeat the boss within 5 minutes. However, since no one has appeared, it means they do not want to pay a high price. They just want Yi Chen to be their free labor. But there is always someone waiting in the wings, and who is the mantis and who is the sparrow remains unknown. Swish! 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 Arrows of the wind shoot out, dealing 3 red damages of 8,000 points each. Following this, Yi Chen unleashes the King's Combo, dealing over 20,000 damage, along with 3 basic attacks, totaling 3 minutes. Including evasion and output, the Ironback Lion King is now on its last breath, with less than 100,000 health points remaining. However, at this moment, a loud voice suddenly rings out. The boss has no health left, we can snatch the kill now. First kill the boss and get epic gear. With the sound, dozens of players immediately rush forward. This is just a small soldier, a solo player, but one after another, solo players stand up. This is the leading effect. Initially, everyone wanted to continue waiting, but seeing others stand up, one after another, they also start to act. At this moment, players from several small guilds also join in, with about 400 to 500 players from 6 or 7 such small guilds. Suddenly, various magical arrows rain down, and players charge into the valley. Act now, warriors in the front line to tank damage, assassins protect the mages and archers in the dark, stay calm, don't panic. Finally, the management of a large guild issues orders. Initially, a few players did not want to act, but with so many players strategizing, they naturally could not sit idly by. The Ironback Lion King, with the highest output damage from Yi Chen, means Yi Chen has the equipment ownership. If someone kills the boss, they will have the second ownership and can seize some equipment. Therefore, everyone is fighting for the final kill, and the player who lands the final blow will become the first to kill the boss. Countless players start fighting for it, some simply aiming for the first kill, whether to show off or to get rewards, each with their own goals. Yi Chen hides in the dark with a perception penalty of 600 points, making it difficult for even the boss to detect him. However, while everyone is busy killing the boss, Yi Chen begins to execute his plan. Dark Domain. Yi Chen immediately unleashes his ultimate move, and in an instant, a huge dark magic array appears, looking extremely sinister and terrifying, but the players do not notice anything unusual. Roar! And at that moment, the Ironback Lion King suddenly lets out a terrifying roar, stunning tens of thousands of players around him with sound waves. The Ironback Lion King did not go to hunt players afterwards, but instead hunted for elite monsters, devouring them directly with a terrifying appearance. At that moment, a beam of moonlight shone on the Ironback Lion King. Soon, the Ironback Lion King grew larger, its brown fur turning silver-white, as if evolving. Then a voice sounded, ding. Due to triggering the hidden setting, the Ironback Lion King has evolved into the Silver Moon Lion King, level 20, a silver-grade boss. Please note, as the first boss to evolve on the server, killing the Silver Moon Lion King today will guarantee a drop of at least one gold-grade item, along with various rich rewards. The system's voice shocked all players in the 9 provinces region at that moment. In Suzaku City, a woman was hunting a level 15 fixed boss. Upon hearing the news, the woman in a fiery red cloak slowly spoke, "All members of the Fire God Palace, head to the Silver Moon Lion King to hunt the boss." The Fire God Palace, ranked 7th in the Electronic Sports Guild rankings and 7th on the leaderboard. Outside of Azure Dragon City, a man in a white robe, upon hearing the system's voice, suddenly froze, then smirked. "I didn't expect someone to trigger this hidden setting, it really caught me off guard. I was planning to act a week later, but now it seems." He opened private messages to contact a few people, saying, "All members of the Celestial Palace, prepare for battle against the Silver Moon Lion King, it's crucial, move out." The Celestial Palace, ranked 4th in the Electronic Sports Guild rankings and 4th on the leaderboard. Countless large guilds were mobilizing at that moment, as there was little benefit before, but now the situation had changed. The Silver Moon Lion King stopped attacking, flying in the sky as moonlight entered its body, nourishing it. Even if someone attacked, it would be ineffective. It was evolving, healing its injuries. During this journey, Yi Chen had already killed 3,000 players, but it didn't attract much attention as most of the dead were solo players. Boss evolution? Looks like trouble is brewing. Yi Chen lurked in the shadows, having left the valley. He lay on the ground, carefully observing everything. Meanwhile, Star Illusion sent a message. "Wow, Brother King, you're amazing. You actually triggered the hidden setting. This Ironback Lion King is currently the only field boss in the newbie village. If the number of people participating in killing it exceeds 50,000, and the 4 elite monsters are still alive, it will trigger a hidden effect, causing the Ironback Lion King to evolve." The official website has already released the latest news that the Ironback Lion King can evolve once more, but the conditions are extremely difficult. Brother King, all 72 guilds on the leaderboard are participating, and many top guilds from the 36 leaderboard are also sending their elites. "Brother King, I really admire you," he exclaimed excitedly, thinking that Yi Chen was the reason for the Ironback Lion King's evolution. In reality, Yi Chen only bore indirect responsibility, unaware of the hidden setting. The Ironback Lion King evolving? Was it really necessary? Has the official released its attributes? Yi Chen curiously asked. The attributes naturally cannot be disclosed, but this time the official clearly stated that whoever kills this Ironback Lion King will receive unprecedented rewards, especially in terms of a large amount of experience and reputation points. Moreover, if this Silver Moon Lion King evolves into the Spirit Moon Lion King, a level 30 golden grade boss, the rewards will be even more abundant. I predict that rare million-level events may occur next. The Star Fantasy is so exciting that I can't even speak properly. The so-called million event is an event participated by 1,000,000 players, which may not happen even once a year in the esports circle. Generally, when it does happen, it must be a big deal that requires favorable timing, location, and people. But now, it seems that there is no need for anyone to plan it, as many players have been coming one after another, although they have not entered the core circle. Instead, they have gone to other places to discuss strategies and plan battles. This is destined to be a fierce competition. We are still lacking 90,000 players. If it continues like this, we will definitely be able to kill 100,000 players, Yi Chen thought to himself. Roar! Just then, the Silver Moon Lion King roared. At this moment, it had completed its evolution and become a silver-ranked boss, ready to attack. Kill! Kill the boss, get epic gear. This time it's really epic gear. Even if it evolves, with our strength, it will still die. Brothers, let's go together and see who will claim the victory. Voices rang out as countless players rushed to attack, appearing in the valley to hunt the boss. With a lion's roar, the Silver Moon Lion King sent out shockwaves, instantly killing the players within a few hundred meters of him. Then flames appeared, forming what seemed like a magical formation. The flames burned, turning the area into a hellish landscape. This was advanced magic, the flame magic formation, which directly deducted 500 health points upon contact and inflicted continuous damage. The evolved Ironback Lion King possessed several AoE group magic skills, all of which were high-level magic damage. Even Yi Chen dared not confront them directly and could only hide in the shadows. However, Yi Chen was not idle. He was backstabbing, continuously shooting arrows to kill players, but he targeted those who were already weakened. These players had a certain role to play, as Yi Chen needed them to wear down the boss. Yi Chen also wanted to kill the silver-ranked boss. The official rewards for defeating it included a guaranteed drop of a piece of gold-tier equipment. On the second day of the server launch, aside from lottery draws and other methods, could you obtain gold equipment through normal monster hunting and leveling up? Absolutely not. If Yi Chen had a piece of gold-tier weapon now, what would that mean? He could dominate everything. However, unfortunately, the vast majority of players could only inflict minimal damage, especially if there was a significant level difference. Yi Chen did not forget to increase his damage output. As soon as the King's Combo and King's Strike cooldowns were reset, Yi Chen immediately used Dark Stealth to backstab. After the boss was killed, the equipment ownership was distributed based on individual damage, group damage, and the final blow. The player with the highest individual damage could claim 1/3 of the loot, the player who landed the final blow could also claim 1/3, and the player with the highest group damage could have ownership rights. However, you had to snatch it to claim it. If you couldn't, tough luck. But don't even think about snatching it from other players. Swish! Arrows flew, killing players one by one at the hands of Yi Chen. However, no one found it unusual, as it was a boss battle, and Yi Chen intended to solo it. Everyone came to fight for the boss, so it was only logical for Yi Chen to act. Roar! The Silver Moon Lion King suddenly leaped, crushing 7 or 8 players underfoot, then opened its mouth wide, biting 3 or 4 players and instantly gaining 300 to 400 health points. This was the bloodthirsty state. Once the Silver Moon Lion King's health dropped below 90%, there was a chance it would trigger the bloodthirsty state. 2 million health points, a silver-ranked boss, is it really this terrifying? Yi Chen frowned, he had been calculating the damage data. Just by himself, he had dealt 100,000 points of damage, and the other players combined should have around 200,000. With the Silver Moon Lion King's own life recovery speed, Yi Chen concluded that the total blood volume was 2 million points. Moreover, its attack power was above 2,000, with critical hits possibly reaching 5,000. This kind of boss, even with 100,000 players, probably couldn't be defeated, especially since it was only the first day of the server opening. Oh, wait, it's the second day now. It's only the second day, so it's unlikely that many powerful players would appear. Dark Domain. 10 minutes later, Yi Chen released the Dark Domain skill because there were dozens of guild groups in the valley, with about 30 to 40,000 players gathered here. At that moment, Yi Chen immediately used the skill. In less than 10 seconds, a series of system sounds rang out. In the crowded valley, a large group of players suddenly evaporated. At the same time, Yi Chen's evil value had accumulated to 43,000 points, meaning he had killed nearly 30,000 players in one go. The cooldown time for the Dark Domain was half an hour. This meant that tonight, the mission would definitely be completed. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 1 point of evil value. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 1 point of evil value. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 1 point of evil value. The sound of notifications kept ringing, and Yi Chen calmly hunted players. The boss was no longer his main focus because the damage from the King's consecutive strikes and King's single strike was unmatched by other players. Currently, Yi Chen ranked first in personal damage to the boss, with a total damage of 250,000. The previous King's curse had expired because the Ironback Lion King had evolved into the Silver Moon Lion King, with full health and mana. The King's curse could only be cast once on a unit, so it couldn't be cast again on the Ironback Lion King. But that was enough. Ordinary players couldn't even deal a single point of damage, while others could only cause 1 point of damage. Some high-level players managed to deal 10 to 50 points of damage, with only a few players landing critical hits of 100 points. Fire God Palace reserves the right to the area. All solo players, please leave. At that moment, voices rang out, followed by neatly organized teams. Looking over, there were about 5,000 players standing in perfect formation. In the front were numerous warriors wielding various weapons, in the middle were mages and archers, and in the back were more warriors and some warlocks. The entire team was united and orderly. It had to be said that a large guild was indeed different, especially a top-ranking guild. In the current world of hope, obtaining a piece of equipment was already considered good, yet each member of the Fire God Palace had a full set of equipment. Although they were all white-grade equipment, 30% of the players possessed bronze-grade weapons, which was quite terrifying. Even Yi Chen, with a 100-point luck bonus, had only managed to loot a full set of white-grade equipment after hunting monsters for so long. These guys had managed to loot 5,000 sets of white-grade equipment and over 1,000 bronze-grade items. The strength and terror of the Fire God Palace were undeniable. However, upon closer inspection, it was clear that achieving such a feat was possible with money. These 5,000 elite players were the cream of the crop within the Fire God Palace, but the entire guild had over 1 million members through a membership system and internal management. With over 1 million players contributing equipment and gold, the management players distributed and equipped the 5,000 elite core players with ease. In short, this was the gameplay of the wealthy, allowing 1 million people to support a single account. Even if you were the luckiest player, it would be difficult to compete. Of course, such whales were rare, and the development team of the Hope World had a veteran team from the previous game Hope. So they deliberately added a lot of restrictions. In the previous game, the rich would hire others to do many things for themselves, such as leaving a monster at low health for the rich to come in and get the experience points. Now there are many restrictions. Even if the rich have money, they can't be too overpowered. They are all restricted. Of course, even if they are restricted, they are still strong. After all, they are top spenders. Fire God Palace? Didn't expect you to come so early. Just then, abruptly, a large number of players appeared from the north, outnumbering the Fire God Palace by twice the number, with tens of thousands of players appearing in the north, like ancient soldiers going to battle, forming a square formation, gazing at the Fire God Palace in the east. Wow, players from the Celestial Palace are here too? Fire God Palace, Celestial Palace? The 7th and 4th ranked guilds on the Celestial ranking, the leaders of these two guilds are among the top spenders. Just a silver level boss, and it attracted 2 Celestial ranking guilds? Are they really that strong? What do you mean just? The official website announced that killing this silver boss can earn the first kill reward and announce it to the whole server. They are not after the rewards, but after the fame. You may not know, but nowadays the esports world has made Hope World the stage for determining esports strength. That's right, Hope World is the first groundbreaking online game, with a huge platform and more value than countless online games. There are many things in the esports world that are unclear, who is strong and who is weak, so now people in the industry see Hope World as a huge stage. As long as someone becomes famous in Hope World, they will truly become popular in the gaming world. After all, the once most popular game, Hope, only had tens of millions of players, while this game could have hundreds of billions in the future, even globally. The Fire God Palace and the Celestial Palace are after fame. We are after equipment and opportunities. Brothers, let's hide and let them fight. Players discussed one after another, some were surprised, some hit the nail on the head. Indeed, Hope World has now become the largest platform in the esports world, surpassing all previous games in value. So at the level of the Celestial ranking guilds, they are not looking at equipment and weapons. Even the highest level of golden equipment is not worth mobilizing 5,000 players. After all, it's not a siege or a national war. It's completely unnecessary to waste resources and energy. To become a Celestial ranking guild, it is definitely not just about spending money, but also about strategy and strength. The Fire God Palace and the Celestial Palace have a simple goal: to announce to the whole server that they are the guild that killed the silver boss first. In this way, at the end of the year's guild selection, the Fire God Palace may even surpass the Celestial Palace, or become one of the top 3 guilds. Warriors clear out the cannon fodder, warlocks give blessing skills to archers and mages, designate damage bonus buff. If you don't immediately drink a purifying potion, reapply the buff, and focus firepower to hunt the boss. The commander of the Fire God Palace spoke coldly, ignoring the players from the Celestial Palace. Celestial Palace elites ready, full attack on the Lion King. Warriors and assassins draw aggro and deal damage, mages and archers take turns attacking, don't leave any gaps, and warlocks add weakening curse skills. The commander of the Celestial Palace didn't say much either, and the two guilds began to fight. However, at this moment, several other guilds appeared, but with fewer numbers, ranging from 1 to 3,000, they were medium to large guilds, providing stable output, obviously wanting to snatch the prey. At this moment, the valley was filled with players. Yi Chen did not choose to attack guild players, but continued to hunt down solo players. Soon, the Dark Domain skill cooldown was restored. Yi Chen released the Dark Domain once again. This time, Yi Chen killed 30,000 players, adding up to over 70,000 evil points. One more time, and the mission would be completed. The Fire God Palace is indeed the Fire God Palace, and the Celestial Palace is also worthy of its name. Standing on the cliff, Yi Chen continuously shot out arrow feathers, while marveling at the players from the Fire God Palace and the Sky Palace. The two teams were indeed top-ranking guilds, one with 10,000 members and the other with 5,000. Both sides maintained strict order, avoiding any friendly fire incidents. The 5,000 elite members of the Fire God Palace inflicted just as much damage as the Sky Palace, and both guilds surely had their own trump cards. In contrast, the scattered players had no order and were mercilessly slaughtered by the Silver Moon Lion King. Regardless, the players from the Sky Palace and Fire God Palace also suffered devastating blows. After all, this was a boss battle. A silver tier boss. Clang 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 clang. In the next moment, the Silver Moon Lion King's silver hair turned into silver needles and shot out. Yi Chen was extremely fast, but he was still hit by 3 needles, taking 300 points of damage. It's now. Yi Chen had been waiting for this moment. After the boss released its area of effect magic skill, he would activate the Dark Domain. Otherwise, if he activated it directly, the boss could easily steal the kill, making his efforts in vain. Many players died in the valley, including members from various guilds, and even players from the Fire God Palace and Sky Palace were affected. Leader. We've lost over 800 people, all killed by the king. Someone from the Fire God Palace reported from below. The king's sigh? The commander of the Fire God Palace, Vice President Fire God Panda, furrowed his brow upon hearing this news. Soon, Fire God Panda spoke loudly, "Friend King, we are from the Fire God Palace, we have no grudge against you. Although you were soloing this boss, it has evolved now. With your strength alone, you cannot defeat it. However, if you are willing to assist us in killing this boss together, we can offer you a piece of equipment, even a gold tier one." Fire God Panda said seriously. They cared about their reputation and equipment, but not enough to make them pay a heavy price. Now, they sought an alliance with Yi Chen. "Mr. King, we are willing to give up all equipment ownership and hope to receive your help." The Sky Palace players also spoke, their commander giving up all equipment to Yi Chen, knowing that the importance of the first kill outweighed equipment ownership. However, Yi Chen didn't care about equipment, he wanted to complete the mission. He made a statement, "I killed this boss. If you try to snatch it directly, it's disrespectful to me, so don't blame me." Yi Chen spoke directly, and indeed, they were fighting over a boss that Yi Chen was originally soloing. Regardless of whether Yi Chen could successfully solo it, he had dealt the most damage, so logically, these two guilds were at fault. But in the world of online games, logic didn't always apply. Ding! Successfully killed a player, gained 1 point of infamy, current infamy 99998. Ding! Successfully killed a player, gained 1 point of infamy, current infamy 99999. Ding! Successfully killed a player, gained 1 point of infamy, current infamy 100000. The damage caused by the Dark Domain was terrifying. Along with the damage from the Silver Moon Lion King, the Dark Domain once again reaped heads. It was now past 2 in the morning, and Yi Chen had spent over 2 hours successfully killing 100,000 players. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Dark King Tier 2 mission ahead of schedule. However, since it's still early, you have some time left. Do you choose to challenge a higher difficulty? If successful, you will inherit some of the Dark King's divine power. If you fail, you will lose everything. The system prompted Yi Chen that the mission of killing 100,000 players was completed, but there was a new task. However, the new task was a bit extreme, losing everything if failed? Who knows what it is, if you have to kill 1,000,000 players by yourself. Wouldn't that be cold? Refuse. Yes, Yi Chen chose to refuse, not because he was timid, but because he didn't want to do something without certainty. However, the next moment, the system voice sounded. Ding! Due to your refusal, the hidden setting is triggered. Your second-tier professional task is completed, but the reward is deducted by half. The great inheritor of the Dark Lord will not be cowardly. If you choose to accept, even if you fail, you can still receive the second-tier reward. This is just a test. The system voice sounded, leaving Yi Chen stunned. He sighed, wondering why the system always tricks people. But Yi Chen immediately chose to rewind time. Back to a minute ago, Yi Chen released the Dark Domain again, and at the same time, 2 guild commanders said the same thing, and Yi Chen also replied with the same words. Then the system voice sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Dark Lord's second-tier task ahead of time. But because it's too early, you still have some time. Do you choose to challenge a higher difficulty? If you succeed, you will inherit some of the Dark Lord's divine power. If you fail, you will have nothing. The message of completing the task came in his ears, and Yi Chen hesitated not to accept. Ding! Congratulations on completing the hidden setting. Due to your courage and strength, even if you fail the task, you can still receive the professional awakening reward. And if you complete the next task, the reward will increase tenfold. Please accumulate killing 5,000,000 players within the remaining 18 hours. This task is an SSS level task. Completing this task will increase the reward tenfold and obtain a 4S level task reward. Please note, This task is of great importance. Once completed, you will experience a qualitative leap in growth. System voices sounded one after another, leaving Yi Chen dumbfounded. 100,000 evil points, currently ranked first on the evil list, unexpectedly faced an even more terrifying task. To slaughter 5 million players and must be completed within 24 hours? This is simply impossible. But precisely because this task is impossible to complete, once completed, the original SSS level task will receive an SSSS level reward, but only this time, and this task must be completed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This was Yi Chen's first reaction because, simply put, there are still 18 hours left to complete the task. What is the concept of killing 5 million players? There are almost tens of thousands of players within a few kilometers around. 5 million players, Yi Chen doesn't even know how long it would take to kill them all. Even if the dark domain has no cooldown, he still can't kill so many people. After all, once a player dies, they need to wait an hour to respawn, unless you pay, but the vast majority of players are unlikely to spend money on resurrection, as waiting an hour is enough. Why spend money? Only some large guilds are willing to spend money, but the two major guilds of Tiangong and Fire God Palace, totaling 15,000 people, Yi Chen would have to slaughter them 300 to 400 times to complete this task. What is the concept of 5 million people? Yi Chen's scalp tingled, not wanting to say anything. Starting to kill from now on, he wouldn't be able to kill 5 million people, right? This is simply an impossible task. And just then, the system voice sounded again. Ding! Since this task is of SSS level difficulty, players are given 3 options for help. First, you can directly increase by 20 levels, but it is temporary. Second, you can directly obtain 200 skill points, but it is temporary. Third, your health points will increase by an additional 10,000 points, and your attack power will increase by 2,000 points. Temporary increase. At this moment, the system voice sounded, and these 3 types of help seemed very different, but in reality, their value was the same. Level up 10 levels, you can learn the Dark King skill of LV40, and the second one gets 200 skill points to improve your skills. The third one is a pure attribute bonus. I choose the second bonus. Yi Chen had no thoughts and directly chose the skill points because leveling up wouldn't allow him to kill 5 million players, and improving attributes wouldn't have much effect either. Killing a boss is one thing, but slaughtering 5 million players is another. It's impossible. Yi Chen completely gave up on this task. Honestly, it's not that he's not determined. After working hard for 4 hours, he only managed to kill 100,000 players. Now, being asked to slaughter 5 million players, what kind of concept is that? A small city only has a population of 5 million, right? Slaughter a city by himself? Would one day and night be enough? Even with a machine gun, it wouldn't be enough, right? So no matter what, Yi Chen had no thoughts. After obtaining 200 skill points, Yi Chen allocated all of them to the dark domain. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. Yi Chen had 12 skill points of his own, plus 200 more, totaling 210 skill points, just enough to level up 6 times. Now, the Dark Domain has been upgraded to LV8. Dark Domain, LV8, creates a 200x 200 meter Dark Domain, deducting 400 health points per second and an additional 10% health points, ineffective against elite monsters and above, lasting for 30 seconds, with a 10-minute cooldown, consuming 50% of magic points. The LV8 Dark Domain can cause 400 points of damage per second and 10% health damage, which is terrifying, but what's the use? The 200 by 200 range is 20 times larger than before, enough to cover the entire valley, meaning he has the ability to annihilate 50 to 100,000 players in an instant. But even if he were to eliminate all players now, it would have no effect. There are only 200,000 players here, and many are just watching. After killing them all, besides some large guilds willing to spend money to resurrect, who among the solo players would spend money to resurrect? And another point, if he kills so many people, those guilds are not fools. They will all come to attack him later. Wouldn't that be unlucky? The most important point is that these guild players, after being killed by him, would they continue to stay here foolishly? Dream on? So killing 5 million people is simply an impossible task. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's goal is now the silver boss. Anyway, the rewards for the second stage won't be lacking. It's just that the rewards for the third stage are gone. Ah, if you don't want me to know, then don't let me know. If I know and can't complete it, it's simply toxic. Yi Chen couldn't help but complain. As time passed bit by bit, in the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. Yi Chen's personal output had always been the highest, and within half an hour, Yi Chen had also killed many players, not to complete the task, but simply to kill. Roar! Finally, after an hour, the Silver Moon Lion King couldn't hold on any longer. He was on his last breath, his health points were quickly running out. But at this moment, the Silver Moon Lion King erupted with a terrifying magical power. Pillars appeared one by one. This was Earth Magic, Earth Spirit Pillar, area damage, and could hinder player movement. Soon after, each pillar emitted light, injecting into the Silver Moon Lion King's body. A pill-like object appeared in front of the Silver Moon Lion King. He was absorbing the power of moonlight. Then voices rang out. Quick, that's his beast core, destroy it quickly, otherwise, he will recover health. Hurry, focus your attacks. Voices echoed, and Yi Chen was also frantically dealing damage, attacking for 40 seconds, along with the attacks of countless players. Finally, the beast core shattered, and the Silver Moon Lion King fell to the ground, turning into a beam of white light. Then a golden light flickered on the ground. However, at this moment, the private chat of Star Fantasy That Never Dies rang out. It's a pity that the Silver Moon Lion King did not evolve into a golden level boss. If the Warcraft Dan hadn't shattered just now, with just 5 minutes of stability, there would have been a 50% chance for the Silver Moon Lion King to evolve into a golden level boss, and it would be the world's first outdoor golden level boss. 3,000 new village players around can participate in this boss battle. This is an official hidden Easter egg. At this moment, Star Fantasy That Never Dies spoke up, saying to Yi Chen in private chat. As soon as the Silver Moon Lion King died, he saw the latest announcement on the official website. It clearly stated the method for the evolution of the Silver Moon Lion King. 3,000 new village players can participate? How do we participate? At the next moment, Yi Chen was surprised. There will be a boss teleportation gate. The official explanation is given. The reason why the Silver Moon Lion King is resting here is because this is an ancient altar with a terrifying magic array below, involving another hidden task, but it has not been activated yet. The Silver Moon Lion King sensed the ability to evolve here. Once he evolves, it will trigger the magic array here, appearing among the surrounding 3,000 new village players. Players can directly descend to this place through the magic array and additionally receive 10 free death buffs because this golden level boss has evolved twice in a row and mutated, equivalent to a platinum level boss. Star Fantasy That Never Dies said so. Hiss. At the next moment, Yi Chen widened his eyes. He didn't expect there to be such an Easter egg. However, Yi Chen didn't waste any words and chose to rewind time directly. From the beginning, why did the Ironback Lion King appear here? This was not a coincidence, and sleeping from day to night, was this a coincidence? This itself is an Easter egg and hidden setting. There is an ancient magic array here, which was set up before the game. Only after the Ironback Lion King evolves into the Silver Moon Lion King can the formation be triggered, and then the ability for a second evolution can be obtained. Evolving from a bronze boss to a silver boss, and then from a silver boss to a golden boss, directly becoming the biggest Easter egg at the opening. At that time, a large number of teleportation gates will appear, in other words, allowing countless players to engage in group attacks, using a tactic of overwhelming numbers. The boss will inevitably die, it's just a way to give players an advantage. Of course, other service areas also have such settings, but you must complete the hidden settings. Otherwise, even if you have them, you won't be able to complete the hidden settings, and they will be of no use. At this moment, Yi Chen returned to 1 minute ago. At this moment, the Silver Moon Lion King spat out its Warcraft Dan, absorbing some kind of energy, while the Fire Temple and the Celestial Palace began their attacks in an orderly manner, including other solo players. However, at this moment, Yi Chen directly released the Dark Domain that boosts levels, covering the entire valley. This skill is ineffective against the boss, so Yi Chen wasn't worried at all. At this moment, the two commanders commanding the Fire Temple and the Celestial Palace were staring at the boss, eagerly awaiting the final kill. But at this moment, suddenly, both of them noticed a decrease in their health points above their heads. Their faces changed drastically because the decrease in health points was too high. They, as guild management players, only had a little over 1,000 health points, meaning they couldn't last 3 seconds. Damn, why am I losing health? Is this the final move of the boss? Oh no, how did my health suddenly disappear? 480 points of damage? My LV8 Dark Domain deducts 400 points of health per second plus 10% of health. What does this mean? Looking at the current player data, the average warrior's health is barely over 800, usually around 500. The Dark Domain can solve all players in 2 to 3 seconds. Even the players from the Heavenly Palace and the Fire God Palace died in just 4 seconds. The commanders of the entire Heavenly Palace and Fire God Palace were also confused because after they died, they were not surprised to find out who the killer was. But when the whole guild started making a fuss, everyone was puzzled. Damn, I was killed by the king. I was also killed by the king. What class is the king anyway? His AoE damage is too strong. Were you also killed by the king? I thought it was just me. The king is truly the king, single-handedly wiping out our entire guild? People discussed, but no one blamed Yi Chen because this was a game, and they had already stolen Yi Chen's boss, so they were at fault first and couldn't blame others. At the same time, the commanders of the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace asked each other a question at the same time. Were you also killed by the king? Their questions were the same, so no answer was needed. They were shocked that Yi Chen had the ability to wipe out the players of 2 major guilds in an instant. This had to be reported, and they both guessed that Yi Chen had not only killed their 2 guilds but also all the players. What did he want to do? They couldn't understand, but they immediately reported to their superiors. However, at that moment, a system announcement suddenly sounded again. Ding! Due to triggering the ultimate hidden setting, the Silver Moon Lion King will evolve into the Golden Three-Headed Lion King in the next 10 minutes, becoming a Golden level boss. However, due to 2 consecutive evolutions, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King has mutated, with its quality equivalent to quasi-purple gold quality. If killed, it will drop purple gold items and various golden resources, as well as provide a large amount of experience and reputation points. At the same time, magic teleportation arrays will be activated near 3,000 newbie villages, and each player can enjoy 10 free resurrection chances. Please note that this boss raid can be considered a national boss battle. The first kill will bring rich rewards. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. The announcement spread throughout the entire national server, and in an instant, the players were in a frenzy. Initially, many players knew about the boss but were too far away to bother. Now, with 10 free resurrection chances and the ability to teleport directly, things were different. Within a minute of the announcement, thousands of meters around were filled with players rushing over like mad. There were at least 200,000 of them at a glance. SSS level mission, there is hope. In the darkness, Yi Chen saw countless players joining, feeling determined and excited. Heavenly Palace, Peng King, Guild Leader, the Silver Moon Lion King has evolved into the Golden Three-Headed Lion King. What should we do now? And it seems like we have angered the king. He wiped us out before, and I feel like we have made an enemy, he said seriously, seeking an answer. The guild leader of the Heavenly Palace quickly responded. Don't provoke him. We still don't know who he is. Stealing the boss was our fault first. The Heavenly Palace will issue an apology, but now that it has evolved into a golden level boss, it's not up to him. Everyone, get ready. This time, we need to attack fiercely and use a human wave strategy to deal the highest damage. The guild leader of the Heavenly Palace replied. At the same time, the Fire God Palace also issued an apology, but now that it had evolved into a golden boss, even if they apologized, they had to start fighting seriously. At that moment, the official forums and online communities of the Hope world exploded, and the matter of the golden boss even attracted international attention. Foreign players are confused. They are still working hard to kill monsters in Warcraft, while here in JoJo country, they are already fighting a golden boss? Is this necessary? All foreign players are very confused. The players in Japan are still working hard to kill low-level monsters. Even the more powerful players have just switched to the ninja class. Oh, you players from JoJo country are lucky. A golden boss appears directly, and you get 10 free revives, plus a teleportation gate. Playing with a large number of people, not to mention a golden boss, even a platinum boss would be difficult to defeat. Indeed, after the appearance of the teleportation gate, the number of players has increased dramatically. Yi Chen, seeing this scene, couldn't help but be amazed. Now, not to mention 5 million, even 50 million players might have hope. Brothers, the divine equipment is right in front of us, hurry up and charge. High price for buying back all equipment dropped by the boss. Guaranteed to drop platinum equipment, the first platinum weapon in the entire server. What does that mean? It can dominate the heavens, the earth, and the air. Kill. Charge. Voices rang out, and the players charged forward. At the same time, the Silver Moon Lion King had transformed completely into gold, its size increased 5-fold, resembling a small mountain. Players appeared weak in front of the Golden Three-Headed Lion King, as if they were ants. The 3 golden lion heads exuded an indescribable majesty and sacredness. Name, Golden Three-Headed Lion King. Rank, Golden Boss, Mutant, Health Points, Magic Points, Attack Power, Skills. A series of data. At the golden level, no one could see the overall data. Originally, Yi Chen could calculate the boss's health points due to the king's curse, but now it was impossible. As batches of players charged forward, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King was not as struggling as before. One head spewed flames, another shot lightning, and the third continuously absorbed a life source to restore its health and adjust its status. -0, -0, -0, -0, -1, -0, -0, -0, 99% of players dealt 0 damage, with only a rare few causing 1 or 2 points of damage. Even the top players could only deal less than 10 points of damage, which was terrifying. The silver-level Ironback Lion King already had 2 million health points, so the golden 3-headed Lion King should have at least 5 million health points, according to Yi Chen's estimation, possibly even higher. In the current valley environment, it would be quite difficult to kill this golden 3-headed Lion King. Swish! Yi Chen drew his bow, activated all buffs, and a bright red number appeared. -200. This was the damage Yi Chen could deal now, 200 points of damage, which seemed meager but was the highest among all damage dealt. -400, -400, -400, -2000, -800. After using all his skills to accumulate over 10,000 damage, Yi Chen chose to retreat. He did this to maintain his position as the top damage dealer and was also waiting for the cooldown of the Dark Domain. Above the valley, a group of players rushed in. Once a player died, a new player immediately jumped in to deal damage. 3,000 newbie villages represented 30 million players, and many players around could also head to these villages, meaning an estimated 50 million players might appear. Each person had 10 free revives, totaling 5 billion. Dark Domain. Finally, the Dark Domain's cooldown was over, and Yi Chen released it directly. Chaos erupted. Oh my god, here it comes again? Your Majesty, really? Brother, I was wrong, I won't mess around anymore. Your Majesty, please give me a break. I've already died twice. Group AoE, burning 400 to 500 points of health per second? Do you want people to live anymore? Group AoE, 400 to 500 points of health? Play your uncle. I am an A-level professional, a berserk mage, group skill damage 50 points, can hit up to 100 points of damage, and it's only a 5x5 range, the king's skill, at least covering the entire valley, right? The Dark Domain was cast again, but it instantly attracted countless curses. Some were tearful because they had died in Yi Chen's hands 2 or 3 times, some players who didn't understand cursed loudly, and some players begged Yi Chen to stop. Because of the golden boss, it attracted countless players. Originally, a Dark Domain could only kill a maximum of 30,000 players, but now it was different. The Dark Domain lasted for 30 seconds, basically clearing 30,000 players every 3 seconds. In 30 seconds, Yi Chen killed 200,000 players, adding to the previous 100,000, totaling 300,000 evil points. At this moment, Yi Chen was truly grateful that he had chosen 200 skill points. Otherwise, even with this opportunity, he would not be able to kill 5 million players. Although there were many curses, no one could find Yi Chen. Coupled with the temptation of the golden boss, who would care about this matter? However, some people still noticed Yi Chen's evil points, but it didn't attract much attention. Once the boss battle ended, Yi Chen's actions today would spread throughout the world. King, what's the meaning of slaughtering like this? The boss is not yours, and I hope the world is not yours either. Although your attributes are high, it doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Finally, a guild couldn't help but speak out, thinking that Yi Chen had gone too far. Ironback Lion King has been my prey from the beginning. I almost killed Ironback Lion King, but you guys directly snatched it. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Now that it has evolved into a golden boss, it was also my doing. Let me make it clear, anyone who stays here to snatch the boss is my enemy. Tonight, however many come, I will kill however many. Yi Chen said seriously, but this was just an excuse for him to slaughter 5 million players. Let's see what you're capable of. Soon the fighting continued, countless players swarmed like locusts. Yi Chen had no place to stand. He climbed a tree and released the Dark Domain at a critical moment, continuously harvesting players. 500,000, 800,000, 1 million, 1,300,000, 1,500,000, 1,800,000, 2 million. The number of players Yi Chen killed kept rising, and the golden 3-headed Lion King's health was also steadily decreasing. Although it could have a health value as high as tens of millions, it couldn't withstand tens of millions of players. Finally, at 6:30 in the morning, a voice sounded in Yi Chen's ear. Ding! Congratulations on completing the SSS level mission. Ding! Congratulations on completing the SSS level mission, the Dark King's transfer. Ding! Detecting that there are nearly 10 hours left until 24 hours, will the player choose a higher difficulty challenge that even darkness cannot reach? This mission is an SSSS level mission. If the player completes it, they will receive an SSSS level reward. Again? Yi Chen didn't expect that after slaughtering 5 million players, now there was an SSSS level mission. His profession as the Dark King was only at the SSSS level, and this mission was SSSS level, and completing it would result in an SSSS level reward. Yi Chen's first reaction was to refuse, but thinking about the system's previous tricks, Yichen could only grit his teeth and accept. Ding! Congratulations on accepting the SSSS level mission, the End of Darkness. Within the specified time, kill 1 billion players. If completed, you will receive a special title and a large reward. From directly upgrading from 500 people to 1 billion people, the time did not increase at all, but the difficulty increased by an unknown amount. This is a 20-fold increase, with 5 million people. Yi Chen relied on the LV8 Dark Domain to slaughter for over 4 hours to achieve this level. Now he has to slaughter 1 billion players? This is simply impossible. Yi Chen felt a bit tired, but fortunately, even if the task is not completed, he can still receive the previous rewards. However, Yi Chen always feels that this damn system seems to be deliberately disgusting him. He thought he had completed the 5 million tasks, but never expected there to be a 1 billion task. As someone who pursues perfection and excellence in everything, if he does not complete this task, Yi Chen cannot help but feel regretful. Ding! Due to accepting an SSSS level task, but detecting that the player's current level is weak, 3 options are given to the player. 1. Reach LV 50. 2. Give the player 600 skill points. 3. Increase life magic value by 50,000 and attack power by 5,000 points. All options are temporary and will be taken back before the task is completed. As before, the options are the same: level, skill points, and basic attributes. Yi Chen naturally chooses the skill value bonus without hesitation. The Dark Domain requires a large number of skill points to upgrade. To upgrade from LV8 to LV9, it requires 70 skill points. 70, 80, 90, 100, 110, 120. Upgrading from LV8 to LV14 costs a total of 570 skill points, with 32 remaining. Yi Chen casually adds them to the King Strike, saving them for boss fights. At the same time, the Dark Domain upgraded to LV14 undergoes another change. Dark Domain, LV14, range 500 by 500, deducts 2000 health points per second and 15% of health, lasts for 1 minute, cooldown of 5 minutes. However, it requires sacrificing 30% of health as a cost. No health potions are allowed to be used until the skill ends. The LV14 Dark Domain is strengthened again, with a range of 500 by 500, enough to accommodate 70 to 80,000 players, directly deducting 2000 health points and 15% of health for a full minute. This is basically a killing weapon, instantly killing 100,000 players. With the current situation, there is a bit of hope and possibility for the 1 billion task. Yi Chen no longer hesitates and directly releases the Dark Domain. Instantly, dense damage appears, all kinds of damage appear, and Yi Chen evaporates 70,000 players in an instant. Due to the golden boss, there are countless players around. The solo players have the most, with 10 free resurrection chances, giving them the capital and ambition to compete. This created vacancies, and a bunch of players filled in. Yi Chen almost completes the task at a rate of 50,000 people per second. After 1 minute, Yi Chen gains 3 million evil points and attracts a lot of curses. Of course, most of them still do not understand. Some large guilds, including the Fire God Palace and the Celestial Palace, are completely skeptical. Damn it, instantly killed? If it were a boss, I would accept it, but how can a player kill me instantly? Group magic, first of all, the range won't be very large. Not to mention that everyone's level is low. Even if they have reached level 30 now, killing 100,000 players in an instant, what kind of concept is this? I have the right to suspect that there are cheats in the world. That's right, it must be cheating. This King's Sai must be a cheater. Disgusting game, F***K your uncle. Voices rang out, and although many people remained rational, the vast majority of players were full of anger. They couldn't beat the boss in the first place and became cannon fodder. They never expected to be killed instantly by Yi Chen. If it were the late game, they would have nothing to say. The big spenders and the lucky players are not to be messed with, but it's only the second day since the server opened. What Yi Chen did is indeed incredible. Even for paying players, it shouldn't be this terrifying, right? If you didn't know, you might think this is a private server. Despite hearing so much cursing, Yi Chen couldn't be bothered. Even though they curse at him, would they really stop playing this game? That's impossible. What they really want is just to cause a commotion. In reality, hoping for a world with currency exchange would make 99.9% of players not want to quit the game. It is said that they hope the world can change people's destinies, with real conversions in the game appearing in reality. Regardless of how it will be, no one knows, but one thing is for sure, the world is what everyone in the world is paying attention to now. You can question it, but quit the game? I'd rather jump off a cliff than play an archer. Oh my goodness. Ignoring the angry players, Yi Chen turned this place into his own forbidden zone. As soon as his skills cooled down, he would immediately release them. 10 minutes later, a system voice sounded, "Ding! Congratulations, player, for accumulating 1 million kills, gaining 1 million evil points. As the first player to reach 1 million evil points, you have earned the legendary title, Slaughterer of Men. Ding! Due to your accumulation of 1 million kills, you have gained a passive attribute, Universal Disgust, which will result in many negative effects." Damn! Negative effects too? Yi Chen was annoyed. Yi Chen was really annoyed. The task was given by the system, and now that he completed it, he still got an attribute effect of being universally disliked. Universal Disgust effect: you must pay double the price for any item you purchase. Effect: the favorability of any NPC towards you automatically decreases by 100 points, and the favorability of all NPCs towards you becomes disgust. Effect: dark creatures will become more favorable towards you, especially bloodthirsty monsters, who will be drawn to you. Explanation: due to your killing of too many players, causing anger among the masses, you have received this honor. Double the price seems a bit excessive, right? As for the NPC favorability or other effects, Yi Chen could endure, but the double price is indeed a bit much. But what can Yi Chen do? He can only grit his teeth and accept it. And 1 million is just the beginning. Next, Yi Chen will continue to slaughter players. In this way, when he reaches 1 billion, the attribute effects he receives will probably be even worse. Thinking about this, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. As time passed, it must be said that most guild players were quite clever. They knew that Yi Chen had unique means to AoE players, so they calculated Yi Chen's skill cooldowns and gaps, allowing many solo players to die, and then they immediately dealt damage to the boss when Yi Chen's skills cooled down. Initially, they did die at Yi Chen's hands, but once they understood the pattern, they basically avoided it perfectly. Of course, this was entirely because Yi Chen didn't want to deal with these guild players. Otherwise, would you like to experience the Dark Domain without any rules? Yi Chen can release the Dark Domain 12 times in an hour, but the Dark Domain only lasts for a minute, so he can only release it 10 times in an hour. One Dark Domain can bring in 20 to 50,000 evil points, depending on how many solo players there are. Initially, there were quite a few, but now it's stabilized at around 300,000. In an hour, Yi Chen can kill 3 million players. There are still 10 hours left until the end, which means that the current accumulated total is 40 million evil points. 40 million sounds like an unimaginable number, but here's the problem: if he doesn't reach 1 billion, he won't get the reward. If by chance he really kills 40 million players, he will face even harsher punishment. Wouldn't that be unbearable? After thinking it over, Yi Chen decided to play it safe and continue leveling up first. What if the golden three-headed Lion King evolved into a purple gold boss later? Of course, this was just Yi Chen's idea. 2 consecutive evolutions had already reached the limit, bordering on mutation. In the world of hope, even 1 evolution was rare, 2 was the limit, and 3 would be problematic. A golden mutated boss could mobilize millions of players, so what about a purple gold boss? Wouldn't it be invincible? Unfortunately, if the King's Curse wasn't released at the beginning, then when I use a skill now, my single target damage will definitely be the highest. This way, I can claim ownership. However, the King's Curse can also allow me to seize the ownership of other bosses. It's a divine skill, but it's ineffective against bosses above the king level, including the king. Yi Chen thought to himself. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. As calculated, Yi Chen had killed 18 million players in 6 hours, adding to the previous 10 million for a total of 28 million. This outcome meant that a group of players had no chance of revival. In various places, people cursed Yi Chen. However, a bunch of new players who had finished their night shifts immediately logged into Hope World in the morning and started sacrificing themselves one after another. Not only that, in the esports circle, out of the 72 Earth-ranked guilds, 65 had participated in this matter. Even the Sky-ranked guilds ranked 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th all took action. The golden three-headed Lion King had now attracted the attention of players from all over the 9 states. Everyone was speculating about what would happen, and many players were curious as to why Yi Chen kept slaughtering players. With such a powerful boss, Yi Chen could easily achieve the highest personal and critical output, so why kill so many players, reaching tens of millions? Was he a lunatic? Basically impossible to complete. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, with only 2 hours left, the mission was about to end. However, in the last few hours, the number of kills far exceeded the calculations. By now, Yi Chen had accumulated a total of 40 million player kills, more than the number killed by the boss. But even so, reaching a billion kills was still a distant goal. With only 2 hours left, Yi Chen calculated that even with maximum kills, he couldn't complete the task of killing 1 billion people in the remaining time. It was an impossible task from the start. Although Yi Chen still had a glimmer of hope, he knew it was almost hopeless. Undying, remember to keep an eye on the forums and official website at all times. Once the golden three-headed king dies, immediately inform me of the latest information. At a critical moment, Yi Chen informed Undying Star of his plan, as he mainly wanted to see what official announcement would be made after the death of the golden three-headed Lion King. Perhaps there would be another opportunity, as currently, only 3,000 novice villages had magic teleportation arrays. What if all players in the 9 states region came to fight the boss? That was another possibility. Don't worry, boss, I'll take care of it. Undying Star naturally agreed. At that moment, the golden three-headed Lion King's health had dropped to its lowest point due to continuously releasing group magic attacks, a sign that the boss was about to die, as it would unleash a large number of group magic attacks. In the personal damage ranking, Yi Chen had accumulated a terrifying 1 for million damage in these few hours, while the second place had close to 700,000 damage, belonging to the one of the Heavenly Palace. Yi Chen didn't know who that was, but it was enough to prove that there were still many strong players in this world. In the world of hope, hidden dragons and crouching tigers abounded. Unfortunately, the second ranking in damage did not receive any ownership rewards. Yi Chen has 70% priority in ownership, the one with the highest group damage has 10%, and the one who gets the final kill has 20%. In other words, if Yi Chen kills the golden three-headed Lion King, 90% of the items will belong to Yi Chen. Roar! Finally, the golden three-headed Lion King couldn't hold on any longer. From last night until 5 in the afternoon, he endured attacks from millions of players back and forth for 10 hours. If it weren't for the level issue, this boss definitely wouldn't have lasted. Red blood. Suddenly, someone shouted, and red blood means the boss is in its final state, with less than 1% of its health remaining, turning completely red. Countless eyes stared at the golden three-headed Lion King, creating a terrifying crowd, like locusts appearing. Dark Domain. Yi Chen had guessed early on that many people were hiding in the dark, waiting to make the final strike. However, he didn't expect so many players to suddenly appear and surround the area completely, causing a temporary overlap of bodies due to the player limit being reached. Because the boss entered the red blood state, Yi Chen wasted no time and directly released the Dark Domain. A terrifying number of kills occurred at that moment. Previously, the Dark Domain could only kill 300,000 people at a time, but now, in just 1 minute, it helped Yi Chen kill nearly 2 million players due to the overlapping characters. The area that could originally fit 1 person now accommodated 10, and countless players surged forward like a swarm of locusts, aiming to kill the boss. The dense damage was shocking. Yi Chen wasted no time and unleashed all his skills to compete for the kill. After releasing the Dark Domain, one advantage was that for that minute, no one could approach within a 500 by 500 range. This meant that apart from the initial round of damage, no one else could attack the boss. -1,000, -2,000, -4,000. Various damages were dealt, and if it was estimated that the golden three-headed Lion King had 10 million health points, there were now only 100,000 left. The first round of damage had at least dealt 8 to 9,000 damage, leaving only 1,000 health points. King's Wrath, King's Combo, King's Strike, Gale Arrow, Bloodthirsty Arrow. All skills were used by Yi Chen, and at the same time, some damage appeared on the head of the golden three-headed Lion King. -500, -500, -500, -500. 500 damage points may not seem high, but for a golden level boss, dealing 500 damage with a normal attack was terrifying. Moreover, within the 500 by 500 range, there was not a single living player due to the Dark Domain. This meant that the opponent, from a very distant place, was inflicting this damage, which was extremely terrifying. Being attacked from 500 meters away may not sound far, but considering that archers usually have an attack range of around 10 meters, what does 500 meters mean? You don't even know where the opponent is, yet they can attack you, which is incredibly unfair. Even if you knew, with a distance of 500 meters, it would take Yi Chen 10 seconds to run there at his current agility speed. If the opponent had high attack power and could cause 500 health damage per second, you would probably be dead within 10 seconds. Of course, having extremely high long-range killing abilities certainly had many limitations, just like the Dark King and SSSS class profession. It may sound impressive, but it doesn't mean they can instantly kill everything in sight. Because I hope the world is a real world, even if you have an SSSS level profession, what you need to pay is still a lot, just like an ordinary player getting Yi Chen's experience points, estimated to be level 30 by now, maybe even level 40. However, Yi Chen has only barely reached level 20, the difference is clear. The further you go, Yi Chen's 50 levels of experience may be enough for an ordinary player to reach level 100. Although Yi Chen can still dominate ordinary players, facing a group of level 100 players is no joke. Changing jobs, attributes, various enhancement functions greatly increase combat power. Everything is fair, so this is the charm of the world of hope. Ding! Congratulations to player Qing Yunzixiao for successfully killing the boss Golden Three-Headed Lion King. Finally, at this moment, the Golden Three-Headed Lion King fell, but it was not Yi Chen who killed it. This Lion King is also pitiful. It should have died long ago, but it was dragged on for so long. Soon, a purple golden light flashed, like a dazzling light in the abyss, bringing inexplicable joy. This is a purple gold equipment, a ring. However, at this moment, Xingwan Mubi immediately sent the official website information to Yi Chen. Brother Junwan, killing the golden boss, the golden three-headed Lion King, guarantees a drop of purple gold equipment, and will also drop a large number of golden items, including some special items. But the rarest is the boss transformation card. Using this card can transform into the golden three-headed Lion King for 24 hours, in an invincible state. Players cannot attack, only Warcraft can attack. Its purpose is to deal with some powerful bosses in the future, but can only be used once. Secondly, the most precious of the purple gold equipment dropped by the golden three-headed Lion King is one of the greatest blacksmiths in the world of hope, Amor's 5 major professional exclusive weapons, with special bonuses, while the rest of the equipment is just ordinary purple gold equipment. Xingwan Mubi informed Yi Chen. And the next moment, Yi Chen looked at the items dropped by the boss, 7 or 8 pieces of equipment, various skill books, scrolls, and a pile of gold coins like a small mountain, but there was no boss transformation card, and the equipment was just an ordinary purple gold equipment. Reverse time. Almost without any hesitation, Yi Chen directly chose to reverse time, not because of the exclusive weapon, but because Yi Chen wanted that boss card, and also because the final kill of the boss was not his own, which Yi Chen could not tolerate. Transforming into the boss for 24 hours, doing whatever you want? This is simply allowing oneself to cheat for a whole day. But there is an embarrassing problem, that is, once you reverse time, there is a 5-minute cooldown. During these 5 minutes, the boss will inevitably die, so this is the last chance. If this opportunity does not yield what you want, then the SSSS level mission cannot be completed. Take a risk. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Fight it out. Stay in the palace tonight. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen could only hope that his 100 luck points would come into play, while also calculating the boss's damage. Qing Yunzixiao, this player, can only shoot 1 arrow per second. Just now he released the King's Strike. Qing Yunzixiao made up for the last 500 points of damage to his health. Reversing 1 minute, after the King's Strike cooldown was restored, Yi Chen let Qing Yunzixiao attack with a few arrows first, and then make up for the final damage. Everything is under control. Time reversed. Yi Chen opened his eyes. The golden three-headed Lion King roared to the sky, fulfilling its final wish. After Qing Yunzixiao dealt close to 2,000 points of damage, Yi Chen raised his hand and used the King's Strike, and with a minus 4,000 damage appearing, he took down the golden three-headed Lion King. Yi Chen calculated the data accurately, waiting for Qing Yunzixiao to output a round first, then attacking. A skill took down the golden three-headed Lion King, and then a series of system sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations on killing the golden mutant boss, the golden three-headed Lion King, and gaining 10 million experience points. This is the simplest experience reward. Ding! Congratulations on killing the golden mutant boss, the golden three-headed Lion King, and gaining 100,000 reputation points. This is also the simplest reputation reward. Killing the boss can get you 2 things, experience points and reputation points, and the rest is the equipment dropped. Ding! As you are the first player to kill the golden mutant boss, you also receive an additional 400,000 reputation points reward and are recorded in the world celebrity records. This is announced 3 times. 400,000 reputation points and announced 3 times. Honor and rewards are both obtained, which is great. Together with the previous 100,000 reputation points, Yi Chen now has a total of 500,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations to the player King Sai for becoming the first player to log into the world celebrity records and receiving a hope voucher as a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the player King Sai for ranking first in personal damage in this golden mutant boss battle and receiving a dazzling golden jar as a reward. Ding! Congratulations to the player King Sai for successfully killing the boss in this golden mutant boss battle and receiving a dazzling golden jar as a reward. Hope vouchers, 2 dazzling golden jars, these are all good things. Yi Chen doesn't know what a hope voucher is, but he knows that the dazzling golden jar is the only container that can drop golden equipment. It is known as the equipment jar and is one of the sources of obtaining equipment. In other words, he can directly obtain 2 pieces of golden equipment. The specific quality depends on luck. After a series of rewards, Yi Chen's first reaction was to see what the boss dropped. The golden 3-headed Lion King fell, and the most eye-catching item was the purple gold equipment, a staff emitting a purple golden light. Yi Chen didn't say a word and directly took the staff, followed by 2 golden grade equipment pieces and 4 or 5 silver grade equipment pieces, all of which Yi Chen collected. Finally, Yi Chen found a boss card flowing with a purple gold color, the transformation card of the golden 3-headed Lion King. Effect: after use, you can transform into the golden 3-headed Lion King, inheriting all attributes. Limitation: can only be used for 24 hours, each use deducts 1 hour. Cancel transformation, can be used again after 1 hour. Transformation attributes: health, /magic, 500000/50000000. Attack, 10,000 to 20,000. Single target skill x4. Group skill x4. With 10 million health points, 5 million magic points, and 10,000 attack points, these attributes are indeed terrifying. Undoubtedly, holding the boss in hand, countless players logged in again at this moment. Skills in the dark domain disappeared, and players swarmed in like locusts. After the golden 3-headed Lion King died, the pile of gold coins was like a small mountain. The current exchange rate is 1 gold coin equivalent to 4,009 states coins. If they managed to grab a gold coin, they would make a huge profit. There were tens of thousands of gold coins, a piece of purple gold equipment, 2 golden pieces, 5 silver pieces, 3 skill books, 2 scrolls, a boss card, and a large amount of gold coins. Yi Chen's hand speed was extremely fast, stuffing one thing after another into his backpack. Luckily, there weren't too many things, so the backpack was able to fit everything. As for the gold coins, they only took up weight, not space. Before most players arrived, Yi Chen relied on his triple agility to quickly sweep away all the gold coins. His speed was simply invincible. In total, there were 13,000 gold coins and a large amount of equipment, making this trip a fruitful one. However, Yi Chen didn't seem very excited. Killing the boss didn't bring real benefits. SSSS level missions were what Yi Chen was most concerned about. Ding! Do you want to use the transformation card? Please note that using the transformation card will immediately reduce 1 hour of time. The system's voice sounded, and without any hesitation, Yi Chen chose to transform. Swish! With a flash of light, Yi Chen transformed into a golden 3-headed Lion King. The players who were shouting and killing were once again dumbfounded. Damn, why is there another boss? Another golden boss? Do they want us dead? What the hell, are we still playing? Brothers, stop talking nonsense, kill the boss, get the godly equipment. Countless players roared. Those in front saw the boss die and the equipment being taken by Yi Chen, but those behind couldn't see it. They only saw the golden 3-headed Lion King and thought the boss hadn't completely died, so they rushed forward to attack Yi Chen without hesitation. Roar! Yi Chen, transformed into a boss, directly released a group skill, causing the ground to split. This was an earth-based area magic. In an instant, within a radius of 1,000, the ground cracked, killing countless players. Yi Chen raised his hand, and with a swipe of his claw, he directly wiped out thousands of players. This was the terror of a boss. Previously, it was said that Yi Chen had killed more than the boss, but in reality, Yi Chen's kill count was far less than the boss. At this moment, transformed into a boss, Yi Chen was thinking whether 2 hours would be enough to complete his 1 billion mission. Roar! Boom! Boom! The golden 3-headed Lion King was an earth-based monster. Various earth-based magic appeared. Earth pillars, sand burial, sandstorm domain, 10-directional earth thorns, and other magic skills were thrown out by Yi Chen as if they were free. At this moment, Yi Chen truly experienced what it meant to crush and dominate. Damn, how did this boss become stronger? It's not stronger, it can't inflict any damage at all. Even if there's no damage, I feel like this boss seems to have intelligence. First, it will attack the group guild players, and then it will instantly kill all the random players with 1 skill. At the same time, once its health drops significantly, it will immediately avoid many attacks, showing more intelligence than before. Someone spoke, believing that the new boss was stronger, while others thought that this boss had gained intelligence. Ding! Congratulations on successfully killing players and gaining some villain value. At the same time, Yi Chen's villain value increased by tens of thousands. Endless players, going crazy to get the godly equipment, rushing over as soon as they revived, completely losing their rationality. But this was also human nature. After all, if they were the last one to kill the boss, they could get various rewards. In fact, the vast majority of players knew that they couldn't cause much damage, but they carried a glimmer of hope. What if they were the last one to kill it? It was because of this that countless players attacked the boss like madmen, hoping that everything in the world would be extremely valuable. Just the second day after the server opened, everything was expensive, gold coins were expensive, equipment was expensive, items were expensive. If the final boss is killed, forget about golden equipment, even silver-level equipment can be auctioned for a sky-high price. So no one can resist such temptation. 1 million, 3 million, 5 million, 10 million, 15 million, 20 million. The value of the villain kept rising, from 40 million to 50 million, then increased to 60 million. At first, no one noticed, but many people guessed the truth later on. This isn't the real boss. The official website said this is a boss transformation card dropped by the boss. This guy is a king. He transforms into a boss and slaughters players. What does the king want to do? Killing players from the beginning and continuously slaughtering until now. Does he want to make enemies with the world? Make enemies with the world? At this moment in the esports circle, many figures fell silent. Never before had there been such an arrogant player, actually wanting to make enemies with the world? Isn't Yi Chen's behavior like wanting to make enemies with the world? From the beginning until now, Yi Chen has already killed 50 million players. Although the vast majority are duplicates, the actual players killed probably do not exceed 5 million, but that is still 5 million players. Kill. Although some people already knew that the boss was Yi Chen, the vast majority of players still blindly killed and slaughtered, simply out of inner persistence. 11 million, 13 million, 15 million, 18 million, 20 million. Half an hour after the transformation, Yi Chen had already killed 20 million players, adding to the previous 40 million, now reaching 60 million. However, there was still about an hour left. At this rate, it might actually reach a billion. But many guilds had already withdrawn because they knew this was not a boss. They chose to leave, considering it a wasted night, so the number of kills steadily decreased, which was bad news. This won't do. If it continues like this, a billion kills won't be achieved. I need to take the initiative. Yi Chen pondered in his mind, then he leaped, crossing thousands of meters, shaking the fur on his body, instantly turning each hair into golden needles shooting out, killing 500,000 players in seconds, and then actively attacking the group of guild players who were retreating. Earth-shattering. Facing the Fire God Palace, Yi Chen directly unleashed his ultimate move, Earth-shattering. This was the ultimate move of the golden three-headed Lion King. With a range of 800 by 800, the earth shattered, collapsed directly, cracks appeared one after another, as if an earthquake, directly wiping out millions of players. King, you've gone too far. Finally, a force was angered, the vice president of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. The Flowing Cloud Pavilion was the 9th-ranked guild on the heavenly ranking, having the qualifications to challenge Yi Chen. I've gone too far? You came to steal the boss, isn't that going too far? Yi Chen responded directly. Yes, it was our mistake to steal the boss, but there are two issues. First, the boss doesn't belong to your family. Second, all the benefits were taken by you, and now you want to exterminate us. Are you planning to make enemies with the world? Treating all of us as enemies? The vice president of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion said angrily. Don't label me. In the game world, there are no constraints. You steal the boss. I have nothing to say. I kill you. Do you have anything to say? Yi Chen coldly responded. That's right. If you come to steal the boss, be prepared to be counter-killed. The Flowing Cloud Pavilion, as a top guild, don't you understand this principle? Starry Illusion Invincible spoke up, choosing to help Yi Chen. The Starry Illusion Guild had not participated in this boss battle from start to finish, because they had offended Yi Chen before. If they participated, they feared truly creating enmity. But Yi Chen didn't care, it was all the same, they were all going to die. Good. King, there are many versions of the world. Perhaps you can dominate the entire server before reaching level 30, but can you still dominate the entire server after reaching level 30? This game is not a one-person game. One day, our Flowing Cloud Pavilion will reclaim this place. The vice president of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion said seriously. However, immediately after that, Yi Chen fired an energy cannon at the opponent, instantly killing more than 4,000 players from the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Just like that, 40 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Chen's kill count had reached 90 million, but he still needed 1 million more, and there were only 20 minutes left. The main issue was not this. It was that there were no more players to kill. The players coming to die now were truly pure fools, not following any strategies. The vast majority of players knew that the boss was already dead, with only a small number still unaware. Only 20 minutes left. It's impossible to kill 1 million players. We're just one step away. We need to come up with a solution. At this moment, Yi Chen calculated everything. Only 1 million left to complete the mission. He didn't want to fail at the last moment. 100,000, 200,000, 300,000, 400,000, 450,000. 490,000, 495,000, 498,000, 499,000, 499,005. With only 1 second left, Yi Chen took a deep breath. He had just reversed time by 1 minute, forcibly releasing his skill to make up for the 300 difference, but he was still very nervous. 499,007. The number stopped here once again, the same number making Yi Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. He couldn't reverse time anymore and was still 300 evil points short in the end. However, at that moment, the number that had stopped suddenly jumped. 501,200. The number stopped abruptly here, calculated at the last moment. The skill Yi Chen released before transforming did not increase the evil points, something he didn't know. As the numbers changed, Yi Chen immediately checked his personal notifications. Only then did he realize that even killing one more person wouldn't match the previous evil points. This meant that Yi Chen had completed the mission. He had accomplished the impossible task. Ding! Congratulations to player Sai of the King. Within 24 hours, the accumulated number of players killed reached 1 billion, accumulating 1 billion evil points, thus granting the divine title of Manslayer. A loud voice resounded, echoing throughout the Hope world. Killing 1 billion players and obtaining the divine title was something countless players had never expected. Damn, that's why the king has been slaughtering players all along, to complete this kind of task. Although I don't know what the title Manslayer does, it sounds awesome. Slay 1 person, you're a thief. Slay 10, you're a villain. Slay 100, you're brave. Slay 1,000, you're a general. Slay 10,000, you're a king. Slay 1 billion, you're a god. Impressive. So from start to finish, the king wasn't after the boss at all. He just wanted to complete the task, killing 1 billion players, accumulating 1 billion evil points, and thus obtaining this title. Within 24 hours, killing 1 billion players, it's a matter of timing, location, and people, all three are indispensable. The king must be a beta player, and definitely a well-known player during the beta testing. Countless players speculated, subconsciously believing that all of this was orchestrated by Yi Chen. At this moment, the reason why Yi Chen slaughtered 1 billion players became clear. Initially, many players criticized him, but now they all understood. What could they do? Even if he didn't do it, someone else would eventually take on this task. The slaughter of players without reason naturally caused an uproar, but when there was a reason for the slaughter, many people chose to let it go. Of course, not everyone did, and after all, this is just a game, not reality. In reality, no matter the reason, forgiveness would not be granted. Ding! Player King Sai enters the Hall of Fame of the Hope world, with an additional reward of 500,000 reputation points. Ding! Player King Sai has accumulated 1 billion evil points, receiving a gift from the Grim Reaper, possessing 1 Grim Reaper voucher. Ding! Player King Sai has accumulated 1 billion evil points, receiving a blessing from the Grim Reaper, having 1 chance of death and rebirth. Ding! Due to Player King Sai committing heinous crimes, automatically switching to the evil camp, the light camp will forever abandon Player King Sai, the supreme god of light will scorn Player King Sai, thus Player King Sai receives a buff, the abandonment of light. Ding! Due to Player King Sai accumulating 1 billion evil points, receiving praise from the supreme god of darkness, receiving a buff, the favor of darkness. A series of voices rang out, the debate between light and darkness, giving 2 buffs, one is the abandonment of light, and the other is the favor of darkness, but these 2 buffs did not display any attribute effects. Yi Chen speculated that this was probably a kind of favorability value, just like in the future when dealing with NPCs from the light camp, they would look down on him, dislike him, and scorn him, but if dealing with NPCs from the dark camp, they would praise him. Yi Chen didn't know the specifics. However, the Grim Reaper voucher is a lottery item that can draw treasures from the Grim Reaper, and as for death and rebirth, it actually amplifies all attributes. It can be said that this trip was full of rewards, and this was just the reward for accumulating 1 billion evil points. The rewards for the SSSS level mission have not been calculated yet. Just as Yi Chen was waiting for the rewards to arrive, suddenly, a system announcement sounded throughout the entire server. Ding! Please note, due to illegal programs forcibly disrupting game balance, the Hope world will undergo a 24-hour maintenance update. This update will further improve game content and activities, and will completely close off any data ports of the Hope world, rejecting any external modifications. After this repair, the Hope world will be completely controlled by the AI brain, and no one will be able to make changes. The Hope world will create an absolutely safe and fair game world. The sudden temporary maintenance update left all players stunned, as updates are usually announced in advance. The impromptu maintenance update clearly indicated that there was a problem, but many players involuntarily chose to believe and support it. Because game data is a big issue, no one wants to seek revenge in reality. If the smart brain is fully in control and there is no GM involved at all, that would be the best. Forced offline, 3-second countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. Being forced offline without receiving the task completion reward, Yichen was extremely frustrated and helpless. He went offline. Glancing at the time, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Yichen opened his eyes and found the younger brothers and sisters from the orphanage surrounding him, all looking very nervous. What's wrong? The orphanage had more than 20 children, the oldest being 14 and the youngest 4. Despite their young age, they were all sensible and obedient, having to scavenge at a young age to support their families, feeling sorry for each other. Big brother Yi, you finally woke up. You've been sleeping since the day before yesterday and haven't eaten. We were worried you might get sick. The girl who spoke had gone scavenging with Yichen before, with tears on her face, clearly showing signs of crying, and in fact, some of the other brothers and sisters had also shed tears. This orphanage had over 20 people, with Yichen and the old headmaster supporting it. However, the old headmaster had gone to attend a poverty alleviation meeting in the city a few days ago, trying to secure some funding. In other words, the orphanage was currently being supported by Yichen alone. If anything were to happen to Yichen, the orphanage would be in trouble. But what worried them more was their concern for Yichen. Everyone saw Yichen as their big brother and they were worried about him. Sick? No. Yichen quickly came to his senses, shook his head, and smiled at the group of brothers and sisters. Xiaojin, I've just been too tired these past 2 days. Don't worry, it's already 10 o'clock. Go to bed quickly, and tomorrow big brother Yi will take you to eat something delicious, like Star River fried chicken. Yichen said with a smile. Star River fried chicken was a type of fried chicken, similar to a restaurant like KFC from a long time ago, but due to the Star River era, there were no food safety issues. It was fragrant, crispy, and eating it regularly could help strengthen the body. As soon as they heard they could go to Star River fried chicken, everyone couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Xiaojin couldn't help but ask, Big brother, are you really okay? The delicate Xiaojin was still very worried. Alright, don't worry. I'm fine. Go rest now. It's already 10 o'clock. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to eat something delicious. But if you oversleep and can't wake up, don't blame big brother Yi. Yichen rubbed Xiaojin's head and then let them go to sleep. Everyone was indeed tired. They woke up at 6 every day to work, and now it was 10 o'clock at night. Usually, without any entertainment activities, they would go to bed around 7 or 8 at night. If it weren't for Yichen, they would have gone to bed already. After comforting everyone, only Yichen was left. After everyone had left, Yichen immediately left the orphanage. He wanted to go to the internet cafe to look up information about the latest update. I'll buy a better phone tomorrow. Otherwise, if I want to look up information online, it will be troublesome. Yichen thought to himself. It was already 10:30 at night. When Yichen arrived at the internet cafe, it was already 11 o'clock. Normally, there shouldn't be many people at the internet cafe at 11 at night, but because of Hope World, all the major internet cafes were crowded these days. The internet cafes had Hope World login helmets available temporarily for anyone to use, allowing people without much money to experience it. Awesome, the whole internet is searching for the Sai of this king, who slaughtered 1 billion players. Damn, that's amazing. This is simply godlike. To be honest, even if it's 10 million, I wouldn't be able to kill them all. Damn, the official forums in Tieba are already exploding. Everyone is looking for the Sai of this king. It's invincible. The Xinluguo country actually said that the Sai of the king is their country's player, but it is just a resident of the Xinluguo in China. The discussion inside the internet cafe was heated, especially when someone spoke up, mentioning that the Xinluguo country's forum was discussing Yichen's nationality. The entire internet cafe erupted in commotion. Xinluguo country? Fuck, if they are really from the Xinluguo country, I'll kill them. Damn, no wonder they slaughtered our Jojo country players. This fucker, if I find him, I won't just kill him, I'll make him suffer. The whole internet cafe was in an uproar, with most people believing the rumors. Yichen frowned upon hearing this because this rumor could indeed have an impact on him, but Yichen could not possibly admit to being the king's Sai. Firstly, whether they believed it or not was a question, and secondly, even if they did believe it, it would bring huge trouble. The interests involved in the world were too significant. Boss, open a computer for me. Yichen casually opened a computer and then sat in front of it, ready to access the official website of the Hope World game. Upon opening the website, there was indeed an update message. Dear players, this update is an emergency temporary update. We hope for your understanding. The content of this update is as follows. First, a refined worldview, presenting a complete world story to allow players to immerse themselves more in the Hope world. Second, the smart brain controls the Hope world. After this update, the smart brain will have full control over the Hope world, not allowing any outsiders to interfere. Third, early release of dungeon information. Once 1 million players reach level 30, the dungeon will be available. Fourth, due to this temporary update, double experience plus 5 times drop rate will be given. Fifth, presenting the most comprehensive activities, with 2 to 4 activities appearing irregularly each month. These are the 5 items of the update. The first one is easy to understand, enriching the worldview. The second one is the smart brain controlling the world, which can ensure one's safety, something Yi Chen was satisfied with. The third one is the early release of dungeons, but it requires 1 million players reaching level 30, which might take about a week. The fourth activity of double experience and 5 times drop rate is more humane and likely to calm many players' anger. The fifth one is also normal. Thinking about this, Yi Chen opened a new link to check out the dungeons and activities. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Brothers, quickly go to the official forum. Those Zinluguo dogs and Wugwa dogs have joined forces to come over the wall to our Jojo country area for a confrontation. The voice caused the entire internet cafe to boil with excitement. The players in the internet cafe immediately got involved. Yi Chen did not join in but instead carefully examined the latest dungeon and activity information. The early release of dungeon information this time was a kind of compensation for the temporary update because according to the Hope World's previous claims, they would never release any information about dungeons. Many of the Hope World's information was classified, only to be made public after it happened. For example, bosses like the Golden Three-Headed Lion King would only have their data updated on the official website after being killed by Yi Chen. If not killed, the data would never be made public. This was why Yi Chen had Star Illusion Unextinguished focus on the official website. The early release of dungeon information naturally attracted the attention of countless players, as knowing oneself and the enemy would lead to victory in 100 battles. Opening the dungeon information webpage, there was an introduction that was thousands of words long. Yi Chen carefully read through it, and after 20 minutes, he had finished reading all the content. This time, the Hope World mainly updated 5 dungeons: Warcraft Forest, Misty Forest, Skeleton Camp, Forgotten Holy Sea, Land of Light. These dungeons were for levels 10 to 50, allowing only 5 to 10 people to team up to enter, not exceeding 10 people but also not fewer than 5. There were 5 modes for the dungeons: easy, medium, difficult, nightmare, disaster. To reach a certain level, you can pass the simple mode normally. That is to say, a team of 10 LV10 players can pass the simple mode without requiring high skills and damage. However, it's different for the medium mode. The official website clearly explains the advantages and disadvantages of the 5 modes. Simple, gather a team of 10 level 10 players, only need to hold a white weapon in hand, avoid major mistakes, and you can pass. Medium, requires 10 well-equipped players who cooperate well to pass smoothly. The so-called well-equipped players need at least all white equipment and a certain level of skill. Errors are allowed, but major errors and too many detailed errors should be avoided. Hard, 10 players with full bronze equipment, need to be around 50% higher than the level of the instance, require high skills, calm judgment, and a certain level of wisdom. Errors are allowed, but only 3 small errors are allowed. Nightmare, this is your nightmare. In this instance, it's not just about leveling up by fighting monsters, but also involves complex plots and despairing choices. It will become your nightmare, not as simple as it seems. Do you want to challenge this level of instance? What you need is not just equipment, but also courage and wisdom. Disaster. What is a disaster? A disaster is something you cannot forget, scarier than a nightmare. A nightmare is a dream, but a disaster is something you cannot prevent. Even if you exceed 100% of the instance level, have all silver equipment, you may not be able to pass a disaster level instance. These are the differences between the 5 modes, and there is also some information about equipment. Equipment is undoubtedly divided into scattered and set equipment. The strongest scattered equipment is on bosses and some elite monsters. If you don't have a complete set, scattered equipment is more effective than set equipment. 1 piece is better than 3. But if the set is complete, scattered equipment of the same quality level cannot compare with the set. It is hoped that the 4 sets can be obtained from the 5 instances currently open in the world. Land of Light can drop the Dream Set series equipment, which is a rare golden set, each piece is of rare quality. Holy Sea of Oblivion can drop the Hope Set series equipment, which is the lowest level golden set, each piece is of the lowest quality. Skeleton Camp can drop the Star Set series equipment, which is a rare silver set, each piece is of rare quality. Misty Forest can drop the Radiant Set series equipment, which is the lowest level silver set, each piece is of the lowest quality. The first Warcraft Forest instance cannot drop a set, but greatly increases the drop rate. Players can first gather a set of white equipment or bronze equipment. There is no level limit for sets. If you want to upgrade, you need to synthesize and upgrade the same equipment. This means that you may be able to wear the Dream set at level 10, but there is a catch. After reaching level 40 or 50, to upgrade the set, you need dozens of the same parts for synthesis, with a certain failure rate. Of course, whales can ignore this, but most sets are bound equipment. With extremely good luck, unbound sets may appear, which can be traded. However, after binding, the attributes will increase significantly. Only hard and above, including hard mode, can drop sets. Other modes cannot drop sets. Of course, the official also provides some information. In some activities, you can obtain equipment fragments or complete equipment. This means that if you are lucky, you can get the Dream set without going through the system, just bound. According to official information, the attributes of the Dream set will be astonishing. But what exactly it is, no one knows, even including the internal test players, have not seen the Dream suit. At the same time, Yi Chen looked at the activities, but the activity update information is just average. It is just server shutdown compensation, double experience, and 5 times drop rate. After reading all the information, Yi Chen planned to go to the forum to take a look because there are many internal test players on the forum who can know some confidential things. Just opening the forum, a whole page, hundreds of posts, all are quarreling posts. It is proven that the King Sai is a player from the New Silla Kingdom. There is evidence. The King Sai should be a player from the Wa Kingdom. There is historical evidence. The King Sai, it doesn't matter which country the person is from, but the mass slaughter of players must be severely punished. These are the 3 most popular posts, while the rest of the posts are all arguments. The king is a player from the Kyushu Kingdom, do you know? The king is a ghost of the New Silla Kingdom player. If the king is really a player from the New Silla Kingdom, then it's funny. The entire official forum is discussing this matter. At this moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but frown, because some titles made him a little angry. Now the entire official forum is discussing one thing, whether the king is a player from the Kyushu Kingdom. Mainly, a player from the New Silla Kingdom first declared that the king is a player from the New Silla Kingdom, and then posted a lot of evidence, such as why he would slaughter 1 billion players, believing that the king has a grudge against the Kyushu Kingdom players, so he would do this. But soon, players from the Wa Kingdom saw various pieces of evidence, so they immediately admitted that the king is a player from the Wa Kingdom, even bringing out historical evidence from hundreds of years ago as proof, feeling pleased with themselves. This made the Kyushu Kingdom players explode directly. Originally, countless players were killed by Yi Chen, and now this kind of thing happened. How could they swallow this anger? But for the time being, many players still believe that Yi Chen is a player from the Kyushu Kingdom, so they are just defending themselves. However, if Yi Chen is really a player from another country, then it will be a big deal. After all, it involves national honor. Yi Chen read several posts, and indeed the evidence posted by players from the New Silla Kingdom and the Wa Kingdom is really similar. If the person involved is not himself, Yi Chen would really believe it. In fact, Yi Chen wanted to respond, but he didn't have an account, and even if he did, he couldn't prove that he is the King Sai, unless he answers in the game. This matter must be explained clearly. Someone wants to cause trouble, it must be clarified. Yi Chen thought to himself, but he had to wait until the server repair was completed to clarify the topic, otherwise, it would be troublesome. Now the entire Kyushu Kingdom is discussing this matter. However, aside from this topic, Yi Chen found several posts about dungeons. Among them, an internal test player made a detailed estimate and explanation of the dungeons. Warcraft Forest Dungeon Guide. Among the 5 dungeons updated this time, as someone who participated in the internal test, I only know 3 of them. The last 2 dungeons were just a concept during the internal test and did not appear, so let me explain in detail the first 3 dungeons. The first one is the Warcraft Forest, which is the lowest level dungeon. Needless to say, for the simple mode, with a full group of 10 players, just bring a white weapon, don't seek death on your own, basically you can clear it. The experience gained is 50% of normal monsters, but the drop rate is double outside, maintaining a large number of new players striving upwards. For the medium mode, slightly improve the equipment, and with better skills, there should be no problem. The experience value of the dungeon monsters is exactly the same as the wild monsters, and the dungeons are more dense, making it a good place to level up, so if there is a group with some small equipment, you can try the medium mode. Be careful when facing difficulties, you must have professional players leading the team, and the other players must also have certain skills, otherwise, a small mistake can easily lead to a wipeout, making it very difficult to clear the level. When we were testing internally, I teamed up with 9 players, all at level 15 with bronze equipment, including myself. 7 were professional players, and although 3 were casual players, they were quite skilled, considered high-level players. However, a small mistake led to failure. The Warcraft Forest at the simple and medium levels only had one boss, a level 15 monster with slightly enhanced attributes. But in the difficult level, there were 2 bosses, one at level 15 and the other at level 20, who could summon additional monsters, making it very troublesome. When it comes to Nightmare level, pay attention as it introduces a dungeon-like storyline, meaning it's not just a simple dungeon anymore but involves branching storylines. There are many choices inside, and making the wrong choice can lead to instant death with no chance to retry. It took our team of 10 level 20 professional players, all equipped with bronze gear and some silver equipment, a whole month and countless deaths to clear the level. A friendly reminder, you can only participate in dungeons 10 times a day, and failures will deduct from your attempts. So, unless you are 80% confident, do not casually choose high difficulty dungeons. As for disaster level dungeons, it's even more challenging. It took 3 months of internal testing before anyone could clear a disaster level dungeon. I heard that the difficulty of disaster level dungeons is 5 times that of nightmare level, but the rewards are also 5 to 10 times greater. Here are some additional details. Normal dungeon, experience gain is 50% of outside monsters, drop rate is the same as outside. Medium dungeon, experience gain is the same as outside monsters, drop rate is double that of outside. Difficult dungeon, experience gain is 3 times that of outside monsters, drop rate is 5 times that of outside. Nightmare dungeon, experience gain is 5 times that of outside monsters, drop rate is 10 times that of outside. Disaster dungeon, experience gain is 10 times that of outside monsters, drop rate is 50 times that of outside. Warcraft Forest Guide ends here. This is the most comprehensive guide currently available, with more details than any other. Seeing all this, Yi Chen couldn't help but ponder. At the same time, Yi Chen came across another post and clicked on it. First kill reward for this dungeon, based on the rewards from internal testing. For initial speculation, this post caught Yi Chen's interest. Because the dungeons in the World of Hope are extremely difficult, the rewards are definitely rich. Therefore, Yi Chen immediately clicked on it. The first kill reward intrigued Yi Chen, as well as many other players who viewed the post. It was the only post that managed to climb to the top of the heated discussions in the Three Kingdoms community, attracting numerous players. Post content. First of all, I am an internal testing player, but I won't reveal my identity for now. During the internal testing, I was the first to clear the nightmare level, although it was in the Warcraft Forest. I was fortunate to meet a veteran player who was the first to clear the disaster level in the Misty Forest. The difficulty during internal testing wasn't as high because the experience points and equipment drops were higher than outside, and obtaining various items was relatively simple. In essence, it was testing the dungeons, events, and other settings. So, after passing, that veteran player received a set gift box, which could randomly contain a set item, making it the most important reward. Now that the public beta has started, the difficulty of the dungeons has increased at least 5 times or even 10 times, as mentioned by that expert. So, based on my speculation with that expert, once the first player completes the dungeon this time, they will definitely receive a set gift box. The closed beta's set gift box can only contain sets below the Hope set. However, the set gift box after the closed beta is expected to contain the Hope set or even the Dream set. Of course, this is just a guess, but it is very likely. The official setting for the equipment obtained from the gift box is bound equipment, with a total of 5 modes. Only those who complete a difficulty level above normal, including the first kill in hard mode, can receive rewards. Normal and medium difficulty players cannot receive rewards. That's the gist of it, and I hope everyone will support it. End of post. Although this post is not long, it eloquently expresses the importance of the first kill reward. How powerful is the Dream set? How rare is the Golden set? Yi Chen was curious but also more eager because he had the ability to rewind 1 minute, which would probably help him obtain the Golden set faster than others. The reason is that during the dungeon clearing process, there is a chance to drop equipment shards when killing bosses. Each time a boss is killed, a chest can be opened, and there is a chance to find a complete piece inside. Although the chance is small, the chance of finding shards is higher. By using the ability to rewind 1 minute, even if he doesn't get a complete set, collecting enough shards to complete an equipment piece is possible. There are only 5 pieces in a set, and 100 shards can be combined to create 1 piece of equipment. Yi Chen researched a lot of information and found that in a nightmare level dungeon, under extremely lucky circumstances, 10 set shards can be dropped. In a disaster level dungeon, 20 set shards can be dropped. If one is not bothered by the process, by utilizing this function perfectly, 20 shards per dungeon run, 10 runs per day, would result in 200 shards. Theoretically, it would take 3 days to complete the Dream set. However, Yi Chen himself doesn't believe it can be done that quickly because not every boss kill or chest opening guarantees shards. It's only a 1% chance to get 20 shards with extremely good luck. But not all 20 shards would necessarily be Dream Set shards, they could be Hope, Star, or Radiant shards. It's not feasible to keep grinding for the Dream Set repeatedly. The issue is that there is a time limit for dungeon runs, with a maximum of 2 hours given. Rewinding 1 minute, then drawing again, waiting 5 minutes, and rewinding again. Each rewind requires 4 minutes, with a maximum of 15 times per hour. This is already pushing the limit, as even getting 13 rewinds in an hour is considered good. In 2 hours, one can only attempt 26 times. The odds are indeed better than for regular players, but achieving the Dream Set in 3 days? That's too optimistic. If my ability could be set to rewind 1 second, I could keep rewinding time continuously 1 second, 5 seconds, 10 seconds. I could rewind as much as I want within a minute. Once it exceeds a minute, a 5-minute cooldown would be needed, but that's okay. With this ability, my power would greatly increase, Yi Chen thought to himself. Rewinding 1 minute is a powerful ability, especially when facing an SSSS level task like slaughtering 1 billion players. However, it's still not comprehensive and sophisticated enough because during enhancement, you can't just rewind a minute back, as enhancement only takes a few seconds. And with a 5-minute cooldown, it significantly delays progress. That's why Yi Chen had this idea. Wait. At this moment of supernatural power, I discovered it inadvertently. I didn't test whether this power could rewind a few seconds, only tested this power. It could only rewind 1 minute. In the internet cafe, Yi Chen suddenly slapped his thigh, feeling like he had noticed something. Thinking of this, Yi Chen opened the browser, then searched for 9 states time, and the time appeared in front of him. 11 hours 28 minutes and 57 seconds. It is now 28 minutes and 57 seconds. Yi Chen took a deep breath, then silently said in his heart, rewind 1 second. After silently saying it, the time did not respond. Can't? Yi Chen frowned, then tried again. Rewind 2 seconds. Failed. Rewind 3 seconds. Failed. Rewind 4 seconds. Failed. Rewind 5 seconds. Failed. Rewind 7 seconds. Failed. Rewind 9 seconds. Failed. Rewind 10 seconds. 11 hours 28 minutes and 59 seconds. At 29 minutes and 9 seconds, on the 10th attempt, Yi Chen suddenly saw a flash of white light, and time rewound 10 seconds. The time all over the world followed suit, rewinding 10 seconds, and Yi Chen went back 10 seconds. Hiss. Yi Chen took a deep breath, realizing his ability to rewind 10 seconds invisibly. He could rewind 10 seconds, not just a simple minute. However, Yi Chen continued to try, and then he found that he could only rewind 1 minute, 30 seconds, and 10 seconds at the moment, not 23 seconds, 35 seconds, 42 seconds, etc. Currently, there are only 3 stages: 1 minute, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, and rewinding 10 seconds can be used 6 times. If used once, after waiting 5 minutes, it can be used 6 times again. In this way, if something happens in 10 seconds, Yi Chen can test it 6 times. For example, enhancement. Within 10 seconds, Yi Chen can enhance 6 times. If all fail, after waiting 5 minutes, he can try again, greatly reducing the time. 30 seconds can only be used twice, and after 2 times, there is a cooldown period. Although it is only a slight change, this change has greatly helped Yi Chen. 1 minute can be divided, which means there are other functions, but they need to be developed slowly. I need to spend some time studying this ability in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but nod, then got up and left. This time, the update for the world will be at 10 o'clock in the evening, before he can log into the game. Yi Chen was not in a hurry, as he needed to spend some time dealing with things in real life. First of all, the Star Fantasy Guild gave him 200,000, but Yi Chen knew that this 200,000 was actually useless, because if all the children in the orphanage were to go to school, the tuition fee for one person for a year, according to a normal school, would require 1,009 states coins per month. Because they do not have ID cards, in plain terms, they are undocumented and do not enjoy any benefits. Apart from himself and the director, there are a total of 20 children in the orphanage. The tuition fee for 20 children for a year is 200,009 states coins, plus expenses for food, drink, and other necessities. It would require at least 500,000 a year. In fact, Yi Chen could completely ignore supporting these younger brothers and sisters, but he couldn't do it because he was also an orphan since childhood. If it weren't for the director taking him in, he wouldn't have survived until now. And the younger brothers and sisters in the orphanage, they are all sensible, all smart. Although they are not relatives, they are better than relatives, and Yi Chen cannot abandon them. They must go to school, have a certain level of education, and can also earn money in the world of hope. Once I establish my own power in the world of hope, these younger brothers and sisters can also earn money through the world of hope. Yi Chen thought to himself, but this is a huge expense, and Yi Chen plans to renovate the orphanage. Everyone's living conditions are very poor. In the summer, there is no air conditioning, enduring the intense heat and the abundance of mosquitoes. In the winter, it's even worse. 2 or 3 years ago, 2 children at the orphanage caught a cold, one survived but with mental issues, and the other passed away due to the cold. The old director went to the city to apply for funding to build a new orphanage, but Yi Chen knew it was unlikely to succeed. He believed in relying on himself rather than others. Yi Chen thought about selling some unnecessary items from his inventory to raise funds for building a new orphanage. He was grateful for his abilities that brought about significant changes in just 2 days. Early in the morning at 6 o'clock, Yi Chen, who hadn't slept all night, walked to the town and bought several boxes of milk and breakfast for everyone. The children at the orphanage were surprised and excited to see the nutritious and delicious food Yi Chen brought. Some older children were curious about where Yi Chen got the money from. Little Jean, in particular, nervously asked if Yi Chen was leaving. Yi Chen reassured them and promised to take care of them and never let them go hungry or cold again. Yi Chen said slowly, especially when he said the last sentence. Yi Chen's voice was firm. After hearing this, the group of children gradually believed it, and then one by one they started to eat breakfast. However, perhaps they were still worried that Yi Chen was going to leave, so they behaved properly. Seeing this scene, Yi Chen was speechless. But behind his speechlessness, there was an inexplicable sadness. After calming his emotions and finishing the meal, Yi Chen took all the brothers and sisters from the orphanage to the amusement park in the city. For this, Yi Chen specially rented a high-speed and energy-saving bus for 2,900 guobi per day. Money talks. Although Yi Chen was thrifty, it was because he didn't have money. If he had money, Yi Chen would be willing to spend it. On the way to the amusement park, the group of children were happily laughing. They arrived at the amusement park quickly, and Yi Chen bought each of them some toys, such as bubble machines, toy guns, small wings, small balloons, dolls, and then reminded them to be safe. They were divided into groups of 4, with the older ones taking care of the younger ones, and let them play. They played from morning until 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and although they were children, some of them were exhausted. Brother Yi Chen, Brother Yi Chen. Just then, Xiao Jin came, looking very urgent. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked curiously. I saw Brother Wang Song. Xiao Jin came to Yi Chen, breathing heavily. Wang Song? Yi Chen was surprised. Wang Song was an adopted child who was 2 years older than Yi Chen. Where is he? Yi Chen asked. He was there, and Brother Wang Song seems very pitiful, with scars on his face, as if he had been beaten. He ran away when he saw me. Xiao Jin said, and Yi Chen didn't say anything. He ran over directly, but after searching around, he didn't find Wang Song. In the end, he could only let it go. However, Yi Chen couldn't help but remember this incident. He was curious why Wang Song, who was adopted, would appear here. But Yi Chen didn't say much. He took the brothers and sisters back home, went to the supermarket, and let them buy whatever they wanted. In the evening, he treated them to fried chicken, and the day ended perfectly. However, in total, he spent close to 59,000 guobi, which would have been an astronomical figure before, but for Yi Chen now, he didn't care at all. It is now 8 o'clock in the evening, 2 hours before the game update ends, and there are still 2 hours before the game maintenance. Yi Chen asked the brothers and sisters to rest and not to disturb him easily. He also told them that if the director came, they should wake him up. At the same time, Yi Chen looked up some information and checked on some things. Today, Xiao Jin said he saw Brother Wang Song, and Yi Chen remembered this incident. Wang Song was very kind and took care of him in every way before he was adopted and taken away. It was said that the adoptive family was well off, otherwise he wouldn't have left the orphanage. However, they went to another province, so how could he suddenly be seen here, and with scars? This made Yi Chen restless. He pondered over it, but after thinking about it, Yi Chen could only assume that Xiao Jin had mistaken the person. Otherwise, if it was really Brother Wang Song, he should have approached Xiao Jin on his own. Why would he run away? Unable to find a reason, Yi Chen looked up some information and found Brother Wang Song's information. Initially, Brother Wang Song was taken away by people from Zhengzhou province, and all the information about them was there. Yi Chen remembered it and planned to ask someone in the game when he had the chance. As time passed bit by bit, in the blink of an eye, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Yi Chen held the ring and then connected to Hope World to prepare to enter the game. After entering Hope World, he did not appear directly in the game interface, but in an ancient altar. A scroll unfolded, and Yi Chen quietly watched everything. Ding! Did you watch the official beta video of Hope World? At this moment, the system voice sounded, and Yi Chen hesitated for a moment. He originally wanted to refuse and go directly into the game, but considering the tricky aspects of this game, he decided to watch it. What if there are special rewards after watching it? Yi Chen had suffered many losses before. If it weren't for his ability to go back 1 minute, he would have suffered greatly. After choosing to watch, the screen immediately started playing. 30 million years ago, the first battle between gods and demons began. The supreme gods of light representing justice and the supreme gods of darkness, along with countless followers, started a devastating battle. After that battle, light and darkness fell into permanent seal and slumber, the world shattered, forming the heavenly realm and the human realm. Afterward, 2 million years of peace between the heavenly realm and the human realm, disaster gods under the command of the supreme god of darkness, the god of nightmares, and the god of plague joined forces to launch the second battle between gods and demons. That battle caused countless casualties among various races, even the dragon race almost perished in that battle. In the end, the supreme god of light awakened his will, pacified the battle, severely damaged the darkness, expelled all darkness to the north, the Arctic of the human realm, where the cultists reside. Now, 10 million years have passed, the world has been peaceful for too long, and darkness is striking again. The supreme god of darkness awakens his consciousness, summoning 12 main gods under him, intending to reopen the battle between gods and demons, shrouding the world in darkness. The supreme god of darkness, Lucifer, needs to find 3 sons of darkness to inherit his legacy, lead the 12 main gods, and start a dark upheaval. At the same time, the subordinate of the supreme god of light, the goddess of luck, dreams of the supreme god of light. She learns from the supreme god's words that she left behind 12 sacred items, waiting for 12 apostles of light to appear. They will lead all beings in the world to defeat the so-called darkness. However, one of the sacred items has been completely corrupted by the Archbishop Asmar in the red robe, preparing to taint this sacred item with darkness, making it impossible for the 12 apostles to control the sacred items and defeat the darkness. 12 Sacred Artifacts. Inheritance Tokens. Hope World, Volume 1, Epic Data Section, 12 Sacred Artifacts and Dark Inheritance officially open. The long explanation along with the captivating story attracted Yi Chen, but the following story seemed extremely annoying and boring. Yi Chen really wanted to close it, but he resisted the urge. After watching for 2 hours, it was already midnight. Yi Chen glanced at the remaining information behind, realizing there were still 2 hours left, feeling a bit anxious. What if all this was useless? Wouldn't it be a waste of 4 hours? What if there was some use to it? Maybe there were some hidden Easter eggs? Hope World likes to play these tricks, and Yi Chen has been tricked many times before. Thinking of this, he decided to wait patiently. Suddenly, an option appeared. Please answer, among the warriors that appeared 15 minutes ago, what emblem is on the left shoulder of the Rima warrior? 1. Amethyst emblem. 2. Tulip emblem. 3. Knight emblem. 4. Honorable emblem. Answer countdown 5, 4, 3. A question appeared, and Yi Chen chose the tulip emblem without hesitation. Choose the short one for 3 long ones, and choose the long one for 3 short ones. He had no idea about the answer to the question, so he had to guess. Wrong answer. The correct answer is the knight emblem. Rewind 10 seconds. Yi Chen didn't waste any time and rewound 10 seconds back. The option appeared again. Please answer, among the warriors that appeared 15 minutes ago, what emblem is on the left shoulder of the Rima warrior? 1. Amethyst emblem. 2. Tulip emblem. 3. Knight emblem. 4. Honorable emblem. Knight emblem. Yi Chen chose the knight emblem without hesitation, feeling relieved inside. The tricky setting of Hope World was still there, but at least he didn't make a foolish mistake. If he had, he would have regretted it again. Correct answer. Accumulate 1 point. The system made a sound, then there was no more follow-up. Yi Chen was not in a hurry and continued to wait patiently. 3 minutes later, another question appeared, and Yi Chen still got it wrong. He went back 10 seconds and answered correctly, earning some points. This continued for an hour, with a total of 8 questions appearing. Yi Chen got 3 wrong and went back 5 times. Soon, another question appeared, and Yi Chen chose option 3 without even looking at the question. He answered incorrectly. Without hesitation, Yi Chen went back in time and chose the correct answer. Reversing time was indeed useful in such situations. Finally, as the promotional video was about to end, the last question appeared. Yi Chen used the same method to answer the final question. Just as the next system sound rang out, ding dong. Congratulations to the player for answering all questions correctly and becoming the first to do so with 10 questions. As a reward, you will receive a super scratch card. The system sound rang out. Immediately, the scene changed. When Yi Chen opened his eyes again, he was already inside the game. At that moment, the system sound rang out again, ding dong. Congratulations to the player for completing the SSSS level mission. As a reward, the system continued to announce various rewards and changes to Yi Chen's attributes and skills. After all the sounds had finished, Yi Chen began to process everything. He had awakened to the second stage attributes, his attributes were reset, and he no longer had free attribute points. Instead, his overall attributes would increase by 10 points with each level up. His skill points had increased from 8 to 10, and his skills were reset to 0, requiring him to learn and choose them again. His health and magic points each increased by 10,000 points, equivalent to 1,000 stamina points and 2,000 attack points. These rewards were unexpected but powerful. Yi Chen realized that these rewards were given for completing a challenging mission, and the 3 divine treasure cards were the most valuable among them. Despite the powerful immediate effects, the long-term benefits of these rewards were significant. Yi Chen understood that the previous rewards were inadequate for an SSSS level mission, and the 3 divine treasure cards were truly precious, fitting for such an accomplishment. The final notice is that the level has been upgraded, and because of awakening to the second stage, all attributes have been improved and enhanced. It should be harder to level up than other ordinary players after reaching a higher level. Fortunately, I have 10 million experience points. After making up for the missing experience points, the remaining experience points are barely enough for me to level up to LV25. Yi Chen understands this point. After understanding everything, Yi Chen begins to settle his belongings and check all the rewards. First, God level title, Human Slayer. This title is obtained by accumulating 1 billion evil points. Yi Chen checked it and the attributes appeared in front of him. Human Slayer quality, God level title active effect. In 1v1 PK, there is a 50% chance to instantly kill players lower than your own level. What? Instant kill? 50% chance? For himself who can go back 1 minute, this is a 100% chance. Although it is limited to 1v1, it still has a significant effect because there will be personal competitions and activities related to PK in the future, although it is not very useful now. This title will play a big role in the future. Next is 1 million reputation points, with 500,000 from killing bosses and 500,000 from 1 billion evil points. This thing has many uses, such as exchanging equipment, but Yi Chen puts it aside for now. Next are various rewards. Hope voucher, you can make a wish, and there is a 10% chance that the gods will listen and fulfill your wish. This is a hope voucher. Yi Chen initially thought it was for a lottery, but it turns out it can be used to make wishes, which is great. Dazzling golden jar, can yield 2 pieces of golden equipment. The dazzling golden jar can directly yield golden equipment, which is very practical, but the quality depends on luck. Next are the equipment dropped by the golden 3-headed Lion King. A purple gold staff, unidentified. Note, requires identification by someone. Killing the golden 3-headed Lion King can yield exclusive purple gold equipment for the 5 major professions, which is one of the best items dropped by the golden 3-headed Lion King. This staff is likely a unique weapon, but it needs identification, so Yi Chen puts it aside for now and will identify it later. There are also 2 pieces of golden equipment, a pair of shoes and a shoulder guard, both of which need identification, and 5 pieces of silver equipment, which also need identification. Although it costs money to identify them, equipment that needs identification may yield top-quality equipment or junk equipment. However, with the ability to go back in time, it is impossible to get junk equipment. There are also 10,000 gold coins obtained from killing bosses. All of the above items have been settled. Oh, there is also a super scratch card. Yi Chen took out the scratch card and immediately saw the data information. Super scratch card, after scratching, you can receive various rewards. With great luck, you can get the highest level golden equipment. 2 jars, shoes, and shoulder guard, plus a scratch card, can completely get a set of top-level golden equipment. It's a big harvest. After settling everything, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel that he could get a set of top-level golden equipment with the items he had on hand. At a time when even the rich couldn't have a set of top-level bronze equipment, Yi Chen can now have a set of top-level golden equipment, which is way ahead in terms of economy. At the same time, Yi Chen continued to settle a few other things. Death God Voucher, Divine Treasure Card, Death Rebirth. These 3 things surpass any so-called equipment. Death God Voucher, quality, grade, effect, can draw 1 item from the Death God's treasure trove. Explanation: many years ago, in the battle between gods and demons, the god of death was the strongest main god of the dark camp. He had endless treasures hidden in an unknown location. After his fall, people went crazy searching for the god of death's treasures, but unfortunately, there were no clues. Until one day, people discovered the Death God Voucher. Divine Treasure Card, quality, grade, effect, can draw treasures from divine treasures. Explanation: that battle was very tragic. Although the gods fell, they did not want their legacy to end. All the treasures were placed in a mysterious space, and only those with the divine treasure card could draw the treasures from it. Death rebirth effect: after use, one may undergo a rebirth, with the possibility of all attributes becoming one, but there is also a chance of a significant increase in attributes. Explanation: this is a chance for rebirth. If you have the courage to undergo rebirth, you may experience a transformation, but it could also leave you disabled. Yi Chen was very methodical in his actions and did not check his attributes because they could still increase. He went straight to identify equipment. Upon entering the identification office, players approached him. "Brother, do you want to identify equipment? What quality of equipment? If good equipment is identified, our guild can purchase it. Our guild can also purchase it, in large quantities." These players, all merchants, spoke up, but Yi Chen ignored them and entered the identification office. Inside, there were junior appraisers, intermediate appraisers, senior appraisers, and master-level appraisers. Junior appraisers identified bronze, intermediate appraisers identified silver, and senior appraisers could identify gold. The higher the level of the appraisal skill, the easier it was to identify good equipment. Yi Chen directly chose a senior appraiser and also bought a book on appraisal, a skill that was expensive, costing 100 gold coins, but it could only identify bronze equipment. After the purchase, Yi Chen found that he had been charged 300 gold coins. Damn! Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized the reason and accepted it. As a player of the dark camp, shunned by the light, being charged 3 times the fee was considered good, and they might not even sell it. Facing the senior appraiser, Yi Chen handed over 2 pieces of gold equipment. The appraiser glanced at Yi Chen, his professional smile freezing, and then coldly stated, "Identifying a piece of gold equipment costs 100 gold coins." He raised the price by at least 3 times, but there was no choice. Since there were only 2 pieces of equipment, Yi Chen didn't mind. "The darkness has been driven to the north. I have to go there to receive preferential treatment. Here, any NPC from the light camp will have a lower opinion of me, which is annoying." Yi Chen thought to himself. He didn't blame the appraiser because these people were all NPCs, just data. Getting angry at data would make Yi Chen a fool. A golden light flashed, and the attributes quickly appeared. Asta's agile boots quality, gold grade, lowest level. Time reversal. Yi Chen didn't waste time. He didn't want the lowest level of gold equipment, so he only reversed 10 seconds. He quickly continued the appraisal. The second time was still the lowest level. The third time was intermediate. The fourth time was superior. The fifth time was the lowest level. The sixth time was the lowest level. Yi Chen quickly stopped the appraiser and waited for 5 minutes before continuing the appraisal. The 7th time was the lowest level. The 8th time was intermediate. The 9th time was intermediate. The 10th time was superior. At this point, Yi Chen hesitated a bit but ultimately chose to reset. The 11th time was superior, and the 12th time was the lowest level. After numerous attempts, finally, on the 25th appraisal, the highest level was obtained. This was thanks to Yi Chen's 100 luck points. Without this bonus, it would probably have taken 300 attempts to achieve. Asta's glorious boots quality, gold. Quality, top grade. Effect, increase 1000 health points. Effect, increase 100 agility points. Swift, there is a chance to trigger the swift effect while running, doubling movement speed for 5 seconds. Restriction, requires LV30 to wear. Description, these are the favorite boots of the elf tribe, possessing the power of wind magic. Golden equipment, focusing not on attributes but on characteristics, specifically the third one, triggering the swift effect while running, doubling movement speed, lasting for 5 seconds. Although it has no cooldown time, it only lasts for 5 seconds. This means that if you are lucky, your movement speed will be doubled at all times. The second piece of equipment is the shoulder armor, which Yi Chen continued to have the opponent appraise. However, this time the appraisal did not take too long, as the top grade quality was identified in just 15 attempts. Atalan's heroic shoulder armor. Quality, golden. Grade, top grade. Effect, increase 20,000 health points. Effect, increase 100 stamina points. Resilience, when attacked, if the attacker's level is lower than or equal to one's own level, the hero's protection can be triggered, reducing damage by 10%. Does not work against elite monsters and above. Restriction, requires LV30 to wear. Description, the shoulder armor that gives courage to Atalin, with Minotaur text on it, is a very special piece of equipment. Armor has characteristics such as fierce attack, wisdom, resilience, swift, radiance, bravery, hope, combination, endurance, brilliance, heroism, toughness, mediocrity, extraordinary, and so on. Resilience can reduce damage, swift can increase movement speed, fierce attack increases the attack attribute, but that is also a weapon. Yi-Chen read a post specifically about this, as some players like to pursue attack power, but in the world of hope, balance is important. You need to be alive to deal damage. Even if your attack power is high, if your health points are low, in the game world, you will definitely get hit. Therefore, the top priority for armor sets is resilience, equivalent to an alternative defense. If all 5 pieces have the resilience characteristic, then it's impressive. In a situation of the same level, the opponent can only cause 50% damage to oneself. Yi-Chen chose the swift characteristic for the shoes and resilience for the shoulder armor. For the upper body, lower body, and waistband, Yi-Chen will try to get the resilience characteristic as much as possible. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen didn't waste any time, he left with the equipment to start the lottery. The dazzling golden jar and the super scratch card, these 2 things happen to be able to complete a set of top-grade golden equipment. He wants to lead the players, not just be ahead, but absolutely ahead. Ding! Would you like to use the super scratch card? Yes. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the golden compass. Golden compass. Quality, golden. Grade, none. Effect, during navigation, the golden compass will effectively avoid various disasters. Description: a compass that is essential for navigation, it will guide you in the right direction. The golden compass is not an equipment but a navigation tool, so Yi-Chen had no interest in it at all, he reset it directly. He doesn't need this kind of thing, he needs the top-grade golden equipment, specifically the upper body, lower body, and waistband, preferably with the resilience attribute. However, Yi-Chen had a budget in mind. With 2 dazzling golden jars and super scratch cards, he would only spend 1 hour on each. If within an hour, he did not get the top-grade equipment with the resilience attribute, he would stop. He would just randomly choose 1 piece of top-grade golden equipment. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the lowest-grade golden equipment, Amit's waistband. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the medium-grade golden equipment, Soya Tower's upper body. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the top-grade golden equipment, Muin's radiant shoulder armor. Yi-Chen can now draw 6 times in 4 minutes, which means he can have about 80 chances in an hour, one after another. 70 times in total. The highest level appeared 5 times, the upper level appeared 10 times, the intermediate level appeared 15 times, the lower level appeared 15 times, and the lowest level appeared 25 times. This luck is considered very good. According to the normal game probability, being able to draw the highest level 5 times out of 70 is considered very lucky, and this is the reason why Yi-Chen has a luck value of 100 points. However, out of the 5 highest level items, only 1 had the resilience special effect. Yi-Chen needed a top, bottom, and belt, and nothing else. The 71st time, the 72nd time, the 73rd time, the 74th time, the 75th time, the 76th time, the 77th time, the 78th time, the 79th time, the 80th time, the 81st time. Finally, Yi-Chen decided to give up. The chances of getting the needed equipment, which had to be the highest level gold with the resilience effect, were too small. Yi-Chen completely gave up, so when he drew the highest level gold top on the 81st time, Yi-Chen stopped drawing and chose that piece of equipment. Soren's glorious battle armor. Quality, gold. Grade, highest level. Effects, plus 5,000 health points. Effects, plus 100 constitution. Courage, when health is below 50%, there is a chance the damage taken will be halved. Description: this is a battle armor with glorious traces on it, Soren is with you. Immediately after, Yi-Chen took out a dazzling gold jar and started drawing directly. Ding ding ding! The dazzling gold jar kept shaking and making ding 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 sounds, and finally stopped shaking. Ding dong! Congratulations on obtaining the highest level gold equipment, Anna's resilient belt. Anna's resilient belt. Quality, gold. Grade, highest level. Effects, plus 3,000 health points. Effects, plus 100 constitution. Resilience, when attacked by an opponent of lower or equal level, there is a 10% chance to reduce damage. With the addition of the resilience effect to the belt, Yi-Chen was overjoyed. He had to admit that his luck was truly remarkable. Yi-Chen then continued to use the second dazzling gold jar, but his good luck did not continue, as the second gold jar did not yield what he wanted. However, the chances of getting the highest level from the dazzling gold jar were slightly higher than a super scratch card. Yi-Chen tried 70 times and got the highest level gold equipment 12 times. Yi-Chen spent another hour but still couldn't get the resilience attribute on the bottom piece, which made him feel uncomfortable. However, there was nothing he could do about it. If he didn't get it, he didn't get it, and Yi Chen didn't want to waste any more time as there were still a lot of things to do. In the end, Yi Chen chose a bottom piece with the courage attribute, bringing the total to 5 highest level gold equipment pieces. Although there were some flaws and imperfections, there was nothing to complain about. At least he had 5 gold equipment pieces. Top, Soren's glorious battle armor. 5,000 health points, 100 constitution. Bottom, AMU's courageous pants. 2,000 health points, 100 constitution. Belt, Anna's resilient belt. 3,000 health points, 100 constitution. Shoulder pads, Adeline's heroic shoulder pads. 2,000 health points, 100 constitution. Shoes, Asta's glorious boots. 1,000 health points, 100 agility. In total, the attributes increased by 400 constitution points, 100 agility points, and 13,000 health points, with double resilience, haste, and double courage effects. Although Yi Chen wanted 5 resilience bonuses, there was no way to go back a minute. Before obtaining a high-level set, this equipment is enough for me to use until level 50, Yi Chen thought to himself, even saying that this equipment could last until level 60, but only for daily tasks and activities. When it came to fighting bosses or doing other things, wearing this kind of equipment at level 60 would not be enough. After finishing all this, Yi Chen began to deal with the second thing. He started to draw the Death God's gold voucher. This thing is far superior to a set of golden equipment. Because it is a treasure extracted from the Death God's treasure trove, drawing a treasure from the divine treasure trove sounds invincible. Thinking of this, Yi Chen took out the Death God's gold voucher and immediately started drawing. Ding! Do you want to use the Death God's gold voucher? By using this item, you can directly draw a treasure from the Death God's treasure trove. Yes! After Yi Chen made his selection, the red voucher in his hand instantly turned into a black light, and then a long sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the diamond weapon, the hero sword of the Omi Knight. A diamond weapon? This damn Death God's treasure trove actually drew a diamond weapon? Isn't this humiliating the Death God? Without further ado, Yi Chen immediately went back 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the diamond weapon, the wisdom staff of the Moon Spirit Mage. Damn, still humiliating the Death God? Yi Chen was speechless. Drawing diamonds from the divine treasure trove? Isn't this insulting enough? This is beyond humiliation. If Yi Chen were to receive this thing, he would surely be blacklisted by the Death God. However, after continuous drawing, on the 6th attempt, a legendary equipment appeared, but it was of no use, leaving Yi Chen speechless. Does the Death God like collecting junk? Yi Chen felt uncomfortable, but he persisted and drew crazily. If 1 time didn't work, then 10 times. If 10 times didn't work, then 100 times. At least it had to be a king's equipment, otherwise, it would be a disgrace to the Death God. Yi Chen said seriously, Ding! Congratulations on drawing the legendary shoulder armor of King Arthur. Legendary quality. Without hesitation, Yi Chen continued to turn back time, returning to 10 seconds ago. After a full hour and nearly 80 draws, the best he got was only the top-tier legendary equipment. He hadn't even seen a king's item. At this moment, Yi Chen deeply doubted whether the Death God's treasure trove had already been looted by someone else. Otherwise, how could it be like this? Isn't it too exaggerated? Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but sigh. What else could he do but continue to draw honestly? A king's equipment. This was Yi Chen's minimum requirement. He really didn't want anything else, not even an epic or artifact, he just wanted a king's equipment. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the Dragon Slayer sword of the Crystal Dragon Knight Caesar, the top-tier king's equipment. Just then, a clear voice rang out, and Yi Chen was pleasantly surprised. Top-tier king's equipment? Dragon Slayer sword? This is amazing. Dragon Slayer sword. Quality, king. Grade, top tier. Effects, plus 5,000 attack power. Effects, plus 50% critical damage. After triggering critical damage, each additional attack increases damage by 10%, up to a maximum of 100%. Effects, Dragon's Might. Killing all demonic creatures has a chance to instill fear, even including dragons and possibly even bosses. Dragon Soul. When attacking, there is a chance to trigger Dragon Soul, increasing damage by 50,000 points, unaffected by any critical hits, etc. Description: This is the Dragon Slayer sword of the Crystal Empire, wielded by the great Dragon Knight Caesar, the top-tier king's weapon, unrivaled in the world. This is what a king's weapon should be called. Comparing it to his own Dark King's ring, it was like night and day. But Yi Chen knew that the Dark King's ring was definitely not that simple. It must have other attributes that he had not yet discovered, because one was the Dark King, already a level of existence of the 12 main gods, while Caesar was just a demigod dragon knight. The difference between the two was like night and day, but Yi Chen was just making a casual comment. Holding the Dragon Slayer sword, Yi Chen felt that he could dominate the entire Hope world. But the next moment, Yi Chen took a deep breath, experienced it for a moment, and quickly chose to turn back time. For nothing else, just for the sake of perseverance, the Death God's voucher can draw out the treasures of the Death God. Would a king just want to send himself away? Absolutely impossible. Although it may not be possible to draw the highest level king next, if one time doesn't work, try 10 times, if 10 times don't work, try 100 times, if 100 times don't work, try 1,000 times. Yi Chen just doesn't believe it. He can't draw an epic item? Can't draw a divine artifact? Ding! Congratulations on drawing a diamond equipment, the magic staff of Tars. Ding! Congratulations on drawing a diamond equipment, Jack's lucky earring. Ding! Congratulations on drawing a legendary equipment, the merciless dagger of the ghost. Ding! Congratulations on drawing a diamond equipment, the longbow with sparkling diamond light. 1 time, 3 times, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times, 30 times, 50 times, 100 times, 200 times, 300 times, 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. By 6 o'clock in the morning, at this moment, suddenly, a deep voice sounded, revitalizing Yi Chen, who was already numb from drawing. Oh, great Dark Lord, you are the hope of darkness, the only hope to defeat the false darkness. I never thought it would be you who received my inheritance. I am truly honored. This is my ring. I sense that you still have a dark ring belonging to you, and it is also an old acquaintance's equipment, the aura of the Dark King. Oh, that's great. My ring and his ring were both created by the Supreme Dark God. If they are used together, there will be unexpected effects. You are really lucky, Dark Lord. The voice sounded like a chatterbox, but Yi Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Ding dong! Congratulations on using the Death God's voucher to obtain the divine artifact, the Death God's ring. Ding dong! Due to obtaining the divine artifact, the Death God's ring, the hidden mission is activated, the Eternal Dark Immortal God Ring Mission. Eternal Dark Immortal God Ring Mission. Mission level, SSSSS. Mission requirements, collect the 12 rings created by the Supreme Dark God for the 12 main gods. Currently, the Death God's ring and the Dark King's ring have been collected, but 10 rings are still missing. Mission reward, the source of eternal darkness, can be used to fuse the 12 rings into a supreme artifact. Ding dong! Since you already have the Death God's ring and the Dark King's ring, they will automatically merge into the incomplete Eternal Dark Immortal God Ring. Ding dong! Since you have inherited the Death God's legacy, you automatically accept the SSSSS level mission, the Master of the Underworld. Ding dong! Since you have accepted the SSSSS level mission, the Master of the Underworld, you have obtained the SSSS level profession, the Master of Death Spirits. The Master of Death Spirits is an SSSS level profession, like the Dark King, but if you obtain the divinity of the Death God and the divinity of the Dark King, you will be promoted to Death God and Dark Master, inheriting 2 godly positions. The Master of Death Spirits is a warlock profession, which happens to be the profession that Yi Chen can inherit. Ding dong! Since you have inherited the Master of Death Spirits profession, your attributes will be reset with a significant increase, and the skill tree of Master of Death Spirits will be automatically awakened. The base attributes of the warlock profession are very low, but the Master of Death Spirits profession is extremely high, so the natural attributes will also increase significantly. However, Yi Chen didn't care about this, but instead checked his Eternal Dark Immortal God Ring. Eternal Dark Immortal God Ring. Quality, Divine Artifact. Grade, Incomplete. Dark, your strength will double in darkness, whether it's damage, health points, movement speed, reaction ability, attack speed, luck, etc. All will double. Death, killing demons or players can accumulate death souls, using slaughter points to sacrifice and summon powerful demons or heroes from the death spirit realm, and you can even summon a former god. Current slaughter points, 1 billion. Holy crap! Yi Chen is not someone who likes to make a fuss, but now he has to be surprised. This damn thing, the dark state increases all attributes by double, which means doubling, and it's not just about attack, it even includes luck and various probabilities, all can be increased by double. Even when others heal themselves, originally healing 100 points of health, one can get an increase of 200 points of health. This is simply incredible. Not only is the first skill powerful, the second skill is also very powerful. It can summon creatures from the undead world to fight for oneself, but it requires slaughter value. However, having previously slaughtered 1 billion players, Yi Chen has 1 billion points of slaughter value. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but summon first to see. Ding! Do you want to consume 1 billion points of slaughter value to perform the undead sacrifice summoning? Yes. Anyway, since he can rewind time, Yi Chen summoned to see what can be summoned with 1 billion slaughter value. After choosing to summon, suddenly, the ring in Yi Chen's hand, the immortal god ring of eternal darkness, emitted a strange light. This ring looked even more ancient, but within its ancient appearance, there were many ancient Gaulish words and ancient magic spells, and the ring's surface was flowing with a trace of immortal dark light. It looks extraordinary. Swish! The magic hexagram array appeared. At this moment the entire Azure Dragon City was filled with darkness and deathly aura. A terrifying undead aura swept through the entire Azure Dragon City. At this moment, in the main hall of the Azure Dragon City, the great Archmage Obey, who was explaining the mysteries of magic, suddenly widened his eyes, showing an extremely frightened look. The aura of a god? Filled with death and decay, who summoned the god of the underworld? Is something big going to happen in this world? He is a great Archmage, level 100 and above, possessing terrifying magical power, but now he showed a look of fear. Not only him, but countless strong individuals in the Azure Dragon City were trembling, and some had even begun to send out distress signals. At this moment in the Azure Dragon City, the hexagram magic array appeared, covering an area of 400 to 500 meters, followed by a giant demon king of over 100 meters appearing, with 8 horns, a huge body covered in dragon scales, riding on an undead frost dragon, exuding a terrifying aura. Ding! Congratulations on summoning a lower god, the rebellious red dragon demon god. With your current level and strength, you can only command him to do one thing, and you cannot control his will and actions. The system message came. At the same time, the rebellious red dragon demon god looked disdainfully at Yi Chen and said, "Lowly human, why did you summon me? But no matter what you do, I need you to hunt down 1,000,000 souls for me, otherwise, I can completely violate the contract unilaterally." He was high and mighty, he was a god, which could be understood, but his arrogance made Yi Chen appear extremely indifferent. Just as he was about to rewind time and go back, suddenly, the rebellious red dragon demon god saw the ring in Yi Chen's hand, and then his eyes showed a blood-red light. The next moment, he directly knelt down, trembling and uneasy, saying, "Great son of darkness, I didn't expect it was you who summoned me. Amos was too foolish, please punish Amos, my master." The rebellious red dragon demon god, sensing Yi Chen's ring and aura, knelt down in an instant. Just now he was arrogant, but now he was scared. This is the advantage of the god's position. At the same time, it is also the advantage of Yi Chen joining the darkness. Now Yi Chen is the son of darkness. All NPCs of the dark camp must obey Yi Chen. Unlike the light camp, the dark camp strictly adheres to power and status, relying on absolute force to intimidate others. But darkness relies on cruel means and the hierarchical system since ancient times to intimidate subordinates, so NPCs of the dark camp value status more. Therefore, even a lower god, a true god, must submit. Amos trembled, feeling panicked and uneasy. He never expected to offend the son of darkness, the inheritor of the legacy of the dark supreme god, the death god, and the dark king. This was simply asking for trouble. He dared not provoke the dark supreme god, the dark king, and the death god, as a mere sneeze from their subordinates could lead to his demise. However, all of this was not a big deal for Yi Chen. He only thought that with 1 billion points of slaughter value, he could summon a deity. Although it was a lower-level deity, it was still terrifying. He guessed this was the best outcome he could hope for. View attributes. Yi Chen tried to check the opponent's attributes but found it impossible because the opponent was a deity. Reverse time. Since that was the case, he could only reverse time back to 1 minute ago when he still had 1 billion points of slaughter value. Yi Chen had an idea in mind. With 1 billion points of slaughter value, he could summon a deity. In the best-case scenario, he could summon a deity, but even in the worst-case scenario, he should be able to summon a king or a legendary figure. This is a great weapon. At a critical moment, I can use this to overturn everything. Change the battlefield. Didn't Wa and Silla say I belong to them? If I have the chance to go to the Wa region or the Silla region, I can summon a deity to please them. Yi Chen thought to himself. This was a trump card that he didn't need to use for now, but once he did, it could solve all his problems. At this moment, there were only 3 divine treasure cards left. After drawing these 3 items, Yi Chen planned to use the chance of rebirth to reset his attributes and then start the real game. Divine treasure card. Can draw items from the divine treasure. I'm not asking for a divine artifact. At least it should be an epic, right? Of course, it would be best if it's a divine artifact. If I draw the ring of one of the 12 main gods of the dark camp, that would be even better. Yi Chen thought to himself and then started a new round of drawing. Honestly, Yi Chen was a bit tired of drawing cards repeatedly. If someone asked him if it was interesting or fun, he would answer seriously, "I am happy. My happiness is beyond your imagination." Indeed, although drawing cards was tedious, once he drew something good, he felt ecstatic. This feeling was not something ordinary people could experience. If the process could be streamlined a bit more, it would be even more exciting. Ding! Do you want to use the Divine Treasure card for a draw? Yes. Yi Chen replied seriously. The Divine Treasure card could draw items from the Divine Treasure, and Yi Chen was also full of expectations. He drew the Death God's ring from the Death God's gold voucher, which fused into the Immortal God ring of Eternal Darkness. Among these 3 Divine Treasure cards, he might be able to draw the remaining 10 main God rings belonging to the Dark Camp. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the legendary item, Amuta's sacrificial item. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the legendary equipment, the Aurora's legendary staff. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the diamond equipment, Fatum's diamond necklace. Once again, he drew repeatedly. It was indeed exciting, but it was also tiring to keep drawing like this. However, what could he do? Yi Chen could only draw cards honestly because these items were not easy to come by, and their quantity was extremely limited. If other players knew Yi Chen's thoughts, he would probably be criticized. Nowadays, everyone is working hard for a piece of silver equipment, but Yi Chen could easily obtain legendary equipment and still be dissatisfied, thinking that drawing cards was tiring. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the divine item, Hon's divine book. A divine item? Yi Chen was slightly surprised. After only about 20 draws, he had already received a divine reward. Thinking about this, Yi Chen couldn't help but check this divine item. Hon's divine book. Quality, divine. Grade, effect, you can directly possess an SSSS level divine profession. Explanation: Huayan is a great alchemist who spent his life researching magical inventions. Before his death, he invented a divine profession book, which is said to grant the profession of a god to anyone who understands the book. Possessing the profession of a god? Still SSSS level? Yi Chen immediately selected this reward. Currently, he already has 3 major professions: Dark Lord, Death Master, and Archer. Now, with this divine profession book, he can choose another profession. Among the 5 major professions, currently I can choose either a mage or a warrior. With the current version, all 5 major dungeons have appeared. To be honest, I already have enough output capability and some AoE abilities, so I'll choose the warrior profession, preferably a shield bearer or a dragon knight for their stable survival abilities, Yi Chen thought to himself. Thinking this, Yi Chen opened the divine profession book, and soon 5 profession options appeared. Yi Chen directly chose the warrior profession, and 2 professions appeared. Temple Grandmaster, Divine Dragon Knight. The former is a defensive temple grandmaster with some output capability, but mainly focused on defense, while the Divine Dragon Knight not only has defense but also high output, making it a balanced offensive and defensive profession. Pure defense only leads to slow death. To live, one must have output capability. The Divine Dragon Knight must be stronger. Yi Chen chose the Divine Dragon Knight profession immediately. Suddenly, the system voice sounded, ding! Congratulations on obtaining the SSSS level profession, Divine Dragon Knight. Your attributes have been reset. With the 4th profession, Divine Dragon Knight, Yi Chen now has 3 SSSS level professions. The only profession left to change is the Archer profession, otherwise, having 3 divine professions and 1 ordinary profession wouldn't sound right. Just as Yi Chen finished thinking this, he immediately used the 2nd Divine Spirit card, and a voice sounded, ding! Congratulations on using the Divine Spirit card. You have obtained the Divine Spirit Transfer Book, Elf Archer God. Elf Archer God Transfer Book. Effect: can transfer to the SSSS level profession, Elf Archer God. Explanation: the origin of archery comes from elves. Each generation of elf kings possesses powerful archery skills, capable of piercing even the sun and moon. Yi Chen felt a sense of achieving his desires. He wanted to become an archer, and unexpectedly received a transfer book for this profession, making him ecstatic. This also greatly reduced the time needed, otherwise, he would have been completely exhausted by now. With only 1 Divine Spirit card left, Yi Chen didn't expect much. It would be best to receive a suitable weapon for the 4 major professions, a divine grade weapon. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining diamond equipment. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining legendary equipment. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining legendary items. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining epic items. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining diamond weapons. His good luck had basically disappeared. Until 8 o'clock in the morning, Yi Chen had not drawn what he wanted. To be honest, obtaining a divine weapon is very difficult. Throughout, Yi Chen had never drawn a divine weapon. Transfer books like this can only be considered divine items, but not true divine weapons. Except for the Eternal Dark Immortal God Ring, which is a genuine divine weapon, but not a complete version of it. In reality, the attributes of epic equipment and divine weapons are not too terrifying. For example, an attribute of a divine weapon might be Resilience 9, which grants immunity to 90% of damage below one's level and 100% immunity to damage below level 10. If the damage is higher than one's level but not exceeding 20 levels, it can grant 50% immunity to damage. This is the terrible thing about artifacts. Even if your attack power is 1 million, as long as your level is lower than mine, you can only cause 100,000 points of damage. If you are 10 levels below me, standing here and letting you hit for 10 days and nights, you won't be able to move. So attributes are just something in the early version. If it's in the future when everyone has artifacts, attributes won't matter at all. Currently, it's definitely better to have equipment that increases attack power, but everything in the current version will eventually be phased out. Only those with foresight will choose artifacts. Of course, if it's a trash artifact, then forget it. Finally, at exactly 10 o'clock in the morning, Yi-Chen finally drew a piece of equipment that he was quite satisfied with. Ding! Congratulations on drawing the artifact Eternal Reincarnation 12 Hook Jade Bracelet. Eternal Reincarnation 12 Hook Jade Bracelet Quality, Artifact. Grade? Effect: when your health is 0, you can directly resurrect, restoring 50% of your health and mana. You can resurrect 12 times within a week, and after a week, you can reset the resurrection count. Effect: the 12 hooks represent 12 kinds of blessings, which can be used 12 times to gain different enhancement effects, but only one enhancement effect can appear. After a week, the blessing count will be reset. Effect: Awaken at level 40. Effect: Awaken at level 60. Eternal: once the damage from enemies exceeds 20% of your health, you will enter a judgment state. If judged as red, you will deduct the corresponding health value. If judged as black, the damage will be converted into healing. Explanation: this is an artifact created by the Goddess of Life and the Master of Reincarnation. It holds the secret of eternal life and the mystery of reincarnation. However, since the Goddess of Life has fallen and the Master of Reincarnation is nowhere to be found, this artifact is considered ominous in the divine scriptures because even the gods find it difficult to understand eternal life and reincarnation. The Goddess of Life and the Master of Reincarnation are both god-level beings, which means that this thing is at least a god-level artifact. Yi-Chen thought to himself. Although the explanation above mentions ominousness, this is just a game, and Yi-Chen naturally cannot believe in such things. With this in mind, Yi-Chen did not hesitate to put on this piece of equipment. Getting an artifact, perhaps a normal player would be ecstatic, and while Yi-Chen was also happy, after drawing so many prizes, he couldn't be as happy as he was at the beginning. It's like winning the lottery dozens of times in a row. Would you still be as excited and happy as you were at the beginning? Ding! Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Eternal Reincarnation 12 Hook Jade. This equipment is currently ranked first on the equipment leaderboard. Would you like to make your name public? Yes. Ding! Your equipment, the Eternal Dark Immortal God Ring, is currently ranked second on the equipment leaderboard. Ding! Your upper body equipment is currently ranked 85th on the equipment leaderboard. Ding! Your lower body equipment is currently ranked 86th on the equipment leaderboard. Ding! Your belt equipment is currently ranked 87th on the equipment leaderboard. Ding! Your shoulder armor is currently ranked 88th on the equipment leaderboard. Ding! Your shoes are currently ranked 89th on the equipment leaderboard. With two pieces of equipment ranking first and second, and the rest ranking in the 80s, Yi-Chen felt this was quite normal. After all, there are 1 billion players from all over the world. It's only the third day since the game started, not counting yesterday. To be honest, with 1 billion players, if you can't get 100 pieces of gold equipment, then the world's hope would be too terrifying. Yi-Chen's 5 pieces of armor equipment are all in the top 100, which is already very strong. Opening the equipment leaderboard, Yi-Chen glanced at the list. The equipment leaderboard of Hope World shows a maximum of 1,000 names. Currently, there are close to 400 pieces of gold equipment on the leaderboard, coming from different countries and players. Among the 432 pieces of equipment, there are hardly any duplicate owners, just Yi-Chen. No. 1. Eternal Reincarnation 12 Jade Bracelet, Artifact 9 states, NO. 2. Immortal God Ring of Eternal Darkness, Artifact 9 states, NO. 3. 7-star Bow and Arrow of the Water and Wood King, King 9 states, NO. 4. Crystal Palace of Moonlight, King United States, NO. 5. Earth Bludgeon of Tam Knight, King 9 states, NO. 6. Wooden Hammer of the Atlantean Empire, King Japan, NO. 7. Flowing Blade Like Fire Bracelet, Diamond Club Country, NO. 8. Earrings of the Ugly King, Diamond European Country, NO. 9. Magic Wolf Spear of the West Sita Tribe, Diamond United States, NO. 10. Metal Magic Wand of Anne Morellon, Platinum 9 states, on the third day, the world unexpectedly gained 4 more King's equipment, 3 Diamond equipment, 9 Platinum equipment, 12 Purple Gold equipment, and over 400 Gold equipment. With a billion people in this terrifying scenario, such a situation was not surprising at all. However, this did not mean that the equipment in Yi Chen's hands was not valuable. On the contrary, with the upcoming dungeon mode, Yi Chen's equipment became even more valuable. Among a billion players, only over 400 players had gold equipment. Except for some lucky ones like Yi Chen among the first batch of players, most of them had some background in wealth. There were plenty of tycoons among them, so Yi Chen was not worried about not being able to sell his silver equipment. After glancing at the equipment rankings, Yi Chen finally opened his personal attributes to take a look. With the bonuses of the 4 SSSS level professions, Yi Chen wanted to see how powerful his attributes had become. Player, Sigh of the King. Level, 25. First profession, Assassin, Dark King. Second profession, Warlock, Master of Death. Third profession, Archer, Elf Arrow God. Fourth profession, Warrior, Dragon Knight. Health points, 67,000/67,000. Character dies when health points reach 0. Mana points, 25,000/25,000. Cannot cast corresponding skills when mana points reach 0. Attack power, 3,000 6,000, 6,000 damage on critical hit. Magic attack power, 3,000 6,000, 6,000 damage on critical hit. Constitution, 2,000, affects health points. Spirit, 2,000, affects mana points and magic damage. Strength, 1,500, affects physical damage and carrying capacity. Agility, 300, affects movement speed and reaction ability. Perception, -100, effect doubles in the dark. Reputation, 1 million, need 10,000 reputation points to enter the rankings. Reputation points can be exchanged for prizes. Title, Slaughterer, can instantly kill enemy in PvP. Lucky One of the World, increases luck by 100 points. Experience points, 0/5000000. Due to the mix of 4 professions, experience points are higher than normal players. Gold coins, 10,000/10/10, gold, silver, copper coins. Skill, Curse of the King, reduces enemy units' attributes by 50 to 20%. Chest unlocking technique LV1, rare special skill, cannot be upgraded through skill points, needs to complete corresponding achievements to level up. Seeing his own attributes, Yi Chen was somewhat amazed. With 67,000 health points, plus 3,000 normal attack, 300 agility, and a tripled agility effect due to advanced agility bonus, equivalent to 900 agility. The terrifying agility bonus made Yi Chen have to admire it. However, attack speed had a limit, with 5 arrows per second being the maximum, and the excess agility would be focused on increasing movement speed. What is the effect equivalent to 900 agility points? Previously, Yi Chen's movement speed was very fast, now it is like a gust of wind, making it almost impossible to hit Yi Chen with single target or directional skills unless it's an area of effect skill. Rebirth. Yi Chen was quite satisfied with his attributes, but he immediately used the Rebirth ability to reset his attributes, which is the ability of the Death God's Rebirth, a complete transformation. Soon, new attributes appeared. Ding! Rebirth successful. Your health points decrease by 10,000, magic points increase by 2,000, physical and magic attacks each decrease by 500. Rewind time. Health points first, then attack power, magic points and magic attack power both decrease, but these two cannot decrease, so Yi Chen directly chose to rewind, continuing to reset. Ding! Rebirth successful. Your health points increase by 5,000, magic points decrease by 2,000, physical and magic attacks each decrease by 500. Ding! Rebirth successful. Your health points increase by 3,000, magic points increase by 2,000, physical and magic attacks each decrease by 1,000. Yi Chen was not greedy, as long as health points and attack power increased, even if health points increased but attack power did not, or attack power increased but health points did not, and magic points decreased. After refreshing 20 times, an attribute that satisfied Yi Chen finally appeared. Ding! Rebirth successful. Your health points increase by 3,000, magic points decrease by 5,000, physical and magic attacks increase by 1,000. This attribute value is very good, both attack power and health points have increased, which is indeed very good. Health points, 70,000/70,000 magic points, 20,000/20,000 attack power, for 0,008,000 magic attack power, for 0,008,000. These are Yi Chen's current attribute values. Magic points decreased by 5,000, but everything else received a significant boost. Unfortunately, lacking a suitable weapon. If I had 4 pieces of the top-tier golden weapons, that would be great. Yi Chen thought to himself, but suddenly he remembered that he had one item left to identify: the purple gold staff. When Yi Chen killed the boss, he obtained a piece of purple gold equipment. He had only been thinking about identifying the top-tier golden equipment and had forgotten about this piece. Thinking about this, Yi Chen could only grit his teeth and go find the top appraiser to identify the purple gold equipment, costing 500 gold coins for each identification. It doubled, making Yi Chen quite distressed. The north. I will go to the north sooner or later, Yi Chen muttered to himself, and after the 12th successful identification, the attributes of the equipment quickly appeared. It was a purple gold exclusive staff. After the death of the golden 3-headed Lion King, it would drop exclusive equipment for the 5 major professions. The staff was not only the exclusive equipment for mages but also possibly for warlocks. After identification, it was indeed the exclusive equipment for warlocks. The eerie staff of Manhwa, the undead warlock. Quality: purple gold. Grade: top tier. Effects: plus 2000 magic damage. Effects: when attacking with this staff, there is a chance to summon 10 undead warriors of the same level to fight for you, lasting only 5 minutes. After the skill ends, there is a 5-minute cooldown. Effects: undead skills effects are increased by 100%. Silence: undead creatures summoned by this staff have a 1% chance of triggering additional random effects such as stun, curse, weakness, bleeding, and fear when attacking. Explanation: Manhwa is a mage who was very fond of studying undead creatures. He spent his life researching the undead and is a famous undead Grand Mage. When he was about to advance to the rank of Undead Grand Master, he suddenly thought that instead of understanding the undead, it would be better to become one. So Manhwa committed suicide, leaving behind his staff. Well, this explanation is a bit bizarre. Becoming an undead to study the undead, this kind of research spirit is indeed worth learning. Golden equipment has 2 effects, purple gold equipment has 3 effects, platinum equipment has 4 effects, diamond equipment has 5 effects, and so on. However, when it comes to the king, epic, and artifact levels, it's different. They require levels to activate because the effects of these qualities of equipment are too strong. 2000 points of magic damage is not bad, but now let's see what the skills are. With that in mind, Yi Chen immediately called up the skill interface. First is the Dark King skills. Dark Stealth, learnable at LV1. After releasing this skill, perception minus 1000 points for 1 minute, cooldown 1 minute, requires 50 skill points. King Slay, learnable at LV10, instantly deals 20 times damage, cooldown 5 minutes, requires 50 skill points. King's Fury, learnable at LV20, 100% critical hit plus 2000 physical damage, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour, requires 100 skill points. This is the skill tree of the Dark King, 3 skills, each skill providing super enhancement. However, some skills are already gone, probably requiring a higher level to learn. At present, Yi Chen has reached level 25, with 4 SSSS level professions, each level up giving 10 skill points, meaning that for each level up, Yi Chen has 40 skill points. It sounds impressive, but in reality, these skill points are simply not enough. Fortunately, the only way to obtain skill points in the world is not just through leveling up. Activities and some rewards also provide skill points. With 1,200 skill points, this is what Yi Chen currently has, with almost no idea. Yi Chen has learned all 3 skills of the Dark King. There are still 1,000 skill points left. As for leveling up, we'll see later. For now, let's learn other skills first. Elf Archer God Skill Tree. Nature Archery, learnable at LV1, passive skill. After learning this skill, your attack range plus 500, accuracy plus 100, requires 50 skill points. Wood Spirit Arrow, learnable at LV10, mainly based on wood element, half of the damage given will be converted into your own health, lasts 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour, requires 50 skill points. Storm Arrow Art, learnable at LV10, within a 50 by 50 range, will perform repeated strikes, 5 strikes in total, damages 100% of physical attack, not affected by any critical hit or other attribute bonuses, cooldown 10 minutes, requires 100 skill points. Still 3 skills. Nature Arrow is a passive skill that increases attack range and accuracy. What's good is that the Elf Archer God can also release skills without needing magic points. As for skill points, it's still 200 skill points. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and learned it directly. Soon, it was the Undead Overlord skill tree. Undead Overlord skill tree, Undead Altar, learnable at LV1, sacrifice 50% of magic, can condense the Undead Altar for summoning, lasts 1 hour, no cooldown time, but only one altar can appear at the same time, requires 50 skill points. Undead Curse, learnable at LV10, randomly gives an advanced negative status to enemy units, cooldown 1 minute, requires consuming 1000 magic points, no cooldown time, a unit cannot be released again within 5 minutes after the negative status is removed, requires 50 skill points. Undead Altar of the Undead Clan, abbreviated as the Undead Altar, learnable at LV20, passive skill, after learning, when summoning the Undead Altar, there is a 5% chance to condense the Undead Altar of the Undead Clan, requires 100 skill points. The skills of the Undead Overlord are relatively simple. The first is the Altar, the second is Cursed Blessing, and the third is a support skill for the first one. The Undead Altar is quite ordinary, only able to summon some trash undead. If one learns the Undead Altar of the Undead Clan, they can summon brave undead warriors. With another 200 skill points, Yi Chen continued to learn all of them. Finally, it was the Dragon Knight. The Dragon Knight skill tree, Dragon Taming Mastery, LV1 can be learned, able to tame dragon mounts, increase mount attributes by 100%, cooperation rate plus 100, requires 50 skill points. Dragon Knight Impact, LV10 can be learned, perform a strong impact, dealing 100% of the enemy mount's health plus 5 times zone attack damage, cooldown 1 hour, requires 50 skill points. Dragon Knight Fusion, LV20 can be learned, fuse with the mount attribute bonus X 10 times, lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown 1 hour, requires 100 skill points. Most of the Dragon Knight skills are based on mounts, which is awkward as mounts have not appeared yet, making this profession particularly awkward. However, mounts will eventually appear. After spending all 800 skill points, there were still 400 left. Yi Chen then added them to King's Fury, King's Slay and Undead Curse. King's Fury upgraded to LV3, physical damage plus 5000, and gained a bloodthirst state of 20%, costing 200 skill points. King's Slay upgraded to LV3, damage X50, although not affected by any critical strikes, with the current 3000 attack damage, this would be 150,000 damage, costing 100 skill points. Undead Curse upgraded to LV3, causing a high-level, medium-level, and low-level negative status, which was also good, costing 100 skill points. After scanning all the skills, Yi Chen opened the taskbar and looked at the very difficult novice tasks. Dark Stealth, King's Slay, King's Fury, Natural Archery, Wood Spirit Arrow, Rainstorm Archery, Undead Altar, Undead Curse, Undead, Dragon Taming Mastery, Dragon Knight Impact, Dragon Knight Fusion. Now that the profession and skills were all set, Yi Chen wielded the purple gold staff and went to find trouble with the Frost Giant Elephant. Before leaving, Yi Chen gave all his extra silver equipment to Starry Immortal, only showing the attributes. How much can you give me for these equipment? Just give me the market price, nothing too high. Yi Chen messaged, having obtained 5 pieces of silver equipment when killing the boss, plus 2 from opening the chest, but 1 was used. In total, there were 6 pieces of silver equipment, 2 top tier, 2 mid tier, and 2 low tier. Wow, such powerful attributes? Starry Immortal's first reaction was shock, completely unexpected that the attributes sent by Yi Chen were so terrifying. However, without hesitation, he directly passed on the equipment attributes to the guild leader. About 5 minutes later, Starry Invincible gave a response. 50,000 9 states coins for the shield, 300,000 for the top tier equipment, 200,000 for the mid tier, and 100,000 for the low tier 9 states coins. This was the price offered by Starry Invincible, with each individual item priced about 20% higher than the market price, partly to give face to Yi Chen and partly because these equipment, although purchasable, were very troublesome to acquire. They were basically items with value but no market, so the 20% increase was not exaggerated at all. In total, it was 1.4 million, as Starry Invincible informed Yi Chen. This is a huge sum of money, to be honest, for Yi Chen now, it is really a huge sum of money. But after experiencing so many ups and downs, Yi Chen is calm. Thinking about it, Yi Chen agreed to this price. The other party hardly said anything, directly transferred 1.4 million over. Yi Chen didn't say anything either, and directly mailed the equipment at the post station. After dealing with these matters, Yi Chen went to find the Frost Giant Elephant. This is a level 25 boss, a very difficult task for Yi Chen. He must kill the Frost Giant Elephant. Fortunately, due to the server shutdown, the mission was time-locked, otherwise it would have failed long ago. There is still a 3-hour waiting time, and Yi Chen immediately arrived in the territory of the Frost Giant Elephant. However, at this moment, some players are already hunting the Frost Giant Elephant. There are a total of 5 people, all wearing bronze equipment, and even some silver equipment, outputting to the Frost Giant Elephant. Not far away, there are many players standing guard here, not for watching, but to prevent anyone from stealing the boss. The fixed boss does not drop any equipment, only experience points, because this can be considered a mission boss that respawns after a certain period of time. Someone is farming the boss here, so Yi-Chen just waited here. The frost giant elephant has extremely high health points, and when Yi-Chen approached, the attributes of the frost giant elephant appeared. Frost giant elephant's health points, 500,000/500,000. Magic points, 10,000/10,000. Attack power, 500,000. Description: its attacks can slow you down, and most of its skills have stun and heavy hit effects. Please be careful. This is the frost giant elephant's attributes, and when Yi-Chen approached, many people immediately noticed him. The Red Cloud Guild is farming the boss. This friend, please wait in line. This is a player from the Red Cloud Guild, which is a local guild and ranks very low, around 71st, slightly better than the last place. However, even though it is a local guild, it is still very strong, with advanced players and big bosses supporting it. The other party was polite and did not speak disrespectfully. Although this is a game, many players are willing to abide by the rules of the game, such as not stealing monsters. As long as their character is not in question, most players will not do such things. Yi-Chen did not take action, but stood quietly on the side waiting. Many players gathered here, but they did not intend to do anything. They just wanted to watch. The health points of the frost giant elephant are really high. This is the elite group of the Red Cloud Guild, but the damage they deal per minute barely reaches 1,000. When will they be able to kill it? Yes, the health points of the frost giant elephant are very high. This group wants to complete the mission quickly. The class change mission is really annoying. It is said that many players have already completed the class change mission, but those hidden classes, or some powerful classes, are difficult to complete the class change mission. For example, the captain of this team is an A-class profession, bloodthirsty berserker, and needs to kill the frost giant elephant to complete the mission. This is already the second hunt. The previous ones all failed. A few mistakes, all previous efforts were in vain. This damage is already good enough. If it were us, at level 25, 5 people causing 100 points of damage per minute is a good thing. The boss has high health points, and its health regenerates quickly per second. The players discussed this matter one after another. Do you think how much damage can the King Sai deal? At this moment, a player was curious and asked. I guess at least 4 to 5,000, right? 4 to 5,000? Brother, have you checked the equipment ranking list? He already has 2 artifacts. It is said that several major guilds have jointly reported him, but the official has rejected all of them, because it is now controlled by the AI brain. To put it bluntly, even if he cheats, as long as the AI brain doesn't detect it, then no one can say anything, isn't it? But no one knows the attributes of these 2 artifacts. The big boss offered a sky-high price of 50 billion to purchase the king's artifact. It was the promise made by the young master of the dragon flying group, but the king did not respond. Respond? Is the king really a player from the 9 states country, or is he an unknown quantity, big brother? People have been discussing, and among the crowd, Yi-Chen frowned after watching for a full 10 minutes. The damage caused by the Red Cloud Guild per minute ranges from several hundred to over 1,000. And once a mistake is made, the boss will self-heal, not to mention 3 hours. It would probably take 5 hours, or even 10 hours to defeat this boss. And there can be no mistakes. Yi-Chen naturally could not continue to wait aimlessly here. He walked out of the players, directly bypassing the protection of the Red Cloud Guild players, and came to the 5-person team. Kick one out and add me, don't waste time. Yi-Chen calmly spoke. The frost giant elephant boss's territory had nearly 1,000 players watching here from different angles, with people recording and filming. This was the Red Cloud Guild soloing the boss. Although they failed the first time, it did not affect the Red Cloud Guild's second attack. However, it had been close to half an hour now, and because of the first failure, they were a bit nervous this time. It was precisely because of this tension that they did not make any mistakes. The frost giant elephant had already stabilized its life points by 50,000 now. At this pace, within 5 to 8 hours, they would definitely be able to defeat the frost giant elephant. Pay attention to the rhythm, stay steady and don't be reckless, Captain Zhang Chen said, fully focused on everything. When the frost giant elephant launched an ice crack attack, he instantly supported himself with a silver spear, completing a highly difficult dodge, which drew many screams and praises. But just then, suddenly, a voice rang out, instantly attracting the attention of countless players. Kick one out and add me, don't waste time. The voice sounded, and everyone looked over. The guard players responsible for guarding the Red Cloud Guild became anxious. Hey, friend, our Red Cloud Guild was the first to start this boss. Please don't interfere. The boss respawns every hour. After we kill it, you can continue. We don't want trouble, but we're not afraid of it either. Step aside quickly. Voices rang out, with Red Cloud Guild players speaking up, asking Yi-Chen to step aside. Some voices were more gentle, some more firm, and some very impolite. Other players also noticed this. Damn, how did this person rush in? This guy is too bold. This is the Red Cloud Guild, right? Could it be that he's an enemy of the Red Cloud Guild? Trying to cause trouble on purpose? This guy's character is a bit disgusting. The Red Cloud Guild's team has already grasped the rhythm. Although they were wiped out once before, they have stabilized now. If someone disrupts now, it will be troublesome. Damn, are there people like this? Brothers, target locked. Although this is a game world, we absolutely cannot allow scum like this to appear. Lock onto him and attack. The rest of the players also started discussing, subconsciously thinking that Yi Chen was trying to cause trouble, not considering any other intentions he might have. Brother, we were the first to start this boss. We hope you can give us some face. We are from the Red Cloud Guild. As the captain, Zhang Chen was not angry, but rather very calm as he spoke to Yi Chen. His attitude was very friendly, without any hint of aggression, but everyone understood that this was just a delaying tactic. At the same time, many players from the Red Cloud Guild have already locked onto Yi Chen. 50 archers and 50 mages have targeted Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen makes any slight movement, they will not hesitate to release their skills, intending to blast Yi Chen into pieces in an instant. I can give you face. I don't want to steal your boss. Don't get me wrong. But I need to kill the frost giant elephant. The mission time is about to end. If you are this slow, it will only prevent me from completing the mission. So, as I said before, kick out the weakest teammate now, and then invite me to the group. I will help you complete the mission. Yi Chen spoke up. Although this is a game world, Yi Chen still has integrity. He may not be kind-hearted, but at the very least, he has a sense of justice. He doesn't steal from others, doesn't engage in shady dealings, and repays grievances, enmity, and kindness. However, as soon as he said this, the surrounding players burst into laughter. Big brother, are you here to joke around? Who is this guy? Why is he so arrogant? Even if his damage output is high, so what? Boss fights are not as simple as monster hunting. It's not just about high damage output, the most important thing is cooperation, teamwork, monster control, aggro management, healing, damage output, defense, and a series of tactics. Isn't this guy too confident? No need to think about it. This guy must be here to cause trouble. The players all started to curse. Zhang Chen's face turned somewhat unpleasant. In the team channel, the other 4 members were complaining and angry. We finally got the rhythm under control. Are we going to ruin it now? Captain, just listen to me. Let Lao Wang and the others take action and blast this guy to death to avoid any accidents. Yes, Captain, let Lao Wang handle it. This guy is definitely here to cause trouble. The first kill of the boss is right in front of us. Captain, you can't be indecisive. The other 4 teammates all spoke up. Naturally, they were not happy with Yi Chen because when he said to kick out one person, it meant kicking out one of them. Who would be willing to give up on such a big deal as the first boss kill? However, Zhang Chen didn't want to cause any conflicts. While continuing to attack, he said, "Brother, boss fights are not about damage output, they are about cooperation and teamwork. Pure damage output is not effective. Maybe your attack power is indeed a bit high, but how high is it really?" Zhang Chen still wanted to reason with them. Yi Chen fell silent for a moment, glanced at the frost giant elephant, which had 500,000 health points, and his attack power was 3,000 points if not in close combat. Bamona's bursting longbow added 500 points of attack power, making it 3,500 points. Adding the King's Fury with a 100% critical hit chance and a 5,000 point physical attack boost, it totaled 8,500 points of attack power. So, with the appearance of critical hit damage, his basic attack should be able to deal 17,000 points of damage. And if he were to cast a curse skill on the frost giant elephant first, the damage would probably be even higher, such as causing severe injury, weakness, or a debuff. Thinking of this, Yi Chen didn't say a word. He raised his hand slightly, and Marin's undead staff appeared in his hand instantly. Ignoring the insults from the surrounding players, he aimed at the frost giant elephant in an instant and released the skill, King's Curse. The next moment, the Red Cloud Guild players didn't waste any time and instantly released their skills. But then, a terrifying amount of damage appeared on the frost giant elephant's head. Minus 225,000. The players who were cursing just moments ago were all dumbfounded. The Red Cloud Guild players were also dumbfounded. Zhang Chen was also dumbfounded. Especially the leader who commanded the Red Cloud Guild to attack. Not only was he dumbfounded, but his face turned ugly. This damage. Damn it. Everyone was dumbfounded. And it was the kind of dumbfounded that left them speechless. 225,000 points of damage, is this something a human can deal? Everyone was so shocked that they began to doubt their lives. This was simply invincible. Is this King E? Damn, it must be the king boss, otherwise, at the current stage of players, who can deal such damage? 225,000, the most elite team of the Red Cloud Guild, took 4 hours to deal this much damage. The king boss can deal such damage with just one skill, it's terrifying. Damn, what the hell, with this kind of data, how can we players still play? Tell a joke, the most fair game in the world. Intelligence control, absolutely no bugs, and with this kind of data, daring to show it proves that the king boss is indeed extraordinary. As long as the king sighs, if he is a player from the 9 states, I will unconditionally support him. If he is a player from another country, it will be troublesome in future national battles. Yes, all players are discussing this matter now. Which country's player is the king boss, but judging from the accent, he is definitely a player from the 9 states. I hope the world has language translation ability, so that even foreigners can be translated into a language you can understand. So just listening to the voice is useless, unless the king boss admits it himself. Voices rang out, and players came to their senses, discussing fervently. Damn, who's so arrogant, didn't expect it to be the king boss. If it's the king, I'll shut up. Who said damage isn't everything just now? Please, is this damage qualified enough? Tell a joke, cooperation. Ha ha ha. A team emphasizes cooperation, familiarity, mutual understanding, the rhythm of boss fights, and control of damage. However, all of the above pale in comparison to a damage of 225,000. If there is, it's 2 damages of 225,000. Other players were joking about tactics, cooperation, and understanding before. Those who were just talking nonsense have now disappeared, all gone without a trace. Finally, kick out a teammate, invite me, or I'll do it myself. Yi Chen spoke, his tone a bit impatient, not wanting to waste time, so he reminded them for the future. Zhang Chen fell silent for a second, then one of the teammates in the team was directly kicked out, and then a team message appeared. Yi Chen accepted the team invitation without further ado. King's Fury, Undead Curse, Dark Stealth. Releasing King's Fury, a mysterious halo appeared under Yi Chen's feet, filled with various ancient runes. Then, wielding Marlin's undead staff, Yi Chen unleashed the Undead Curse. Advanced Weakness, Intermediate Slowness, Basic Dizziness. 3 negative effects appeared, and Yi Chen then activated Dark Stealth, switching to a silver dagger, reducing his perception by 1,000 points, making it difficult for even teammates to notice his presence. King Slay, Yi Chen's expression was cold, his movement speed extremely fast, instantly appearing in front of the frost giant elephant. Then, with the dagger in his hand, like a supreme artifact, it burst into a brilliant light, striking down. Minus 150,000. King Slay dealt 50 times the damage, a white attack, meaning there could be no amplification, instantly dealing a terrifying 150,000 damage. Minus 17,400. Minus 17,400. Minus 17,400. Minus 17,400. Minus 17,400. 5 strikes in a second, terrifying damage appeared, and the frost giant elephant collapsed in an instant. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss frost giant elephant, becoming the first killer, rewarded with 20,000 reputation points. Ding! Congratulations on killing the frost giant elephant, gaining 3 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on killing the frost giant elephant, completing a very difficult beginner task, rewarded with 2 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on automatically accepting the 4th stage of a very difficult beginner task, please go hunt the level 30 boss Extreme Primal Ape. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 26, all attributes increased by 10 points, gaining 40 skill points. A series of sounds rang out, but Yi Chen remained calm. 3 seconds. In just 3 seconds, Yi Chen directly killed a level 25 boss, displaying a strength that was awe-inspiring. Zhang Chen and the others were speechless, and the onlookers were shocked beyond words. An elite group would need 8 hours with almost no mistakes to defeat the boss, but Yi Chen did it in just 3 seconds, leaving everyone astonished. Mr. King, thank you very much for your help. Zhang Chen regained his senses and immediately expressed his gratitude to Yi Chen, who just nodded and calmly said, I also have a mission to complete, so it's not really helping you. After saying this, a player suddenly rushed out and asked Yi Chen, Mr. King, I just want to ask, which country's player are you? This player from the 9 states looked at Yi Chen eagerly, with anticipation and curiosity in his eyes. Not only him, but many players around were also looking at Yi Chen. The forum had been arguing about Yi Chen's nationality for days, and now that Yi Chen was in front of them, getting an answer would be best. 9 states. I am from the 9 states. Yi Chen almost hesitated, directly stating that he was a player from the 9 states. The players cheered and some immediately uploaded the video of Yi Chen admitting his nationality on the game's official website, ready to confront players from other countries. However, Yi Chen quietly used his dark stealth skill and left the scene. He had to go hunt a level 30 boss and needed to reach level 30 quickly, or he would face some trouble with his current mission. 10 minutes later, another heated debate erupted on the official forum, but Yi Chen was unaware of it. It wasn't until a private message from Starry Illusion that Yi Chen learned what had happened. The LV-30 fixed boss, Extreme Original Ape, was the final boss in the beginner village, much stronger than the Frost Giant Elephant. With a 5-level difference in only his current attributes, Yi Chen could defeat the Extreme Original Ape. Suddenly, a private message from Starry Illusion arrived, asking, "Mr. King, the official forum is in chaos, debating your nationality. Are you really a player from the 9 states or from another country? I will keep it confidential." Yi Chen was a bit puzzled by Starry Illusion's curiosity, wondering why his nationality was still being questioned after his firm statement earlier. Opening the official forum, Yi Chen quickly understood the situation. Some players had uploaded the video to confront players from other countries, but a player from the New Lu Kingdom openly commented, "Mr. King's admission of being from the 9 states is just a ploy. The real reason is to infiltrate the 9 states and, when necessary, wipe out all players from the 9 states." This explanation seemed far-fetched, but it sparked another round of heated arguments online. Yi Chen was indifferent to this kind of verbal battle and didn't want to get involved. His focus was on leveling up quickly. However, the situation had escalated, and if he didn't respond, he might be manipulated by others. But it's very simple no matter how you answer, the other party has a way to control the situation, so Yi Chen started recording and made a statement. The statement was nothing more than confirming that he was a player from the JoJo country, and then explaining the reasons for killing 1 billion players, and finally Yi Chen said the last sentence alone. Recently, many players from the Wa country and Silla country have appeared on various forums, forcibly slandering me. I am helpless about this, but please rest assured, if players from the Wa country and Silla country continue to spread rumors, when the national war starts, or when cross-border is allowed, I will slaughter 10 billion players from each country. Yi Chen said the above sentence extremely seriously and solemnly, and then uploaded the video. As expected, once the video was uploaded, it attracted countless likes from players. The players of JoJo country directly dispelled all doubts and began to fiercely confront the players from Silla country and Wa country. The verbal battle almost ended in a one-sided manner. At this moment, Yi Chen had already arrived at the territory of the Extreme Original Ape, which was a valley emitting heat, making people feel restless. There were many fire apes here, wild monsters at level 25, and there were many of them, quite dense, because monkeys are social animals, coupled with their fast reproductive ability, the refresh rate would also be high. Hopefully, the world will consider the reproductive ability of animals to set the refresh rate of monsters. -4,500. -4,500. -9,000. Arrows shot out one by one, Yi Chen moved like a fish in water, sweeping through the enemy forces, 5 arrows in 1 second, instantly killing a fire ape, turning into a full 2,000 experience points. Rain of arrows. Fire apes appeared one after another, in the blink of an eye, hundreds of demon beasts appeared. Without hesitation, Yi Chen chose to release the rain of arrows. He drew his bow, then quickly shot out 5 arrows of light, which were then shattered and turned into a rain of arrows that fell directly on the ground, piercing the bodies of these fire apes powerfully. -4,500. -4,500. -4,500. -4,500. -4,500. The rain of arrows delivers 5 powerful strikes within a 50 by 50 range, each strike causing damage equal to the attack power. These fire apes only had a total of 20,000 health points, so with 5 attacks, Yi Chen directly killed over 100 fire apes. This clearing speed was simply terrifying. In just 3 seconds, Yi Chen gained 200,000 experience points. He then continued forward and finally, at a volcanic crater, saw the Extreme Original Ape. To be precise, it should be called the Extreme Original Ape King. This was a red ape, not a gorilla, with a height of over 10 meters, possessing extremely agile movement speed and powerful attack power, belonging to the agile type of boss. Casting the appraisal skill, ordinary players would use the system's own illustrated handbook to view bosses or monsters. If they encountered a boss or monster of a higher level, the handbook would have no effect, but using the appraisal skill or reconnaissance skill might provide some related information. Appraisal failed. 1 point of appraisal experience gained. The system voice sounded, the appraisal failed, but fortunately, appraisal experience was gained. Currently, Yi Chen was learning the basic appraisal skill, which required 10,000 appraisal experience points to advance. The basic appraisal skill could only appraise bronze-level equipment, not silver or gold level. Thinking of this, Yi Chen immediately activated Dark Stealth and then approached the extreme original Ape King to continuously cast the appraisal skill. This skill had no cooldown, but it was equivalent to an attack skill. Whoever was appraised would immediately notice it and attack you. If you wanted to rely on appraising bosses to level up as long as you weren't afraid of death, it would work. Appraisal failed. 1 point of appraisal experience gained. Appraisal failed. 1 point of appraisal experience gained. Identification failed. Increase a bit of identification experience. Ding! Due to full experience points, basic identification has automatically upgraded to intermediate identification. Without a cooldown, Yi Chen spent almost half of the time to upgrade his identification skill to intermediate level, allowing him to identify silver-grade equipment. Having spent so much time, Yi Chen wasted no time and began hunting bosses. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and to be honest, many players were probably close to level 30 by now. Yi Chen was still 4 levels away and needed to make good use of his time. Minus 500,000. Curse of the King. A blood-red damage figure appeared above the head of the extreme original Ape King, and Yi Chen began his hunt in the next moment. Undead Curse. King's Fury. King Slaying. Wood Spirit Arrow. Rain of Arrows. A series of skills were used, and the Undead Curse inflicted a high-level damage over time on the extreme original Ape King, causing it to lose 5,000 health points per second, which was quite terrifying. Yi Chen's output was consistently over 10,000 per second, but due to level differences, the damage dealt was not too high. And so, 5 minutes later, the final boss of the newbie village, the extreme original Ape King, fell with a bang in front of Yi Chen. Ding! Congratulations on killing the boss extreme original Ape King and gaining 5 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the very difficult newbie task and gaining 5 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is 27, all attributes plus 10 points, and you also receive an additional 40 skill points. At level 27, there were still 3 levels to go before reaching level 30. To go from 27 to 28 required 20 million experience points, and it was estimated that going from 28 to 29 would need 50 million, while reaching level 30 would likely require 100 million experience points. This was quite a headache. After midnight tonight, double experience and 5 times drop rate will definitely appear. By then, it will be impossible to rank on the level leaderboard at level 30, and after level 30, leveling up will be impossible, and the entire server will be locked at that level. The experience points needed for my 4 SSSS level professions are too high, and it's not just addition, but multiplication. If I can't secure a spot on the level leaderboard now, I won't be able to in the future. Yi Chen thought to himself, this was his last hope, to secure a spot on the level leaderboard. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the 9 states, Child of God, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the first on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the 9 states, Dragon Overlord, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the second on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the 9 states, Falling Snow, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the third on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the 9 states, White Empress, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the fourth on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the 9 states, Azure Starry Sky, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the fifth on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the United States, James Oren, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the sixth on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the United States, Mark Trans, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the 7th on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from Japan, Kojiro Yamashita, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the 8th on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from Japan, Jiro Hirano, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the 9th on the level leaderboard. Ding! Congratulations to the player from the Western continent, Lights Yu Jingxiang, for officially breaking through level 30 and becoming the 10th on the level leaderboard. Just a few seconds later, the system-wide announcement appeared. Yi Chen's face changed slightly, and he immediately opened the level ranking list. In an instant, 200 players had reached level 30, some earlier, some later, especially the top 10, almost all reaching level 30 at the same time. There's some trouble. If they lock the level and cap the experience points now, it will be difficult for me to surpass them. 5 minutes later, the level ranking list was instantly dominated by 500 players, sparking controversy among numerous players. Where are the kings? The top 5 are all players from the 9 states. They're really awesome. The population base of the 9 states players is too large. From a probability perspective, if you look closely, you will find that nearly 1/3 of the 500 positions on the level ranking list are occupied by players from the 9 states. The 9 states are amazing. Oh no, it looks like I won't be able to sprint to the top of the level ranking list. I hope the world will lock the level for the first month because the second batch of players will be joining, so if you reach level 30, the experience points you receive will be extremely low, almost no different from having none. So whoever becomes the first on the level ranking list now will be secure. Countless players discussed the level ranking list, but it also drew dissatisfaction from many players. Lock the level for a month? What are we supposed to do for the rest of the time? Damn it. Yeah, lock the level for a month. What's there to play? Locking the damn level, I'm done. Some players shouted in frustration, and many players sneered immediately. It's really funny. Being low level is being low level. Not to mention anything else, do you know how long it takes for an ordinary player to reach level 30? Even if you grind monsters day and night, it will take at least a week, even 2 weeks to reach level 30. And after you reach level 30, without equipment, skill books, or attributes, you can't even handle low-level monsters. So locking the experience is to balance the game, giving you time to farm equipment, time to improve yourself. Otherwise, what will you use to compete with the rich players? What will you use to compete with the masters of the game? It's really funny. Voices rang out, and reaching level 30 was indeed a big deal, cutting off the upgrade path for many players. Some players who were about to reach level 30, after seeing the ranking list, couldn't help but feel disheartened. Some people like to compete for the ranking list in a game, while others prefer PvP. With different preferences, now that the level ranking list is out, everything is set, naturally making many players unhappy. King's Fury, Storm Arrow Technique, Rain of Arrows, King Slaying. In the territory of the colossal lizard monster in the Keldo region, where level 40 monsters gather, the red monster names represent danger. The appearance of the level ranking list was a huge pressure for Yi Chen. He had to reach level 30 quickly and then make up for the level difference through this method. So he chose to come to the territory of the colossal lizard monster in Keldo. The level 40 monsters were 10 levels higher than Yi Chen because of the level difference setting in the Hope World. Yi Chen did his best, and each critical hit attack only managed to reach 1,500 damage. Fortunately, the colossal lizard monster's health was not high, only 30,000. With the Curse of the King, which could directly reduce all attributes by 50, Yi Chen was able to handle it with ease. Minus 1,500. Minus 1,500. Minus 1,500. Minus 3,000. The 3,000 damage points were what the colossal lizard inflicted on himself, a difference of 13 levels. When the colossal lizard monster attacked him, it was a full 3,000 damage points, but for Yi Chen, who had 70,000 health points, this damage was bearable. A Komodo giant lizard monster can give itself 5,000 experience points, a difference of 13 levels, which is 65,000 experience points. In just under half an hour, Yi Chen has advanced to level 28, but reaching level 29 requires 50 million experience points, and reaching level 30 would probably require 1 billion. This is very distressing. At 8 o'clock in the evening, in the territory of the LV-44 level 2-headed lizard monster, a white light rose under Yi Chen's feet. After a full 6 hours, during which Yi Chen took 10 minutes to eat a meal halfway through, he kept grinding monsters here from the LV-40 Komodo giant lizard all the way to the 2-headed lizard, for 6 hours, without resting or stopping. Finally, he managed to break through to level 30. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 30, all attributes increase by 10 points, skill points gain 40 points. At the same time, because you have reached level 30, this level will be locked, and the experience gain will be reduced by 99%. The system's voice sounded, causing Yi Chen to furrow his brow. He knew about level locking, but reducing experience by 99% seemed a bit exaggerated, right? In other words, killing a 2-headed lizard should have given him 150,000 experience points based on a 15 times experience gain, but now he can only get 1,500 points? Opening his personal attributes, Yi Chen saw that his experience points had now been changed to 0/00. After level 30, the level would be locked, and the experience points would also change. He hoped that the world setting was not that the higher the level, the more experience points needed, but rather based on the current situation. When the level is low, you level up directly through experience points. And when the level is high, it is said that you need to complete a certain task or obtain something to level up. In other words, he hoped that the world's goal was to recreate a real world. In a real world, can you level up by grinding monsters? Even in the fantasy world of online novels, the Western continent, characters with higher levels break through level barriers not through enlightenment but through elixirs, self-cultivation, or other means. Of course, this was something for later. For now, he hoped the world was still a game. It is said that in the world of hope, everything in the game will appear in reality. This is the official advertisement, but it does not provide any explanation. However, since the official dares to say such things, they must have the ability. If one day it really appears in real life, with my current abilities, wouldn't I be invincible? Yi Chen thought to himself. He no longer cared about the level rankings, even though he hadn't even made it to the top 500. But if he kept leveling up by killing monsters above his level, he would eventually make it. He could just spend a month grinding wild monsters. Ding! Due to reaching the standard level, the instance is officially open. Currently open are the Monster Forest, Mist Forest, and Skeleton Camp. Once 1 million players reach level 40, the Forgotten Church and Land of Light instances will be opened. Just then, the system voice announced the opening of 3 major instances. At the same time, another system voice sounded. Ding! Due to many players reaching level 30, the double experience and 5 times drop rate event is now open ahead of schedule. At the same time, a temporary super event is open, the 5 Spirit Fragments. Information about this event is now available on the official website. A super event? Yi Chen was a bit curious and immediately opened the official website, where a message appeared before him. Super Event, 5 Spirit Fragments. Event background: the ancient 5 spirits, Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and Kirin, are 5 divine beasts from the east. It is said that long before the endless ages, the 5 spirits were born, with a history even older than the supreme gods of light and darkness. However, from the beginning to the end, the 5 spirits have never gathered together, each guarding one of the 5 directions of the world. Until one day, a dark demon king appeared. He used the kindness of the 5 spirits to deceive them, collecting their divine powers and condensing them into a 5-spirit divine pearl. Having the 5 spirit beads allows you to make a wish, possessing unpredictable power, and that dark demon king, making a wish to become the strongest existence in this world, surpassing the 5 spirits. At this moment, it attracted countless heroes to resist, and the 5 spirits united to kill the Dark Demon King. But just as the Dark Demon King was about to fail, he tainted the 5 spirit beads with demon blood and left a curse. The 5 spirit beads will shatter, and each fragment can fulfill one person's wish. Each wish fulfilled will weaken a part of the 5 spirits' power until one day, the 5 spirits will completely lose their divine power, and darkness will strike again. After speaking, the Dark Demon King disappeared, and the 5 spirit beads were completely corrupted, turning into 3,000 pieces, scattered in the world. Now that the 5 spirit beads have reappeared, they have attracted the covetousness of darkness. Event requirement: by killing the elite demon beasts of the 5 spirits, there is a chance to drop 5 spirit bead fragments. Obtaining 100 fragments can be synthesized into a small 5 spirit bead. Submit it to the 5 spirit inheritor in the 5 main cities to get a chance to draw a prize. Also, by collecting 100 fragments, they can be directly fused into a genuine 5 spirit bead fragment, which can grant wishes. Event rewards: each draw increases 1 point for the Justice faction. Each successful wish increases 1 point for the Dark faction. After the event, the faction with more points will get an extra draw chance. Event tips: the draw items include exquisite equipment, gold rewards, and experience rewards. There is a chance of wish failure, but the wish pool contains level breakthrough crystal rewards, which can unlock level restrictions. Level breakthrough crystal reward? After reading all the content, Yi Chen's gaze locked onto the last sentence. To be honest, in the current situation, the players of the Light faction are definitely more numerous, and the draw can get equipment, gold, and experience, so basically, the Light faction players are sure to win. However, making a wish can get level breakthrough crystal rewards. This thing can completely balance this battle. To be honest, how many players have broken through level 30 now? The level leaderboard is already full, and it's impossible to climb up because the wisdom brain has locked the experience. But now, with this event, telling you that you can break through levels, you can imagine how many players will be excited? Because even rookie players can reach level 30 in 2 weeks. And no matter how powerful a player is, without getting a level breakthrough crystal, they cannot break through levels. So everything is possible. And for Yi Chen, having the ability to go back 1 minute, level breakthrough crystal is within easy reach, isn't it? High price to buy the location of the 5 spirit elite monsters, and also to buy level breakthrough crystals, 100,000 each. High price to buy level breakthrough crystals, 300,000 9 states coins each. 50,000 each, level breakthrough crystals. Our Heavenly Luck Guild is not short of money. Are you implying that our Fire God Guild is short of money? 60,000 each, and you can become a member of my Fire God Palace Guild. As soon as the event started, the major guilds immediately started shouting, buying level breakthrough crystals for the guild's management. After all, this event really balances the players. Even if you are rich, if you encounter the God of Luck and make a wish for a level breakthrough crystal, you can break the level limit, easily gain some experience, and reach level 31 in no time. In this way, instantly becoming the top level, even if someone surpasses you later. Being the first in the Hope world to reach the top level is also a kind of glory. Without saying anything else, displaying this title will definitely attract guilds to recruit you. However, Yi-Chin did not close the official news website but continued to look at the dungeon information. After the appearance of this dungeon, Yi-Chin had read most of the information, and this time he was looking at the rewards for the first kill dungeon. First kill rewards in Warcraft Forest rewards. The first kill team can obtain the right to leave their name in the instance, and the system will build a statue and announce it to the entire server 3 times. Rewards, each member can receive 1 advanced silver gift box, non-tradable, and the team leader can receive 2. Rewards, completing the instance with the first kill can earn the event item 5 Spirit God Pearl Fragments x 100 based on the current activity, while non-first kills can receive 10 pieces. Requirement, must be on hard mode or above. Reminder, the faster the first kill, the better the rewards will be. Fog first kill rewards. The first kill team can obtain the right to leave their name in the instance, and the system will build a statue and announce it to the entire server 3 times. Rewards, each member can receive 1 advanced set gift box, non-tradable, and the team leader can receive 2. Rewards, completing the instance with the first kill can earn the event item 5 Spirit God Pearl Fragments x 300 based on the current activity, while non-first kills can receive 50 pieces. Requirement, must be on hard mode or above. Reminder, the faster the first kill, the better the rewards will be. Skeleton Camp first kill rewards. The first kill team can obtain the right to leave their name in the instance, and the system will build a statue and announce it to the entire server 3 times. Rewards, each member can receive 1 special set gift box, non-tradable, and the team leader can receive 2. Rewards, completing the instance with the first kill can earn the event item 5 Spirit God Pearl Fragments x 500 based on the current activity, while non-first kills can receive 100 pieces. Requirement, must be on hard mode or above. Reminder, the faster the first kill, the better the rewards will be. The rewards for the first kill are very rich. Completing the Warcraft Forest can earn an advanced equipment gift box, at least a piece of silver equipment. More importantly, there are 5 Spirit God Pearl Fragments, which are currently desired by all players. And the quantity of rewards is quite substantial, with 100 pieces for the first kill, which can be used directly for lottery or wishing. It is difficult to temporarily collect 100 pieces because elite monsters of the 5 Spirit series have only a 30% chance to drop 5 Spirit God Pearl Fragments, with quantities ranging from 1 to 10. There is only a 1 in 500 chance of dropping 10 pieces, so it is currently challenging to collect 100 pieces. Because there are not many elite monsters of the 5 Spirit series, and even if there are, can you wish for what you want? Whether you can climb the level rankings depends on this. Yi-Chen thought to himself. However, if he were to go and kill elite monsters now, it would be a waste of time, and with the appearance of the instance, many players probably have already planned to rush through it, or some may have already started. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen immediately contacted Star Fantasy Unyielding. I'm ready to rush through the instance now, are you coming? The message was sent, and Star Fantasy Unyielding replied instantly. Coming. I'll contact the guild leader, King Lord. What level should we clear? Upon hearing about clearing the instance, Star Fantasy Unyielding naturally became extremely excited. This was the current legendary figure in the world. If he could lead them to a successful first kill, his name would be forever engraved in the instance, becoming history, and a statue would be erected, allowing players to see his majestic figure when entering this Warcraft instance. Who wouldn't want that? To be honest, the reason why there are so many wealthy players playing in the World of Hope is partly due to vanity. What do rich people want? They want face. So when they spend money, they are spending it on prestige. It is also because of the benefits and the emergence of the World of Hope that electronic sports players have suddenly become high-paying professionals, even more popular than so-called celebrities. Some predict that if the World of Hope truly accommodates global players, the identity and status of professional players will rise to an unparalleled level, surpassing international superstars, political figures, and even scientists. The reason is simple. I hope the world is the second world, and it may even bring the mystery of immortality, ushering in a new era, so professional gamers may surpass everything in the future. Of course, this is only a possibility. What do esports players want? the glory in the hoped world, achieving what others cannot, or being the first. First kill, pioneering, these are the things countless esports masters want to do. Level grinding, equipment grinding, these are the most basic ways to play. The truly advanced way is pioneering, studying tactics, developing professions, and various different perspectives. The Star Fantasy Guild is a top-ranking guild, with the guild leader Star Fantasy Invincible being a veteran player, and also a top player, and the guild's several vice leaders are also well-known wealthy young masters, so the Star Fantasy Guild has a relatively high ranking in the top rankings. But with the popularity of the hoped world, countless players join, bringing forth many talents, such as the player Child of God who was ranked first in the level rankings, a player no one has heard of, said to be a new player recruited by one of the top 3 guilds in the celestial rankings, a player with extraordinary talent. So the position of the Star Fantasy Guild is precarious, it could be squeezed out by later guilds at any time, the rising tide pushes the former. Naturally, the Star Fantasy Guild is also doing a lot of things, but no matter how many things they do, it's not as good as the first kill, pioneering. So when Star Fantasy Invincible heard Star Fantasy Immortal say that Yi Chen would lead them to the first kill of the instance, Star Fantasy Invincible was excited and grinning. The entrance to the Warcraft Forest instance is in the newbie village. If you want a first kill difficult, nightmare, disaster level instances, you must pass the simple and medium difficulty instances, otherwise, you are not qualified to challenge the subsequent instances. Yi Chen has already arrived in the newbie village, and at the village gate, Star Fantasy Immortal and a few others are all gathered here, waiting for Yi Chen's arrival. Due to the Warcraft Forest, many players flooded into the newbie village. After all, the drop rate of instances is higher than outside, plus the current 5 times drop rate. To be honest, as long as a player's luck is not too bad, they can collect a complete set of white equipment, and this event lasts for 7 days. After 7 days, everyone will enter the Bronze Age, experts will enter the Silver Age, and top experts may even enter the Golden Age. This is the benefit of the event. Each event is to bridge the gap for ordinary players, so that one player does not appear too powerful. So in the hoped world, unity is a force, that's why those wealthy players are willing to spend a lot of money to hire many players to work. Lord King. As soon as Yi Chen was seen, Star Fantasy Immortal immediately approached, like a lackey, while other players of the Star Fantasy Guild looked at Yi Chen with envy and admiration. There were a total of 9 people: Star Fantasy Immortal, Star Fantasy Invincible, Star Fantasy Rose, Star Fantasy Rabbit. I don't know who came up with the idea, except for Star Fantasy Immortal and Star Fantasy Invincible. The other 7 players are all girls, each with their own characteristics, which is a bit. What's going on? Do they want to seduce themselves? Yi Chen was serious. He walked over, glanced at everyone, and then Star Fantasy Invincible took a step forward, came to Yi Chen and reached out his hand. Star Fantasy Invincible, I am the guild leader. Nice to meet you, I've heard a lot about you. Star Fantasy Invincible was very excited. As a professional player and a top player, he naturally felt respectful and admiring towards Yi Chen, and now seeing the other party, he was very excited. Hello. Yi Chen didn't put on airs, instead smiled and nodded, while the other female players were all showing signs of infatuation. If it weren't for the agreement not to mess around earlier, they probably would have pounced over. There should be many players who have cleared the normal and medium modes by now. Let's not waste time, let's enter the instance quickly, otherwise, if someone snatches the first kill, it will be troublesome. Yi Chen spoke up. He didn't want to waste time, so he suggested entering the instance quickly. Okay, that's no problem. However, Mr. King, we are a guild, so we want to increase the guild's visibility. Therefore, we would like to start a live broadcast and use your popularity for a world-first live kill. Of course, we will pay you a sum of money. Can we do this? Star Fantasy Invincible spoke with a hint of embarrassment in his words. After all, he was trying to tie Yi Chen into the sales pitch. Setting up a King-Sai first kill in the Warcraft Forest might attract a lot of traffic. So Star Fantasy Invincible was a bit nervous, afraid that Yi Chen would refuse. If that happened, the relationship they had built up might crumble. How much money? Unexpectedly, Yi Chen didn't seem to object. With your popularity, if we start a live broadcast, the traffic it brings will be in the tens of millions. So if we fail to clear it, I'll pay you 9 million Zhogui coins. If we succeed, I'm willing to pay 9 million Zhogui coins as compensation. Star Fantasy Invincible offered this price for 2 reasons. Yi Chen indeed had high traffic, and he wanted to build a better relationship with Yi Chen. Although building a relationship this way was a bit tacky, it was the most direct and pleasing method. Okay. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen naturally agreed. First kill clearance for 9 million? For Yi Chen, this was practically giving away money. He didn't lack anything now, except money. Seeing Yi Chen agree readily, Star Fantasy Invincible and the others breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Soon, Yi Chen took the initiative to form a team of 9 people, including himself, 3 men, and 7 women. Once everything was set, Yi Chen arrived at the entrance of the Warcraft Forest dungeon. At the same time, Star Fantasy Invincible immediately started the live broadcast, with the official livestream changing its name to Star Fantasy Guild teams up with King Sai to clear the Warcraft Forest. As the live stream started, thousands of players flooded in. Where's King? Where's King? Reporting in. Damn, Star Fantasy Guild is awesome. They even invited King? Fire God Palace is also live streaming, just cleared a normal level dungeon. Looks like Fire God Palace might secure the first kill today. Fire God Palace? Bro, don't joke around. Do you think Fire God Palace is just idling? As the 4th ranked guild on the leaderboard, last time they fought over a boss, Fire God Palace already had a grudge with them. This time for the first boss kill, it's said that Fire God Palace invited 10 top-ranked gods just to show off. The boss first kill has attracted all the guilds on the leaderboard, even many guilds from the lower ranks want to join in. Unfortunately, the top 3 giants on the leaderboard haven't shown up. If they do, it'll be exciting. As players entered the livestream, various barrage messages filled the screen. Star Fantasy Invincible focused the camera on Yi Chen and interacted with the fans, albeit not too enthusiastically, as he was also a gaming expert. This was just to strengthen and promote their guild. Mr. King, I just received news that the Heavenly Palace has cleared the medium mode of the Warcraft Forest and has now entered the difficult mode. Just then, Star Fantasy Invincible received a message informing Yi Chen. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Ding! Are you entering the Warcraft Forest? This dungeon entry is set to easy mode. If you choose to enter, it will consume 1 dungeon entry opportunity. Please confirm, players. Confirmed, confirmed, confirmed. In an instant, all 10 people agreed, and the system prompt sounded again. Entering the Warcraft Forest, countdown 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. With the final sound, everything spun around, and the group found themselves in a large forest. It was daytime, resembling a tropical rainforest, and very peaceful. You finally arrived. This is the Warcraft Forest. By the time you read this letter, I may already be dead. You must be careful. Something strange is happening in the Warcraft Forest. Suddenly, all the creatures have gone berserk. Remember, if you encounter a red 3-tailed fox, you must kill it instantly. This creature has mutated for some reason, possessing powerful psychic abilities that can create illusions. Be cautious. Moan Jakes. Standing in the forest, a voice slowly echoed, and soon Xinghuan Invincible spoke up. This is the background of the mission in the Warcraft Forest. It is said to be in the Astaya Mountains, where a forest full of mutated creatures suddenly appeared. These creatures are powerful and like to devour humans. Adventurers have been investigating one after another, but all have failed. Finally, the Holy See sent a bishop to inspect the situation personally, but the bishop suddenly disappeared. This bishop is Moan Jakes. Later, someone found a blood-red letter left by Bishop Moan. He provided the answer. Deep in the Warcraft Forest, there is an ancient altar. It is said to be created by an evil archmage who engraved forbidden spells to resurrect himself. Our mission is to destroy the altar. If we achieve an A-grade rating, it will be considered a success. Xinghuan Invincible quickly explained. He had prepared a detailed strategy, information that the official channels would not provide, known only to some beta testers. This is the difference between large and small guilds. Large guilds investigate before taking any action, knowing information that many others do not, while small guilds do not bother with such investigations. Even if they did investigate, they would not find anything. As Xinghuan Invincible explained, all the viewers in the live stream room heard it. The dungeon had already been opened, and many guilds were live streaming. Therefore, this secret would soon be known to all. Sharing it now could attract more viewers and popularity. At the same time, nearly 500,000 players had flooded into Xinghuan Invincible's livestream room. Most players were currently clearing dungeons, with only a few watching livestreams to learn from the experience. Everyone wanted to quickly clear dungeons and obtain equipment. What was the point of watching others? Despite this, Xinghuan Invincible's livestream room had a significant following of 500,000 viewers, ranking in the top 10, and the numbers were still rapidly increasing. It was clear that Yechen's popularity was terrifying. Awoo! Awoo! At that moment, a pack of demon wolves appeared around them, howling and instilling fear in everyone. The first trial has begun. We need to hunt down these creatures until we collect all 5 map fragments. Then, we will directly face the first boss, Blood Rage Wolf King. After killing it, we can trigger the second stage of the level. Xinghuan Invincible said, displaying leadership qualities. After that, he loudly instructed, Rose, Rabbit, Can, Xiaotian, you four attract aggro. Not Dai, Lucy, Bibi, Xiaoye, you four focus on output. He spoke and then drew his weapon, a silver-grade long spear that resembled an elite Roman guard, quite extraordinary. Minus 4,500. Minus 4,500. Minus 4,500. Minus 4,500. Minus 4,500. However, just as Xinghuan Invincible finished giving orders, Yichen took out Bamuna's explosive longbow and unleashed the skill rain of arrows. Instantly, a terrifying 22,500 damage was dealt. The Warcraft Forest was a level 10 dungeon, and these demon wolves were only level 10 creatures. However, due to the simple mode, their health and attack power were slightly weaker than normal level 10 creatures. It's just a matter of quantity. But in front of Yi Chen's group skill, hundreds of demon wolves died instantly, and there were 6 or 7 pieces of white equipment, as well as 5 maps. At this moment, Yi Chen's luck value came into play, with a bonus of 100 luck points, replaced by 6 pieces of white equipment. Although white equipment is no longer valuable due to the 5 times drop rate, the value of a piece of white equipment can still be sold for at least 40 to 59 state coins. This move made the 9 members of Star Fantasy Invincible feel a bit embarrassed, especially Star Fantasy Invincible, who was so handsome in giving orders, was not as practical as Yi Chen's group skill. The live broadcast room exploded. Wow! I give full marks for this damage. Haha, Star Fantasy Invincible is embarrassed. The scene was awkward for a while. Tell a joke, tactics? What's so funny about this? Ha ha ha. Sorry, couldn't help it. 4,500 group damage, 1 king is worth 100 magicians. In the live broadcast room, many players laughed heartily and were very impressed by Yi Chen's damage. Roar! Suddenly, the Wolf King appeared, leaping out from the forest. Yi Chen didn't waste any time and instantly released 3 skills. Curse of the King, 200,000. Undead Weakness, Advanced Fear, Intermediate Weakness, Basic Bleeding. King Slaying, 90,000. With these 3 skills, the Wolf King instantly paralyzed on the ground, with a deep look of fear in its eyes, losing all thoughts of fighting. Swish 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 swish. 5 arrow feathers shot out, each arrow dealing 9,000 points of damage to the opponent. After the shooting was completed, Yi Chen immediately used Dark Stealth, swiftly approaching the Wolf King and switching to the Frost Dagger. Puff 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 puff. 5 critical hits appeared. The broken divine power brought a high critical hit rate, coupled with 100 luck points. Even without unleashing the King's Fury, Yi Chen's critical hit rate was extremely high. As the 5th dagger fell, a level 15 demon beast boss died tragically in Yi Chen's hands. Everyone was stunned. Awkward. Awkward in a weird way. It was truly awkward in a weird way. The 9 members of Star Fantasy Invincible watched silently as the first level of the monster forest was to kill the demon wolves to drop the map, and then kill the boss. Although this was the easy mode, the previous Fire God Palace took 6 minutes and 35 seconds, and the Heavenly Palace took 6 minutes. After all, the first level was a wolf-type monster, agile and very fierce, with a bloodthirsty ability, making it troublesome to fight and not something to be taken lightly. But here, Yi Chen used Ding. Congratulations on completing the first level in only 30 seconds, setting a new record, but since it's the easy mode, no rewards will be given. The system voice announced that it only took 30 seconds. 30 seconds. It took 6 minutes and 35 seconds for the Fire God Palace, and I thought that was too fast, but here it only took 30 seconds? Before, the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace were competing for the first kill, but now it seems like it's over. Wow! The king is really awesome. King, please take me with you. I'm Lo Liyin. King, I'm Lei Jiayin. King, I'm Li Lianing. The one above Li Lianing is amazing, turning their 500 health points into this. I admire that. Hee, what king? He's really a noob, not to brag, but if I stand in front of him, even if he shoots an arrow at me, he can only deal a maximum of 500 damage. Noob. 666. The one above is even more awesome, turning their 500 health points into this. I'm impressed. Bullet comments exploded, flooding the entire live broadcast room with comments. Inside the Invincible Star Fantasy live broadcast room, nearly 2 million viewers had already poured in. For Star Fantasy Invincible, this was definitely a good thing. The more people who came, the higher the popularity of his guild, and the more profit he would make. After the bloodthirsty Wolf King died and dropped a piece of bronze equipment, Yi Chen didn't even glance at it. Instead, he said to Star Fantasy Invincible, since you're paying me, you can take everything inside the instance. Of course, if there are any gold quality daggers, bows, warrior weapons, or 5 elements fragments, I need those aside from the rest. Yi Chen was very direct. He was indeed in need of daggers, bows, and warrior weapons at the moment. As for the 5 elements fragments, the official announcement stated that they could only be dropped in difficulty level above hard mode instances. Alright, Star Fantasy Invincible didn't hesitate and directly had Rose accept the equipment, then continued forward. The first stage was the bloodthirsty Wolf King. The second stage was to rescue adventurers. With the map in hand, following the map would lead to encountering a comatose adventurer who needed to be awakened. However, during the awakening process, it would attract the ant-eating demon beasts. Although they were called ant-eating demon beasts, they were extremely fierce. They were LV-15 monsters, and there were a large number of them that could never be killed off. It was necessary to awaken the comatose adventurer to draw out the second stage boss, the ant-eating beast king. After defeating the opponent, the second stage would be considered cleared. Therefore, for Yi-Chen, the second stage only took 2.5 minutes because awakening the comatose adventurer took 2 minutes, and defeating the final boss only took half a minute. The second place record was 9.5 minutes, and the third place record was 12 minutes and 24 seconds. Yi-Chen's 2.5 minutes stood out conspicuously. The third stage, which was also the final stage, brought them to the altar where they found someone attempting to summon the evil archmage. That person turned out to be a friend of the adventurers. After a heated exchange, the opponents summoned the deceased ant-eating demon beasts and bloodthirsty Wolf King. The reappearing boss had increased damage attributes by about 30%, along with a large number of ant-eating demon beasts and demon wolves. It was a typical instance routine. With Yi-Chen's dual group attacks and absolute output violence, it only took 5 minutes to complete the simple instance. In total, it took 15 minutes, including walking time. The actual plot and monster clearing took 8 minutes. This directly refreshed the overall and stage records. At the same time, he received nearly 2 gold coins, 12 white equipment pieces, 2 bronze equipment pieces, and even obtained a bronze equipment piece from opening a chest, which was considered very lucky. Generally, clearing a simple instance and obtaining 5 white equipment pieces was already considered good. As for bronze equipment, it was acceptable. After completing the simple mode, Yi-Chen quickly selected the medium mode. Compared to the simple mode, the medium mode did increase the difficulty but also increased the drop rate significantly. In total, 15 white equipment pieces were obtained, and the bronze equipment remained at 2 pieces, with one being a superior bronze piece, which was considered good. In the medium mode, Yi-Chen took the fastest team with a time of 14 minutes and 39 seconds. The second place was 44 minutes and 21 seconds, and the third place was 59 minutes and 35 seconds. Ding dong! Would you like to choose the difficult mode, Beast Forest? Please note that the difficult mode will involve a plot mode, and the completion will be judged based on perfection. After destroying the altar, you need to complete 80% of the plot to be considered cleared. Otherwise, it will be deemed a failure, and all rewards will be halved. Do you choose to challenge? The difficult mode included a plot mode. In simple terms, entering the instance meant it was not just about playing the game but also involved a storyline. If you didn't complete certain plot points, it would be considered as not completing the task. The Fire God Palace just failed earlier. When defeating the final boss, it was defeated with a completion rate of 65%. The invincible boss, you guys need to pay attention, that adventurer is very important, you need to be more careful. Just now the Heavenly Palace failed here, they almost cleared it, ending with a completion rate of 75%, and now they are challenging it again. Damn it, I think the medium mode is okay, but when it comes to the hard mode, it's very troublesome, the plot is really hard to defend against. The hard mode is okay, but it is said that nightmare and disaster modes are the most terrifying. Each scenario appears randomly, which means that even if you fail, you start over, you might fail in the same place again, that's the most terrifying part. Many players were discussing on the barrage. Woo! Woo! The Warcraft forest in hard mode seems somewhat oppressive and terrifying. The sky is gradually darkening, unlike the Warcraft forest in easy mode, where the silence alone induces fear. However, in hard mode, the environment is set to sunset, with cold winds blowing, creating a forest full of crises that subconsciously trigger many associations. The higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the more realistic the sensory experience, and it will deliberately scare you to make you feel fearful and unable to concentrate. Remember, this is just a game, don't panic too much. Star Fantasy Invincible spoke up, but he himself was also observing the surroundings very seriously. That's how hard mode is, creating a terrifying environment that makes you involuntarily afraid inside, prone to making mistakes. The first level is still the Demon Wolf, but in hard mode, the Demon Wolf is different from the easy mode. In easy mode, the Demon Wolf chases you, while in hard mode, you have to chase the Demon Wolf. After killing the Demon Wolf, there is a chance to drop a map. This greatly reduces the team's ability to fight, requiring 10 players to split into 5 groups or 3 groups to chase the demon wolf separately, because without the map, you cannot develop the next plot and direction. This approach greatly suppresses individual heroism. In this mode, even a king is useless. Yes, a king can only lead one team, even if he can hunt the demon wolf. According to the official data, the first level of hard mode has 200 demon wolves, but there are only 5 maps, which means a 2.5% drop rate. The further you go in the dungeon, the harder it will be, so it's not about having high attributes to pass smoothly. Easy and medium modes can rely on brute force, but hard mode is different. That's right, so I have high hopes for the players from the Heavenly Palace. After all, they are the 4th ranked guild on the Heavenly ranking. Kings may be powerful, but they can't compare to the Heavenly Palace. He's just a lucky player. The Heavenly Palace has top players like Lu Yunchangqing, one of the top 10 in esports, who commented on the king, saying he's not really an esports king or emperor, just a lucky professional. No way? If that's the case, it's too lucky, isn't it? Why not? Haven't you noticed that although the king has high output, he relies entirely on attributes, awareness, and gameplay, and his insights are all very low? I believe what Lu Yunchangqing said. That makes sense when you put it that way. Can the people above stop chattering? Pay attention. The live stream has reached 5 million viewers. The king's popularity is here. What's the point of criticizing him like this? Oh, I feel like someone is being salty. Salty? Do I need to calculate? To be honest, the king is just lucky. I checked his background in the esports circle. There is no relevant information about him. He just appeared out of nowhere, naturally not a high-level player. The world is also known as the miracle world, where anything is possible. Inside the live stream, someone started to discredit Yi Chen. And at this moment, in the Warcraft Forest instance, Yi Chen held the explosive longbow of Bamona, constantly chasing the demon wolves. -9,000. -9,000. -9,000. -9,000. -9,000. Terrifying damage appeared, 5 arrows in 1 second. Yi Chen chased the demon wolves, and soon one after another demon wolf died under Yi Chen's arrows. The most troublesome thing in the difficult mode of the first level is that the demon wolves are fleeing, making it impossible to hit and kill them, thus greatly delaying the time. However, howl! After a demon wolf died, it turned into a white light, and then a map appeared on the corpse. The first demon wolf killed by Yi Chen exploded with a map, surprising many people. This luck is amazing. The Fire God Palace had to kill more than 20 demon wolves to get a map. The Heavenly Palace killed more than 40, and other guilds, even the luckiest ones, had to kill 8. King Yi Chen's luck is really good. In the live broadcast room, players discussed. Very good. A great start. Star Fantasy Invincible was also very excited. But howl! Another demon wolf died in front of Yi Chen, and this time it also yielded a map. The 3rd one. The 4th one. The 5th one. At this moment, 100 points of luck played a great role. 5 consecutive kills, 5 maps exploded. With the maps in hand, all that was needed was to directly kill the Wolf King. Some players looked very confused at all this. 666, 6666. This luck, I'm impressed. Damn, King Yi Chen's luck is really good. This is not just luck, this is the American California star. The luckiest of the luckiest. 5 demon wolves dropping 5 maps? Is this too lucky? The live broadcast room exploded, mainly because Yi Chen's luck was really good. Soon, Yi Chen defeated the first level boss, taking 9 minutes, while the second place took 37 minutes, which was like cheating in comparison. After getting the map, everyone continued driving along the map, with Star Fantasy Invincible speaking along the way. In the difficult mode of the second level of the Warcraft Forest, the adventurer we encountered before will lead us down 3 paths. One is the one we took before, going directly to the altar to fight the boss. However, both the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace did this and ended in failure. So the first path should be wrong. We can only choose the other 2 paths, but if we make a mistake, it will be troublesome, as the first kill might be stolen. Star Fantasy Invincible said he received internal information, because the Heavenly Palace and the Fire God Palace closed the live broadcast when making their choices, not wanting other guilds to learn from their mistakes. However, Star Fantasy Invincible still found out through other channels. 2 paths. Choose one. This is the terrifying aspect of the difficult mode. Any choice could lead to failure. And remember, this is only the difficult mode. There are nightmare and disaster modes ahead. That is the real terror. The difficult mode of the Warcraft Forest, from 3 major levels, has become 4 major levels. First level Bloodthirsty Wolf King, kill the fleeing demon wolves, collect 5 incomplete maps, kill the boss, and continue forward. Second level Anteater King, this is the second level. When you reach the mountainside, you will encounter an unconscious adventurer. After killing the Anteater King, a mission item, the Awakening Potion, will drop. Third level Adventurer's Choice. This is an additional level. After waking up the adventurer, you will be given 3 paths to choose from. One is the same as the simple and medium modes, going straight up the mountain to defeat the summoning of the evil spirit mage, Sopa. The second and third paths are unknown, but currently, it is known that the first path cannot be cleared. Fourth level, still defeat the evil spirit mage summoning Sopa, but before defeating him, certain hidden tasks must be completed. Otherwise, if the completion rate of the instance does not reach 80%, it will not be considered cleared. This is the most troublesome point. Arriving at the second level, once again encountering the unconscious adventurer, the Anteater King quickly appeared, accompanied by an endless horde of ant-eating monsters. The second level is quite simple, just mindlessly kill them. The important part is the third level, the Adventurer's Choice. If you choose correctly, everything will be fine, choose wrongly, and it's all over. 10 minutes later, as the Anteater King howled, it finally lay on the ground, turning into a beam of white light, leaving behind a bottle of sobering potion. By killing the Anteater King, Yi-Chen gained nearly 500,000 experience points. As the team leader, he could obtain more experience points, and based on damage calculation, Yi-Chen could also gain additional experience points. Oh no! We failed! Just then, suddenly, Xinghuan Invincible's face changed, and he spoke in the team channel, making it impossible for the audience in the live broadcast to hear what they were saying. What did we fail at? How did we fail? Boss, what does this mean? Everyone looked at Xinghuan Invincible, not understanding what he meant. Just received intelligence that by killing the Anteater King in the second level, there is a chance to drop a quest item, Sopa's wife's ring. Obtaining this item allows you to directly go up the mountain to kill the boss. That ring can increase the completion rate by 15%, just enough to reach 80% completion. The Fire God Palace has already obtained that ring and is now going up the mountain to challenge the boss. If everything goes smoothly, they will achieve the first kill in the difficult level dungeon. Xinghuan Invincible's face changed slightly, but fortunately, this was only a difficult level dungeon, so even if it was the first kill, there would be no rewards. The focus was on nightmare and disaster level dungeons. If those were taken by others, it would be very troublesome. Sopa's wife's ring? Yi-Chen frowned, but the next moment, he immediately chose to rewind 1 minute. 1 minute ago, right in the middle of the battle with the Anteater King. Stop attacking, Yi-Chen ordered, making Xinghuan invincible and the others stop attacking, allowing the Anteater King to quickly recover its health. In fact, rewinding 1 minute and killing the boss again would yield the same result at the same time. But if it was 1 second late, the result would be different. Simply put, everything has a set outcome, but if you disrupt that outcome, the future will also change. Why stop? Xinghuan Invincible was a bit curious, but Xinghuan Invincible immediately said, "Listen to him, don't attack, be careful of the boss's attacks." After saying this, the players of the Xinghuan Guild began to dodge the boss's attacks, but even so, 2 teammates died. Just then, Xinghuan Invincible quickly received a message from his subordinates. After the Anteater King dies, it will drop a quest item, Sopa's wife's ring. This item can increase the completion rate by 15%. If you have this ring, you can directly go up the mountain to challenge the boss. With a simple sentence, Xinghuan Invincible's face changed instantly. He then hesitated to speak about this matter in the team channel. Don't worry about it, hold steady and attack in 4 minutes. Yi-Chen slowly spoke, needing to delay for 5 minutes until his ability cooldown was complete before launching a fierce attack. If the item didn't drop, he would rewind 10 seconds, wait for 1 more second, then kill the boss, with 100 points of lucky bonus. Roar! 5 minutes later, the Anteater King fell, the white light disappeared, and 2 things appeared on the ground. A bottle of sobering potion and a ring. Items dropped. Luck is on our side. The king's luck is truly amazing. The crowd did not expect Yi-Chen to obtain Sopa's wife's ring in one go, feeling excited, because having this ring was equivalent to having the qualification to clear the dungeon. Quickly used the sobering potion to wake up this adventurer. The Starry Illusion Rabbit spoke up. She was a bit impatient. In the first level, collect 5 maps and defeat the boss, with the story completion reaching 30%. In the second level, defeating the boss and rescuing the adventurer adds 20% to the story completion. If you go straight up the mountain, destroy the altar and defeat the boss, adding 15% to the completion, totaling 65%. If you let Sopa summon the boss, the evil spirit archmage, and then defeat it, you get an additional 10% completion. With this ring, you can achieve 90% story completion, ensuring our victory. Analyze the Starry Illusion Rose. To be honest, among the entire Starry Illusion Guild team, The only players that Yi-Chen felt were not just for show were Starry Illusion Invincible and Starry Illusion Rose. These two individuals had a clear leadership style and were the backbone of the guild. While the others had their own ideas, most of the time, they preferred to follow others' arrangements. Everyone has their own aspirations, and Yi-Chen didn't say anything, he was just there to do the job and make some friends. Soon after the adventurer woke up, the system voice sounded, ding. The second stage mission took 16 minutes to complete. The current story completion is 50%. Keep up the good work. Due to Yi-Chan's 5-minute delay in the second level, the completion time was 16 minutes. Even so, the second place team took 32 minutes, and Yi-Chen's team remained in first place. Having Sopa's wife's ring was equivalent to completing 90% of the story. So what is the remaining 10%? This was a question that everyone was curious about, as no one knew the answer, not even the officials. From the beginning, the events we experienced were the bloodthirsty Wolf King with the broken map, followed by the Anteater King with Sopa's wife's ring, the Awakening Potion, and awakening the adventurer Orpheus. Now, what we need to do is go up and stop Sopa from summoning the undead. To supplement the story, we need to let Sopa successfully summon the undead. This way, we achieve 90% story completion. Therefore, we must be extra careful along the way. I believe the final 10% of the story lies in the details, Yi-Chen expressed his opinion. In reality, achieving 90% story completion was considered a victory. However, if other players completed 95 or 100% later, regardless of the time taken, the first place position would be handed over. Although the first kill in hard mode was not very important, Yi-Chen was someone who pursued perfection. Having 100% completion was what he aimed for. That's right. If we obtain Sopa's wife's ring, it's equivalent to 90% completion. So, the remaining 10% should be from two other paths. Otherwise, in a normal storyline, there shouldn't be any other unexpected events, right? Starry Illusion Invincible also pondered seriously. If we want stability, we should go straight up the mountain now and secure the 90% first kill? Starry Unyielding suggested, wanting to clear the level first. No! Yi-Chen and Starry Illusion Invincible both vetoed Starry Unyielding's request. Then, the two looked at each other and Starry Illusion Invincible continued, since we're here, we should strive for 100% completion. Otherwise, sooner or later, someone will surpass us. Agreed, Yi-Chen nodded. Just then, the third segment of the story triggered. Oh, thank you so much for lending a hand. I thought I was done for. Thank you, brave adventurers. The awakened adventurer sincerely thanked everyone. He then continued, my name is Thomas. I'm very grateful for your help. Did you receive the village chief's distress signal, or were you sent by the Adventurers Guild? Thomas spoke up. We came in response to the village chief's plea for help. In fact, according to the storyline of Warcraft Forest, they came to investigate after receiving a mission from the Adventurers Guild. After saying this, Thomas was slightly taken aback but quickly regained his composure and said, thank you, village chief. Ah, troublesome guild, adventurers always like to procrastinate when faced with problems, but luckily the goddess of luck is on my side, and I was fortunate to meet you. Since that's the case, you must know what's going on, right? Thomas smiled. This storyline is completely different, and the members of Star Fantasy were all taken aback. This storyline is not right. Triggered a new storyline? According to the rules, we should say that we were sent by the Adventurers Guild, and this guy should explain the situation to us, then let us choose a path up the mountain. Could it be that the final 10% is here? The group was extremely shocked. They knew this because the Fire God Palace and the Celestial Palace had similar storylines before, but now their own storyline was different, which surprised them. The village chief didn't tell us what happened. We were in a hurry and didn't have much communication, Yi-Chen spoke up, looking at Thomas, a young man dressed in ordinary bronze equipment, whose expression and gaze were so lifelike that one would think he was a GM in disguise. Oh, since that's the case, let me tell you. Recently, Warcraft Forest has been very restless. The village chief sent people to investigate and found out that someone had set up an evil magic array on the cliff, trying to summon the evil spirit mage, and it's already in its final stages. So we must go defeat him, or else, once the evil spirit mage appears, it will be a disaster. Are you willing to join me in defeating the evil? Thomas said in a very righteous tone. This guy is suspicious. Star Fantasy Invincible spoke up. Yeah, I also think this guy is a bit suspicious, but if we don't continue with the storyline now, we won't be able to proceed to the next step, Yi-Chen agreed, and many fans in the livestream started discussing. This guy must be up to something. Maybe our success depends on this guy. Knowing he's up to something, what can we do? Are we going to attack him? Clearly, this guy is hiding something. At this moment, there were already 8 million fans watching the live stream, and it was estimated to soon surpass 10 million. And just then, Yi Chen made a move. King's Strike. Yi Chen's move was extremely fast, a skill that struck out, and the dagger in his hand seemed to cut through the void, with a figure appearing behind Yi Chen, exuding a king's majesty. No one would have expected that Yi Chen would actually attack an NPC, which was very strange. Whoosh! In an instant, Thomas quickly retreated 4 to 5 meters. Yi Chen was fast, but Thomas's reflexes were even faster. Have you seen the village chief? After dodging, Thomas looked at Yi Chen with some surprise. Indeed, this guy had some secrets. Yi Chen sighed. When he mentioned the village chief earlier, Thomas's expression had subtly changed, and later, upon learning that he didn't know any news, Thomas had a sense of relief. So Yi Chen felt that things were not so simple. That's why he made a move to see if he could trigger other storylines. He didn't expect to be right. Who are you really? You're not Thomas at all, Yi Chen said coldly. As Yi Chen's voice rang out, Star Fantasy Invincible and the others also took on a combat stance, while the NPC disguised as Thomas smirked. You've indeed encountered that old man. Ha ha ha. I was planning to lead you to the dungeon to meet Sopa's wife, but it seems that's no longer necessary. The NPC disguised as Thomas laughed. And at that moment, Yi Chen got the information he wanted to know. Sopa's wife is still alive. Rewind 1 minute. Without a doubt, Yi Chen released his ability and went back 1 minute. Are you willing to join me on this adventure? Thomas asked with a righteous face 1 minute ago. We have cleared it, the Heavenly Palace Guild has cleared it, with a completion rate of 90%. At this moment, Star Fantasy Invincible spoke up, looking very serious and grim. Both sides started the live broadcast together, but the other side had already cleared it, which made him feel uncomfortable. Moreover, it was a completion rate of 90%. If they couldn't achieve 100% completion, then they would only be in third place. Because in the difficult mode, it was no longer based on time but on completion rate. If the completion rates were the same, then it would depend on who completed the instance first. The Fire God Palace has also cleared it. At a critical moment, the Fire God Palace actually used a one-time golden equipment causing tons of damage and defeating the evil Archmage. 2 teams have already taken first and second place in the pioneering group. Can the Star Fantasy Guild break the record? Both have a completion rate of 90%. If the Star Fantasy Guild cannot achieve 100% completion, then they will only be in third place. This is the replayability of the Hope World. Even if you have unbeatable output, so what? If you don't understand a game, even if you have enough luck and output, it's still useless. It seems that what the outside world says is true. The King's Sai is just a matter of luck. If the King's Sai can achieve the first kill in difficult mode in this situation, I guarantee that from now on, I will be a die-hard fan of the King's Sai. Just now, after the Heavenly Palace and Fire God Palace cleared the difficult level instances, the official website also updated its content, even openly stating that it is almost impossible to achieve 100% completion in the Warcraft Forest difficult mode, because besides a ring, there are also 2 Easter eggs involved. At the current stage of players, even with 10 King's Sais, they cannot achieve 100% completion of the task, at most 95%, as announced on the official website. Many players were discussing the situation in the live stream chat. Among the teams, Star Fantasy Invincible had a very unpleasant expression. Not only did 2 teams take the first kill, but they were also currently attacking the Nightmare level instance. If they cleared the Nightmare level, then the rewards would be gone. Although clearing the Warcraft Forest first kill would earn a silver gift box X1, Star Fantasy Invincible didn't want a silver gift box, but a sculpture. The sculpture established by the official in the instance was what he wanted. We are naturally willing to fight against evil, Yi Chen spoke, his expression unchanged, not appearing anxious because the Fire God Palace and Heavenly Palace had completed the instance. Oh, that's great then, the disguised Thomas exclaimed joyfully, making others think he was genuinely happy, but it was also possible that he was truly happy. In that case, I'll take you on a shortcut. We can hurry up the mountain, or else, when the evil Sopa summons the evil Archmage, everything will be troublesome. The fake Thomas said so, and Yi Chen nodded, following him directly. The others looked very surprised. Star Fantasy rose, it's not a choice of 3, but to let us go directly. Could it be a hidden setting? Star Fantasy Invincible, it should be. Everyone be careful, success or failure hinges on this moment. Star Fantasy Invincible, who was already somewhat disheartened, found his spirits lifted when the plot began to change. The 8 million viewers in the livestream were also watching attentively because someone had already cleared it. Star Fantasy Invincible didn't need to hide anything and directly broadcasted the most exciting part. As a result, his popularity quickly rose to 9 million, and in order to attract more viewers, Star Fantasy Invincible changed the title to Challenge of 100% completion of the Warcraft Forest difficult mode plot. The king leads you to show off and soar. The title immediately attracted a large number of players, but still ranked third because the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace are live streaming nightmare level. Pseudo Thomas led everyone down a shortcut. Just halfway through, screens suddenly rang out. A python monster suddenly appeared, its body huge, an elite monster. When it first appeared, everyone was startled because it was too realistic. Even Yi-Chen felt a bit scared, but he quickly used the curse of the king and the king's kill to instantly kill the python monster. It was a close call. After walking for a while, suddenly, faint cries were heard. Help! 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 The voices were extremely weak, and if it weren't for everyone walking cautiously, plus being in the mountains and forests, they probably wouldn't have heard it at all. There are strange sounds, let's go check it out. Pseudo Thomas spoke up, and he went over first, and everyone followed without hesitation. Be careful, we might trigger a plot quest. Star Fantasy Invincible reminded everyone once again. Then Pseudo Thomas arrived at a cave, and Star Fantasy Invincible meant to stop Yi-Chen from going in, not to take risks, but Yi-Chen didn't mind. Because no matter what happened, he could go back a minute. The cave was very damp, and the faint cries for help gradually grew louder. As they entered the cave, Yi-Chen took the lead and soon saw a woman locked in the cave, her eyes gouged out, blood flowing, looking very miserable, and the name above the woman's head was Parker's wife. Parker's wife? What is she doing here? What's going on? Are you okay? Everyone hurriedly went up to inquire, unable to help but show concern at the sight. And at that moment, suddenly, a chill filled the air, followed by a system voice. You are within the core range of the advanced frost magic array, therefore you are frozen, and for the next 5 minutes, you will be unable to move. At that moment, the system voice sounded, and Yi-Chen knew the time was right. He immediately went back a minute. A minute ago, Yi-Chen was about to enter the cave, with Star Fantasy Invincible and a few others following him. Listen to me. Focus on taking down this Thomas, Yi-Chen said in the team channel, then continued to unleash skills. King's Fury, Wood Spirit Arrow, Curse of the King, Undead Curse, Advanced Slow, Medium Weakness, Initial Bleeding, -1 million. A terrifying 1 million damage appeared, as Yi-Chen released the King's Curse on Thomas, instantly dealing 1,000,000 points of damage, stunning the audience in the live stream room. Kill. The next moment, Yi-Chen didn't give Thomas any chance. King's Kill, Storm Arrow technique immediately struck, causing several tens of thousands of damage in an instant. Blessing, Light of Life, Courage Amplification. Rose and a few others instantly buffed Yi-Chen with 7 or 8 buffs, while Star Fantasy Invincible and others quickly launched attacks, fierce impacts, and skills like Earth Slash, all controlling Pseudo Thomas in an instant. Pseudo Thomas never expected Yi-Chen to suddenly attack at this moment, and not only that, but to make himself so miserable in an instant. A King's Curse cost him half his life, followed by a terrifying slow movement speed, moderate weakness, and continuous bleeding. Who is this person? How does he possess the burst of an assassin, the weakness of a warlock, and the aura of an archer? 3 professions in one? Pseudo Thomas didn't think much, he just wanted to quickly create distance, but unfortunately, Star Fantasy Invincible's Fierce Impact plus Earth Slash is a control stun skill, and Pseudo Thomas had no chance to fight back, being stunned and disoriented. -13,400, -13,400, -6,700, -13,400, -13,400. With Yi-Chen's damage of 65,000 per second, Pseudo Thomas was enduring a huge blow. Intermediate weakness was equivalent to deepening Yi-Chen's damage, but this Pseudo Thomas was also very powerful, with 2 million health points, obviously very tricky. Bang! Star Illusion Unextinguished took advantage of the opening and immediately released a fierce charge. This was a strong control. How can you kill an NPC like this? What does the king mean by this? I always felt that this NPC was suspicious, but I never expected the king to be so decisive and go straight for it. Can we even kill NPCs in reverse? Is this necessary? Hard mode is just too difficult. If we have to defeat this adventurer to complete the mission, with 2 million health points, how can we possibly defeat him? Have you noticed that if it weren't for the king giving a curse in an instant, causing Pseudo Thomas's movement speed to drop significantly, otherwise, relying on Thomas's movement speed just now, he would have already pulled away, then everything would be troublesome. No wonder they say players can't clear the game now. How can they clear it? What can they use to clear it? The popularity in the live stream room has already exceeded tens of millions, and because a new plot has been triggered, the popularity in the live stream room has increased by 2 to 3 million, now reaching a terrifying 14 million popularity. Control the situation, don't make any mistakes, he is the key. Yi Chen spoke, his expression cold. Even if he wanted to control Pseudo Thomas forcibly, it was difficult to do it seamlessly. When Yi Chen approached and caused 600,000 terrifying damage, Pseudo Thomas finally broke free from control and stun, took a step back, dodged 3 to 4 meters, and immediately wanted to escape. You go to the cave to rescue people, I'll chase him. Yi Chen, relying on the high-level agility bonus, quickly chased after. Pseudo Thomas moved slowly due to the high-level deceleration, so Yi Chen quickly caught up. Minus 13,400. Minus 13,400. Yi Chen approached and struck with 2 clean cuts, followed by releasing Dark Stealth, reducing perception by 1,000 points, making Pseudo Thomas completely unaware of where Yi Chen was, running around like a headless fly. As Yi Chen followed behind, the shoes triggered in effect, doubling the movement speed for 5 seconds, instantly catching up to Pseudo Thomas, raising his hand and striking with 5 consecutive hits, piercing directly through Pseudo Thomas's back. He was already in a severely injured state, with 1 million damage from the King's Curse, 600,000 continuous attacks from Yi Chen, plus nearly 100,000 damage now. He only had around 300,000 health points left, not to mention the bleeding effect. Stop! Why are you attacking me? Pseudo Thomas spoke, looking puzzled at Yi Chen, but still running away. I've seen the village chief. Yi Chen spoke slowly. He had mentioned seeing the village chief before, but obviously Pseudo Thomas didn't believe it at all. In fact, Yi Chen didn't know who the village chief was, but he always felt that the village chief was very important. You've seen him? Pseudo Thomas's face looked ugly, then continued, since you already know all the secrets, I won't hide anything. I can feel that there is a dark power within you. If you let me go, I can let the organization accommodate you. Consider this plan as a favor to you, how about it? Pseudo Thomas said so. As expected, Yi Chen nodded, but his actions were still swift and fierce, showing no intention of letting the other party go. Swish 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 swish. Minus 13,000. Minus 13,000. Minus 13,000. However, Yi Chen no longer used a dagger but switched to a bow and arrow. He had the bonus of natural arrow, adding 500 points to the range, and this 500 was not in meters but in map range, equivalent to about 1,000 meters. The slow-moving Pseudo Thomas, wanting to escape a kilometer away, would need at least 5 seconds, a time frame in which Yi Chen was confident he could kill Pseudo Thomas. You can't kill me. If you kill me, you won't know what our plan is at all, Pseudo Thomas said anxiously, fearing being killed by Yi Chen. I already know the plan, the village chief told me, Yi Chen calmly replied, his shooting speed increasing. No, you absolutely don't know, you're deceiving me. Anthony would never tell you the plan, I can't tell you either, because it involves. He stopped abruptly. Anthony? The village chief is called Anthony? Yi Chen remembered the name, then continued, you can't tell me, why should I spare your life? Yi Chen sneered. I can't tell you the plan, but I can make you a participant in it. This black talisman is the symbol of a participant. If I die, it will disappear, but if I don't, you can have supreme power. Even your future will be more brilliant than mine, Pseudo Thomas said. Give it to me. The appearance of the black talisman piqued Yi Chen's curiosity. He stopped attacking, and Pseudo Thomas threw the black talisman over. Soon the information from the black talisman appeared before Yi Chen's eyes. Satan's black talisman. Effect? Explanation? Perhaps this is the final 5% task item in hard mode. Yi Chen took the black talisman of Satan, then without a word, mercilessly killed Pseudo Thomas, who never expected Yi Chen to be so ruthless. No! You can't kill me! If you kill me, the talisman will disappear, you'll never get close to that plan in your lifetime, he shouted, heartbroken. Unfortunately, he ultimately turned into a white light. Ding! Successfully killed Pseudo Thomas, gained 50,000 experience points. Ding! Due to Pseudo Thomas's death, Satan's black talisman disappeared. The system notification sounded, and indeed, as Pseudo Thomas had said, Satan's black talisman disappeared. This was somewhat strange. Rewind 1 minute. Yi Chen didn't think much, he killed Pseudo Thomas just to see if what he said was true. It seemed to be true. Ding! Successfully rescued Sopa's wife, story completion increased by 5%. Just then, the system notification sounded, the story completion was now at 70%, plus Sopa's ring at 15%, making it 85%. Adding the release of the evil archmage equaled 95%, surpassing the records of the Fire God Palace and the Celestial Palace. The final 5% might be this thing. Yi Chen thought to himself, then looked at Pseudo Thomas and asked, why did you disguise yourself as Thomas? It's just an identity. I'll tell you next time we meet. Oh, and remember, don't believe what Sopa says, he's gone mad. Don't let him deceive you. I'm leaving now, Pseudo-Thomas said, covering his wound, swallowing a red pill, then disappeared without a trace after speaking. The advanced slowdown effect was gone. Don't believe Sopa? Yi Chen frowned, but didn't dwell on it. He joined forces with Star Illusion Invincible and headed up the mountain. Intentionally waiting for Sopa to release the evil spirit, he then launched a strong attack, killing the evil spirit mage, and finally Sopa's wife appeared. Sopa cried out loudly, personally sealing the evil spirit archmage. Then a system voice sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the Warcraft Forest in hard mode with a 100% complete story. Surprisingly, it was a 100% completion. Thank you very much. Thank you for saving Sopa, thank you. Sopa's wife knelt on the ground. Although she was blind, she still smiled, and Sopa also cried and watched Yi Chen and others. Thank you, I was wrong before. I thought Sopa was dead, so I used forbidden techniques to try to summon the evil spirit archmage in an attempt to resurrect my wife. Now that my wife is not dead, I am happy, but I will atone for everything I have done. Sopa is a middle-aged man who looks very gentle and kind. He knelt on the ground crying, embracing his wife, looking pitiful. Hang in there, things will get better for you. Starry Bunny couldn't help but speak, blessing the two, and in the barrage of the live broadcast room, there were also blessings and sympathy. Yeah, so pitiful. Oh, the poor soul, so pitiful, damn Thomas, it's because of him. Damn it, a good couple, ended up like this. The official website provided information that Sopa felt guilty for summoning the evil spirit archmage, and his wife had passed away early due to health issues. In the end, Sopa also committed suicide. Yeah, I watched the plot, it's really pitiful. Ah, blame that damn Thomas. In the barrage of the live broadcast room, many players sent blessings, because Yi Chen completed the dungeon storyline 100%, so the official updated Sopa's follow-up story immediately. Just then, the system voice sounded. Dungeon cleared successfully. Countdown to exit in 3 seconds. Dungeon cleared successfully. Countdown to exit in 2 seconds. Dungeon cleared successfully. Countdown to exit in 1 second. Soon Yi Chen and others exited the difficult level dungeon. The twists and turns were indeed complex, not to mention the powerful monsters inside, just the convoluted storyline. How many players could have imagined? How many players could have done it? But Yi Chen felt that the black talisman he obtained should be unique. Even if other players copied the same tactics, they couldn't obtain Satan's black talisman. The Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace failed directly. In the Nightmare level dungeon, they were wiped out by the Ant King because of their unfamiliarity with the operation. In the Nightmare level dungeon, all monsters' attributes are tripled, and the boss's attributes are doubled, much stronger than the difficult level dungeon overall. Should we regroup? Starry Invincible spoke, looking at Yi Chen for advice. Yes, I need crowd control. If something happens before the Nightmare level, I need a crowd control team. Yi Chen said, lacking control skills when he fought with fake Thomas before. If he had control skills, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Okay. Starry Invincible didn't waste time and immediately found 6 people in the guild to replace the other 6 girls. These 6 people were all wearing silver equipment and were among the strongest in the Starry Guild, 3 warriors, 1 warlock, and 2 mages, all with stun and other support skills. Brother King, King Boss, King Brother. When the 6 came out, they all called out to Yi Chen, who smiled and nodded in response, showing respect without being arrogant. However, suddenly, a voice rang out. This was a server-wide announcement. Child of God, King, I am a player from the Imperial Court Guild. How about we team up to clear the Nightmare level dungeon? But you alone cannot clear it. I have 8 experts here, plus you and me, exactly 10 people. You should know the principle of maximizing benefits. Following the Starry Guild will only hold you back. The voice appeared, offering a reward of $10,000. This was where the Hope World attracted money. However, after this announcement, the first to be angered was Starry Indestructible. Damn it, this guy is so arrogant? I heard he's just a newcomer, so what if he has some gaming talent? So arrogant? He was very angry because the other party was looking down on the entire Star Fantasy Guild. But one thing that must be said is that what the other party said was the truth. Joining forces is the way to maximize benefits. Bringing along the invincible Star Fantasy team did indeed slow things down. Brother King, what he said is not wrong. You can team up with them. This way, we can clear Nightmare level dungeons faster. I just received news that the Heavenly Palace and Fire God Palace failed their second attempt at the challenge. Nightmare level dungeons are extremely difficult, so it will be hard for us to clear them with you. It's better to go with them. The Invincible Star Fantasy team was not playing hard to get, they were speaking sincerely because they knew that bringing them along would probably make it difficult to clear the dungeons. In other words, they would be a burden to Yi Chen. As the leader of the Star Fantasy Guild and the Thousand Mechanisms, he had his own dignity, which is why he spoke that way. At the same time, many players in the 9 states region were also discussing this matter. Almost 80% of the players believed that the child of God was right. Who says that only by joining forces can we maximize benefits? Both are strong, neither wants to yield to the other. Who should listen to whom? Yi Chen shook his head and continued, to be the first to clear a dungeon, we must cooperate. Perhaps your output is indeed average, but I am the leader, our coordination is very focused. If I team up with them again, just deciding who the leader is will take a long time. Alright, invincible brother, if you consider me a friend, then don't say such things. Whether we fail or succeed, since I promised to clear dungeons with you, I will not give up halfway. Yi Chen was not interested in the child of God, on the contrary, he was somewhat repelled. This speech by Yi Chen deeply moved the invincible Star Fantasy team. Alright, I won't be sentimental anymore. After this trip, whether we succeed or fail, 5 million coins will be deposited into the brothers' accounts. I know that the brothers may have encountered some troubles, so don't be polite with me about this money. The invincible Star Fantasy team was very moved, and Yi Chen didn't say much either. The next moment, he directly chose to enter nightmare mode. Soon, the child of God once again broadcasted to the entire region, I'll be waiting for your failure. Private message me after you fail. This simple sentence was full of confidence, believing that Yi Chen would definitely not be able to clear the nightmare-level dungeon of the Beast Forest. Due to the repeated failures of the Fire God Palace and the Heavenly Palace in clearing the nightmare-level dungeon, countless viewers flooded into the live broadcast room of the invincible Star Fantasy team. Now, the popularity had reached 30 million. Only those who had experienced nightmare mode would know how easy hard mode was. This was what the Fire God Palace said when they first cleared hard mode. And remember, behind nightmare mode, there was still a disaster mode. Most importantly, this was only a level 10 Beast Forest dungeon, not something like a level 20 or 30 Misty Forest or Skeleton Camp dungeon. As they entered the nightmare level dungeon, the Beast Forest had already turned into night. At this moment, the Eternal Dark Immortal Ring came into effect. Once it was night, Yi Chen's attributes and abilities doubled. This was not as simple as 1+1, but a super self-breakthrough. Why did Yi Chen dare to enter the nightmare level dungeon? He knew that if he teamed up with the child of God and others, it would be better, strength upon strength. But Yi Chen had 3 trump cards that were enough to get through the nightmare level dungeon, and even the disaster level dungeon. This trump card was summoning a deity. With 1 billion points of slaughter value, he could summon a lower deity. Summoning a deity from the underworld, what was a mere Beast Forest? Of course, Yi Chen would not use this ability unless absolutely necessary. After all, 1 billion points of slaughter value, one needed to have the right timing, location, and people to accumulate so much slaughter value. This had to be used in the most critical situation. Ahem! Are you the warriors sent by the Adventurers Guild? Just then, a voice suddenly rang out slowly. At that moment, everyone came to their senses and found themselves standing at the foot of the Beast Forest, an old man looking at Yi Chen and the others with hopeful eyes. And the title of Village Chief Anthony Prado suddenly appeared above the old man's head, causing a slight surprise among the crowd. This is the real plot, Star Fantasy Immortal said in the team channel. Previously, during the difficult mode, they had no idea who the village chief was, but now in nightmare mode, the secret was about to be revealed. Yes, Mr. Anthony, what exactly happened here? Yi Chen spoke up. Oh, in the name of the God of Light, thank you for coming. The village chief first sighed, then continued, recently, for some reason, the monsters in the monster forest suddenly mutated and started attacking humans coming down from the mountain. Many villagers have been bitten to death, and then a group of adventurers arrived. One of them, an adventurer named Thomas, discovered that someone was summoning evil spirits in the monster forest, seemingly activating a magic array with the help of a legend in the forest, causing the monsters to go berserk. However, Thomas went to stop it and hasn't returned since. The village chief Anthony said, and everyone listened intently, but Yi Chen couldn't help but size up the village chief. In the difficult mode, through the words of the fake Thomas, Yi Chen knew that this village chief was in cahoots with the fake Thomas, so he didn't believe a word he said. Legend? What legend? Star Fantasy Invincible asked directly. Well, the monster forest was said to be home to an evil spirit archmage who had been studying resurrection. In our village, there was a strange man named Sopa who came to the village as a magician over a decade ago. He had a beautiful wife, and they lived happily, helping others and teaching the children magic. They were our benefactors. But one day, for some reason, his wife disappeared. We searched for a long time but couldn't find Sopa's wife. Until one day, we found clothes with Sopa's scent inside the belly of an ant-eating monster, so we thought Sopa was dead. The whole village was saddened, and Sopa fell into despair. Eventually, someone in the village told Sopa the secret of the magic array, and then Sopa disappeared. A few days later, the monsters went berserk, and Thomas informed me that someone was conducting evil sacrifices. He wanted to stop it but never returned. Will you brave adventurers go save Thomas and stop the evil from spreading? Anthony looked at the crowd eagerly, and the unsuspecting few completely believed what Anthony said. At the same time, the background story of the monster forest emerged. The general idea of the situation was now clear to everyone. Kind Sopa and his wife came to live near the monster forest village, living happily for over a decade. Suddenly, Sopa's wife was abducted by the fake Thomas and disappeared. Sopa, in despair over his beloved woman, became despondent. Eventually, the kind villagers told Sopa a legend about the monster forest, and Sopa, after much hardship, found the magic array and tried to summon the evil spirit Archmage to resurrect his wife. But by activating the magic array, the evil spirit's aura drove the monsters mad, and they began hunting the innocent. This was the rough plot of the monster forest. However, if things were really that simple, others might not know, but Yi Chen knew that there must be extraordinary secrets involved. For example, what was the plan of the fake Thomas and Anthony? This was a secret with a huge impact. Ding! Do you accept the mission from Village Chief Anthony? Go to the monster forest to find the missing adventurer, Thomas, and complete the task. Completion of the dungeon will increase by 20%. The system voice sounded. This was the first stage task of the nightmare level dungeon, and naturally, everyone chose to accept. And at that moment, Anthony spoke again. But you must remember, Thomas is very young, probably around 18 years old, don't be deceived. His voice rang out, causing everyone to be stunned. Xinghuan Invincible said, in the difficult mode, we told Thomas that the village chief sent us to find him. But in the difficult mode, that Thomas is at least in his early 30s, which means he's fake. If we encounter the village chief, Thomas will definitely know that we have never met the village chief, so he led us to the cave to try to kill us? Xinghuan Invincible was the first to react, amazed. Seeking everyone's opinion, are you satisfied with this style of dungeon writing? Do you want to see a style like in regular online games, where data crushes everything? Or do you want to see a style with plot, intelligence, and story? This writing style was inspired by the author playing games and finding that dungeons requiring skill and intelligence to pass were very popular, while dungeons with just monster grinding were not as popular, so we decided to try writing something different. But if you think this style is boring and uninteresting, then I won't write the second, third, or fourth dungeons like this in the future, or else you'll criticize me again. Please be sure to answer in the comments, as this will affect the writing style of the later part of the book. Thank you. Everyone realized, but even though they realized, it only added to their troubles because they had no idea what the real plot was. They were just amazed by the flexibility and freedom of the dungeon. This wasn't just a game, it was a deduction game. What should we do now? Xinghuan Unbreakable asked everyone, and soon Yechen spoke up. You guys go up the mountain first, I'll escort the village chief out. After saying this, everyone didn't think much about it. Although they were curious why Yechen wanted to escort the village chief, whether they could clear the dungeon on the first attempt depended entirely on Yechen, so they naturally had no say in the matter. After they left, Yechen escorted the village chief away. I can go back by myself, no need to trouble you, Anthony smiled, still playing the role of the village chief. No need to act anymore. Yechen took out Satan's black charm, causing Anthony's face to suddenly change, but he quickly appeared calm and looked at Yechen with some confusion. Adventurer, what are you doing? I am already a participant in the plan. Is there any point in continuing to pretend, Anthony? Yechen sneered. At the same time a silver dagger appeared in his hand, aimed at Anthony's head. Obviously, if Anthony continued to hide, he wouldn't mind killing him directly, as this was just a game. If killing the village chief would cause the dungeon to fail, he could rewind time. Anthony chuckled lightly, not fearing the dagger, but said, I didn't expect the news to leak out. I thought only Antis knew the secret here, but unexpectedly there is a third person who knows the secret here. I've been guarding here for 20 years, the treasures here belong to me, don't try to get them. After saying this, Anthony instantly disappeared from the spot. He was a magician, and Yechen immediately used dark stealth, reducing his perception by 1,000 points. But in the state of darkness, the eternal dark immortal ring gave double the effect, a total of negative 2,000 perception points. Not to mention Anthony, even if a god came, they might not be able to perceive Yechen. Dark stealth? Anthony was surprised, then lowered his voice and asked, what faction are you from? Who is your deity? He was very curious. Dark faction, Dark King, Yechen answered truthfully, but after answering, he left his original position, and Anthony couldn't perceive him. Dark King. Are you the heir to the king? Anthony seemed somewhat surprised, feeling unexpected. Yes, Yi Chen admitted openly, he wanted to know what Anthony wanted to do. Just as he finished answering, Anthony knelt down instantly, with a devout expression, saying, "Great heir of the Dark Lord, I didn't expect you to be the heir of the Dark Lord. Please forgive my offense. I am a faithful believer of the Dark Lord, Anthony Silla." The plot took a twist, leaving Yi Chen somewhat surprised as he had not expected the other party to be a follower of the Dark Lord. "How do you prove it?" Yi Chen asked. Anthony didn't waste any words, he directly lifted his shirt, revealing a skull throne on his chest, which was the seat of the Dark Lord, the embodiment of faith. And Anthony was not just an ordinary believer, but a fanatic. In the world of hope, there are 12 main gods under the banner of the gods of light and dark. Each main god has many subordinates, and those subordinates are low-level gods, with countless fanatical followers. Not to mention the 12 main gods. 99% of assassins and thieves believe in the Dark Lord, and then believe in other low-level gods, such as the god of thieves, the god of bloodthirst, the god of agility. It can be said that the followers of the Dark Lord are few, but they are extremely fanatical to an alarming degree. Anthony's tattoo was definitely authentic, a tattoo that ordinary low-level believers could not possess, but a tattoo personally branded by the temple. At this moment, Yi Chen withdrew from stealth mode. He had no need to worry at all, because according to the setting of the world of hope, if one is a fake believer, they cannot become a high-level believer. To become a high-level believer, one must undergo the judgment of the gods. If the god finds out that you do not actually believe in him, but are pretending to be a believer, then the consequences will be very dire. As soon as Yi Chen appeared, Anthony immediately looked at the ring in Yi Chen's hand, which he had not noticed before. Now, after careful observation, Anthony was struck as if by lightning. This is the ring of the Dark God, the supreme artifact. You are not the heir of the Dark Lord, you are the heir of darkness, the Dark Lord. Anthony was extremely excited, and upon learning this, he knelt down directly, banging his head on the ground, saying, "Please forgive me for my previous offense, please forgive me for my previous offense." At this moment, Anthony was filled with extreme fear. Initially, Yi Chen being the heir of the Dark Lord had already left him in shock. Now, discovering that Yi Chen was actually the heir of darkness, chosen by the Supreme Dark God, this was on a completely different level. He had almost offended the heir of the Supreme Dark God? Thinking of this, Anthony was truly terrified. "Tell me, what is your Enantis's plan?" Yi Chen asked. He had not expected his identity to be so influential. He had previously thought that the favor of the Supreme Dark God was of no use, but now it turned out to be very useful. "Answer, Your Highness, it is not my Enantis's plan, but a plan researched by the 49 temples 20 years ago." "What plan? The Satan plan? Resurrecting people?" Based on the previous plot, Yi Chen expressed his curiosity. A plan researched by 49 temples together? It sounded quite terrifying. "No, Great Dark Lord, it is the Eternal Life Plan," Anthony said in a calm tone, but the last 4 words made Yi Chen pause. And at that moment, suddenly, several system sounds rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the player, Sai of the King, for completing the hidden setting of the Warcraft Forest Nightmare Mode plot with 100% completion. Ding! Congratulations to the player, Sai of the King, for clearing the Warcraft Forest Nightmare Mode in 5 minutes, completing the plot with 100% clearance, becoming the first team to achieve the first kill. At this moment, players around the world fell silent. However, the next moment, the whole world erupted in excitement. Congratulations to players Sai of the King, Star Illusion Invincible, Star Illusion Unbreakable, Star Illusion Rose, Star Illusion Sword Comes, Star Illusion in the Clouds, Star Illusion Panda, and 10 other players, who completed the Nightmare level Warcraft Forest instance with 100% storyline completion in just 5 minutes. Each person received an exquisite silver gift box and the team leader received X2. Ding dong! Congratulations to the players from the 9 states region for the first kill of the Nightmare level Warcraft Forest instance, earning 100 fragments of the 5 Spirit Divine Beads. The names of these 10 players will be forever recorded in the Hope World, each receiving an additional 1,000 reputation points. In addition, statues of them will be erected in the Warcraft Forest instance, excluding disaster level instances. The system announcement echoed throughout the entire server, not only reaching the players from the 9 states region but also players worldwide. They cleared it? Damn, they really cleared it? Cleared in 5 minutes? Isn't that too exaggerated? 6,666, Sai of the King is truly powerful. What? Cleared in 5 minutes? Our guild in Great Tianha failed 3 times, and the players from the 9 states region cleared it in 5 minutes? I strongly suspect cheating. We are still struggling with the medium difficulty mode, and someone from the 9 states region cleared the Nightmare level? This is clearly a report. As a player from the Great Scylla country, I strongly condemn this. I will report it. Oh my god, our crusaders spent so much time and couldn't even pass the first level. I didn't expect a guild from the 9 states region to succeed in the first kill, and in just 5 minutes? It's truly unbelievable. Players worldwide were at a loss for words, with reactions ranging from cursing, reporting, anger, to disbelief. The players from the 9 states region were both surprised and shocked, especially those watching the live broadcast. They were completely baffled. What did I miss? Hey experts, I just blinked. Did I miss something? How did they clear it? Can the awesome brother who did it explain? Answering the person above, just a second ago, I saw a beam of light, and a man in white walked out, with a 3-legged chaos cauldron above his head, shouting, "I am the Leaf Emperor," to suppress all enemies in the world, and then they cleared it. Damn, the person above is a talent. 6,666. They cleared it just like that? Isn't that too much? Is the operator's favorite? Is it the Brainiac's favorite? Damn, King, do you have to show off like this? Does the child of God feel any pain? How did they clear it in the end? Please answer. Who can explain how they cleared it? Thanks in advance. My king acts in his own way, why should he explain to others? As barrage after barrage of comments appeared, countless players were left dumbfounded. Not only were they confused, but even the players from Star Illusion Invincible were puzzled. They hadn't done anything, yet they cleared it? They got the first kill? I completed a hidden mission, so I cleared it directly. Yi-Chen glanced at the players from Star Illusion Invincible and then spoke directly. Upon hearing this, the 9 people looked at Yi-Chen with admiration, especially Star Illusion Unbreakable, who went over and hugged Yi-Chen's leg. King, from today onwards, I will follow you. I don't even want my boss anymore. I found the hidden mission. Damn, who dares to doubt you now? Clearing it in 5 minutes, you are truly the king. Please accept me as your follower. Star Illusion Unbreakable shouted loudly, making Star Illusion Invincible next to him look a bit uncomfortable. However, after coming to their senses, everyone was overjoyed. Although it was a bit unbelievable, they had cleared it. In the Warcraft Forest, in the simple, medium, difficult, and nightmare modes, there were statues of them. This was the ultimate honor. If we clear it directly, we only get the clearance experience, and we haven't opened the monster experience points and treasure chests. If we clear it directly with the hidden mission, the loss is significant. However, if we clear it for the first time, it's a big win. At this time, Xingwenqi Angwai spoke up, pointing out the drawbacks of Yi-Chen's method of clearing the level. Only the completion of the instance rewards experience points, with nothing gained along the way. With Yi-Chen's team, completing the simple mode yields around 500,000 experience points for each person, but after reaching the maximum level, the experience points are reduced to 1%, so each person should be able to gain 5,000 experience points. The medium mode gives 10,000 experience points, the hard mode gives 30,000 experience points, and the nightmare mode should at least give 50,000 or even 100,000 experience points, but the issue is that they are not obtained, only receiving the 10,000 experience points reward for clearing the level. However, in terms of the first kill, this is definitely a huge gain, as it brings various honors and rewards. Let's enter the disaster level instance, clear the Warcraft Forest instance early, and the Misty Forest instance will also appear sooner, Yi-Chen said. Perhaps others may not understand, but he knew the reasons behind everything, so he didn't care about the outside world and instead urged everyone to enter the disaster level Warcraft Forest. Because only by clearing the disaster level Warcraft Forest will the Misty Forest instance appear 3 days later. Otherwise, if the Misty Forest instance appears, one would have to wait for a month. Disaster level? Upon hearing these 3 words, everyone couldn't help but get excited. They had experienced simple, medium, hard, and nightmare modes, and disaster mode filled them with anticipation. Xinghuan Invincible also immediately renamed the live broadcast room to First Clear of Disaster Level Warcraft Forest. World's First. This world's first title indeed exploded, with 30 million viewership skyrocketing to over 1 billion in just a few minutes. It was true that players from all over the world were present, and the barrage was as dense as the ocean, with countless messages flooding in. At this moment, Yi-Chen was pondering something. He already understood what a unique instance in the world meant. It was not just about leveling up by defeating monsters, but a kind of decryption that allowed players to immerse themselves in the environment and truly understand a story, a plot. The integration of monster hunting and leveling up was very innovative. Now, at the nightmare level, the biggest secret was the eternal life plan. Therefore, Yi-Chen was able to clear it directly, leveraging his status to know the secret. If following the normal procedure, one would gradually understand the eternal life plan and be attracted to what it entailed. So, the final plot of the nightmare level instance was the eternal life plan. What about the final plot of the disaster level instance? The eternal life plan is definitely not the final secret. What is the plot hidden behind the Warcraft forest? If the eternal life plan is the final secret, then it shouldn't be in the nightmare level, but in the disaster level. What is a disaster? Yi Chen was not sure, and he wanted to witness it himself, the disaster level instance of the Warcraft forest. What exactly could be considered a disaster? Ding! Do you want to challenge the disaster level instance? Please note, this instance is extremely dangerous. Please note, this instance may have an impact on your mind and body. Do you choose to challenge? Yes. Disaster level instance. As night fell, the Warcraft forest seemed even quieter. At this moment, information appeared in front of everyone. You have entered the Warcraft forest, which has been at the nightmare level for 3 years. 3 years ago, a beast rampage occurred in the Warcraft forest. However, 3 years later, something strange happened again in the Warcraft forest. Over the past month, hunters have not seen a single beast, but soon the villagers around the forest started disappearing one by one. Another strange incident has occurred, and you have once again received a request from the Adventurers Guild to come to the Warcraft forest for help. However, as you arrived at the forest, the Adventurers Guild urgently sent a magical letter, but just as the magical letter was about to reach the captain's hand, a beam of light appeared out of nowhere and snatched the magical letter away. Now, please hurry to search for the magical letter. The main mission appears to find the magical letter from the Adventurers Guild. Completing this mission will increase the storyline completion by 20%. Limited to 2 hours. Mission tip: the opponent is very fast, very vigilant. Consider deliberately dispersing teammates to attract the opponent. The first phase of the mission appears. Star Fantasy Invincible speaks first. The first phase of the mission is to find the magical letter sent by the Adventurers Guild, but the unknown entity that stole the magical letter has been hiding in the shadows. If we don't act alone, we won't be able to attract the opponent, but if we split up, the opponent can easily defeat us, so it's a deadlock. To be precise, we must gather immediately when this guy appears, otherwise, if there is a mistake, we basically lose. Star Fantasy Invincible spoke. Although they don't have very important output, in a disaster level dungeon, output doesn't represent everything. Control, support, coordination, skill, surpass pure output, for the simplest reason. It doesn't hold up. Even if you have output, what can you do? Yi Chen's output is considered high, plus the night, all attributes double, but Yi Chen's health is only 140,000, can't withstand a few rounds, so we must cooperate well. Soloing the dungeon is not impossible, but more people mean more strength. But if we don't split up, will he appear? The question arises. Star Fantasy Immortal frowned and spoke. Although if they split up, they will be attacked, but if they don't split up, the unknown entity that stole the magical letter won't appear. Split up, but don't walk too fast. Try to stay within a range of 500 yards. I will activate Dark Stealth, randomly lurking on one of you. If you really encounter danger, I will support immediately. Now there is no other way. Everyone just hopes that Yi Chen can make the right bet. Soon 10 people dispersed. Yi Chen walked less than 100 meters, immediately activated Dark Stealth, then he went towards Star Fantasy Rose, because Star Fantasy Rose is the player with the weakest attributes among everyone. If nothing unexpected happens, they will definitely choose to target the weaker one. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Just then, suddenly a system voice sounded. Ding! Teammate Star Fantasy Panda's health is 0, dead. Attacked Star Fantasy Panda? This was unexpected for Yi Chen, but fortunately, he had told them not to walk so fast before. Yi Chen immediately retreated half a minute, and then quickly rushed towards Star Fantasy Panda. The distance between the two was less than 500 yards. With Yi Chen's current speed, he could cross 500 yards in 10 seconds. When he arrived next to Star Fantasy Panda, Yi Chen asked him to continue searching, while he lurked in the shadows, waiting to strike back. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 18 seconds, 20 seconds. At that moment, Yi Chen struck instantly. A black shadow flashed by. Yi Chen immediately released the king's curse towards this black shadow. The terrifying damage appeared instantly. Minus 200,000. 200,000 points of damage, indicating that the opponent had 400,000 points of health. In the dark night, Yi Chen's agility also received a huge boost. He instantly pounced over, with a base attack of 4,000, plus an additional 5,000 attack from King's Fury, totaling 9,000 attack. Adding the 500 attack from equipment, it became 9,500 attack. Because of the night state, it was 10,900 attack. Once it was a critical hit, it would be 38,000 damage. This was Yi Chen's terrifying damage now. The King's Sleigh fell, causing 380,000 points of damage. Suddenly a howl sounded, and then a black wolf lay on the ground, breathing its last breath. Ding! Congratulations on killing the deceptive speed Black Wolf, gaining 2000 experience points, completing 20% of the dungeon storyline completion for the first level. The sound rang out, and soon after the cunning and fast Black Wolf died, it left behind a bronze weapon and a magical envelope. Resolved so quickly? This output is invincible. I thought it would take a long time, but it was resolved so quickly? Damn, saying output is useless, this output is simply explosive. Saying 6 is useless these days. Hee, no matter what, when you have something, you will inevitably lose something, Your Majesty. Although you have super strong output ability, at the same time, you have also lost the annoyance of not being able to kill monsters. What the person above said makes sense, but it sounds a bit awkward. The players in the live broadcast room were originally looking forward to high-level operations and unique plots, but they didn't expect that Yi-Chen easily solved the first level, and the anticipation disappeared instantly. What's the point of mindlessly rushing in with output alone? At this moment, all teammates have already rushed over, and at this moment, everyone was overjoyed. After all, Yi-Chen solved the first trouble. This Black Wolf has low health but terrifying speed and attack power, 600 agility, 20,000 terrifying attack power, and various attribute bonuses. It's too scary. Just then, Xinghuan Changwei immediately displayed the attributes of the cunning and fast Black Wolf. 400,000 health points, 20,000 attack power, 600 agility, 5 claws per second, and with poison, weakness, and advanced bleeding status. To be honest, these attributes and data are indeed exaggeratedly terrifying. It's obvious they don't want people to pass this level. Rationally analyzing, if Yi-Chen hadn't appeared next to Xinghuan Panda, this Black Wolf would have had the terrifying ability to harvest completely, easily killing all 10 people, so the first level is very difficult to crack. Are these attributes a bit exaggerated? Is this disaster level so terrifying? This kind of monster with these attributes, and good at hiding, only attacks when the opponent is alone. What's the point of playing? Can only say that luck is good. King is moving in the team, luck is good. This Black Wolf attacked Xinghuan Panda, and King happened to be heading there, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The setting of the first level is that the team cannot gather together, must be alone, and the Black Wolf attacks indiscriminately, and during the Black Wolf's attack, it only gives you a few seconds, so it tests the team's coordination and reaction ability. The most terrifying thing is, your agility must be fast, overall agility must be fast, otherwise, if you are late, you will directly lose a teammate. To pass this mode, at least 10 level 50 players are required, all equipped with golden equipment, and all are A-grade or even above A-grade hidden professions, otherwise, it is impossible to pass. Everyone, the Imperial Court Guild has started a live broadcast. They are also attacking the disaster level, just completed the nightmare level with 95% plot integrity. Hurry up and watch. Imperial Court? The third-ranked guild on the heavenly ranking? Belonging to the Children of God Guild? Yes, the Children of God contacted another top player of the Bone Ash level profession. Now 10 people are in the disaster level dungeon. Their technical awareness is 100 times better than this team. The barrage in the live broadcast room was like a vast ocean. But Yi-Chen and the others didn't care. Instead they picked up the magical letter, and after opening it, information appeared instantly. King Sai, please be careful. After our reconnaissance again, we found a huge secret hidden in the monster forest, involving a shocking secret, and may even involve the core of the battle between gods and demons, but we still don't know what it is. Oh, one more thing. We found through the magic owl, Sopa's wife is still alive. As the letter reached the end, it was cut off. After seeing this letter, everyone fell into contemplation, but soon Xinghuan Xiangwei was the first to speak. The time period of the disaster level instance is after the death of Sopa and Sopa's wife. According to the official information, Sopa's wife couldn't bear the pressure a year later and chose to commit suicide because she lost her eyes. It is said that when she committed suicide, the villagers heard the terrible and tragic sound. Sopa, half a year later, confused and eventually chose to commit suicide as well. The villagers buried him. This is the official information. So why is Sopa's wife still alive? Xinghuan Xiangwei was very curious. The nightmare level monster forest instance probably tells this story, but we cleared it directly, so we don't know what happened. Wait a moment, I will go find out the situation. Xinghuan Invincible believed that the nightmare level instance should involve this plot, so he sent someone to gather information. But soon Xinghuan Invincible shook his head and said, the plan mentioned in the nightmare level instance is a resurrection plan. In the hard level instance, we help Sopa so he is not used by others. The time point of the nightmare level instance is when Sopa and his wife are alive and well, involving resurrection time, being able to resurrect people using dark magic. So the nightmare level instance is not closely related to the hard level instance or the disaster level instance, with several years in between. Everything is very complicated enough to furrow one's brow. To simplify, in the normal level instance, defeat Sopa to complete the mission. In the medium level instance, defeating the summoned evil archmage counts as completing the mission. In the hard level instance, find Sopa's wife, and at the same time summon the evil archmage to defeat the opponent, allowing Sopa and his wife to live happily together. The first 3 time periods revolve around Sopa and his wife, similar to most Western fairy tales, where good triumphs over evil, and lovers finally unite. So the time point of the nightmare level instance is before the hard mode, and now the disaster level instance is after. In other words, everything revolves around the story of Sopa and his wife. The monster forest may just be a decoy to confuse players, even the official website cooperates to deceive everyone. The monster forest hides a secret called disaster. Yichen said word by word, this is his current understanding and belief. Ding! Accept the second stage mission, find out the whereabouts of Sopa's wife, time limit 2 hours. After completing the mission, the completion rate of the instance plot will increase by 30%. The second stage mission is 30% of the instance plot completion rate. No matter what Yichen says, he has to follow the script first. Search first, talk later. Yichen didn't waste words, and everyone started searching. Soon Xinghuan Invincible smiled and said, that team failed, challenging the disaster level instance failed. How terrifying the disaster level instance is, no one in Yichen's group can feel it, but after the Imperial Court Guild's first clear, players all over the world knew about the horrors of the disaster level instance. The Imperial Court's 10 players, all equipped with silver gear plus weapons from the rankings, and even many trump cards, were killed one by the deceptive Swift Black Wolf. After finally gathering, only 7 members of the Imperial Court Guild remained. They tried their best to kill the deceptive Swift Black Wolf, but it escaped, and then one by one they were killed again. This is the most disgusting setting by the officials. If more than 2 players gather together, the deceptive Swift Black Wolf will not appear. It must be when you are alone for it to attack, unless the 2 weakest players are together. With 20,000 points of attack, plus a 5 claw attack per second, various weaknesses, bleeding, and other statuses, who can defeat it? So even if they were children of gods, they still lost directly, but they did not give up and chose to challenge again. In the second stage, an hour later, Yichen and others did not find Sopa's wife at all, and the players of the Imperial Court Guild failed 3 times. Now, on the 4th attempt, they finally passed the first level by borrowing several pieces of equipment specifically to increase agility and health points with golden equipment. They barely passed the first level and now, like Yichen and others, they are starting to search in the second level. The Warcraft forest is so big, how are we going to find her? An hour later, everyone gathered together, their faces not looking good because they had searched for a whole hour and still hadn't found Sopa's wife, not even a trace. We searched many places nearby, but there are no signs of anyone living there, including the former magic array. There are no traces. Also, it rained heavily a few days ago, so logically, if someone appeared, there would definitely be footprints, but there are no footprints, not even the footprints of the Warcraft. Xinghuan Wudi is the most conscious player among this group of people. He carefully analyzed some relevant information. The Warcraft forest is so huge that even if we spent 2 novels, or even 10 or 20 hours, we still wouldn't be able to find Sopa's wife. Although this mission is a disaster level 1, the intelligent brain would never release an impossible task. A disaster level instance does not mean an impossible one, so there must be clues that we need to think about and carefully explore. Yichen spoke up, and his words made everyone involuntarily nod. After thinking for a while, suddenly, Xinghuan Wudi said, actually, I thought of a place where we might find Sopa's wife. As he said this, everyone turned their gaze to him, full of anticipation. Feeling the expectations of everyone, Xinghuan Wudi continued, I think it's very likely that we overlooked the place where we found her the first time, in that cave. We searched the Warcraft forest but forgot and neglected that place. As he said this, everyone was suddenly surprised, feeling as if they had just realized something. Yes, why didn't we think of that? It might actually be possible. That place is where Sopa's wife was imprisoned 3 years ago. Perhaps Sopa's wife is still alive and still being held there. Everyone nodded in agreement with what Xinghuan Wudi said. Let's go take a look. Since they all had this feeling, Yichen also nodded and led everyone to the cave. However, because of the disaster-level Warcraft forest, which was 3 years later, many trees had grown, and the group couldn't find it immediately. If it weren't for the guidance of the fans in the live broadcast, it would probably take some time. 10 minutes later, they arrived near the cave. When they first arrived, suddenly, faint cries were heard. Help! Help! The voices rang out, and everyone was delighted, especially Xinghuan Wudi, who excitedly shouted in the team channel. I guessed it right. Boss, you have to remember this credit. He was very excited, and everyone smiled and walked in. However, Xinghuan Wudi, considering what happened last time, wanted Yi Chen to stay and scout the area, but Yi Chen shook his head and chose to go in. Since he could rewind time, he wasn't afraid of anything. As they entered, the cave appeared extremely cool and dark. There was an indescribable emotion lingering, and everyone walked quietly. The cave 3 years later was obviously larger than the one 3 years ago, or maybe it was just an illusion. At this moment, a figure appeared in the cave, emitting a mournful voice. Xinghuan Wudi was the most excited, and he ran over eagerly, wanting to trigger the mission. "Are you Sopa's wife? Help, can you help me find something?" The cave was very dim, and everyone seemed a bit cautious, while Xinghuan Wudi was a bit bold. After hearing the voice, he continued to ask, "What are you looking for? Maybe we can help you find it." "Really? Can you really help me find it?" The other person's voice sounded very urgent and excited. "Yes, what are you looking for?" Star Illusion Unextinguished smiled and said, as everyone watched quietly. The main reason was that the cave was very dark, and they could only see the other person's back and clothes, which indeed looked like Sopa's wife. "I need to find my head. Can you find it?" The next moment, a voice filled with doubt and coldness rang out, and everyone was stunned. In front of them was a headless corpse, blood still flowing from the neck broken, looking extremely terrifying. Star Illusion Unextinguished was face to face with the other person at close range, and froze on the spot. Everyone was horrified. Because in a world where realism is 100%, this was like a real headless corpse appearing. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Damn! Scared the crap out of me. Official, come out, I promise not to beat you. No wonder they say it has a bad impact on the mind and body. Damn, a headless corpse, it must have a bad impact. If this can be good, I'll live stream myself eating shit. I feel okay, but Star Illusion Unextinguished seeing a headless corpse up close probably left a shadow. Hey experts, what did I miss just now? I went to the bathroom, did anything big happen? The barrage in the live broadcast room exploded directly. This sudden scene was simply unbearable for the heart. Wow. IF **** your mother, damn it. Coming back to his senses, Star Illusion Unextinguished kicked out, showing his nerves of steel. Seemingly stunned, he still dared to resist. However, as his foot kicked out, it went straight through the other person's body. Is it an undead? Yi Chen came to his senses, frowning. He was the first to realize that the other person was an undead. It's you guys. However, the voice rang out again. The headless female corpse seemed to be surprised by the appearance of Yi Chen and the others, and it sounded like she had no ill intentions. But just now, they were indeed scared. Ding dong! Discovery of Sopa's wife, second stage mission completed, except third stage mission, Sopa's wife's head, complete third stage mission, bonus completion rate increased by 20%. The third stage mission appeared, and the undead in front of them turned out to be Sopa's wife. This surprised everyone. Sopa's wife was already dead. The official website did not lie, and the Adventurers Guild did not lie, it's just that many people overlooked the existence of undead. The magic owl of the Adventurers Guild, what it saw, should be the undead of Sopa's wife, but the magic owl couldn't distinguish between what was undead and what was a real player. Wait a minute, Sopa's wife committed suicide, just desperate with life. In order to become an undead, you must be full of resentment to become an undead, and the vast majority of undead have very cruel personalities. Why didn't it trigger a battle, and how did Sopa's wife become an undead? At this moment, Star Illusion Cloud suddenly spoke up. As an undead warlock, he was very knowledgeable about this profession. In the setting of Hope World, becoming an undead is not an easy thing. First, you must have very unstable emotions before death, have experienced a certain stimulus, and at the same time have negative emotions. The greater the negative emotions, the greater the likelihood of becoming an undead. And the most important point is that to become an undead, you must have a strong attachment. Why are the vast majority of undead evil? Because their attachment is for revenge, to kill, so they are completely evil spirits. But Sopa's wife is different. She looks very normal, just without a head, which is somewhat terrifying. Could it be that because she lost her head, her resentment is great? Isn't there an old saying, a wronged person has a master for the debt? Star Ring Panda spoke up, speculating. It's impossible. When the Adventurers Guild sent us a letter, I saw her face. Although the magic owl couldn't distinguish between who was undead and who wasn't, at least it could tell if the other party had a head. So, I think Sopa's wife's head must have been taken after she became undead. Xinghuan Wudi explained, but discussing topics like heads in a cave was quite terrifying for the group. The most afraid was not Rose, but Yunzhong, who was trembling and even vomiting on the side. It was indeed normal for anyone to tremble upon seeing such a situation. Do you know me? Yi Chen spoke up, not discussing but actively inquiring about Sopa's wife. I know you. Several years ago, you saved me. I remember now, Sopa's wife seemed very happy, her voice no longer as resentful. This made people even more curious. Can undead have feelings of joy? Besides seeking revenge, undead shouldn't be happy. This situation became even more mysterious. Do you remember us? Why did you become undead? Since she remembered herself, Yi-Chen directly asked, but the latter fell into contemplation for a while before shaking her body and answering as if shaking her head, I don't know. I don't know anything. I just remember a voice that made me come back here every day. I didn't even know I was dead until a long time passed and I realized I hadn't eaten for a long time. That's when I found out I was dead. By the way, have you met Sopa? Where is he? I'm lonely, I miss him. Sopa's wife said, ending with anticipation, wanting to see her husband, a truly pitiful woman. We haven't met him. Xinghuan Rose didn't tell Sopa's wife about her husband's fate but said, let's help you find your head first. Maybe then you can remember some things. After saying this, Xinghuan Rose and the others began the third phase of the mission, finding Sopa's wife's head. Thank you for helping me a second time. I'm really grateful, but unfortunately, I'm already dead now and can't repay you, Sopa's wife said somewhat embarrassedly. The group didn't say much and proceeded with the third phase of the mission. How did you lose your head? Yi-Chen asked. To find Sopa's wife's head, they needed some clues, otherwise, it would be difficult to find it. I don't remember. I just woke up one day, and my head was gone. Sopa's wife herself didn't know, leaving everyone speechless. Captain, come and see this. Just then, Xinghuan Yunzhong shouted, and everyone looked over, thinking they had found some clues. But when they approached, everyone was once again surprised. In the depths of the cave, within a wall, there were densely written words carved with stones. Why? These 3 words were densely written, with at least tens of thousands of Ys covering the entire wall, looking very eerie. What's with the Y? Yi-Chen frowned, as did everyone else, and the fans in the livestream were completely excited and stirred up because the high-level dungeon was about to appear. Undoubtedly, the most exciting part was about to unfold, and many players would help analyze the situation rationally. After Sopa's wife died and became undead, the Sopa's wife with her head remembers everything. She used undead magic here to engrave Y tens of thousands of times. Everyone should take a closer look. These words are deeply carved, showing deep resentment. This means that if we find Sopa's wife's head, the disaster-level dungeon will be considered completed. The upstairs is right, and there's one more thing to note. Why does Sopa's wife stay in this cave all the time? Maybe there are other secrets in the cave. Let's not worry about that for now. I think this situation is getting more and more complicated. Disaster level, what exactly should we do? The third stage mission is completed, which is 70% of the storyline completion, and for the disaster level first kill clearance, it requires 90%, which means there is at least one more level to go. No, the third level is probably the last level, the remaining 30% is hidden levels, they won't just appear directly. Players were discussing in the live chat. But Yi-Chen found something unusual. Let's not go looking for it, let's stay here, more precisely, we are lurking here. Yi-Chen spoke, leaving everyone puzzled. Why? What's going on? Everyone was curious, not quite understanding. The third level mission has no time limit, which means, this level just needs to be waited for. Yi-Chen pointed out the issue he discovered, and everyone suddenly realized. Alright, let's continue waiting here, as long as we complete the first kill mission, with the storyline completion over 90%, then we can sweep the instance with one click, get 100% rewards, no need to challenge repeatedly, we can directly collect the prizes. Xinghuan Invincible nodded, he explained the benefits of the first instance clearance based on Yi-Chen's point of view. Players who successfully clear the first instance have 10 chances per day to directly complete it with one click, getting 100% rewards, equivalent to experiencing it again, but without wasting time. Otherwise, just the time wasted on the disaster level, not to mention 10 times, you might not even be able to finish it 3 times a day. And the following 10 teams that complete it can only receive 80% of the experience points and equipment drops, the top 100 receive 70%, the top 1000 receive 60%, the top 10,000 receive 50%, and the rest receive 40% rewards. So as long as they take the first kill, they can complete it 5 times with one click later, directly getting 5 times the rewards, although it's hard work, but at least the gains are significant. And so time passed bit by bit. Finally, it got dark, 2.5 hours passed, and finally, there was movement outside the cave. The sound outside attracted everyone's attention, and soon everyone quieted down, lurking inside the cave. Soon a figure walked in, everyone was curious about who it was, including the billions of players in the livestream. But as the person appeared, everyone was surprised. It was Pseudo Thomas, that is, Antis, an NPC spared by Yi-Chen 3 years ago, unexpectedly showed up. He's done it again. So it's him, 3 years ago he imprisoned Sopa's wife, and 3 years later he cut off Sopa's wife's head. Is this guy toxic? I guess he has a grudge against Sopa's family. Let's not worry about anything else later, just beat this guy to death. This guy wanted to harm us 3 years ago, and now he's back, and look, what he's holding in his hand is Sopa's wife's head. He must have used a special magic potion, so he can hold Sopa's wife's head. Xinghuan Panda and others cursed, while also analyzing the instant's storyline. Everyone seemed very quiet, but Yichen was very curious, although everyone was on guard because a fight could likely break out soon. Just as Antis truly entered the cave, he quickly noticed something different. Whoosh! Antis was decisive, he disappeared directly from the spot, his agility was extremely fast, and no one had expected him to escape directly. Ding! Storyline completion failed, disaster level instance, failed to pass the level. Just then, the system voice sounded, surprising everyone. It failed? Is it necessary to be so exaggerated? Rewind 10 seconds. Yechen didn't know how the mission failed, but he didn't dare to go back a minute, because if it failed again, there would be no chance to go back. So, as a precaution, he went back 10 seconds to try to salvage the situation. After going back in time, Yechen spoke in the team channel, "Everyone, stay hidden and don't make any moves." But as soon as he finished speaking, Antis disappeared once again, and the message of the mission failure echoed in his ears. Going back 10 seconds, for the second time, Yechen didn't waste any time. He stood up directly, looking at the other party with a cold gaze. Of course, Yechen couldn't actually do that. Instead, he took out Satan's black charm and the immortal god ring of eternal darkness, looking at Antis. Whoosh! But the next moment, Antis escaped again, leaving Yechen extremely helpless. Is this guy toxic? Why does he run every time he sees me? Who can pass this dungeon? However, to Yechen's surprise, the system voice did not sound, and the mission did not end this time. Wait here, I'll go out and take a look, Yechen said before leaving the cave. Soon, he encountered Antis. The two met, and Antis looked at Yechen warily but didn't run away. After a while, he let out a sigh of relief and said, "So it's you. If I hadn't seen the black charm, I would have probably run away. Why were you hiding in the cave and scaring me like that?" Antis was an NPC but had human-like emotions. He looked at Yechen helplessly, with a hint of complaint. If one didn't know, they might think he was a player. This was why the mission didn't fail, because Antis turned back. Originally, according to the plot, Antis would leave and not appear for a long time, leading to the failure of the dungeon mission. But now that it was Yechen, Antis turned back, and the mission could continue. Why are you here? And why do you have Sopa's wife's head? Yechen asked directly, curious about why Anthony would submit and kneel down upon seeing the ring in his hand, while Antis didn't. After pondering for a moment, Yechen came up with a partial answer. Anthony knew the value, but Antis didn't. Why are you asking me this question? But you're impressive, having the black charm and still being alive. Well done, he said with a smile, showing no fear of Yechen and even giving off a sense of superiority, as if Yechen was his subordinate. Antis, as the son of darkness, I command you to answer my question. Although this statement was a bit cheesy, Yechen gritted his teeth and said it. Immediately, the immortal god ring of eternal darkness emitted a strange light, as if it could guide a person's soul into darkness. At first, Antis was surprised at how Yechen knew his name, but upon seeing the ring in Yechen's hand, he furrowed his brows. After a moment, Antis took a deep breath and said, "Are you the dark son His Highness mentioned by Anthony?" Despite the overly dramatic words, when spoken by Antis, they didn't sound as ridiculous. Yechen nodded, and Antis immediately became excited, saying, "I've met His Highness, the Dark Sun." He was very sincere. Enough talk. Tell me, why are you here, and how did you end up with Sopa's wife's head? Yechen asked seriously. Your Highness, a mysterious person gave me this head and asked me to deliver it to the cave. The person did it stealthily and left it with me. To save my life, I agreed and came here. When I saw you, I instinctively ran away, Antis replied, causing Yechen to furrow his brow. Did someone ask him to come? Let's not worry about that for now. Give me the head of Sopa's wife. Yechen spoke, and the latter didn't hesitate, directly handing over the head to him. Because Yechen was a necromancer, he could directly hold the undead head. After receiving it, Yechen continued to ask, "Mysterious person? Why did you hide Sopa's wife in a cave 3 years ago?" he asked. And Antis was immediately stunned, then said, "Who said I hid Sopa's wife in a cave?" Antis was a bit confused, looking at Yechen in shock, because Sopa's wife was not imprisoned by him. Not imprisoned by you? Now Yechen was also a bit surprised. If not by him, then who imprisoned her? Yes, I only cursed her, and then 3 years ago, I met you. On the way, I deliberately attracted a monster to scare you. When you made a sound, I was sure Sopa's wife would hear it, so she would definitely seek help from you. My idea at the time was for you and your friends to go in together, and I would trap you. And your friends. I didn't expect you to be so clever and see through my plan, Antis said, surprising Yi-Chen greatly. If Sopa's wife was not imprisoned by Antis, then who could it be? Could it be that Sopa had enemies? But according to the official information and other related data, Sopa came to the village over a decade ago, and he was a respected magician, unlikely to have enemies. Yi-Chen pondered, but then shook his head. He decided to return the head first. This way, he could get some answers from Sopa's wife and the completion of the mission would reach 70%. The remaining 30% could be explored slowly. Thinking of this, Yi-Chen immediately left, and Antis naturally followed. Yi-Chen needed his help, and Antis admired Yi-Chen greatly, surprised that Yi-Chen was the son of darkness. When they arrived in the cave, everyone felt a bit awkward seeing Yi-Chen carrying Sopa's wife's head. After all, it looked creepy for one person to carry another person's head. But fortunately, this was just a game, and no one minded. Ding! Have you completed the third stage mission? At this moment, the system voice sounded, asking Yi-Chen. Yes. Yi-Chen directly returned Sopa's wife's head to her. The headless undead would find her head and know how she died. Of course, doing this would gradually amplify negative emotions, eventually becoming a true evil spirit. Everyone was preparing, looking forward to the next plot. After the head was placed back, Sopa's wife's expression changed slightly, and suddenly a chill spread around. How did you die? The next moment, Starry Panda spoke first. They needed to know how Sopa's wife died. If it was a normal death, how could she become an undead? I was killed by someone. I died unjustly. I died miserably. I don't know who killed me, but I am very sad. I am in pain. I am desperate. In an instant, the aura of the undead filled the surroundings, and Sopa's wife directly transformed into a terrifying undead. At this moment, the system voice sounded. The fourth stage mission is triggered. Sopa's wife has turned into a mad undead, full of resentment and anger. Please seal or kill her. Killing her will get you 15% completion of the plot. Sealing her will get you 20% completion of the plot. Killing 15, sealing 20, either way, the mission was not considered complete. This is a very terrifying undead, not an ordinary one. Damn, how did we provoke such an existence? Your Highness, run, I'll cover for you. Antis spoke, showing his loyalty. Other players were curious, why did Antis call Yi-Chen Your Highness? Control first. Yi-Chen spoke, and Xinghuan immediately took control and said, using magic of the light attribute, even if it is an auxiliary magic skill, it has targeted damage bonuses. Curse of the King. Yi-Chen looked at Sopa's wife and directly cast the Curse of the King, causing an instant damage of 5 million, shocking everyone. 5 million damage to the health points indicated that Sopa's wife had 10 million health points, with 5 million remaining. It was truly terrifying. Yi-Chen quickly used the identification skill, and the boss's attributes appeared. This was a dungeon boss, so its attributes were visible. Sopa's wife's undead body level, LV25. Quality, purple gold. Boss. Health points, 5000000/10000000. Magic points, 5000000/500000. Attack power, 10,000 2000. Skills, Undead Sonata. Skills, Death Stare. Skills, Land of Cold. Explanation, Sopa's wife's undead body was formed after experiencing strong stimuli of despair, fear, and anger before death. This is the attribute table of a purple gold level boss. If it were not a dungeon boss, many attributes would be further restricted and suppressed, potentially becoming even more terrifying. At that moment, Yi-Chen activated all his skills, dealing a damage of 380,000 with the King's Slay, followed by various other skills being unleashed. Undead Altar. In the end, Yi-Chen even summoned an undead altar, a skill he had never used before because it was unnecessary, but now it was needed. Fortunately, he successfully summoned the undead altar of the undead clan. An ancient altar appeared outside the cave entrance, and soon undead warriors wielding bone knives rushed towards Sopa's wife. Undead warrior. Health points, 10,000/10,000. Magic points, 0/0. Attack power, 200/400. Explanation, the weakest warriors of the undead clan, but also the most numerous, they fear no death. The undead altar of the undead clan can summon 3 types of undead warriors, undead warrior, undead knight, and undead mage, with probabilities of 80%, 15%, and 5%. They exist for an hour, summoning 5 undead every minute, and the altar also has health points of 100,000. It has no attack power, but if you attack the altar, the undead will go mad and attack you. Yi-Chen summoned the undead warriors to their deaths. As time passed, after a full hour and the sacrifice of 7 lives, they finally sealed Sopa's wife. When her health points dropped to 5%, they initiated the seal. If they failed, Sopa's wife's health points would recover by 50%. Yi-Chen succeeded twice, failing the first time and reversing time, but successfully sealing her the second time. Ding! Completion of the 4th stage mission, sealing Sopa's wife, mission completion rate increased by 20%. 20% increase. Currently at 90%, with the final 10% remaining. If it did not reach above 90%, it would not be considered a success. The entire live broadcast room was discussing what the remaining 10% could be, as the system had not provided any more tasks. The final 10% was likely a hidden task, and after completing the 4th stage mission, there was only half an hour left. If they could not make up for this 10% completion within that half hour, it would be deemed a failure. What is this final 10%? Xinghuan Indomitable frowned. What 10%? Antis was not clear and curiously asked. It's none of your business. Xinghuan unyielding sat on the ground, breathing heavily. He had just fought a bloody battle and was as tired as a dog. Why does sealing Sopa's wife give a 20% completion rate? And killing Sopa's wife only gets you 15% completion rate? Why is that? Xinghuan Xiangwei spoke up. Among the 10 people, only she, invincible, immortal, 3 people survived. It's considered lucky. At this point, everyone couldn't help but ponder again. Because the most crucial thing has arrived. Can this impact pass the level? Yi-Chen stood in the cave, pondering. He glanced outside the cave, then looked at the confused Sopa's wife. In the last 10 minutes, suddenly, Yi-Chen's body trembled uncontrollably, then he swallowed, his eyes showing astonishment. Because Yi-Chen seemed to have guessed who the murderer was. I know who the murderer is, Yi-Chen's voice rang out, with a hint of coldness. Who? Everyone was curious, including Antis. He was also curious, who could be the murderer? Yi-Chen didn't answer, but slowly stood in front of Sopa's wife, then slowly spoke. The information shows that you chose to commit suicide because of blindness, but if it was suicide, it would definitely not be possible to transform into an undead. Before you died, you encountered extremely painful things, but what kind of pain in this world could turn a kind person into an evil undead? That incident had a great impact on you, such as your loved ones betraying you, or your most beloved person betraying you. Yi-Chen paused here, took a deep breath at the end, then looked outside and said, I think your most beloved person should be hiding nearby. The voice rang out, but there was no movement. Then Yi-Chen looked at Sopa's wife and continued, you were murdered, not suicide, and the one who killed you was not someone else, but your most favorite and beloved man, Sopa. After saying this, everyone couldn't help but look at Yi-Chen, their eyes showing astonishment. No one believed what Yi-Chen said. In this story, Sopa had always played the role of a good husband, from easy mode to medium mode, and then to hard mode. Sopa was a person who loved his wife. He was willing to sacrifice himself to resurrect his wife, even summoning the evil spirit mage. How could he betray his wife and cruelly murder his wife? Everyone didn't believe it, but in fact, some truly intelligent people did. The reason was simple. Logically, Sopa's wife, no matter what, could not become an undead. The conditions to become an undead were very strict. Only encountering true despair and pain could have a certain possibility of transforming into an undead. Sopa's wife was not just an undead, but a high-level undead, a boss-level existence, which means Sopa's wife, before death, had suffered extremely terrible torture and encountered something that made her despair. What kind of torture can turn a person into an undead? Yi-Chen slowly spoke, then suddenly changed his tone, using a very cold and terrifying tone, that is betrayal. Alra never thought that her husband Sopa had never loved her. Everything was just a plan. 3 years ago, Alra's eyes were gouged out by you, then imprisoned in the cave. You drank to drown your sorrows. It was a show for the villagers, because you knew that a villager knew about a mysterious magic array. For this, you didn't hesitate to harm your own wife, and then perform an evil ritual. Only when you truly started summoning, you realized that it was not the ancient magic array you wanted to find, but just an ordinary evil spirit magic array. So 3 years ago, when we appeared, you pretended to be a good husband who loves his wife, and in the end deceived everyone, taking Aura back with you. But 3 years later, you finally found the magic array you were looking for. However, to awaken that magic array, there are certain requirements, which are not hard to guess, should be related to the undead. So you told your wife who took her eyes, torturing her until death, letting her die in despair and pain, all for your plan. Sopa, it's time for you to reveal yourself. At the end, Yi-Chen looked outside, and sure enough, at that moment, Sopa appeared. He looked even younger than 3 years ago, with a smile on his face, holding a sickle in his hand. Long time no see, adventurers. Sopa's smile seemed terrifying, and Starlight Undying's 3 people looked at Sopa with horror. while Antis looked at Sopa with great seriousness. Beast! Starlight Rose spoke. She was a woman, and after learning the truth, she was extremely disgusted with Sopa, not to mention her. Now in the entire live broadcast room, countless people were cursing Sopa as scum, simply a beast. Beast? This beautiful lady, you may have misunderstood me. I am actually a great necromancer. I am doing this for Aura's good. She wants to be with me forever, so I will let her be with me for eternity. Sopa spoke in a sickly manner, attracting more curses. This is the final secret of the Warcraft Forest. Sopa is the real boss. It was all his plan from start to finish. Everyone was manipulated by him, including players and his wife. Actually, I am curious, how did you know it was me? Sopa spoke, not rushing to take action. By being attentive, you left many doubts. When you came here over a decade ago, you had no background. After your wife disappeared, you only found a piece of torn clothing in the stomach of an anteater, and you concluded that your wife was dead. This does not fit the setting of a loving husband. But this was just a point of doubt. Later, Antis said that Aura was not the one he imprisoned in the cave, and I began to understand. But if I were the killer, why didn't I kill Aura earlier? Sopa asked, still interested. Not wanting Aura to die was not because you were soft-hearted, but from the beginning, you wanted to use her as a sacrifice. It's just that later you realized that the Adventurers Guild was investigating you, and at the same time, you found out that the magic array was not the one you were looking for. So you devised a plan, and after 3 years, when you found the real magic array, you started to implement your plan. You wanted to deceive the Adventurers Guild by faking your death, but unfortunately, I found out. Yi Chen said each word, but Sopa burst into laughter. You are very clever, Mr. King, everything you said is correct. But even if you know, what can you do? Oh, I forgot to mention, I thank you for sealing Aura for me. Next, you will die. As soon as he finished speaking, Sopa transformed into a demon. The fierce wind shook, and the next moment, the sealed Aura opened her eyes. I will kill you. A cold voice rang out. The plot took a turn. The confident Sopa was instantly devoured and killed by Aura. Ding! Defeating Sopa, completion rate increased by 5%. Do you choose to clear the level? The voice sounded the next moment. No one would have expected that the disaster level dungeon would turn out like this. Sopa was the real murderer, and the entire live broadcast room was already boiling. The disaster level dungeon refers to the disaster of the human heart. For the sake of a plan or other purposes, Sopa was willing to sacrifice his own wife. This is the horror of the human heart. The essence of a disaster level instance is this: the human heart triumphs over all disasters. The audience and the livestream began to discuss. The disaster level instance was cleared in this way. From start to finish, it was all part of Sopa's scheme. Why is it that understanding everything is still only 95%? Xinghuan Invincible asked curiously. As long as it reaches 95%, we can clear it. We have already taken the first kill, so the quantity doesn't matter anymore, Xinghuan Undying said frankly. As long as it reaches 95%, it counts as clearing it. Taking the first kill is better than anything else. Everyone nodded. Even Yechen didn't know what the remaining 5% was. Arlei sat on the ground in a daze. She had just killed her most beloved person with her own hands. She had avenged herself, and once the undead avenged themselves and let go of their hatred, they would gradually disappear. As time passed, Yechen chose to confirm the clearance. Yechen didn't know what the last 5% was, and it was difficult to find out. Ding! Congratulations on completing 95% of the instance storyline for the King's Sai, clearing the disaster level instance, the Warcraft Forest, and obtaining. The voice of the system sounded in his ears. Everything in front of him was passing by continuously, and Yechen was still thinking about what the remaining 5% was. But in the next moment, suddenly, Yechen was stunned. In the cave, Antis was preparing to leave, and the light that was Arlei suddenly revealed a smile that couldn't be hidden. This? In the next moment, Yechen seemed to have figured something out, and he used his ability to rewind 1 minute. He went back to 1 minute ago. At this moment, Xinghuan Invincible spoke. Why is it that understanding everything is still only 95%? This was Xinghuan Invincible's voice, and Xinghuan Undying immediately said, as long as it reaches 95%, we can clear it. We have already taken the first kill, so the quantity doesn't matter anymore. He was very straightforward. In the cave, Xinghuan Undying, Xinghuan Rose, Xinghuan Invincible, and even Antis all seemed a bit sad because this plot and story did indeed make people feel sad. But at this moment, Yechen shook his head. He looked at the heartbroken Arlei, who was Sopa's wife, and slowly spoke, Arlei, I want to tell you a story. Yechen's voice rang out, making everyone curious. Arlei, who had already turned into an undead, showed no reaction, still bowing her head and crying. Then Yechen's voice slowly continued, many years ago, there was a person who discovered a plan that even the gods were moved by, but apart from her, few people knew about this plan, so she was willing to give up everything and marry a clumsy magician, teaching him necromancy. The two of them were very loving together, and after coming to a village, they did all sorts of good deeds, making people like them. Over a decade passed like this, and the man encountered a bottleneck in necromancy. The woman comforted him, encouraged him, and at the same time revealed the plan, letting the man unknowingly learn about it. In the end, the man was deceived because of this plan, even the gods couldn't resist it. He was just an ordinary magician, so naturally he couldn't resist it. In order to achieve the goal, the woman was willing to have her eyes gouged out by the other party, and in the end, she died at the hands of the man. But everything was to make that man a scapegoat, because once he died, the Adventurers Guild would completely dispel all doubts. In this way, the woman could truly carry out her plan. Am I right, Amos? Arlie? Yechen's words left everyone stunned. The previously noisy live stream room also quieted down at this moment, because no one would have expected that there would be a twist in this matter, and now no one continued to speak. He. Arlie lowered her head, still laughing wildly and not answering Yechen's question. It's okay if you don't admit it. I'll just stand here and watch how you disappear in a ghostly manner, Arlie. You did everything right, but you made one mistake. Sopa transformed into a demon, and at this critical moment, you directly killed him. Don't you find it suspicious? Yechen said slowly. Even you are curious. In theory, Sopa, who activated the magic array early on, should be very powerful. How could he be easily killed by you? You are a ghost, you absorbed the demonic power inside Sopa's body to become strong, but Sopa is not so easily defeated by you. Do you know why? Yechen looked at Arlie. However, the latter showed no change, still smiling. Everyone was curious, not knowing if Yechen's speculation was correct. In fact, Sopa discovered your secret a long time ago. He knew early on. Do you know, when he killed you, the most painful one was actually him, because you were going to become a ghost, you wanted eternal life, you wanted everything, and Sopa silently dedicated everything because he loved you. Until the last moment, he had to pretend to be the murderer in front of us. Alright, you don't understand at all how deep a man's love for you is. As soon as he finished speaking, Arlie, who was laughing softly, suddenly showed an extremely angry look and said to Yechen, No, it's impossible. Arlie was extremely angry, then looked at Yechen and said, he brought it upon himself. After he found out the secret, he started to change. Everything, it's all his fault. Arlie's words indirectly confirmed everything Yechen had said. At that moment, everyone was shocked. Ding! Congratulations to the player King Sai for completing the final hidden mission of the Warcraft Forest disaster, increasing the plot completion rate by 5%. 100% completion. The Warcraft Forest was officially cleared. Brought it upon himself? Did he really bring it upon himself? You know deep down, Arlie, more than anyone else, what Sopa's actions were really for. You understand it better. After saying this, Arlie had already transformed into a terrifying ghost. Yechen had no intention of fighting because he had already completed the level, so there was no need to engage in battle. Ding! Congratulations to the player King Sai for completing the Warcraft Forest disaster with 100% plot integrity, becoming the first player in the server to clear the Warcraft Forest disaster level. Ding! Congratulations to players Starry Illusion Unyielding, Starry Illusion Invincible, Starry Illusion Rose, Starry Illusion Panda, and 9 other players, clearing the Warcraft Forest disaster level, becoming the first players in the server to clear the Warcraft Forest disaster level. No one would have expected that the Warcraft Forest disaster level would be so difficult, focusing more on gaming awareness and reasoning skills. To be honest, many players had previously criticized Yechen as a lucky player. But now, after completing this level, no one could say that Yechen relied on luck. Wow, King is invincible. Honestly, even if I had invincible damage, I wouldn't be able to pass this level. The beginning is always difficult. Isn't this too hard? Forget about the disaster level, I feel like I can't even pass the difficult level. Is the plot really this heart-wrenching? I'm scared and sad now. Women. What is Arie's ending? Can someone come out and explain? Players were discussing, and at that moment, Yechen also received what he wanted. Ding! Congratulations to the player King Sai for successfully clearing the Warcraft Forest disaster level on the first attempt, receiving 2 exquisite silver gift boxes, 100 fragments of the 5 Spirit Divine Beads, and an additional 10,000 reputation points. The 9 members of the Starry Illusion Guild each received their respective rewards. Yechen, as the team leader, received the silver gift boxes and the 5 Spirit Divine Bead fragments. The former was not something he needed much, but the latter was what Yi Chen needed. Reputation points? Isn't it reputation value? Soon Yi Chen discovered something else. After the first kill, he received not reputation value, but fame value, which surprised him a bit, but it didn't matter, as it was something given by the system. Mist Forest instance, when it opens, we'll team up. As for the money, just transfer it to my account. Yi Chen spoke to Star Fantasy Invincible. He needed to make a wish quickly and obtain the breakthrough crystal. Since entering the instance until now, it had already taken up most of the day, but during this time, he hadn't obtained the breakthrough crystal yet, because up to now, the top of the level ranking was still the Child of God. Although the breakthrough crystal could be traded, it was extremely difficult to obtain. First, one had to collect 100 pieces of 5 Spirit God Pearl fragments, then make a wish. After making the wish, there was a certain chance of obtaining the breakthrough crystal, not a guaranteed success. How difficult was it then? Even a billion players wouldn't be able to produce many. And now, Yi Chen already had 200 pieces in hand. Most of the 5 Spirit God Pearls couldn't be traded, only a small portion could be. Yi Chen, who obtained the 5 Spirit God Pearls through the first kill instance, could be traded, but only 100 pieces per team. It had been agreed before that Yi Chen would take these, and Star Fantasy Invincible had also agreed, so all 200 pieces were now in Yi Chen's hands, and he began to synthesize them. Ding! Do you want to synthesize 100 pieces of 5 Spirit God Pearl fragments into one true 5 Spirit God Pearl fragment? Yes! Yi Chen synthesized 2 true 5 Spirit God Pearl fragments in one go. Ding! Do you want to make a wish? Wish! Breakthrough crystal! Yi Chen directly made a wish for the breakthrough crystal, and soon the system sounded. Wish failed. Rewind 10 seconds. Wish. Breakthrough crystal. Wish failed. Rewind 10 seconds. Wish. Breakthrough crystal. Wish failed. Rewind 10 seconds. Within 4 minutes, Yi Chen could draw 6 times, and in 1 hour, it would be 90 times in total. Yi Chen himself didn't know how many times he had drawn, but after a full 3 hours, he finally succeeded in making a wish. Wish successful. Congratulations on obtaining the breakthrough crystal. 100 points of luck bonus, 3 hours, 300 wishes to draw the breakthrough crystal? This probability was so low that it made one doubt life. Yi Chen was also a bit stunned. Was it necessary to be so exaggerated? Was it necessary to play like this? It was too much, right? If it were another player, not to mention 300 times, they might not even draw it after 3,000 or 30,000 times. Moreover, the 5 Spirit God Pearl fragments were extremely difficult to obtain, and it was estimated that the entire server could only produce 10 pieces, which was already considered remarkable. Because the bound 5 Spirit God Pearl fragments, and the breakthrough crystal obtained from making a wish, were also bound. Even if a local tyrant spent money, they still needed to have the goods. Ding! Do you want to use the breakthrough crystal? Yes. Ding! The level breakthrough restriction is lifted. You can currently upgrade to level 31. After the level breakthrough restriction was lifted, Yi Chen looked at his experience points. It wasn't too excessive, he only needed 1 billion experience points to level up. Thinking of this, Yi Chen randomly found a newbie village and started sweeping the instances. There were 10 chances to enter instances every day, saving time by directly sweeping, but the experience points and equipment drop rate were very low. For low-level instances, Yi Chen didn't care about equipment, he only wanted experience points as a first kill instance player. Yi Chen's experience gain was 100%, and he even chose the option to convert equipment into experience points. The equipment dropped in the instance would all be automatically converted into experience points, but only a corresponding amount, not too high, but not too low either. Ding! Do you want to sweep the Warcraft Forest disaster level instance? Yes. Ding! As you are the first kill player, ranked first, you will receive 100% of the experience points. This time, the sweep gained a total of 15 million experience points, and the dropped equipment converted to 5 million experience points. One sweep is worth 20 million experience points. If this were placed on other players, they would probably reach the maximum level directly. However, for Yi Chen, it can only increase by 20%. Of course, the world is very strict. Yi Chen can get 20 million experience points because the experience value for Yi Chen to level up is high. If it were another player, even with 100% experience points after sweeping, the experience gained would definitely not exceed 2 million. Whether it's monster hunting or anything else, everyone's experience points are basically different. Unless you have something special, there won't be anything too invincible. Even if you are the most ordinary player, it's impossible to say that completing a disaster-level dungeon will give you millions or tens of millions of experience points. Because an ordinary player only needs a few 100,000 experience points to level up, leveling up 10 levels in a dungeon? That's impossible. Sweep twice. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Finally, a white light rose from under Yi Chen's feet. Ding! Congratulations to player King Sai for becoming the first on the level ranking list. The next moment, the system voice rang out, announcing to the world that Yi Chen had taken the first place in the level ranking. After taking the first place in the level ranking, Yi Chen did not dare to be careless. He glanced at his experience points for leveling up. From level 31 to level 32, he needed 1 billion experience points. Thinking about this, Yi Chen considered going monster hunting. However, before that, Yi Chen continued to make wishes. At exactly 5 o'clock in the morning, his luck was even worse this time. Yi Chen spent a full 4 hours drawing the level breakthrough crystal. After drawing it, he went monster hunting, and at the same time, there were changes in the level ranking list. With Yi Chen at level 31 in first place, followed by 3 players who were not well known, just 3 very ordinary players. These 3 players were very lucky to make wishes and get the level breakthrough crystal, but unfortunately, it was bound and could not be traded. So they used it themselves and became the top 4 in the level ranking list, attracting many guilds. Although it was based on luck, at least they had been on the level list. There were still many guilds willing to recruit them. This is the charm of the Hope world, where everything is possible, and miracles can happen. At level 31, Yi Chen set his sights on the LV-40 Warcraft. Double-tailed Earth Dragon. This is a LV-40 Warcraft with a small part of the bloodline of a subdragon, with high health and attack power. Immediately, Yi Chen headed to the territory of the double-tailed Earth Dragon. Upon arriving in the territory of the double-tailed Earth Dragon, many large double-tailed Earth Dragons quickly appeared in front of Yi Chen. Double-tailed Earth Dragon health, 100,000/100,000 magic, 50,000/50,000 attack power, 1500 3000 skills, Earth Dragon Rend. Skills, Earth Dragon Roar. Description, it has a small part of the dragon bloodline, but only a trace. Be careful, its tail is also a sharp weapon. At this level of Warcraft, both health and attack power are strong. King's Fury. Yi Chen instantly activated the King's Fury skill, and his attributes surged. Wooden Arrow Spirit. Sky Arrow Rain. Torrential Arrow Technique. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 19,000. 9,500. 9,500. 9,500. 2 group skills caused damage, instantly exploding, and all the double-tailed Earth Dragons died, bringing Yi Chen 2 million experience points. Each double-tailed Earth Dragon was equivalent to 20,000 experience points. Following Yi Chen's hand holding the Necromancer's staff, he summoned an altar, and his luck was not bad. He directly summoned the undead altar, and immediately the undead warriors rushed up. Although they couldn't cause any terrifying damage individually, their numbers were enough to have some effect when united. However, it must be said that although he currently has 12 skills, all 12 of them have significant issues. Firstly, the cooldown times are too long. For example, the King's Slay skill has a cooldown of 5 minutes, although the skill damage is terrifying, it is indeed troublesome. Secondly, the single target skill damage is too high, while the group skill damage includes skills like Rain of Arrows and Storm of Arrows, making it noticeable when attacking monsters. But what can be done? One can only take it slowly and hope to quickly reach level 40 to see how the attributes are at that level. After grinding for nearly an hour, only about 1,000 twin-tailed Earth Dragons were killed, which amounted to 2 million experience points. There was still a long way to go with another 80 million experience points needed to level up. At the current rate of leveling up, it would take at least another 4 to 5 hours. The leveling process itself was not troublesome, but the main issue was efficiency. Just at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "Excuse me, do you need a teammate? I'm good at grinding monsters." Yi Chen was somewhat surprised to hear the voice suddenly appear next to him without any warning. It was clear that this person's perception level was also low. However, Yi Chen had no fear. Even if all the players in the top 100 of the level rankings came, he could still defeat them all single-handedly, so there was nothing to fear. The speaker was a female player wearing purple clothes, but upon checking her level, she was only 15, clearly a slacker player. Yi Chen naturally had no reason to fear her. "You're level 15, can you handle the monsters here?" Yi Chen asked calmly. Yes, as long as you can handle them, I can too. My profession is quite special. The higher the damage my teammates deal, the higher my damage output. I can share damage, and all my skills are group-based with short cooldown times and high damage." The other person smiled and spoke confidently. Judging from her voice, she seemed quite young, probably around 16 or 17 years old, but this was just Yi Chen's guess. Share damage? Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect such a profession to exist. If it was true that damage could be shared, this person was indeed strong. Moreover, if all her skills were group-based, she would be quite skilled at grinding monsters. Are you sure? You can share damage? Don't worry, boss, I can share damage 100%. And I'm an archer with 10 group skills, large range, short cooldowns, and high damage. As long as you team up with me, we'll be fine. The other person grinned, unaware of who Yi Chen was. Ding! Player X invites you to join the team. Do you accept? Yi Chen had hidden his name. During the team formation process, names could be hidden. In simple terms, it was a random team-up without any future contact. As soon as the team was formed, there were cheers all around. Wow! 4,500 attack power? Wow! Are you a god on the rankings, boss? The other person's ID was Purple Heart of the Moon, a decent name, but her appearance was unknown. Let's give it a try first. If you're lying to me, I'll send you back to the city right now. Yi Chen smiled slightly, his expression kind, but it was clear that if the other person lied, he would not hesitate to send her back to the city. Okay, boss, trust me, I'll get it done, no problem. Purple Heart of the Moon didn't waste any time. She took out a wooden bow, pulled the string, and in an instant, an arrow shot out. The arrow split into hundreds of rays of light, exploding like a nuclear bomb, with a thunderous explosion. -9,000. -9,000. -9,000. -9,000. -9,000. -9,000. -9,000. A series of densely packed red critical hit damages appeared. Not to mention the purple moon heart, even Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Uncontrolled arrow. Exploding arrow. Rainfall arrow technique. Multi-shot arrow technique. Spread arrow technique. Freezing arrow technique. Purple moon heart did not deceive Yi Chen. All the skills she mastered were group skills. Yi Chen had never seen Purple moon heart use single target skills. After releasing round after round, after using all 20 group skills, she would release another round. It was like being in a cooldown-free state. However, Yi Chen also noticed that his mana was rapidly decreasing. With 20,000 mana points, he was left with only 15,000 points in an instant. Each skill round required 5,000 mana points. At this moment, Yi Chen finally felt that his mana was running low. Indeed, everything had its pros and cons. Purple Moon Heart possessed 20 group skills, which seemed powerful, but could only share damage. Among the team, she could share damage with whoever dealt the highest damage. This was quite powerful, almost a super profession, even deserving of an SSS rank. However, it had a fatal flaw. The 20 group skills had terrifying damage, but the mana cost was also terrifying. Even a level 40 mage would not have more than 10,000 mana points. A mage with 10,000 mana points would not have high damage output. Each round of Purple Moon Heart skills cost 5,000 mana points. Yi Chen could only let Purple Moon Heart continue 4 rounds of group attacks. However, 4 rounds meant 80 group magic skills, enough to kill countless twin-tailed earth dragons. 60% of the damage from a group skill was fixed critical damage. With Yi Chen's 100 luck points bonus, almost 80 to 90% were critical hits, each dealing 9,000 damage. If the King's Fury was activated, it would be different. However, Purple Moon Heart's group skills could only cause damage once. Only 3 skills could cause multiple damages, unlike Yi Chen's group skills, which could cause damage 3 or 5 times. The total damage from the 20 group skills added up to 23 times, as 3 skills could cause damage twice. Each damage was 9,000 points, occasionally appearing as 4,500 points. However, the twin-tailed earth dragon had 100,000 health points. As long as a critical hit occurred, it could take down the twin-tailed earth dragon. Basically, 11 critical hits plus 1 non-critical hit could take down the twin-tailed earth dragon. However, the critical hit rate was not 100%, and some skills dealt 30% or 50% of the attack power as damage. Therefore, Purple Moon Heart needed to release 20 skills to completely kill a large number of twin-tailed earth dragons. The range was not very wide, only able to kill a few hundred twin-tailed earth dragons. The leveling efficiency had improved, but not by much. Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but say, "You continue to grind here, I will go lure monsters to increase the leveling efficiency." Yes, Yi Chen planned to attract the hatred of the monsters, drawing a large number of twin-tailed earth dragons over. This way, the leveling speed would be faster. Okay, big brother, you go. Don't worry, I'll harvest here. Purple Moon Heart was very happy. This time, she had hit the jackpot. Previously, she had teamed up with so many people. To be honest, it was either because the damage was insufficient or the mana was too low. After using 2 rounds of skills, she would run out of mana immediately. As a result, she was criticized in various ways. It was all because this profession was too difficult. Although sharing damage sounded powerful, all output skills were group skills, requiring terrifying amounts of mana. Moreover, many group skills could not achieve 100% damage. Some skills could only achieve 30% or 50%. In short, when encountering Yi Chen, if it were an ordinary player with an attack power of 3 to 400, not to mention one round of skills, even using 3 skills might not be able to kill the monsters instantly, and they would also be scolded. Now that I've met Yi Chen, it's like a fish in water. Not only does he have high damage, but he also has a lot of magic points, enough to consume 4 rounds of skills on his own. 1 round, 1 wave of monsters, 100 double-tailed earth dragons bring in over 1,000,000 experience points. At this moment, Purple Moon's heart finally feels that her profession is not a pit. At first, she got an S-level profession and was very happy, thinking she would be invincible. But gradually, players discovered the drawbacks of this profession. So no one paid attention, but some large guilds noticed the power of this profession, just that they were all reluctant in the early stages, or wanted to raise pigs and let themselves stay in the newbie village and wait for later. Because this profession is strong in the later stages but very weak in the early stages, and it is a profession suitable for gold farming and monster grinding, its utility is not very significant, but it definitely has its uses. Therefore, Purple Moon's heart felt very tired and depressed in the early stages. Fortunately, she met Yi Chen. Ding, ding, ding. The pleasant level-up sound rang out. Purple Moon's heart felt ecstatic. Just then, a large group of monsters rushed over. Quick, release your skills. Yi Chen's voice sounded, and Purple Moon's heart immediately reacted, throwing out various skills as if they were free. Uncontrolled arrow, surpassing arrow, explosive arrow, burst arrow, multi-shot technique, rain of arrows technique, splitting arrow technique, freezing arrow technique, diffusion arrow technique. Various arrow skills were used, and a flurry of arrow feathers fell, causing dense damage. In less than a minute, Yi Chen attracted nearly 200 to 300 double-tailed earth dragons, in addition to the 100 already there. 20 skills were used, and the system notification sound exploded. This brought in 10 million experience points directly. Purple Moon's heart gained 5 million experience points, but Yi Chen did not level up. Purple Moon's heart had already reached level 19, and it had only been 10 minutes since they teamed up. Purple Moon's heart had already leveled up 4 times in a row, crossing over 20 levels of experience, making her eyes widen with joy. To be honest, she had considered deleting her account and starting over, but if it weren't for the S-level profession, she might have already deleted it. Fortunately, she didn't do anything so foolish, or else she would have regretted it. Honestly, Yi Chen thought Purple Moon's heart was quite good, with almost no cooldown group skills, plus his ability to attract monsters. Efficiency had increased by more than 10 times compared to before. In this situation, it would be difficult not to reach the top of the level rankings. Just 10 minutes later, Purple Moon's heart finally reached level 20. Reach level 20. When she reached level 20, Purple Moon's heart immediately stopped attacking. Yi Chen was 1/3 away from leveling up, so he looked at Purple Moon's heart curiously. What's wrong? Yi Chen asked curiously. Boss, I've reached level 20, so I can't level up anymore. I have to complete the job change task, so I plan to. Purple Moon's heart smiled awkwardly. Her profession was peculiar, she had to change jobs. If she didn't change jobs, she couldn't gain experience points. I'm almost leveling up. After I level up, I'll help you with the task, Yi Chen said, and Purple Moon's heart immediately jumped with joy. Following Yi Chen was like living the high life, so Purple Moon's heart was naturally willing. Next, they cleared monsters all the way. After about 15 minutes, a beam of white light flashed from under Yi Chen's feet, and he officially reached level 32, firmly holding the top spot. Yi Chen had already taken the reputation list, equipment list, level list, villain list, 4 lists. He only needed to take down 1 more list to complete the task. In addition to the 4 lists mentioned above, there were currently the arena list, mount list, money list, pet list, and good person list. But she was definitely not going to take down the good person list unless she purified her over 1 billion villain value and then did good deeds. Yi Chen didn't have time to do good deeds, so he didn't even want to look at the good person list. At the same time, I hope the world is just like this. The list of good people and bad people is actually the same. Mounts and pets are not yet available. The only rankings I can compete for now are the arena ranking and the money ranking, Yi Chen thought to himself, then opened the money ranking. He had 10,000 gold coins on hand, but he couldn't even make it to the top 500. The money ranking reflects the power and terror of the financial conglomerates. The player ranked first has nearly 1 million gold coins, 978,450 gold coins to be exact. Yi Chen really didn't know how this guy got them, even though it's the 3rd day of the game. The ratio has dropped a lot, but one gold coin is equal to $1,000, which is 9,784,590,000 Yuezhou national currency. 10 billion, and it's because of trading restrictions, it's troublesome to acquire from other players. If you recharge directly, it's probably more than 970,000 gold coins? So the money ranking is basically impossible, of course not absolutely impossible. Yi Chen could easily become the first on the money ranking by selling all his equipment, but it would be meaningless. Arena ranking. After dealing with the strength of the purple moon heart, I'll go brush up on my arena points. Yi Chen confirmed his plan, then looked at the purple moon heart and asked, "What is your class transfer task? Kill a level 40 elite monster, or a level 30 boss?" Purple moon heart smiled, but there was embarrassment in her smile. A level 40 elite monster? A level 30 boss? Yi Chen frowned slightly. This task is really terrifying. After the class transfer, my group skills will be enhanced, the cooldown will be reduced, and the magic consumption will also decrease. There are many benefits. Purple Moon Heart worried that Yi Chen would not be willing to help, so she immediately spoke, hoping Yi Chen could lend a hand. However, in reality, players like Purple Moon Heart may be a burden in the eyes of others, but for Yi Chen, she is a monster grinding expert, not only for grinding monsters, but also for future dungeon tasks and more. One purple moon is worth 10 elites. So Yi Chen naturally agreed to help, but this help was definitely not given lightly. When he was grinding the twin-tailed earth dragon earlier, he may have shared even the luck, so he got a lot of equipment drops, including more than 10 pieces of bronze equipment, totaling $3,000 to $4,000, which is not an exaggeration, but when he was pulling the monsters, Purple Moon Heart took all the bronze equipment, and Yi Chen saw it all. Yi Chen spoke up, "I can help you, but there is one condition. I never help others for free, and just now I needed to level up, so I allow you to join the team. Now that I'm already at max level, I don't need you to help me level up, so I will start charging." Yi Chen made it clear. "Ha? You want to charge?" Upon hearing the charge, Purple Moon Heart's face became very helpless and depressed. Obviously, she had no money. Of course, who in this world would help you for free? Yi Chen said seriously, but then continued, "However, if you don't have money, I can still help you." Okay, what should I do?" Purple Moon Heart widened her eyes, very urgent. "If I help you, you must help me, right? I help you complete the task, you work by my side, all equipment below gold level belongs to you, good equipment belongs to me, the benefits are 70 to 30, how about it?" Yi Chen proposed, naturally wanting to bind Purple Moon Heart to himself. This is a monster spawning weapon, but Yi Chen doesn't like to hide things. He prefers to speak directly because he wants to show that he is powerful, not the Purple Moon Heart. In this way, he can firmly control the Purple Moon Heart. Of course, anything is related to interests. If he binds the Purple Moon Heart, he must give benefits to the other party. Otherwise, no matter how eloquent he is, if he doesn't give benefits, who will follow him? Good. Little did he know, the Purple Moon Heart had no hesitation and directly agreed to this matter. Obviously, the Purple Moon Heart is not foolish, she knows who is strong and who is weak. Obviously, Yi Chen was overthinking. The Purple Moon Heart clearly wants to follow him for a simple reason. Her profession is to be strong when facing strength and weak when facing weakness. So, even if Yi Chen didn't ask, the Purple Moon Heart would probably agree. In that case, let's go. This is not about pitying or leading someone. Yi Chen needs the Purple Moon Heart because all her skills are group damage skills, with fast cooldowns and shared damage. For Yi Chen, she is a super monster spawning assistant. Even if the Purple Moon Heart betrays him in the future, Yi Chen doesn't care because the Purple Moon Heart cannot be without him, but he can be without the Purple Moon Heart. It depends on the second transformation, that is, when reaching level 50, whether his skill cooldown will be modified. Level 30 bosses are hard to find, but level 40 elite monsters are not difficult to find. Yi Chen had seen an elite monster near the twin-tailed earth dragon territory before, the twin-tailed blood dragon, an evolved version of the twin-tailed earth dragon. Twin-tailed blood dragon level 40. Quality elite. Health 150000/150000. Mana 200000/200000. Attack 4000 to 8000. Skills: Twin-tailed storm skill, blood dragon tier. Skill: wind curse feather split. Explanation: this is an elite monster among the twin-tailed earth dragons. You need to be careful because if you are hit by its twin tails, it will gain a health bonus. Level 40 elite monsters are very powerful, and even Yi Chen has to be careful because one mistake could mean death at the hands of an elite monster. Curse of the King. Yi Chen wielded the Death Spirit Staff, casting the Curse of the King, instantly dealing 750,000 damage. Yi Chen now understands that the curse of the king can reduce the opponent's health by 50% to 20%. But why is it always 50%? The reason is simple: this is a king's skill, and Yi Chen has not encountered a boss or elite monster of higher quality than a king so far, so it's usually 50%. Attack quickly. Seeing Purple Moon Heart still in a daze, Yi Chen shouted, and Purple Moon Heart snapped out of it, releasing various group skills. Yi Chen also began killing without hesitation. King's Fury. After activating the passive skill, his attack power instantly reached 9,500. Then, King's Slay was unleashed. Yi Chen, like a ghostly shadow, rushed to the opponent and stabbed with a sword. Splurt. Minus 150,000. A terrifying 150,000 damage exploded directly. Then a round of group skills came down, causing nearly 50,000 damage because the opponent was level 40, and Yi Chen was 8 levels lower, so the original 180,000 damage could only deal 150,000. Purple Moon Heart's original damage of over 100,000 could only deal 50,000, showing the horror of level suppression. But regardless, he had already caused 950,000 damage in one go. Yi Chen immediately used Dark Stealth, creating distance, and then wielded the exploding longbow of Bamuna, starting a frenzy of attacks. Standing 150 yards away, Yi Chen shot 5 arrows per second, each arrow hitting a red critical hit. Minus 19,000. Minus 19,000. Minus 19,000. Minus 19,000. 19,000. The terrifying damage made Purple Moon's heart tremble. She originally thought that the damage she had inflicted before was Yi Chen's limit, but it turned out that this was Yi Chen's limit. His basic attack alone dealt a whopping 19,000 points of damage. Isn't that just terrifying? In reality, he is still at a low level, only level 32. Once he reaches level 50 and undergoes his second job advancement, all his attributes and skills will change again. It is hoped that within the first 100 levels of the world, there will be 3 job advancements. The first advancement at level 20, Yi Chen advanced at level 30 due to his special profession. The next advancement will be at level 50, and the third at level 100. After the third advancement, there may be a rebirth, but the specifics are unclear. Although Yi Chen's output is terrifying, it is mainly burst type, and his basic attacks, while having some output, are not sustained skills. As time passed, 5 minutes later, Yi Chen used King's Slay to defeat the boss. He was lucky to get 25 spirit god beads, a piece of silver armor, and a small pile of silver coins. Yi Chen immediately collected all these items and, following a 70/30th split, gave 2 gold coins to Purple Moon's Heart. Purple Moon's Heart, who had come running over, saw Yi Chen take everything and couldn't help but smile. "Boss, you're all decked out in godly equipment, how about giving me that piece of silver armor? Please, look at me, I'm still in bronze equipment," Purple Moon's Heart said in a cute manner. However, Yi Chen was not fooled and shook his head. "At your level, many new players may not even have a set of white equipment, let alone bronze equipment. But I'm yours, aren't I? Big brother." Purple Moon's Heart hugged Yi Chen directly and started acting cute, hoping that the world was a real world, where everything felt just like reality. Of course, if you take the initiative to harass female players, you will be directly penalized. If the other party is willing to cooperate, there will be no problem. As the other party held her hand, Yi Chen suddenly felt something, but he didn't seem too unnatural. Instead, he naturally embraced Purple Moon's Heart and said calmly, "Is this all it takes for you to be mine?" Hearing Yi Chen's words, Purple Moon's Heart stiffened and quickly pulled away. She just wanted to act cute, but Yi Chen didn't buy it at all, and now she felt taken advantage of by Yi Chen. This made Purple Moon's Heart both uncomfortable and speechless. "Alright, let's go submit the task and advance to the next job," Yi Chen said. Just then, Star Fantasy Invincible sent a message. "Brother King, I have a hidden task here. Can you come and help?" "A hidden task?" Upon learning this news, Yi Chen immediately replied. "Where?" "Plane Line 3. Star Fantasy Invincible replied instantly. "Is it urgent?" "Not really, you can take your time if you have something to do." 20 minutes. After leaving a message, Yi Chen took Purple Moon's Heart to submit the job advancement task. Having Purple Moon's Heart with him was like having a powerful helper, although he could only rely on himself. 10 minutes later, Purple Moon's Heart had completed the task submission. A colorful light surrounded her, and soon a set of equipment appeared, mixed with the aura of the wood spirit. In her hand was a bow and arrow made of vines. "Your profession even provides equipment?" Yi Chen was somewhat surprised. He never expected that Purple Moon's Heart's profession would also provide equipment and weapons. This was truly thoughtful service. "No, these are just some junk equipment." Purple Moon's Heart immediately shook her head, afraid that Yi Chen would care. After looking at the equipment, she even shared the equipment's attributes. Look, these are bound equipment. Otherwise, I would have given them to you. The Purple Moon's heart smiled and said, obviously she only glanced at Yi Chen after seeing that it was a bound equipment. Elf's Blessing, Silver Set, increases hit rate by 50%. Skill critical hit plus 20%. Group skill range plus 100 yards. Magic consumption reduced by 30%. Elf's Vine Bow, Silver Weapon, Precision plus 30. Shared damage plus 20%. There is no increase in any numerical attributes, which may be related to her profession. The strongest player in the team shares attributes, so the Purple Moon's heart does not need any numerical attributes because her strength depends on others' attributes. However, this equipment increases shared damage by 20%, which is quite good. Since you don't need any equipment, I don't need to consider giving you other equipment first, Yi Chen said slowly. Upon hearing this, the Purple Moon's heart's expression immediately changed, and then she said, "Who said I don't need it, boss? My equipment can be refined in advance, but it requires devouring a large amount of equipment. The higher the quality of the equipment, the better the attributes gained. Maybe the shared damage can be increased to 100%. Then, when fighting monsters, I'll be invincible." The Purple Moon's heart said. "Heh, even if I give you equipment, you'll probably keep it to sell, right?" Yi Chen directly exposed the Purple Moon's heart's thoughts, but he didn't care about that. Instead, he asked, after changing professions, "Are there any other improvements?" Yes. The Purple Moon's heart nodded eagerly, clearly wanting to change the subject, and said, after changing professions, there is a chance that shared damage will deal double damage, which is not a critical hit. At the same time, my 20 group skills have become 10 group skills, with greatly increased damage and cooldown times. The cooldown times range from 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds all the way to 10 seconds, and they are all multiple attacks. The Purple Moon's heart said, sharing all the skill attributes. Yi Chen carefully scanned them and couldn't help but be amazed. This profession is really powerful. The group skills of the Purple Moon's heart before the change were quite ordinary, but now, after changing professions, although the number of group skills has decreased, the cooldown times and magic consumption have been greatly reduced, and the damage has been greatly increased, still with multiple attack damage. And there are certain effects. For example, Flame Arrow Formation, Frost Arrow Formation, Gale Arrow Formation, all have attribute damage and effects such as slowing down, burning, and other attributes, making her a versatile skill master. After completing the profession change, Yi Chen took the Purple Moon's heart to find Star Illusion invincible. 10 minutes later, on the Plain Line 3, a gathering place for level 35 monsters, Star Illusion Invincible appeared soon after Yi Chen arrived. Brother King. Star Illusion Invincible looked at Yi Chen with a smile, followed by 4 or 5 players behind him. What hidden mission? Yi Chen was curious, as hidden missions usually have very rich rewards. Before, a brother in the guild accidentally accepted a hidden mission to go to the Lost Golden Ancient City. I spent a lot of money to find this information. There is a beta player who once obtained a scroll that recorded the Lost Golden Ancient City. Once this mission is completed, we can get a very generous gold coin reward, at least a few million gold coins. Star Illusion Invincible said very seriously. Upon hearing the mention of millions of gold coins, the Purple Moon's heart's eyes widened. What? Why not go quickly? Millions of gold coins. Who is this? Star Illusion Invincible had noticed the Purple Moon's heart from the beginning but hadn't asked. Now, hearing her speak, he couldn't help but ask first. Oh, just a little follower, no need to pay attention. Yi Chen smiled slightly, making the Purple Moon's heart feel a bit embarrassed. However, after some thought, she remained silent and continued listening. Brother King, you have a sense of humor. The Star Illusion Invincible revealed a smile that every man understands, then quickly turned serious and said, to find the Lost Golden City, we need to complete a series of tasks. We have completed the first 3 tasks, but now we have encountered a difficult problem. We need to snatch something from an adventurer, and that adventurer is very strong. We cannot defeat him, so I asked you to come. The Star Illusion Invincible was direct and straightforward. Upon receiving the hidden task, the Star Illusion Invincible did not immediately think of Yi Chen. The reason was simple: everyone is selfish. Although he had a good relationship with Yi Chen, it was not at the level of sharing everything. But now that they couldn't complete the task, they asked Yi Chen to help. Yi Chen understood the complexities of human relationships and did not get angry. After thinking for a moment, he asked, how should we divide the reward? Yi Chen was straightforward, and the Star Illusion Invincible immediately said, please help me once, for 50,000. 50,000 was not a small price for just one time. Yi Chen nodded, but then shook his head and said, this time, I will help for free. I charged you 5 million before, which was a bit too much. This time, I will help for free. But if you need my help in the future, or if you really need me, I can continue to help for free, but I want to share either 30 or 50%, depending on what I do. Of course, if you don't need me, I won't ask for a penny. Yi Chun proposed a very fair distribution plan. The Star Illusion Invincible fought for 20 seconds and finally nodded in agreement. On the other hand, Purple Moon Heart was completely confused. 50,000 for one time? 5 million? Excuse me, is it the currency of the 9 states? Purple Moon Heart asked weakly. Asking if it was the currency of the 9 states was an embarrassing question because it was definitely the currency of the 9 states. Otherwise, if it were gold coins, the Star Illusion Invincible would probably feel a bit of pain for 50,000 gold coins. If it were 5 million gold coins, who in the game could afford that? It was not entirely Purple Moon Heart's fault. When a normal person hears such a number, they would indeed be shocked. 50,000 just to ask Yi Chun for help once? Wasn't that easy money? And who was this king? What king? Purple Moon Heart didn't even know who Yi Chun was at this point. She just kept calling him Big Brother. Alright, enough talk. Take me there. Yi Chun didn't want to waste any more time and, after speaking, followed the Star Illusion Invincible to their destination. In the middle of a canyon in the Plane 3 line, an old man was sitting fishing in a river. When the Star Illusion Invincible and the others arrived, there was no change in his demeanor until a player approached. Star Illusion Rebellion was a player with extraordinary luck who received the hidden task. After some communication, the old man fishing stood up immediately and spoke, "This is the third chance. If you fail again, I will leave, and this secret will disappear from this world forever." Upon hearing this, Yi Chun couldn't help but smile. No wonder the Star Illusion Invincible informed him of this opportunity. It turned out they had already tried twice. If it weren't for the fact that this last attempt was crucial, directly related to the life and death of the mission, they probably wouldn't have asked him to come. However, Yi Chun didn't say anything. This was human nature, people are inherently selfish. Alright. Star Illusion Rebellion nodded, then pointed to Yi Chun and said, "This is my friend whom I have invited. He will be your opponent in the third battle. Alright, as previously stated, I will suppress 99% of my strength. If you win, I will tell you the secret. If you lose, I will fulfill my promise and take the secret with me forever." After the old man finished speaking, he locked his gaze on Yi Chun, and then, right in front of everyone's eyes, he instantly disappeared, as if invisible, without any trace. I forgot to mention, he is also an assassin, a kingpin, be careful. At this moment, Xinghuan immediately spoke up, reminding Yi Chun, which was their negligence because in their minds, Yi Chun was almost invincible. Therefore, they forgot to mention this matter, but Yi Chun didn't care. The opponent was invisible, so he directly used the dark stealth. Immediately, a dark light emanated around him, and then Yi Chun lurked in the shadows. Although hiding in the shadows couldn't double his attributes, it would still increase them slightly. In the darkness, Yi Chun couldn't find the opponent. He held his breath, carefully observing every corner, as time passed bit by bit. Finally, the old man appeared, and without hesitation, Yi Chun cast the king's curse. But the usually invincible king's curse unexpectedly failed at that moment. Ding! Curse failed. Curse failed? It only had a certain chance of failure against a king, and even for a king, there was a 30% chance of failure. Could this person be a legendary figure? Yi Chun was shocked. No wonder he said he was only using 1% of his strength against him. If he was a legendary figure, even if it was 1 in 500, he probably couldn't defeat him. Rewind 10 seconds. Yi Chun refused to admit defeat, so he rewound time by 10 seconds and once again cast the king's curse, but the result was straightforward, another failure. 1 time, 3 times, 5 times, 6 times, 6 consecutive failures. The king's curse could only be used once on a target, so after 6 failures, Yi Chun couldn't continue rewinding time and couldn't use it anymore. It must be a legendary existence. With 6 failures, according to a 30% failure rate, it's impossible to fail every time. Moreover, my luck has an additional 100 points, even for a king. With 6 attempts, it should have worked, unless the opponent's luck is higher. Otherwise, such a thing couldn't happen. Yi Chun instantly launched an attack, a king's killing thrust, like a black line in the dark night, cutting through everything in the world, directly causing a damage of 190,000 to the old man. This damage was terrifying, leaving Xinghuan and the others both shocked and happy, but also jealous. The opponent was somewhat surprised, then Yi Chun, in a rage as a king, immediately jumped back, holding the explosive longbow Bamuna, and shot out 5 arrows, each causing a terrifying attack of 19,000. As time passed, Yi Chun's attacks were fierce, but the opponent's attacks were also fierce. The two of them, like ghosts in the dark night, began to calculate each other after sneaking around. However, the opponent was ultimately a legendary figure, and despite being suppressed in attributes and settings by the system, years of experience almost completely defeated Yi Chen. But the opponent's health was low, and after a king's killing by Yi Chen, the opponent finally failed. The normal battle lasted for 20 minutes. Several times, Yi Chen was able to make extremely effective attacks by rewinding 1 minute with his miraculous ability to know the opponent's actions in advance. You are very good too. As an assassin, you are even more powerful than I was when I was young, but your concealment is very poor, yet your reconnaissance ability is extremely powerful. The opponent spoke, looking at Yi Chen with great admiration. Thank you for the praise, Master. Yi Chen replied politely and then asked, Master, you said my concealment is very poor. Could you please give me some advice? Upon hearing Yi Chen's inquiry, the latter smiled slightly before saying, in the recent battle, you attacked me 46 times, with 24 of them being effective attacks and the rest being ineffective. Among them, 16 attacks were preemptively predicted, showcasing your keen reconnaissance ability. On the other hand, I attacked you 19 times, and you preemptively predicted 14 of them. However, all 19 of my attacks confirmed your position each time. Do you know why? He explained the previous battle in this manner. Why? Yi Chen asked earnestly. He was right, in this battle, the opponent's attacks were precise every time, almost knowing exactly where he was. If not for the ability to rewind time by a minute, Yi Chen would have already been defeated. Therefore, Yi Chen was curious and asked, why is that? Because your first instinct is to hide in dark places. In your eyes, stealth must always be in darkness, right? Do you know that the most dangerous place is also the safest place? The opponent smiled as he spoke, his words shocking. Indeed, countless assassins, after using stealth, would instinctively hide under trees or in dark places. This was the common mindset of most assassins. By reversing this tactic, the enemy would find it difficult to predict. Realizing this, Yi Chen nodded and said, I've learned something. Whether you learn or not is up to you, it's none of my concern. You're quite good, and your future is destined to surpass mine. However, your attacking methods are very monotonous. I will impart a skill to you, or more accurately, a partial skill. Do you want it? A partial skill? A free offering. Yi Chen naturally accepted it. Moreover, the giver was a legendary professional. How could Yi Chen refuse? Please enlighten me, sir, Yi Chen said respectfully. With a wave of his hand, the system's voice sounded in Yi Chen's ear, ding. Congratulations on obtaining the divine level inheritance and acquiring the incomplete divine level skill, the art of all things. Quality, divine. Effect, when you perform a basic attack based on your profession, there is a 20% chance it will transform into a random skill. Effect, after activation, your subsequent basic attacks will evolve into various skills based on your profession, ranging from bronze to king. Due to being an incomplete skill, there are certain limitations. Effect, you can freely switch between single target and group skills. Cost, 500 mana for activation. Limitation, as an incomplete divine skill, single target skill damage is fixed at 70%, and group skill damage is fixed at 50%, susceptible to critical hits and other damage modifiers. Description, legend has it that a skill enthusiast learned all skills from various races and professions in the world, eventually creating this divine level skill. It is said that mastering this skill is equivalent to mastering all skills in the world. Simulating other skills? Not bad at all. Without releasing a skill, there is a 20% chance of triggering the effect. To ensure a 100% trigger rate, you only need to spend 500 mana each time. However, it will consume mana each time it is used, considering your current mana pool of over 20,000. It can be used nearly 50 times, which is quite good. This skill significantly increases Yi Chen's flexibility. Although he currently has 12 skills, he cannot use the knight skills due to the lack of amount. Most of the warlock skills are supportive, except for the king's curse, and the archer skills consist of only one group skill. Now, with this skill, even without the purple moon heart, Yi Chen is not worried about being unable to grind monsters. It's just that the group skill damage is only 50%, while the purple moon heart provides 100% damage. Additionally, due to profession and equipment reasons, the shared damage will also increase by a certain amount. So the purple moon heart is still somewhat helpful, at least until this skill is complete. Alright, you have passed my trial. The information about the Golden Ancient City, I have actually erased that memory. Take this map, it contains the way to the Golden Ancient City. But be careful, the city is cursed and the journey is dangerous. With your strength, even if it's 10 times stronger, going there would be suicide. I advise you to improve yourselves and wait until you are truly powerful before going. With that, he said, but Star Illusion Invincible just took the map without paying attention to his words. may I ask your name? And Yi Chen listened to this, but he asked for the person's name. My name? You can call me Woods. The old man smiled and then disappeared. Woods? Is it him? Woods? The legendary figure of the Assassin Guild? Woods? Some members of the Star Illusion Guild knew Woods' story and exclaimed, legendary figure? Star Illusion Invincible frowned, but then he looked at Yi Chen and said, thank you, Brother King, for your help. If we need you in the future, I hope you won't mind. Star Illusion Invincible smiled. No problem, if needed, just follow the previous arrangement. Yi Chen smiled and didn't think much, then he left with the purple moon heart. After leaving, Star Illusion Nani couldn't help but ask, boss, by doing this, will Brother King be upset? He stopped there and seemed hesitant. No, he is a smart person and won't be angry because of this. The one who would be angry is not him, so don't worry. Star Illusion Invincible shook his head confidently. In the following 3 days, besides eating and resting, Yi Chen called many construction workers and started building a new orphanage, spending 5 times the price to speed up the process. Since the land was his own, Yi Chen also built a soccer field and a basketball court, surrounded by walls to mark clear boundaries. He then built a dormitory building, 4 stories high with 6 rooms on each floor, each room accommodating 4 people, enough for everyone to live in. It was like a big villa. 5 million was spent in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Yi Chen also managed to climb to the 5th spot on the leaderboard, the arena ranking. After completing it, he received various rewards, including experience points and coins. He received 10,000 coins and 500 million experience points. However, all these experience points were saved up, and once the level cap was lifted, Yi Chen could instantly reach level 40, which was quite satisfying. Time passed by slowly, and before they knew it, a month had gone by. In the second month, Hope World distributed 50 billion helmets to welcome the second batch of new players. Ding dong! Newbie Carnival event is here. In the next 7 days, players with levels lower than the world level will receive a 500% experience bonus. At the same time, new players will receive temporary attribute bonuses, with all 4 attributes increasing by 100 points. Additionally, each player will receive a temporary set that can be used up to level 30. A month later, as the system announcement rang out, the terrifying new players rushed into Hope World like madmen. The monsters in the newbie village were once again ravaged, and this time, the destruction was even more intense and terrifying than before. In order to reduce the level gap between new and existing players, the official 5-fold experience reward, along with the temporary bonus of all attributes by 100 points and a set of newbie gear that could rival the heavens, earth, and air, was indeed a generous treatment. This made many veteran players extremely uncomfortable, but fortunately, the officials were not foolish, and each veteran player also received corresponding rewards. Colorful lottery cards plus 100 bound coins. Yes, it's 100 coins, because the currency exchange transaction has been opened. 10 yuan equals 1 coin, 100 coins equals to saying everyone has been given 1000 yuan, of course it's bound. The purchased items will also be bound items. So there is no such thing as trading. This compensation made the players quite happy. 100 bound coins are small, mainly because of the colorful lottery cards. As long as your luck isn't bad, you can get an exclusive silver equipment. Although it's been a month since the server opened, the upper level players all have silver equipment but still only have a few pieces. And the colorful lottery cards can draw up to purple gold rare level equipment, so it made many players happy. And at the end of the second month, there will be 1 billion new players joining. There will be compensation at that time. But the third wave of compensation is based on your contribution in the game, giving you a score, and then giving you a reward based on the score. The official has detailed the content of this score, based on your experience points, online time, contribution, reputation value, major rankings, to give you an evaluation. The highest is SSS level evaluation. The higher the evaluation, the better the reward, and experience points account for 50% of the reference value of the score. In other words, as long as you gain more experience points, the better the rewards you will get in the future. This kind of compensation and planning has been praised by countless players, allowing new players to quickly get closer, and old players to enjoy treatment and benefits. After the level cap is lifted, this time the level cap is level 50, Yi Chen, with the experience points he gained from completing previous tasks, directly reached level 40, while the second-ranked player only reached level 36, creating quite a gap. In the following period, Yi Chen and Purple Moon Heart continued to grind monsters and level up. After reaching level 40, the experience points needed by Yi Chen were extremely terrifying, almost grinding monsters day and night, to maintain his position as the top player on the level leaderboard. The equipment dropped and activities participated in. Yi Chen's monthly income reached as high as 5 million, distributing unwanted items to Purple Moon Heart as profit sharing, selling the rest, and using the proceeds to build an orphanage. When the old orphanage director returned and saw all this, he was shocked for a long time. Yi Chen explained 3 times before the old director finally understood what had happened. At the same time, at the end of the month, Yi Chen finally reached level 50. And the third wave of players began to join frantically. This time a total of 1 billion players joined. At the end of the third month, a nationwide game will be implemented, with all 5 billion people joining, hoping to sweep countless records, ushering in the era of national online gaming. Yi Chen bought dozens of gaming helmets, allowing some children over the age of 15 in the orphanage to enter the game, switch to secondary professions, making some money, but due to the nationwide game, many problems arose in reality. Therefore, the World of Hope has made adjustments. This adjustment is very simple. In the World of Hope, time is reversed with reality is daytime, and the World of Hope is nighttime, so in this way, in the real world, you can only grind monsters and do tasks after 10 p.m. Otherwise, before 10 p.m., all profits will be halved. If you grind outside, you will encounter the Night Killer, set as an invincible entity, killing players, and with a certain chance of dropping equipment. At the same time, in the night state of the World of Hope, all success rates will be halved. In simple terms, a very terrifying buff is given. In the night, besides staring blankly, you can basically do nothing, so in this way, players in the night state basically go to work honestly. It is precisely because of this that the real society did not collapse, although there was some initial discomfort, but in the end, humans adapted to this gameplay. In the third month, the world ranking remained stagnant. Yi Chen, ranked first at level 50, was hailed as a legendary figure in the game. As the third wave of players arrived, the official deliberately helped these players quickly level up by providing extremely generous benefits. A new event was even launched to assist new players in leveling up, offering various rewards and friendly points for participating in various lotteries. This month, there were basically no activities, and even Yi Chen could only spend his days grinding monsters for experience points. The fourth month arrived. The era of mass online gaming had arrived, with a population of 5 billion people making the virtual world extremely crowded. The map was expanded tenfold to provide better entertainment for players. In this virtual world, players from the 9 provinces country dominated almost everything, with other populous countries ranking second. The era of mass online gaming had arrived. At the same time, the first volume, 12 Sacred Artifacts and Dark Inheritance, was coming to a close. Archbishop Asma had been found, and all players were divided into 2 factions, Light and Dark. Light players were tasked with collecting holy water to cleanse the 12 sacred artifacts. Meanwhile, players from the Dark faction aimed to kill Light-type monsters to find Archbishop Asma, using bloodshed to corrupt the artifacts. This main quest lasted for a month, and upon its completion, the first volume would officially end, affecting the subsequent storyline. At the beginning of this month, a sudden system announcement rang out, ding dong. The era of mass online gaming has arrived. To celebrate this event, 10 peak activities will be released. This is a one-time event. Quickly increase your combat power. The unexpected announcement reverberated throughout the world. The 10 peak activities in Hope World marked the beginning of the game's 4th month, lifting many restrictions and ushering in a glorious stage with these activities. Countless players logged in, greeted by a screen full of activity notifications. Here is an overview of the 10 peak activities. Activity 1, New Recruits Online. Newly registered characters at the beginning of this month can enjoy a direct upgrade to level 30. Before reaching level 50, they will receive 10 times the experience points and automatically obtain the top-tier silver equipment. After reaching level 50, the equipment will be downgraded to permanent bronze equipment. Activity 2, Veteran Benefits. Characters registered before the beginning of this month can enjoy a super lottery chance, 10 times drop rate, and an additional 1,000 bound gold coins as compensation. Activity 3, Super Enhancement. The enhancement system is now available, with all enhancement costs reduced by half this month. The success rate of enhancements is increased by 20%, and a temporary equipment enhancement leaderboard is opened. At the end of the month, the player with the highest enhancement level can receive a +10 Supreme Weapon Enhancement Scroll. There is only one available server-wide, and the equipment must be the top-tier silver equipment, considering all equipment levels. Activity 4, Super Mounts. The mount system is now open, allowing players to spend gold coins to obtain corresponding mounts from the Beast Tamer. There are 10 tiers of mounts, and players can directly obtain a 3rd-tier mount by spending gold coins. By completing specific tasks, players can receive up to a 5th-tier mount, although they may also receive a 1st-tier mount. Rare mounts can be obtained by defeating bosses, completing high-difficulty tasks, or clearing dungeons, as well as rare mount essences. Activity 5, Mount Evolution Contest. After obtaining a mount, players can evolve it using mount evolution stones. Each player can have up to 3 mounts, with the final evolution level determining their ranking. Those who reach level 10 can enter the leaderboard, with the first place player receiving a Divine Mount Fusion Stone. Activity 6, Super Dungeon. Dungeons from level 10 to level 50 will have tripled attributes, and the storyline mode will be cancelled, appearing directly in normal mode. After clearing the dungeon, players may randomly receive one of 3 types of treasure chests: Mount Chest, Bloodline Chest, or Enhancement Chest, which contain corresponding rare rewards. Activity 7, Warcraft Carnival. Dark forces are corrupting the world while the forces of light are omnipresent. All Warcraft creatures have increased attributes and experience points. During this time, killing Warcraft creatures can yield light crystals or dark crystals. Accumulating enough crystals allows for early activation of bloodline cultivation. Activity 8, Northern Demon Tribe. A new map, the Northern Demon Tribe, is open. In the distant north, the Demon Tribe occupies vast cities, overlooking the east. The battle between gods and demons is far from over, offering numerous business opportunities and chances in the Northern Demon Tribe. Activity 9, Super Crafting. The crafting system is available during the event, allowing players to craft items using various materials obtained through purchases or completing tasks. Players can craft up to purple gold weapons, lasting for a month. Activity 10, Power System. Upon reaching level 50, completing power-related quests awakens the power system. This system triggers attack bonuses and damage reduction effects based on the player's power level. Players who complete power quests this month receive additional power boosts. The earlier the quests are completed, the greater the power increase. These are the top 10 peak activities. Before entering the game, Yi Chen had already discussed with several others in the Star Fantasy Invincible group. The most significant power boost among the 10 activities is the power system. After level 50, all Warcraft creatures, bosses, NPCs, and other elements are factored into the power level calculation. This means that before level 50, having no power level doesn't matter, but after level 50, you must activate the power system. Otherwise, during attacks, the system will determine that your power level is lower than your opponent's, resulting in significantly reduced damage from your attacks and increased damage from your opponent. The first thing to do is to activate the power system, followed by strengthening equipment, acquiring mounts, crafting exclusive weapons, and initiating bloodline cultivation. All activities take place within a month, starting in early September, meaning all activities will end in early October. Some activities were released early, so missing them means waiting for the next opportunity. Purple Moon Heart, Boss, want to do the power system task together? My task is to hunt 1,000 LV50 giant tree spirits. As the activities closed, Purple Moon Heart immediately sent a message, indicating that to activate the power system, one must accept tasks, which can be quite peculiar. Some tasks are as simple as delivering a letter, while others may require defeating a boss in a one-on-one battle. If a task is abandoned, one must wait a week before accepting a new one. It can be said that these tasks are entirely luck-based. Wait a moment, Yi Chen replied to Purple Moon Heart, then proceeded to accept a task. Fortunately, Yi Chen's first task was to deliver a letter to the Master Appraiser of the Wooden Tower in the Northern Demon Tribe. While this task may be challenging for others, it was relatively easy for Yi Chen. This is because players from the Light Camp are repelled and attacked when they go to the Northern Demon Tribe. In simple terms, a player from the Light Camp going to the north might get attacked by NPCs for merely speaking a word. Moreover, the demon race pays great attention to bloodline traditions, placing even more emphasis on etiquette and status than the Light Camp. In the demon race, there are certain things or rights that can only be purchased by individuals of a certain status. In other words, even if you spend money, you may not be able to obtain them. This is why the Northern Demon race presents unlimited business opportunities. For example, in the current event of crafting exclusive equipment, there are materials that can only be purchased in the Northern Demon race and cannot be obtained elsewhere, only through monster drops. Among the Northern Demon race, Yi Chen can be considered a dark prince, a supreme figure. Therefore, this task is extremely easy for him. Yi Chen directly teleported with the envelope to the Northern Demon race and received special treatment, encountering no obstacles along the way. Many players with similar tasks were stopped, even demon race players. Yi Chen completed the task easily. Ding! Congratulations on completing the activation of the combat power side task. Ding! Checking your combat power. Please wait. Ding! Combat power check successful. As you are one of the first players to activate the combat power task, you will receive an additional 1000 combat power bonus. Attribute combat power rating, 1200. Equipment combat power rating, 41,000. Occupation combat power rating, 8,000. Skill Combat Power Rating, 2000. Mount Combat Power Rating, 0. Pet Combat Power Rating, 0. Other Combat Power Rating, 0. Total Combat Power, 53,200 points. Note, 1,000 points are additional bonus. With 53,200 combat power points, Yi-Chen directly became the first on the combat power ranking list, mainly due to the Eternal Reincarnation 12 Jade Bracelet and the Eternal Darkness Immortal God Ring, two divine artifacts that add 50,000 combat power, which is not excessive at all. To enter the combat power ranking list, one needs 5,000 points, and Yi-Chen's 53200 points naturally placed him at the top. The second place had 6,000 combat power, the third had 5,900, and the fourth had just over 5,800. The rankings were relatively close, except for the significant difference between the first and second places, with the rest being easily surpassed, making the competition fierce. Among the top 10 players, 5 were from the Jojo country, occupying the majority. However, in less than an hour, the player in second place, Autumn Water All in One Color, increased their combat power by 4,000 points, breaking the 10,000 mark, which surprised Yi-Chen, who was helping Purple Moon Heart. Mount, Pet, and other 3 combat power rating increases? Yi-Chen quickly concluded that the reason the opponent had increased by over 5,000 points in an hour was due to their mount, pet, and other combat power factors, such as bloodline cultivation, which made their combat power higher than his. After an hour, when Yi-Chen killed the last giant tree spirit, Purple Moon Heart's combat power system was also completed. After submitting the task, Purple Moon Heart's expression changed instantly. Ha! Only 50 combat power? Is this a mistake? Purple Moon Heart was a bit stunned to find that her combat power was only 50 points. Fortunately, once a team relationship was established, Purple Moon Heart's combat power rose to 10,000 points, but this required being in team mode, otherwise, it would remain at 50 points. In an instant, Purple Moon Heart rose to second place in combat power, excitedly taking a screenshot to commemorate the moment. After helping Purple Moon Heart complete the task, the next thing Yi-Chen had to do was to initiate the second transformation. Yi-Chen possessed 4 major divine professions, and if all were transformed, it would be a terrifying process. Dark King's second transformation task, clearing 50 floors or more of the Endless Abyss, will directly complete the task. Elf Arrow God's second transformation task, go to the Elf Clan, receive the blessing of the Elf Queen, and directly complete the task. Necromancer's second transformation, the wailing of the undead has been heard from the Death Valley. Please go there and seek the true essence of the undead. Dragon Knight's second transformation, obtain a mount of 6th rank or higher. Once you have a mount, you can directly complete the mission. All 4 tasks are extremely difficult. The Endless Abyss is the latest open map, where all the monsters are abyssal creatures. Each level corresponds to 1 level, but their attributes are 5 times that of external monsters. There is an elite monster every 5 levels, a mini-boss every 10 levels, and a big boss every 50 levels. In other words, to successfully transfer jobs, you must challenge a big boss, as well as complete tasks for the Elf Clan, investigate events in the Death Valley, and finally obtain a 6th rank mount. As for the second transfer mission, Yi-Chen put it aside for now. The main focus now is to enhance equipment. Equipment enhancement can be done by any main city's enhancement master. The success rate is 100% before reaching +3, 50% after reaching +3, and there is no level drop upon failure, but it will consume gold coins. The success rate is 20% after reaching +5, and failure will result in a level drop. The success rate is 10% after reaching +7, and if failed, the equipment will be destroyed. Once reaching +10, there will be a brilliant light and special attribute bonuses. However, after +10, the success rate for +11 is 1 in 1,000, and for +12, it is 1 in 10,000, and so on. So far, the highest successful enhancement is a +9 weapon, and most attempts to reach +10 have failed, causing many players to curse. After 4 months since the world opened, golden equipment is still precious. Now, advanced players in the Hope world all have a set of golden equipment. Yi-Chen also has a set of top-tier golden equipment. Previously, Yi-Chen was the first to clear dungeons from level 10 to level 50. Currently, he has 4 Dream Rare set gift boxes and has collected enough fragments for a Dream Rare top. Now, he only needs to open the Dream Rare set gift box to obtain a rare Dream equipment set. The reason for not opening them earlier was that once opened, the level would be fixed. For example, opening at level 10 would yield level 20 equipment. Now at level 50, opening it would yield level 60 equipment, which is not difficult for Yi-Chen to reach. Thinking about this, Yi-Chen started to open the gift boxes. Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set pants. The pants are fine, as long as it's not the top. Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set belt. Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set shoes. Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set top. The last piece is the top, so Yi-Chen takes a step back and reopens it. Congratulations on opening the Dream Rare gift box and obtaining the Dream Set shoulder pads. After the 5 pieces of the Dream Set appeared, Yi-Chen glanced at the attributes. Dream Rare Set. Quality, Gold. Rarity, Rare. Set Attribute 1, plus 50,000 health points. Set Attribute 2, plus 30,000 mana points. Set Attribute 3, plus 5,000 attack power. Set Attribute 4, immune to 20% of physical and magical damage. Set Attribute 5, when attacking, there is a 10% chance of entering a dream state, immune to 80% of damage, movement speed increased 5 times, and an additional 20,000 points of true damage from physical or magical attacks, cannot be affected by any critical strikes. Set Attribute 6, when attacked, there is a 5% chance of entering stealth mode, in which you are invincible but cannot attack enemies, use potions, with health and mana recovery speed increased 10 times, and a minimum of 3,000 points of recovery per second. Restriction, can be worn at level 60. Description, Dream Rare Set, currently the most rare set in the world. This is the Dream Set, and when Yi-Chen saw the attributes, he was also shocked.